couldn't remember where my real parents lived. Her parents were living a nightmare, making headlines on the nightly news with their frantic search for their little girl. A missing poster in hand. Parents were living a nightmare. Nearly a decade later, Pooja's mother, Poonam, still has the old faded poster.
And so these are the all phone numbers.
With a handful of phone numbers at the bottom. Only one still worked, but it was enough to lead her daughter back home. Pooja confided in a friend at work, a mother figure, who helped find and decipher the missing poster online. Pooja was too terrified to speak up for so many years. They were torturing her, co-worker Pramila says, but somehow she told me everything and I had to help. Pooja's mother calls it a miracle. It feels so good to see my 3 children together again, she says, after years of not knowing if her only daughter was still alive.
A case like Pooja's, found reunited with her family after 9 years, is so rare, particularly in a country where reports of missing children went up by 30% from 2020 to 2021. At the height of the pandemic, the severe economic pain leaving children the prime targets of trafficking and forced labor.
Police are overwhelmed, but Pooja's return brought a glimmer of hope to the Mumbai Police's missing children unit. Officers intensified searches for others who had disappeared, a push that lasted a few short weeks.
But I know my family's over here.
As for Pooja, she's slowly adjusting.
Sab change ho gaya.
What changed?
Like my house and this all tiles.
These weren't here before when you
No.
The little changes are easy to overcome. The chronic pain after years of beatings is much harder to endure.
आप लोग बोलते हैं कि उसको जेल में रखा है.
She wants her kidnappers to pay for what they did to her. So do those in her tight circle. Like the neighbor whose phone number on her missing poster helped the teenager reunite with her family. The kidnappers have been arrested, but I want to see them get the harshest punishment possible, he says. A fervent wish for justice unlikely to come true. Less than 1% of trafficking or missing children cases end in conviction. And so Pooja and her mother carry on, the happiness that they're together again tinged with heartbreak. Over years lost, and the loss of her father, dead just months before Pooja found her way home.
This is such a heartbreaking story, Salima, and there are concerns that this situation is only going to get worse.
That's right, Ian. Now, Pooja may have been kidnapped nearly a decade ago, but her ordeal really shows the effects of the global pandemic on so many in India. Her treatment, she says, at the hands of her kidnappers got worse in 2020 during the COVID-19 lockdown, when she was further exploited for her ability to work and make money for the couple. Now, child rights advocates do say that 30% increase of missing children across the country will only get worse in post-COVID India, with the economic pain that so many of the country's poorest are feeling. Now, as for pain, Pooja says she's dealing with her own, not just physical, but emotional too. She says she keeps thinking that she hears her kidnappers' voices behind her, and she keeps worrying that they may be released from prison.
CBC's India correspondent Salima Shivji, thank you. Coming up on The National, the Canadian team on the hunt to find one of the world's most elusive creatures.
So Jenny and I are going to Antarctica to look for colossal squid.
Their deep sea mission is up next. Plus, the young female pitcher who made history honored at the Canadian Baseball Hall of Fame in our moment. People in parts of Western Canada are being told to bundle up this weekend. Extreme cold alerts are in effect for areas of Alberta and Saskatchewan. For places like Saskatoon and Lloydminster, tonight it will feel like almost -40. Environment Canada warning at that temperature, frostbite can develop within minutes. And speaking of cold, a Canadian research team is en route to Antarctica tonight. They're in search of one of nature's most elusive creatures, the colossal squid. Zach Gowdy now on an adventure that sounds like fiction, but is all science.
Somewhere in the Antarctic Ocean lives the colossal squid, a creature so rare and mysterious that it has never been filmed in its natural habitat. But on the other side of the world, in Clarenville, Newfoundland and Labrador, this team is gunning to be the first.
I'm expecting us to be standing there on our, like, looking at the little screen, and then just see this, like, nice hooked arm. I was very surprised when I first heard it. I didn't really think they were being serious.
It was the first time it happened. Anytime there's a first of something, it's really important for us to get a hold of it and get it on display or get it preserved for the future, because you can only be the first one time. And now she did it, and we have the baseball, and you can't duplicate that. So we have her baseball right in the middle of the display, and with a nice picture of her on top of the case.
It's pretty cool seeing, like, my picture here with everyone else that's here. My dad was very excited. He got a little emotional. It was adorable, but he was very sweet, and he was very proud of me.
Jada will be able to bring her children up there and show them what she's done. It's pretty neat. Me and my wife were very proud, as well as our family, and it seemed like everyone in Newfoundland.
And to know that, like, I can have that impact on younger children, it's pretty cool.
So you grow up knowing that the American Baseball Hall of Fame is in Cooperstown. Never really thought about the Canadian Baseball Hall of Fame. This is a good reason to go visit. Also, I heard not too far away from where that ball is the jersey for Larry Walker, the Hall of Fame superstar for the Montreal Expos and Colorado Rockies, I think, right? That is the National for December the 2nd. Join me Sunday for Cross Country Checkup on CBC Radio and CBC News Network. And later that night, I'll be here for the National. Good night.
All right. Well, I'm still on the next up page or whatever, but theoretically I'm streaming. Does anybody hear me? I have to mute the stream so I don't get feedback. Because even with my earphones in, it's still taking the system sound for the videos, so, you know. Do 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 do. Do 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 bow bow bow. Do 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 bow bow bow. Boo 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 boo. Yay! I have reports from Neverhelm and Hampag that I can be heard. This is excellent. I mean, I guess I could just put my face up there, but you're going to have to look at my face enough if you're sticking around, so. It's because I'm far from my mic. That's. Huh. Do I want to turn up the mic? If I sit closer to the mic, then you can hear me much better, but then I'm far from my mouse, because my computer setup is big and wide. Can't turn it up higher in app. Whoops, I muted for like half a second there. Can't turn it up higher in the app. I hate to mess with my mic settings. Where is it? Oh yeah, and a stupid mic's in a little box full of like soundproofing fabric stuff. It's got the volume thing on the front, but that's the volume for the microphone's own speaker output, the most useless thing ever that should always be turned off. The actual settings are at the back of the mic, which is even worse. Oh shit, I just realized. Not running my voice mute. I have another app that's supposed to be running. It's supposed to be taking sound from there. Now, I wonder if that actually changed what I sound like, or what. The app should sound better. Where's... move my tweet deck over there in case I need to look at it, even though I probably shouldn't be looking at it. Tails thing. I've still got 5 minutes before I start the actual video, guys. You can't avoid sleep for a 15-hour stream. Whenever you need to sleep, you guys should probably sleep. In theory, there will be VODs. I'm going to have to break about halfway through each day and restart it because YouTube only lets you do like 10 hours in a video. So, yeah, sleepers for the week. That's why I'm doing 15 hours, then sleeping, and then doing more. I'm only going to be awake for a normal amount of time. It's just going to be crazy because I'm using the entire time that I would be awake this weekend, pretty much. All right. So if I switch over there, got my face. Woohoo! Why is it? No, it's on the wrong stuff. Hold on. Why is it looking at random crap? It's not what I was looking at at all. Hold on. Region. Why would you add source? Stop capture. There. I set this up last night. I don't know why it's like on random crap. Yeah. By the way, I'm gonna be there are gonna be a whole lot of times throughout this period There is an echo thing. There shouldn't. Oh, is it got two sources? Hold on. Is the camera doing? Okay, so audio input there is from voice meter. That's good. This does we don't need Google Keep. We don't need that. Remove. Where? That's fine. Why is it doing an echo thing though? I have my copy of the stream muted. If I mute this, then you can't hear me for sure. You can't hear what I'm saying right now. So you didn't hear what I was saying there. Where is this stupid tunes audio mixer? Yeah, default microphone die. That is what I want. Friggin' default microphone. Okay, I think I found a place to kill the default microphone. You did hear me when I said you couldn't hear me. Yeah, okay. So apparently that icon thing is for default microphone, not for all microphone. That's confusing. Whatever. We think it's working now. We got only about 2 minutes. Okay. So I'm going to be starting the actual video in 2 minutes. Wait. Oh, whoops. I put the video on top of my face. To be fair, the video looks better on top of my face. We need to full screen that. That would be better. And then I need to resize it again when I full screen, because why would the thing be the way it should be? So complicated. Yeah, it's going to be TDDC with director's commentary. It's going to be low energy director's commentary probably, although at the beginning I will probably be a little bit more high energy because I'm just starting and it's the beginning. Nobody's doing a director's commentary on extras. It would take like an extra 2 days or something. It's insanity. Oh my god, I'm going to touch my face so many times. I'm going to blow my nose so many times. I'm going to go upstairs, go to the bathroom, and grab a can of Diet Coke so many times during this stream. You do a drinking game, well, it's going to be over 15 hours. You might survive, but I wouldn't try it. So according to my clock, it is almost time to begin. Yeah, there were no AT-ATs in the original cut, but I do say AT-ATs, not AT-ATs. Because you say AT-ST. Nobody's like saying AT-ST. AT-ST, AT-AT. I'm pretty sure in the Imperial military, that's what they call them. Now, the rebels might call them AT-ATs because you just insult the names of whoever you're fighting. That is part of the laws of war, right? Okay, it has just ticked over to 9 o'clock. Greetings, I'm Demonac, and this is Tales from my D&D campaign from the beginning, with me talking over it, and you have to look at my face.
You can't kill him. He didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah, he wasn't stupid like the others. We should just let him go.
I don't really care. Sure.
And let him keep his stuff. Keep his stuff?
Phone alarm telling me I should start.
But it's magic.
That's really useful. Actually, it's telling me I should get up. That's right. So, some of you, I'm sure, know this intro was added to the first episode later on. I had gotten a certain distance into the series, and then I recognized how clumsy the first episode was in terms of audio and some other stuff. And the animation in this intro isn't mind-blowing, but it's fine. And the illustration and animation at the beginning of the series was not as fine, so I wanted to put that up front.
My D&D campaign.
To get new viewers to be like, oh, maybe this thing will be cool.
So the campaign starts in a dwarf city called Corso's Chasm, on the edge of the desert full of dangerous orcs. Now, in terms of how the party got together and met, Black and Draven were traveling a long way from their human homeland of Vistria with a dwarven trade convoy, and along the way the convoy was attacked by huge mutated bears, or something, and Angel and Little One happened to be nearby, and they all saved the caravan, then traveled the rest of the way to the chasm together. Because
I'm
meat at the
assuming
end
they're
was
still
too
at
cliche,
Dad's
but only
house.
about 10% too
Just in
cliche.
my
Anyhow,
room
first
there.
thing that happens, there's an incident at the mine outside of town, and the accident
might have
turns out to
gotten
be
rid
an
of him. I
underground
wouldn't die
attack
if it
by
happened.
dark elves from another dimension. And the party goes through and fights them in their own mine in the
So
Shadowfell.
much clip art.
And they kick all kinds of sneaky drow ass.
Oh,
and Angel scouts out a
I
room
hate-
with a bunch of guards and a drow wizard
I
behind
hate
a
that
deep
part.
chasm.
I didn't know
Little
anything
one
about
was like,
sound early
"Can
on.
Angel
You can
ride
hear
on
the
my shoulders?"
100%
And Angel's
different
like,
sound
"Do
quality when
it."
they went
So Angel
into
goes
the
piggyback, and Little One leaps
the
over the
drow
gap,
mines.
and as he lands, Angel and her spike chain launch off his back like a little whirling ball of death, cutting down the minions
it.
while Little One plows through, trying to reach the enemy caster, and the wizard dumps like half her memorizations to escape. So they travel deeper into the mines, and they get the Goatmen miners, who were slaves, to help
Turn the
them
video
lure
down a little
lost
bit
drow
so you can
guy
hear what
out.
I'm saying better,
He
I
turns
guess.
out to be a huge
You're not missing much.
dickhead with a
Am I really going to
scythe,
say anything that
all these
useful?
multi-class trickery powers, and after doing a bunch of damage and making them all waste
He's
attacks
shown
on his
in
mirror
comment,
image
that's
and
like a
his
weird
trickery
call
domain
there.
duplicate, he almost traps Black with him to fight one-on-one in a
This is
narrow
such-
passageway, but Black manages to finish him off with a crit before he
Oh,
can
the
escape
crit
without their
animation was
heroes
right
to
from the
Goatmen.
first episode.
And
It's
then they
not
go
a
back
bad
to
crit
get the
animation.
dwarf guards to
Or
guard
was
the
it in the
entrance to
original
drow
version?
mine
I
in
don't
the
know.
other plane
That's
so
a good
they
question.
can wall it off, like spackle over the dimensional portal or something. And they go back to town, and the local
Thanks,
feudal
Courtney.
dwarf lord,
Yeah,
Don
the,
Corso, is like, "Thanks so much.
I don't
Here's a
remember
bunch
too
of
much
gold,
about
and
what's
maybe
different
I
in the
have a
original
quest for
version
you."
of this episode, except
So
that I
Don
added
Corso shows off that he has this
the much
magic
sexier
spoon.
looking
It's
intro,
just like one of
and I
those spoons
removed
that
the
makes
original
alchemy juices
introduction
that you
where I
blend fruit out of
literally
thin air, except none of those
introduced all
things
the
make
characters,
enough
which
each
seems
day
kind
to
of
feed
redundant.
6
Like you can
people
figure
maybe.
it out.
But this spoon is actually an
Animate,
artifact
put on
that
the
has no
subtitles. That is a
daily
good
limit
idea.
except for how
That way
fast
we
you
can
trigger
see
the
how
power.
bad the
So it can
subtitles
actually
are
feed,
through.
like,
Why
2,000
is it
people,
on
which would be
Russian
awesome back in
subtitles?
Vistria, where they're cut off from most trade and have a
We'll-
ton of
we'll
refugees.
take
so
the
service is
English
kind of a big
subtitles,
problem
thank
up
you.
there. And DeCorso was like, "I have a line on
Are-
2 more of these artifacts.
Oh, okay.
And once I've got them all together, I'm hoping you can
It just
take
takes a
them
while to
Vistria
kick in
for
or
me.
something,
I know
I
it's
guess.
a long, dangerous journey, but if
I
the
messed
other
with them,
2
they went
spoons
away
are
again.
as good as this one," his voice breaks a little, and you could swear there's a tear
Are
in
there
his
subtitles
eye.
coming back or not?
This is what it's all about,
I'm going
people.
to click it and then they're going to
This
go
is
away
our
again.
chance to make a
Oh, there we go.
fortune being heroes. And I don't mean the glory or the fame.
No,
I mean
DeCorso
genuinely
is not
helping
dead from the
people,
astral
saving
plague.
thousands
DeCorso
of
never
people
went
from
near it,
starvation, improving
and
their quality of
even
life.
though we
In
call it a
addition to
plague,
helping the war effort against the
it
evil
wasn't
empire.
actually an
And we can
infectious
be rich.
disease.
And they're all like, "Yeah, that's a pretty good sales pitch.
You had to be
Okay."
much
And
closer to
Don's
the
like, "I've
epicenter of
already
this
arranged a
particular
business deal for
release
the
of the
second
astral
spoon with
plague,
this guy called Bob.
which
So
nobody
just go
knows
do this
about
easy
because we're
FedEx
the first
mission. My
episode and that
steward
doesn't
should
happen
return
until
with the
later.
3rd spoon by the time you get back, so this totally isn't one of those 3-part
Black's old armor makes him
and
look
they're
less
like,
bucket.
"Good, because those are annoying and way too
That
big."
everything is so
After they
basic.
complete
Like
their
I just
provide
needed to
them
get
display the contents
across
of a little chest for the
the
second
image,
spoon.
like
DeCorso's
a
manager comes
vague
out, he's
image
like,
of
"By
what the
the way,
character
I don't want
looked
to
like.
trouble you or make you worried about the deal or anything,
And as-
and this
as
really
many of
shouldn't
you
be a big
know,
deal because the Don and his steward have dealt
Little
with
One's
Bob several
player
times
had
before.
in
He's
mind
totally
more that he
different
had
sides,
long
just
flowing
making
hair.
sure
He was
we
thinking
tell
a
him
little
there'll
bit
be a
more
problem,
like
but some people get
Conan
uptight about these
Barbarian,
things,
or
and
maybe
they're all
blonde or
like,
something.
"Spill it."
And
the magistrate is like,
I was trying to figure out, like, okay, so
and they're all
Draven's look I've got. Black is going to be like armor guy. Angel, I don't want to draw her face. It'll be kind of funny, kind of like cool if she's just got like the smirking, glowing eyes in, like under the hood. Do that sort of loom thing where you never see her face. But I was like, what do I do for Little One? And I was like, I don't know. I made him bald because it's so much easier to draw. It's like, I don't know how to draw hair.
Chemical skin secretions, so that all their soldiers have them, and yet if you steal their cloaks, they don't work for anyone else. And if invisible
I do like that
armies
old second ed, like, Kuatoa
picture
picture. Where he's just...
aquatic slave races isn't dangerous enough.
He doesn't want to... Some adventurers are wandering in, and the Kuatoa is just standing there, his potbelly hanging out, and he's like, I don't want to be here today. This is my day off. Why am I the one getting killed?
Monitor has died. If you see a monitor, you run. So wait, why does the Dawn have a business arrangement with the evil Diluvian Empire?
I don't know.
Well,
I can't keep up with the video because the first episodes...
already conquered all the land nations.
Again, this was like 10 years ago, and looking at the few years of YouTube before that, this is my impression of what YouTube was like. With YouTube, you had to be fast-paced, like you couldn't let up for a second. Not that the newer episodes are slower paced too much. I mean, I don't talk as fast. I have a better storytelling pace now, but they still... It's not like they have big pauses, and if there's a big pause in a newer video, it's pretty, like, it's a special occasion. Although it helps that they have music now.
Elements of
But
Civil War, World War I, and World War II for like 300
I don't know,
years.
My impression of like how you do YouTube back then was just like you have to just keep hammering and doing. I didn't start quite as far back as time restrictions. Watching the chat here a little bit. I'll probably watch it more as the day goes on and I slow down. But yeah, no, there were definitely time restrictions on videos back in the day. There was a 10-minute time limit back when like DBZ Abridged started. When I started was sometime, probably not too long after that, but it was definitely after they removed or lessened the time restrictions to the point that didn't matter anymore. So yeah, I never had that limit, but this episode was 15 minutes. I thought that was a perfectly fine time. I thought, okay, I'll just make sure all the other episodes are like 15 minutes or less. And then I ran into when I made the second episode, it had a certain amount of stuff. All those things needed to be in there. I wasn't gonna like edit it down further. It was already pretty tight. But it was 20 minutes long. I was like, 20 minutes on YouTube? That's kind of long. I gotta find a place to split this.
Without shadows that it looks like two-dimensional deer leads them away from the road to this
the two-dimensional deer was a good that was a good hook to get people's attention, both in game and in the video.
And while they are trying to figure out what to do with it, they're all like, hello, bizarre white tree spirit, whatever. Did you call us here for
Draven/Cool18 trying to talk to the spirit?
These buzzsaw sounds in this like huge lumbering thing, and yes, I mean lumbering in every possible.
I wasn't doing a lot of voices early on, but I had that Draven doing something he didn't want to do voice when he's trying to talk to the bizarro NPCs. I was very happy with my drawings of this guy for the first episode. But of course, they never fought him, so I had to bring him back, right?
But as much as Little One loves to smash things, even he isn't really keen to attack the giant metal man who cleaves foot-thick trees like a buzzsaw.
Also, I was concerned in this, like even at this. I mean, this was the fourth or fifth session because they did actually spend a bunch of time in those mines, probably fourth session. But the lumberjack was very dangerous to them at level 5 or 6 or whatever they were like level 6, I guess. I felt that the lumberjack was actually very dangerous to them. Well, yeah, no, the lumberjack is still out there as far as. Oh no, he's not. He's not out there because, as we find out in a later video, very briefly, if you're paying attention, Draven's Familiar 7 watched the lumberjack getting taken over by Epsilon. So its mind is gone. It was parked outside of Polaron, or not Polaron, Ginneron.
It's so true. Now,
you missed like half the first episode, no one listening. You didn't miss much.
See, the Warforged are a race which
Man,
was artificially
this is
created by an ancient.
Yeah, my face is gonna be on screen a whole lot. This is how old I look before 250-hour streams. Just imagine how I'm gonna look at the end.
Historically, larger ones are often their more primitive ancestors.
Yeah, that
tend to be less
big Warforged picture from Eberron. Just like, here's a picture of the thing I need.
But since they can't think of anything
YouTube culture sure felt like at the, like you could just sort of fair use everything, but and for a lot of these images I could have gotten away with just fair using these images probably forever. I don't think the algorithm was ever going to track you used something from a D&D book. But I ran into a one or two issues later where I had videos get flagged for the just wait for it for the not copyright safe music that gets used. That was the other reason. That was the other reason that I re-released episode 1. That I put out the new version of episode 1 because I didn't have my own music at the start. So the first episode had the dubious music. And I wanted to make sure that the first episode didn't get flagged and stuff. So that was another and probably one of the main reasons that I went to all the effort of redoing the first episode. What did the setting document contain for the players? It contained something not too different from the exposition that was crammed into this episode about the Diluvians and the episode that's in the stuff that's in the stuff about the orcs. Probably closer to the level of detail about the orcs that is in like episode 4. Although no, I didn't. Did I tell them the orcs are super strong? I don't remember. But of course, it was mostly just like the player stuff and some house rules.
Like 5.5-foot tall anthropomorphic.
We were trying out some house rules where I had merged some skills together because skills were
next time on Tales from
my D&D campaign.
Suggestions or criticism, you can make a post on the forum.
This is YouTube, so I have to ask you to post on the things and the type and hit like buttons and subscribe and I don't know. I have a vlog or something. I don't know. I'm gonna have to, when I do the first episode of TDDC Sea of Secrets, I am gonna have to put on another like and subscribe. And by the way, there's a whole series of this stuff you could watch from before. So I used to wear suit jackets all the time. I have gotten somewhat lazier since I rarely leave the house except to go to groceries. It's not just the suit though. I'm also wearing my Demon Axe shirt. Yeah, I should just do the whole stream like this actually.
The Game Master and the guy who makes videos for Tales
oh right, the
from
stupid
my
FAQ
D&D
thing.
campaign. I get a lot of questions, and I love the comments and the enthusiasm people have shown for this series. So I'm just going to throw out some rapid-fire answers, if I can possibly restrain my innate verbosity.
I was kind of wanting to delete this thing.
Most FAQs, half of these are questions
but
nobody actually asked.
It does seem kind of useful.
Yes. Obviously, there's a lot of editing and presentation that goes into converting 3 to 6 hours of tabletop gameplay down to a pacing that is suitable for YouTube.
Yeah, the rest of it, you don't need to wear your Demon Axe shirt.
Written from scratch as I try to fill in for my imperfect notes. But I try very hard to maintain the unique
again, look how goddamn old I look. Now, I've aged like a president.
The events as they transpire.
my
so far, the players have
my
been quite
hairline.
happy with the representations of them. Who does all the
R.I.P. my hairline.
Me.
Look how young I looked in that.
The female voice is done by my sister Orestria, which is quite a process because she lives pretty far away. But otherwise, all of the great voices you hear and all the crappy ones, they're all me.
Just to make sure I look like an asshole.
How close are the videos to where you are in the game? At this time, it is still ongoing, but the videos are over a year behind. So originally, my plan was to catch up, but
this thing is a lie now.
Slowly falling further and further behind.
The videos.
Did I hear that your players are
not.
other YouTubers?
The game is not ongoing anymore.
Will 18, and Reginald Black is played by Briarstone. Little One and Angel don't have a web.
People noticing a stuffed turtle in the background.
But if that changes, I'll make sure to link
I believe that
as
stuffed
well.
turtle actually belongs to Orestria, and she lent it to me indefinitely.
We'll get to them when we get to them. Can you record your sessions?
I wanted to
We'd love
include it
hear,
in some
like,
things.
Just podcasts of your games.
Haven't gotten around to it yet.
The space where we play and the equipment we have is not very good for capturing a group activity like this. Last year, I did start recording crappy audio as part of my note-taking.
Around what episode did the game
horrible.
end?
And although a few of you know what a podcast of a regular D&D
I don't remember. I've been thinking more about like when I started doing the videos, where we were.
Boring and full of empty space, dice rolling, and looking things up it is just to listen to other people.
I'm gonna use that turtle as an art reference.
Even edit
the plan is
way too much time and effort.
The Daggerface miniseries.
Less entertaining than
there is a point in that series when they are supposed to run into the turtle.
Such as Acquisitions Incorporated.
It doesn't do anything. It's just there. It's like a sight gag.
Those involve a lot of funny people.
Yeah, you have a lot more plushies than I do. I have a very limited selection of plushies. Unless Dad does still have all my plushies from when I was a kid.
The experience of listening
because I had a lot of Care Bears. And a lot of non-Care Bears.
Do exist,
then I would make them fight,
that
and that's when the storytelling began.
At some point after we catch up.
As Orestria pointed out in her awards show video, which you should totally watch when you're not watching this stream.
Probably don't live.
How long is this FAQ? My God! I thought it was like 2 minutes long. It's 5 minutes long. Oh my God!
How do you make your game world so deep and detailed? That's not one of the fake ones. I've been asked that question a lot. So many.
I know a lot of you people rewatch this playlist.
You can check that out.
How many of you
right here.
ever watch this thing unless you like fell asleep at the wheel. Like you all skip this, right?
TDDC? That cliffhanger is killing me. A surprising amount of editing and crappy vector art goes into every episode of TDDC. An episode usually takes about a month to complete.
Yeah, I made a
so
meme out of those like
some less
cutout pictures of me
in the meantime, like an extras video to accompany each episode, where I give.
Yeah, no, I can understand why you felt like the FAQ was 10 minutes because boy does it feel long when I'm sitting here on stream. I should have skipped it too. I should have just skipped it. Why is it there?
To catch up on the extras to the current episode.
It seemed like an idea at the time.
Pilot for another web series.
I don't know if I want to go and delete it now or hide it.
That's how long it takes. If you have to hear more from me, you can subscribe to my Twitter at TailsDDC for stuff like my silly D&D house rule of the day. Watch me play and analyze Hearthstone games on my Demonet Games channel, or read another
Demonet Games
comic. My D&D
that is also that. I mean, Demonet Games still exists. But I really stopped adding to it when they said, oh, every channel with less than 1,000 subs and like a crap ton of hours is just not going to be monetized anymore. And like, I was wasting too much time, like, for no good reason on the games channel anyway. I don't think it was a good use of my energy.
And of course, thanks to TV Tropes for having
I do kind of miss playing those like Hearthstone Arena matches and talking through them and stuff, but I don't think it was worth it for me, and it wasn't amazing for the audience. All right, back to episode 2. Again, episode 2 and 3. There's my janky music that I definitely do not own.
The party has just reached the rendezvous point for their simple FedEx mission. The trade has been prearranged.
It's the first previously.
Give this chest to Bob the Kuatoa, who will give them the second of 3 magic artifact spoons, which Don DeCorso wants them to sell to embattled Vistria, saving thousands of starving refugees, and making themselves a buttload of money. Unfortunately, what they actually found when they reached the landmark was this massive humanoid fish monster who looked like some kind of half Kuatoa.
Yeah, I fixed my street shark. He's armored now.
Everything goes to hell. Actually, it's not. I jumped the gun a little. But as he disengages his alchemical invisibility cloak, he's like, "You are not the dwarf we deal with. This is some kind of trick. Who sent you?" And they're all like, "Don DeCorso sent us because his friend couldn't make it and he didn't want to keep you waiting."
So, somebody found a picture of some gaming store selling a button with Don DeCorso on it because, of course, they're not trying to sell Don DeCorso. It's because apparently his Bluebeard or something historical figure.
Appears a ways behind Fish Ogre Guy, and this one looks like a totally
normal. You're lying, dude.
Only with fancy clothes and no armor. And he's like, "Patience, Volbo. I know for a fact."
I mean, I don't want to get closer to the camera. In fact, I'm considering shrinking the camera so there are fewer pixels, so you can't, so you can't tell the flaws as much. But like, no, I've got the like Mr. Fantastic hair. Got all the aging. No, I don't mind the graying temples at all. I do mind the forehead. I liked it when I had less forehead.
Like this pudgy fishman does not even.
I shouldn't focus on that when
but he
talking
seems
about
happy
the
with
videos.
it anyway, and Bob smiles and explains how it is a good trade. And how DeCorso
I think I had more. Like I had more plans for Bob.
Thousands of people a day, which the Ilu don't need because they have a powerful economy. And
things did change a lot when they decided, we're just going to teleport to Vistria. And I mean,
kind of sad on land.
I set them up for that as much as anyone else. Like there was,
but underwater,
it made
it's
sense.
A whole different story. The zap is a little bit weaker there, but
my style of just like I'm going to make shit happen where they are. It's just like I presumably would have had more Bob stuff happen if they had stayed down here, but because they went up to Vistria, that's a little bit out of Bob's range.
And while the party
the ocean on that side is all bad guy ocean, less like
out of thin air,
not as bad guy ocean
by somebody invisible. Which reminds them that virtually every Kuatoa you meet on land is equipped with one of their alchemical invisibility.
That incredibly powerful invisibility special effect is just like a really ugly basic poof graphic.
But he's like, "Please remind your dog.
Look at this thing you can't see."
Selling me the recipe for these rods, I would pay quite handsomely for it. And he gently tosses the spoon to Angel.
Yeah, no, the Ilu are not doing
and
much
they test it, and
Vistria.
it seems to work. And that's when everything goes to hell. Suddenly, Bob flinches.
I'm not sure the Illud Sea is that much less racist necessarily. Well, I guess it kind of has to be. It's impossible to not be it, because they still have all these dealings with land people.
Which
but
Black and Raven recognize as a harmless
they're not
fairy
super
fire
friendly.
spell, except that making you glow bright green is pretty much an act of war against guys who are used to being able to turn.
No, their allied nations are still able to do fishing. Well, okay, dwarves. The dwarves don't really do fishing boats. The dwarven boats are just to get like critical, important cargo up and down the coast. And dwarven sailors are a rare breed because, I mean, what the hell? I shouldn't make broad generalizations. It's a stereotype. It's not like there's got to be some dwarf out there that does not fit this stereotype. But virtually all dwarves hate boats. They hate the sea for a lot of reasons. And dwarven sailors, they also, the vast majority of them, hate the sea, and they're very proud of how much they hate the sea. But they go to sea in these like slow-ass armored boats.
Only now, many of the descendants of the people relocated by the treaty are demanding their
it's a mess down there.
Back. A whole bunch of independent, unaffiliated groups.
I should really be talking more about what's happening in the videos, but addressing chat is fun too. But like,
and the whole rest of their country is terrified they'll somehow succeed in being noticed.
I like the peace bond, war bond thing. This encounter being a three-way was such a mess.
And his fish ogre bodyguard, and they have an elf druid.
Players didn't know what to do.
And you can see where some invisible guards were caught by the grasping.
It was a fun mess, though.
And the players are like, should we do anything?
Yeah, that's what I said.
They kind of feel like they should, but they all hate Kuatoa for various personal reasons, and most of them kind of sympathize with these Warbond freedom terrorists. So the Warbond goons rain down poorly aimed crossbow bolts, and the fish ogre Volbo is like, "It's an ambush. We've been betrayed." And Black's like,
"It's a reasonable conclusion.
They think we betrayed them?" But that's kind of what it looked like, due to the convenient timing and the fact that the Warbond freedom terrorists were not attacking the party. But
the dwarven ships aren't really proper ironclads. They don't have like steam power going on, so they're still wooden sailing ships. They're just really heavy wooden sailing ships because they try and armor the hulls, which
but the Warbond leader
it's questionable whether that's better than just being faster.
You for over a month now, all the way from the peace bond. You're slippery bastards, I'll give you that. But you couldn't shake us, and now that we've caught you, you won't get away. Then Bob's like, the peace bond? We've been camped here more than a week because our trade contact was delayed. You've been tracking your own imagination. And that part makes sense, because Bob didn't know DeCorso's people would be several days late, so he must have been here all that time.
I gave clues. There are clues to what was happening.
Oh, there's another group of Kuatoa. And once he says it, everyone else puts it together. Like, these Warbond guys must have been following another group. Probably
a person just watching one episode could easily make the mistake of thinking that Little One is like stupid aggro guy. Because he's very aggressive.
There might still be Diluvians lurking around, or maybe
but he is always thinking.
And the group he was following is long gone. But
sometimes his thoughts are way wrong. Because he's thinking outside of the box, and a lot of things are inside the box, even in my campaign. But he will brainstorm a whole bunch of possibilities all the time, and a surprising number of them, like times he will guess the correct possibility, even though he may not even have any it may just be like one of a list of things he's thinking of at that time. This is where they get the whip vines. They loot them from their corpses.
Her player was absent for a session.
Achievement. Player AFK, I should be reading out the achievements when they happen because my head is blocking them. But there's no really good place to put the head. I have to blow my nose for the first of about 7,000 times.
But as all this has been going on, Little One's been thinking about the big picture, and now he's decided that we can't let Bob take that rod back to Illud. If it's so effective at knocking out slaves, and both sides use slave armies for most of their underwater fighting, they could reverse engineer the rod and mass produce them and destabilize the war. He even said he wanted to buy the blueprints from DeCorso.
I feel like
I agree that
at this point, like in the future, I'm not sure they actually would give a shit about the Illud destabilizing the war. I don't know, maybe that's just my perception.
And Black's like, I'm against killing Bob at this point. And Raven's like, yeah, that too. But Little One's like, oh,
nobody wants to kill Bob.
But I'm
Bob's cool.
To him. And if he happens to die, I'm taking back the rod. And what if he doesn't die? I don't want them to get that rod. And then Bob looks over the ridge where these
little
Warbond
one
guys came from,
thinking,
and he's
sometimes
like,
thinking through too far.
course, now you reveal yourselves. Then he looks at the Warbonders and he's like, you idiots. It's an ambush.
Oh,
What? Fine. You idiots. It's a trap.
It's a trap.
And there's a ghastly crackling of electrical discharges. A whole bunch of small metal spheres electrocute all the Warbond crossbowmen, leaving only the Druidbarians, one real druid, a skilled
I like it when I
and their
appear
leader,
less on screen.
And because doing damage virtually always breaks invisibility in
Even
D&D, a whole line
from the
of
beginning,
decloak
my
along
plan
the
was
ridge
to have
with that familiar tearing
visuals
sound.
to cover
And
up
unlike
me
Bob's men,
so that
these
I
guys
would
all
be
wear
on
the
screen
black cloaks
as little
and
as
the gaping
possible.
maw
Although
shields of the
back then I
Diluvian
liked
Empire.
using
And
it
little
for
ones
like
yep, I knew
for
it.
humor's sake
And
or
that's
for
what
some
it
kind
gets
for
to.
certain
Next
explanations.
time on Tales from My D&D Campaign.
Like next
If you have
time,
any
that was
questions,
like
comments, or
that was
criticisms,
9
you can
minutes.
post it on
Sorry,
the
I guess
forum,
it's like 8
or make a
minutes
comment
plus like
below. And
the
hit
intro and the
subscribe so you don't
outro
miss an
and crap.
episode of Tales from
Tales
My
from
D&D
my D&D
Campaign.
campaign. This janky music is from The Matrix. Don't worry, guys. I pitch shifted it so their super algorithm won't find it. So anyway, yeah. I had actually sort of done re-edits of episodes 2 and 3. They didn't change much. They mostly just got rid of the music, and I never bothered to like put them up. So
They deliver the rod, get the quest item from Bob, intervene when the Warbond attack. Then suddenly Bob said, "It's a trap." Lightning kills off nearly all Jimmy's guys as the Diluvian troops come over the rise. Heading to the plot diagram, they still have some questions about the Warforged
Ah, yes,
robot
the plot
lumberjack
diagram.
and that strange white seed that Draven got.
The plot
Not sure
diagram
we'll
was
tie up all
cool
those loose ends soon
before
enough.
it became
And otherwise, they are
exponentially
well on
more
their way to
difficult.
assembling all 3 artifact spoons for their
Oh, I
main
credit the
Warbond
NASA
freedom
JPL
terrorists,
for
led
the
by Jimmy,
video
were not
footage
turning
of
much
the
of a threat,
Earth
but
that is
Black
at the
and
start
Little
of
One
every
had taken
video.
some damage from
There's
wolves and Druidbarians,
there's
and the
actual
players were a
footage
little
of the
concerned
Earth
at the
before it
sheer number
transitions
of
to my
enemy
logo.
Kuo-toa about to enter the fray. But wait,
Now that's
Draven with his C and Viz
that's
spotted
totally
these guys
free
too late.
use.
Okay, but how did Bob see them at
Video
all?
stuff
Have I
like
not mentioned
public
that Kuo-toa
stuff.
vision is so
Anything
precise
made
that they
public
can
by
totally
the
see
U.S.
movement
government
even
is
if
just
the
like
thing that
free
is
use,
moving is ethereal or magically
which includes.
invisible? That's totally
Well, it used to include
100%
virtually
official
all
D&D
space
rules in
footage.
both
Now
second
there's more
and third
private
edition
space
and
footage. But
3.5. I didn't even make
when
that shit up.
when
By
one
the
of my
way, they're
videos
also
did
immune
get
to
flagged,
poison
I
and
was
paralysis,
trying to figure out
100%
if
amphibious,
that was one of the
heavily
things that they
resistant to
were like
electricity,
flagging or
stronger
like
and much
I
tougher
don't
than
know.
humans with bonuses to wisdom and to intelligence, just for the hell
I
of
wanted
it.
to foreshadow
You can
with
see why Blabal chose them to conquer the world in her name. And the Diluvian
I wanted to
leader,
foreshadow with Robot Batman.
Thanos is
That was going to be a thing.
Diluvian leader. He's like, you fools were
Didn't
so
work
easy
out to be that
decoy.
relevant.
We led you
I like the
around
idea of
like
showing
an elf on a chain.
a picture
And then
of
he jumps
Batman
into the
from the
forest,
episode
because
where
apparently
it turned
that's
out
the best
that
place to
particular
be
Batman
for
was
today's
actually a
stealthy
robot
warrior.
duplicate of
Presented
Batman,
with this new
but showing a
trick,
picture
Bob's men
that didn't
immediately
reveal
changed
that.
focus from the
That picture where
Warbonders
it
to
was
the
not
real
obvious
enemy, the
that it was the
Diluvians.
robot.
And Jimmy's
It just
remaining
looks like Batman.
Warbonders
You're like, why do
immediately
you
changed
say?
focus to the
I was
real
trying to
enemy,
generate a lot of
everyone,
comments off people saying
including
like,
but not
why do you
limited
show
to the
Batman when you
guys
say
who killed
robot?
most
And that'd
of
be
his
why.
men and the 2 other factions who were demonstrably fighting to incapacitate, not to kill, and had, at this point, slain a sum total of 2 of his men's wolves. Those wolves were really annoying. But as all this has been
Those
going
wolves
on,
were really
Little
annoying.
One's been thinking about the
They kept
big
tripping
picture,
people.
and now he's decided that we need to find a way to get these rods to both sides. And everyone is like, what? These rods are a non-lethal
thinking.
AoE that knocks out the slaves, but has no effect on the masters, right? So if both sides mass-produce these things, the slaves will become useless as combatants, and the KTs will have to fight and die themselves, which should weaken both sides, and save thousands or millions of lives of the slave races. And Draven's like, okay, but how do we get them to the Diluvians? We could convince the Dawn to sell the recipe to both sides. Can you even trade with those guys? And I'm like, if you can get in contact with them, you know that
man.
they do make deals. Like
For
the peace
1,000
offering.
years,
But
Draven's hat
historically, they only
looked
keep a bargain
terrible
it's
if he was on
advantageous
black
to them.
background,
Unlike
because
Bob's people, the
I didn't
Diluvians
have like an
consider contracts
outline
with non-Kua to be
of
pretty
a
much
non-black
meaningless.
color to
But
separate
Bobo,
it from the black
fish ogre,
background.
finally got a decent die roll to break free of the entangle and charge into the fray against the black cloaks. Draven
You go,
casts
Volbo.
Bane Kuo-toa on his crossbow, and Little One's like, would you use Bane weapon against human beings? No, there aren't enough of them here.
I don't think that's what he was asking. I think I got my answer. But there are a ton of
I think you got your
Deluvians, and they are
answer
much
about
better at
Draven,
hitting
yes.
than the crappy Warbond guys were. And as
Draven just wants to
opens fire
win.
with his crossbow and drops one soldier, they are relieved to find that 2/3 of the Black Cloaks are in fact only minions. Minions are one good idea that I borrowed from 4th edition.
Yeah,
D&D.
minions.
The idea is that some
Wow,
fights
I
are way more epic if there
forgot
are
there was a
hordes
picture
and
of a
hordes
4th edition
bad
book in
guys
my
for the
show.
heroes to beat up. Minions are enemies who are just as hard to hit and just as capable of hitting and doing damage as regular monsters of their level. But a minion always dies in one hit, and because of that, I get 3 or 4 of them in place of a single normal monster. In addition to letting heroes sometimes
minions are
kill
fun for
buttloads of
bulking up
guys,
those
like
numbers.
in an action movie, it also adds an element of strategy. Because each minion is almost as dangerous as the regular monsters, you have to kill a bunch of them quickly to avoid being overwhelmed.
Minions are a good
Raven
idea,
takes shooting them,
which is why I
and
stole
Volvo
it from
cleans
4th
one with
edition.
a two-handed sword that he wields in one hand, because he's large. And the Warbond halfling guy with the sling has reassessed the situation and stopped shooting Bob's men to focus on the Deluvians, but Jimmy the Warbond leader is still shouting, "Kill them all!" to the, 2 guys he has left, and he splits his
that's
fire
not going to
between
work
the
out for you,
Deluvians
Jimmy.
and the Illude. And Angel emerges from the woods, her spike chain dripping with Kuatoa blood, and they're all, "What the heck is going on in there?" And Angel is like, "Nothing much, but you should watch out for that hooded leader guy." With Angel back, they clear a path through the Warbond so they can start ripping
I didn't
up
really
Deluvian
start doing
minions, but that
voices
causes
much.
Jimmy to aim a
I
shot
wonder when
at
that
them,
started.
and Black is like, "That's it." And ignoring the druid who attacks
'Cause I
him
really
in
like
wolf
voice
form,
work now.
he advances on Jimmy, who after one solid flail to the face starts kiting him, which works really well because of Black's slow flaw. Until 2 of Bob's men get in Jimmy's way, and Black is able to charge him and knock his punk ass down, leaving Black near
Wow,
Bob.
that animation.
And the druid
Did you
turns
see
into
that
a bird
animation?
and flops
Black swung
off,
so
and
fast,
they
it was
kill
just
all
like,
the KTs who are minions,
there.
leaving only real monsters with hit points and stuff. And little
No,
ones
computer, I don't
insulting
need
him
to
in
back up
aquatic
right now.
common, like, "Your mother was a guppy," and "I didn't know chickens could float," because he really wanted to insult them in a native language, and Kuatoa don't teach other people to speak Kuatoa. And Angel's like, "Oh yeah, I speak Kuatoa. Didn't I just say they don't teach people their language?" Well, yes, but the place where I didn't say that was the setting document
Aquatic
that I
common.
emailed to all the players for
I forgot that
character
was a
sheets.
thing. I think
Compromise, Angel
I
knows
may
enough
have
Kuatoa to
retconned
pick up
aquatic
common and
common out of
important words,
existence,
but would have to spend more skill
given
points
the
and
actual
find a
explanation
teacher
of the
or
common
something
language
to
now.
become fluent. And it actually makes some sense with her background. Then Deluvian leader, who turns out to be an immense dick, bursts out of the bush and shows off his unpleasant
Good
rapid
morning,
shot
Quill.
grenade for sneak attack combo by doing 40 damage to Volvo, hurting the fish ogre for so much that the soldiers finish him, and then ducking back into the woods
I liked
like some
the
kind
I
of
liked potion
diabolical
throwing assholes
floating chicken.
animations.
And seeing that, Draven positions
I was
himself
pretty happy
as
with
far
those for
from
this
the
early
forest
stage.
as he can. And Little One
That font
positions
was not
himself
very good,
as
though, with the
close
40
to the
damage.
forest as he can, because that's how he rolls. So when Deluvian leader returns after re-hiding, he nukes Little One for a crap ton of alchemical flask damage, and that's when they learn that despite his lighter armor, he actually had even higher AC than all those other KTs, and they don't hurt him all that
Yep.
much. Then he turns
They have
invisible
so much
with his
stats.
cloak, but Draven still has see and viz, so he watches this guy pull out a strange canister that shoots out an alchemically treated whip vine, latches onto the leaning tree, and pulls him halfway across the battlefield,
Spiderfish,
obviously going
spiderfish,
after Bob himself.
radioactive
Draven shouts a
spiderfish.
warning, and Black is close enough that he is able to get
Does
between
whatever
two
a spiderfish
Kuatoa.
does.
And Deluvian leader reveals himself with another devastating acid sneak attack, and
Ow.
it hurt. Yeah, I can't take much more of that. Like, any more of that. But that's okay because
Sneak
Angel
attack damage
managed
on
to
flasks
sprint
is
over
like,
there,
yeah.
runs up the rock,
That
and
is
with
bad
Black
news,
to give her
especially at
flanking,
this
she
low level.
lashes her chain down from behind, then jerks it so it wraps around the assassin's neck, and with a sneak attack crit, she rips his head off like a chainsaw. And Angel's like, "They'd better pay us more after all this." And Black's like, "Yeah, nice, simple delivery." After the battle, there was some question of what to do with
It's
the
a
halfling
it's a
snipers who
FedEx
never
mission. What do you
attacked the party,
expect?
And, like Bob's men,
I'm sure anyone who's
had
actually
focused
worked for
solely on the
FedEx knows
Deluvians
that
once they showed themselves.
going out to deliver
Raven's keen eye
packages
for
is just like a
magic
death
noted that the
sentence
little
anyway.
guy's armor was enchanted, so the players had a hard time deciding whether to kill him and loot him for following that dumbass Jimmy, or to strip him of magic stuff and let him go. And Black's like, "We can't kill him. He didn't do anything wrong. He thought he was just fighting for his land back." And Little One's like, "Yeah, he wasn't stupid like the others. We should just let him go." And Draven's like, "I don't really care. Sure." And let him keep his stuff. Keep his stuff? But But it's magic.
But it's magic.
But in the end, Black and Little One's sense of justice won out, and they let him go with his stuff after asking him a bunch of questions about the war bond. Once they healed up, there was
I probably should have had that halfling recur. That halfling really never came back and did anything.
Plus, there was a wealth of alchemical goods, including Diluvian lightning spheres and one unused whip-fine tube, which Draven wanted to analyze, because those don't exist in any source books. And there was stuff to sell, too, like Jimmy's magic bow, and all the non-minion KTs had masterwork swords and armor and shields, which add up to hundreds of golds per soldier. And Little One starts collecting
Lord
KT
Dash
thief,
Dappington, you made it to this.
Don't ask.
It is easier since the plan is to be going for quite a long time.
We'll just collect their Kolos cloaks and be on our way. And they're all like, what the hell are you smoking, Fishbulb? And Little One's like, you keep what you kill. That's the Necromonger.
Fishbulb, obviously a Simpsons
the player
reference.
Character, the
Mr. Sparkle.
That's the mercenary way. And the Illud protests that the cloaks are useless to land dwellers because only a living Kua can produce the chemicals to power it. And Bob's like, all right, I'll just take their leader's cloak. The rest are quite replaceable. But the players are adamant that they are not giving up these things because they're hoping Draven can study them and find a weakness or a way to use them or something. And in the end, Bob backs down, and each side takes all the stuff from the Diluvians they themselves kill, since Bob's side hardly killed any of them. But the stronger PCs also help the Illud to bury Volvo, which is quite a job.
Have I seen any cosplays?
And they don't even try to claim
I don't want to
Fish
say
Over's
no,
oversized gear, even though it
because
is
there's a
magical.
chance that
So
somebody has
overall,
sent a
they and
cosplay.
Bob part
I
on
don't
pretty good
think
terms.
so.
But they'd better divvy up the loot quickly, because they're about to run afoul of dangerous orcs. Next time on Tales from My D&D Campaign.
Yes, Quill, Dwarf Daggerface will be an
comments, or
epic
criticism,
cosplay.
You can post it on the forums, or make a comment below. And hit subscribe so you don't miss an episode.
The problem
Tales
with
from My
cosplaying TDDC
D&D
is if you
Campaign.
go to a convention or something, you'll spend the whole time explaining to everyone where it's from, because the number of people that you will find who actually recognize TDDC has got to be so low. Oh, that janky music that I don't own.
I can't
it's terrible.
take much more of that. Like, any more of that.
Yeah, I was proud of that Flask animation. Looking at it now, it's not that impressive. It just sort of worked. Eventually we will get to a point where I make my own music somehow.
Tales from My D&D Campaign. Previously, they completed an easy FedEx mission. What the fudge? So they set out down the road, heading back.
Wow, that
towards
was a hell of a
house.
previously.
DeCorso has the first spoon, they have the second, and DeCorso's steward is due back with the third by the time they get there. And Little One is working on blacking out the white teeth on the Diluvian symbol on his brand new magic shield, and then decorating it with actual teeth looted from dead Diluvians. And he's like, hey, Angel,
as you do.
Put on insults written in Kuatoa? And Angel's like, I got it covered. Because although her knowledge of Kuar is a little limited, we all know that one of the first things...
Picture of the actual stick-it note where I developed their language.
And 3 days later, around dusk, they overtake an old human who is walking slowly to the chasm. And he's like, hail, travelers. Unless you intended to ride through the dark hours, could I impose to share your fire tonight? And it's night.
Oh yeah, this guy.
So they set up camp near the side of the road and listen to his stories. And they learn that his name is McNeil.
That was a pretty good portrait I made.
He's really feeling his age, so he's headed to town to give his son his inheritance, his old sword and armor, while the old man can still make the trip. And he tells them stories all...
I think my art may have peaked with this portrait, honestly.
Then he and his mates formed a freelance...
Not really, but maybe for a couple of years.
Wild bears, goblins, griffins, plant monsters. And one time they were in a desperate battle somewhere along the Blossoming Sea. Their employer, some adventurer, was fighting one troll, while the rest of them held off the second. When a third troll lurched up out of the swamp, and McNeil was sure he was dead, but the troll was interrupted by a white blur. And the way he tells it, it was a Kuatoa monitor, the real deal. It had come in so fast and hard, I could have sworn it was Unan himself. Though in reality, it was probably anyone.
I like that I name drop and they don't ask about it.
And tried to reach out, but the monk turned and walked
Well, come up
slowly
eventually.
away from him. And as he snapped his fingers, a spark leaped out, and the damned monster burst into flame. Then this monitor just bolted off again, paying no attention to the other two trolls still in combat, as though it totally saved his life just because that troll was in his way. Or maybe it was bored. So it's getting late and Neil
like, well,
is tired. But
I'm in a hurry. I could move sideways, or I could just go through this thing and then blow it up. Because why not?
Brother nations, the human homelands of Verandi, Vistria, and Korstrad, were all created by a legendary man, a human known as...
That is not the greatest map.
He was a hero, an adventurer who did many extraordinary things and forged a huge country from the wilderness. And McNeil's like,
Smith looks kind of cool. His helmet has like a...
eventually died. He took a dragon
It does look
down
kind of
with him,
primitive
and
despite being like full
managed
helm.
to last long enough to bequeath his kingdom as
Oh, it's got those angle things on the front.
His three sons. Smith lived a good life by Marduk. So they go to bed, but during the night, McNeil dies in his sleep. It was kind of sad.
Presentation!
Stuff, and he has like an old +1 sword.
During the night!
Augment crystal and masterwork studded leather armor, plus 1 gold and 22 silver pieces.
That is definitely a way of storytelling.
But it's magic! No, actually.
A very 10 or 15 years ago YouTube way of telling a story.
They take it directly to the chasm, find the son's shop, and deliver him the sad news. And Draven rolls a 1 on his diplomacy check. Yeah, we f***ed your father after he died. Everyone whose dad is alive, raise your hand. Not you, McNeil.
This is their attempts to dramatize what hypothetically might happen in a rolling a 1 on a diplomacy check may have been a little bit extreme there. I don't think that's actually what Draven said. I'm just going out on a guess. I think it was probably more that he just wasn't generating the right vibe. He was giving more of that Bane human vibe than the, like, sorry your dad died vibe.
We have to get the third spoon ourselves. And save my steward, if he's still alive. But he's probably
Side
not,
quests.
It's been like a month,
I keep forgetting to read the achievements that my head is blocking. It's like, what else am I even here for?
Spend like a week
to block the achievements and then read them back.
Because we haven't had a single chance yet. And I'm like, he'd like you to go as soon as possible, but we'll say that he understands and that you can't treat something...
As an artificer, Draven does really need some downtime to do his thing.
Downtime to sell stuff and buy stuff and have Draven craft all kinds of magic stuff at a discount. But after several days, they hear a loud commotion.
So many magic items they crafted.
They rush out to find the whole town in
commotion
over news that a large band of orcs is approaching a city from the northeast highway and would arrive tomorrow.
I've been known to get stuck watching my episodes, but like a lot of these, like, I'm looking something up and I see an episode and I get stuck watching like half of it. I haven't rewatched these early ones in a long time for the most part.
And Black's like, 6 orcs? That's probably just a purple monkey dishwasher. It's more likely only 3 or 4. And everyone who can is packing up and riding south or west out of town, trying to escape before the dwarves close the gates for the evening.
It was fun.
Like, what? To be fair,
trying to impress upon the players how scary
long ago,
3 or 4 orcs is.
A little bigger and stronger than humans, but cowardly, not that bright, generally winning only through superior numbers.
Copy and paste.
Around 1100 years ago, an extremely powerful and clever orc warlord united all the orcs for the first time, leading them to war against the entire world. Through many
classic
great
orc
tragedies
silhouette.
and hard-won hollow victories, the kings of elves, Eladrin, and men and their armies fought
Wow,
back,
look at those
but during the final
shitty-looking
battle, King
kings.
Hilvoris of the Eladrin was slain, and a terrible
He looks
cry
cool
interrupted the
because
battle
I
the
didn't
morning
draw
of
him
the goddess
till
Dialia,
much
who
later.
was rumored to have been the king's mistress. And her voice boomed over the orcs, pronouncing that,
"For 1,000 years, nothing will survive your footsteps."
And the orcs were all like, "Cool, who's gonna stop all the things?"
That was a good line read. The audio quality was shit. It was a good read. I like the read.
It crashed down in brutal thundering storms, and within 100 years, the wild but temperate orcish lands had turned entirely to sandy or bare rock desert. In the aftermath, the orc population crashed
so
from
much
hundreds
clipper.
of thousands down to just hundreds of lean, hungry survivors. But over 1,000 years,
It was not a good transition. I really should have faded out the giant numbers so that you could look at that and be not even notice like the 3 they were left.
Villages have been burned to the ground by as little as a single orc. And up near Vistria, 100-man patrols are frequently attacked by bands of 2 or 3 orcs, and the orcs usually win. And Draven's still like 2 or 3 orcs against a whole town? With a militia, maybe even small walls. Doesn't matter. But little ones like, well, think about it. There are only 4 of us, but we're level 6. If we wanted to burn down a town, who would stop us? True. And Draven's like, I'm starting to get worried now.
They could definitely burn some towns.
I bet they have good loot. Oh, yeah. So the next morning from the town walls, they watch 3 figures approach from the
I believe it
distance,
arrested.
2 on foot and 1 riding slowly alongside them. And one of the dwarf guards is like,
Who ever heard of an orc riding? But as the orcs approach, the one on the horse appears unarmored, wearing a
There's
hooded
there's
robe.
that
Another
art.
one is
Hey,
about the size of an
Restria, you want to draw some
Schwarzenegger
orcs for
in
me?
the
Help
80s
out?
ride,
She's like,
wearing
sure.
light armor and surrounded by a cloud of swirling
And she
sand
did.
that obscures his outline. And the third is well over 7 feet tall, with a big sword that crackles with electricity, and wearing full plate that looks like it's made out of giant insect chitin. And
Yeah,
he's
Mark
built so
looked
broad that
pretty
he
good
makes
for this
Arnold
stage.
look like a twig. And Naf, the smaller Arnold-sized orc,
Twig
walks up
Arnold was a
closer
little
to the
bit weird.
wall,
Usually, the
addressing
like
the city.
full-on
"You don't
Arnold
want
image
any
was a little weird.
trouble.
But
There's no need for us burning down your little houses. All we want is 3 barrels of water, 3 healthy horses, and one of your magic spoons. What? Dor, the orc on the horse, calls something to him, and Naf is like, right. So just bring out what we want, and show us how to work your magic spoon, and we'll be peaceably on our way.
the beginning of voice
Elsewise,
acting.
Consider yourselves under siege. And Draven bursts out laughing, and he's like, I'm laughing in character too. What he's asking is ridiculous. They want
Showing
one
footage of
us
myself when
spoons?
my camera
That's
size was like,
messed up. Up until
my
then, I
camera
was
didn't
like,
have a big
fodder
enough
horses,
resolution
these
to
guys
fill
sound
the
pretty
screen.
peaceful.
It's
Just
like,
give them what they want. Problem
okay.
solved. And Angel's like, would we actually give them a spoon? No. It's not even ours to give. I want to kill these guys. I want to see what the big guy's sword is. Can we make counter demands? And then Mark, the big one,
There's a pretty
steps
good-looking
forward,
sword.
raises his sword, and he's like, I'll duel any one of you, one on one. Boing, boing, boing. Actually, Black and Draven start buffing him like crazy. Bane orc.
They're like, oh cool, an honorable duel.
Black
Just start buffing like crazy.
And Naf's like, hey, Mark, I think one of them's gonna fight you. Set right. Now, if little one's fighting a duel, the others are left with the perennial duel question, which is, at what point do we say,
this is
screw
always a
on,
concern.
and all jump in? Obviously, if your party member is winning the duel, all is well. Obviously, if the opponent's team jump in, you call them dishonorable pigs in charge. The hard part is if the PC in the duel does care about honor
cool, my
and
sword.
is losing. And little one is like, if the other orcs
Walk
jump in,
power.
help me, but I don't think they will. Otherwise, I'll let you know. So Draven follows alongside with a fly spell and a scroll of etherealness, which is a side effect of making him invisible, while the others jump or climb down, but stay close to the city walls. And Marp calls over his shoulder, check him. And Dor's like, he's got buffs. Then gimme some. Yeah. And Dor rides up and casts
So they're like, yeah,
before
check
Marp
him.
leads away.
Just
like, that was
then
more than
give me
enough.
some.
And little
It's
one
just
gets a
like,
good look at Marp's
gets
weapon,
like
which
what
is
gets like
obviously
bow
fine
strength. He's like,
blade and
that's
shiny,
enough.
He's like, oh man, I want that sword. And he asks, any rules? Rules. One on.
But yeah, it's like the fact that the orc is like, check him,
All right then.
and has the opponents checked for buffs, and it decides like shows a level like
And
of
little one's like, I literally tell him I'm going to.
they're not just
And Marp's
they're
like,
not just
"I'm gonna
dumb
show you
like
your
orcs. Like
worth, little man. But little one wins that
they
little
have
stare
maybe
down,
a different
and then they
value
roll to see
system,
who
and
goes
they
first, and it's a tie. Marp wins the
But
tiebreaker
they're
and
not
attacks first
stupid.
with a nasty sounding maneuver and rolls a 1. And little one takes advantage of the miss and
so
hits
many
him with
ones
a
in this video.
devastating bone crusher attack for 37
was
damage. And
was last
everything
video.
was going well, except that after 37 damage, Marp
was
did
a
not
bad audio
seem very
cut.
badly hurt. And Marp's response was to turn invisible, hit him back for 15 damage, plus his attack was charged with a ray of enfeeblement, and when he reappeared at the end of his turn, he was already 20 feet away. And Draven's like, it's like friggin' DBZ! And Krillin's like, this is nuts! But little one's like,
Hey,
it's fine, he mostly just knocked out
Krillidin's first appearance.
because
Oh no,
Ray of
wait,
Enfeeblement is really
missing a
random,
D or
and Marp
so.
only rolled 3 strength damage. So little one uses his Emerald Razor maneuver, which doesn't have bonus damage like his other moves, but is much more likely to hit. And he
was
still
very,
does like
very
20
traced
damage
Krillin.
and knocks Marp below half hit points. So Marp charges his attack with a shocking grasp spell and hits back for like 30 damage, and he recovers his Warblade maneuvers. And by the
Although-
way, he has an ability that heals him when he does
Tracing
that, so
Krillin,
he's back above
tracing
that.
Krillin
It's
from
at this
DBZ
point,
seems like
while Little
overkill
One, the
because
character remains confident,
he should
Little
be
One,
very
the
easy to
player,
draw well
begins
enough that people would
contemplating backup
recognize who he
characters.
was. Like
I wonder what would go
bald
well
guy
with
with
this
6 dots
so
on his
little one
face.
just makes a normal attack, still doing 20 damage, and recovers his maneuvers to be used again. And then Marp hits him with the move that gives him a big penalty to hit and to armor class for 1 round, and hits him back for more than 20 damage at the same time. and Little One tries to Bone Crusher him again, even though with the penalty there's a good chance he'll waste a move, because he figures if he can just hit for 30 damage or so he can finish this in one blow. And he rolls a 17, so he does hit, and with his massive natural strength and the bonus damage from his maneuver and from the temporary
that is a lot of
damage
damage for
weapon,
level
he
6.
does do over 30 damage, and
So much
Marp
damage.
is still standing, but blood is seeping from his armor.
Marp was
several
level
places,
8.
and his stance shows that he barely survived that wound. And
Marp actually shows emotion on his face, which is pretty sophisticated for where I was in my animating career.
It's the orc's turn. And Marp is hurt and demoralized. They can see him seriously contemplating the warrior's offer, but he doesn't want to lose face with his gang, so he controls his fear, musters his anger, and uses his chi to turn invisible again. Deals a devastating blow that momentarily paralyzes Little One's legs with a maneuver, and the damage from the attack is equal to Little One's hit points, so he would fall unconscious, except for the -1 damage Marp deals because he lost the stare down at the beginning. And Little One's like, 1 effing hit point.
I like that we never did the stare down thing again. It was just like kind of weird and annoying.
Little One is immobilized, so he can't
but it made a difference
to attack and finish him. And Angel's like, can't you throw something at him? I don't carry any throwing weapons. There's no point. The point would be you could throw something
at him.
But since he didn't have any throwing weapons, Little One was down to basically 2 options. He could spend his action activating his magic healing belt for 4d8 hit points, or he could ready his action to try and hit the orc as it moves in. And he debates it and changes his mind several times over like 5 minutes, and nobody tries to rush him because
nobody was like, hurry up and make a decision. This was like
random amount between
he could have just died here. He could have. If he gets hit for if he takes a big hit when he's at 1 hit point, he could have easily gone past -9 and died.
And because hit points are an abstract,
which was our rule at the time, and honestly,
the other is badly hurt, but neither realizes they are each at exactly 1 hit point, which is good because if Marp had known, he could easily have finished Little One with something piddly like a ray of frost, and that would have been anticlimactic. Instead, the 2 warriors face off like a pair of samurai. The orc's allies
I really like
show
the
no
Matrix,
sign of jumping in, and as such, Little One refuses to ask for help. Marp lunges forward.
No sky between the dwarven fort because it was like layers would have been a pain.
All armor. Little One's ready action will let him strike first, and he has a good chance of hitting, but if he does miss, Marp's attack will only fail on a natural 1. And both bastard swords lash out, but Little One slips his blade into one of the orc's shoulder joints, sinking his steel into Marp's
my attempt at showing like a slow motion sort of thing.
Out of the counterattack. Marp's weight almost twists the blade out of Little One's hands as the orc sinks down and slides off. And there is a moment of unearthly quiet where nobody breathes. It's so quiet.
Really unearthly quiet because we didn't have music yet.
Hypothetically. Then a massive shout rises up from the dwarf guards on the battlement. Yeah! And Draven's like, that was awesome! And Black's like, that was a pretty gutsy move. And Little One's like, I proceed to fuck him. Not really. But Naff is like, right, you beat Marp. You win. And he and Dor begin to calmly walk right away.
They're like,
and
no, we had a duel for it. I guess you guys can keep the town.
But they're not letting the orcs off so easy. Next time on Tales from My D&D campaign. Forum, comments, subscribe.
Do we have a dull hum? Probably. That would be my furnace because I live in Canada. And I'm doing this in the basement. God, when do I get rid of this? I had an image from DBZ Budokai Tenkaichi 2.
Nothing will survive in your footsteps.
This prophecy is awfully ambiguous. I don't suppose we could get a bit of a clarification on that wording.
Alright, night Arestia. Oh no, we still have the not licensed music.
Previously,
they return to find Aldi Corso's plans gone awry. Dragon Sun and Desert Nomad face each other like samurai. Little One will brook no interference from the guys in a duel where 2 men enter and 1 orc dies. Heading to the plot diagram, we've had to change the third
rhyming
part of the
previously
quest from complete to in progress.
add a side quest.
I didn't want to limit myself to having to do that every time. Every episode I just did whatever seemed best for the previous
week. Plus, they just learned from 7 that after they left the Lumberjack, it was attacked by a smaller warforce, then totally changed its behavior and stomped off to the southeast. But I'm sure we'll tie up some of those loose ends.
That's an interesting point.
So Little One beat Marp in that epic duel, and the other orcs just wandered off the way they had come. And Draven identified Marp's magic gear, his full plate made of scorpion with some weird Warcraft stuff, a crude patchwork of magic, but it added up to a +2 full plate with a tiny bit of acid resistance, but a small penalty to fortitude saves. And he had an armor augment crystal that allowed him to sleep in his full plate. And Black's like, he slept in his armor? How bad does it smell? And Angel's like, better clean that thing. And Little One's like, what is the sword? The sword, as I mentioned before, is obviously a bastard sword of finely labored craftsmanship. In game terms, it's a +2 cold iron shock weapon with an additional +2 bonus to initiative. Bear in mind that at this stage the party is using +1 weapons, which are worth about $2 grand. D&D's magic weapon rating.
Pretty sure this was actually a
increasing
+1 weapon, and I was wrong.
To about +3.5.
I didn't have my notes weren't so good at the start.
25,000 gold, and they're all like, "Whoa, that's a hell of a sword."
Because of course, when I started the campaign, I wasn't planning on doing videos of it, so I wasn't taking super good notes.
And he's the only heavy armor guy. And Black's like, I don't think I can wear that. Because Black the player is like, I just can't see my character wearing.
But you're wearing +0 full plate, and that is effectively +2 full plate, even though the armor class comes from a different source, so it doesn't stack well with items.
Just not right. So Little One equips
But it's a huge upgrade!
And equips the best army their party had ever found. Graven will just disenchant it later to aid in the crafting of other items. And Black heals Little One as much as he can, but they've spent a ton of their daily magic on buffs, most of which have worn off by now. That didn't mean they were ready to let
Pretty
those
sure Black's player does not cast
Stoneform
Stoneform in the next campaign.
Especially since they could come back and harass the city after the heroes depart for the last leg of their 3-part quest thing. So they grab their horses and ride out. The highway to the
Horses not pictured.
Northward, hugging the
30-foot
cliff, which marks
I needed to find that clip for some reason the other day. It was a pain in the ass. Oh my god, to find my horses not pictured image.
What buffs they have left, expecting a hard fight, and they spur their mounts and catch up to the orc. Wait, weren't there 2 of them? Either Naf had turned invisible or he was gone, leaving only the sorcerer, Dor, who had halted his mount to wait for him.
Naf flaked out.
Casts bands of steel, and Dor fails his save, and
Mark was keeping them together.
The orc can't move much and doesn't even try to fight back, but they keep their distance just in case as they interrogate him. And he's like, "You beat Mark. If you and your friends fight me, I'm
What is the yellow bear buff, dude S? We fight. That is. I won't be remember in some of the first couple episodes we just saw, I kept showing this picture of like a Care Bear, like a yellow Care Bear. Well, the buff for Constitution, like, you know, there's bull strength gives you +4 strength for a while. The Constitution version of that is Bear's Endurance. So I would use a traced Care Bear as like the image for Bear's Endurance buff. And also there are a couple times when I'm showing like an amulet of Constitution. I just show that as like an amulet with like the sitting Care Bear on it as well.
I figured the one on the horse had to be the leader. Yeah, I was all worried, like, if the other guy was so strong. But Draven wants to know, how did you find out about the spoons? Apparently many orcs do not value information or secrecy, because when they ask something, Dor totally tells them. In the desert, at high sun, I was granted a vision by the gods. Infernus, the tester, showed me your spoons. Each is an artifact. Not a weapon, not a shield, but something with great power to
Infernus the Tester.
And if we proved worthy,
I don't know where I was in the if I was reading the Honor Harrington books back then, if that was like an accidental reference to that, because I'm sure it wasn't a conscious reference to
for the 3 of us. Of course,
one of the religions in the Honor Harrington books.
The gods showed me the road to travel. And Black's like, so this guy got high or sunstroked and led them to rob our town? Or had real divine
inspiration for the orc language?
Really all it is? That's really disturbing.
I don't know. Orcs just like...
He did know about the spoons, but they've been
talking
too long.
Step 1 is orcs just speak kind of bastardized common.
Or B, let him go. He would not.
And some of them, like Naf had that sort of
information, and they weren't
British
inclined to set him loose like they had with the Warbond Halfling Sniper.
Accent, and was trying to use bigger words than he was really qualified for, because he wanted to sound, because he was aware that people see orcs as unsophisticated, and he's trying to counter that, which doesn't really work very well. But
what level is this guy? I thought he was weak. Turns out he was actually the same level as them, lower level than Marv.
But
using a once per day ability.
yeah, otherwise I just made up whatever the orc slang as I went
blasts
along.
out from door, and Angel is right in the middle of it and doesn't have 40 hit points, which means that if she fails the saving throw, she could, like, die, but what she does have is evasion, so that when she rolls and makes the save, she totally backflips out of the radius, taking 0 instead of half damage. After that scare, they finish them off in a much more urgent fashion, and if Little One's duel victory had left any doubt at all that all orcs had to be taken seriously, those doubts were gone. They didn't like that the other orc, Naf, was getting away, but they couldn't see him, and there was little desire to ride into the dunes, facing a hasted desert.
I forgot that the trend. The trend of everyone who had good gear for Angel running away.
Already started calling him Orc Slayer, which in this
because Naf had, I believe Naf had like a piece of armor that could generate sort of a blur effect, basically in the form of the sand around him. That's why he has that sand cloud all the time.
Long ago, before the Shadow
so he escaped. In the Drow mines, there was the like spring attack guy. He had good equipment for Angel, so of course he escaped.
This southern area of the continent was held by two ancient civilizations, the Atarans and the Adar.
Which makes it seem even worse that they found this fantastic armor for Black and he like wouldn't wear it.
Mysterious people with great knowledge of psionics, who left behind odd crystals throughout their lands, and they disappeared with little warning. The Atarans were the first artificers. They created the
my clip art for psionics is Professor X, an Eldar Farseer from Warhammer 40,000, and Miss Cleo from Late Night Infomercials.
300 years, virtually all of them died, except ones that placed themselves in a form of suspended animation, like the Warforged robot Lumberjack does between logging cycles. But the Atarans clearly possessed highly advanced thaumaturgical technology.
Gotta be watching to notice Robot Batman go by.
Thrashing seas, the stretch of water between the Tark coast and the Ilud Highlands.
No, that was planned. Every time I said robot, which I was going to do a lot in reference to Warforged, I was going to show Robot Batman.
Back until, thanks to the plague, they could
at some point later, I would have shown like a version of, like, showed a clip of Robot Batman that actually showed that he was a robot.
And in his research, Ironveins found evidence that one such facility existed between a specific set of landmarks down south near the Diamond Coast, and DeCorso shared that knowledge with Don Horatio, who owned the land.
More clip art.
Men looked there and did find a temple, and beneath it they found the entrance to the facility, which the records called Ginaron.
My armor drawing there is not sophisticated, but there's something about like those helms actually look kind of cool.
And DeCorso put together a team led by his steward, and now they were lost. And he received word that several weeks ago,
although they definitely look like faceless goon
guards outside and slipped into Ginaron behind them. DeCorso had every faith that the PCs
those Kuatoa helmets do not look
cool.
So
he put together a small team to help with the other aspects of their task, including archaeologist Greypike, who had spent years Indiana Jonesing around the abandoned dwarf holds, and also Tirim, a young cleric of
let's just hire a million NPCs, because that's what I felt like doing.
Set out from town on their horses, the crowds part before a badly scarred dwarf being chased
it makes
by
sense
a healer
in expedition. It's important to the Dawn that he should send them some like
take me with
help.
You. This was actually the supervisor from the Dwarven mine, who they had rescued at one
I
point in the first
absolutely never settled on a decent voice for Daggerface. Daggerface was more like a line than a voice.
Under the dagger of
it wasn't
when they
a line that was recorded
in the
too
care
loud.
Of the local temple, hoping they could heal his horribly scarred face and spirit. And the priest is like, "You need more time to recover from your ordeal. Please, Huevo." And he's like, "Don't call me that. My name is Daggerface. Please, take me with you. I know you're going on a rescue mission. I want to make myself useful. I want to get out there and kill monsters like you do." And they're all like, okay.
It's a Daggerface joke so early on.
And cons of taking Daggerface
that was always the plan.
I'm not sure if it's a good idea. Let him come. What's the worst that could happen? He goes psycho, kills a bunch of our NPCs, and runs off into the woods? Would that be bad? Probably. Yes, that would be bad. I'm just worried he will turn into a supervillain. I don't know if that's more likely if we bring him or if we leave him behind.
That is a good point.
We should make him wear a mask. And I'm like, yes, if there's ever been a way not to make someone into a supervillain, it's by making them wear a mask. But with some trepidation and a quick prayer from Tirim, they find Daggerface a horse, and then the 7 of them, not counting 7, set out for the mysterious ancient temple of Ginaron. There's a lot of ground to cover. It's a 3-week ride to Don Horatio's Estado, near the coast. They considered taking a slight detour to Bankton to follow up on the contacts named by the Warbond halfling sniper, but decided to save that for the return trip. One quest at
already
the
building up
roads
more and more plot hooks.
Relatively safe in most places, but if I simply fast-forwarded 3 whole weeks of travel, we would lose the sense of distance, the sense of scale.
Yeah,
so I described
they want to travel somewhere that's 3 weeks away. I have to waste their time somehow.
With some conversations between the NPCs, because apparently I like talking to myself. I like a month-long ride as much as the next fellow, but it's too bad we don't have any Eldritch Eyes. I bet Iron Veins could get us there in a snip. You're a good kid, Tyrim, but you don't know a thing about mages. Iron Veins is smart and good at his job, but it ain't your average wizard that can teleport across countries and such.
It's a good way to give exposition,
For that,
I guess.
You need a really powerful caster, like Madrigal or Crystalfoot. Eldritch Eyes? Yes, the
I
players
like
learn what
naming
Raven's character already
heroic
knew,
legendary
that any
figures and then the
teleportation spell
PCs
with
not
range
asking about
longer
them at
than
all.
Dimension Door requires a special material component in our setting. Eldritch Eyes are pretty much any eye from a sufficiently powerful abomination, although only the big eye counts on beholders, because otherwise they'd be worth like a dozen. Why the restriction? Because the world just doesn't feel as big and important if, as soon as they hit level 9, they start teleporting around all willy-nilly. So they continue down
I still
the
have
road
that
for another
wallpaper
week or so when
because
they are jumped by a pair of trolls.
who has
Right,
time and money to go
the
changing their
countryside would be
wallpaper?
complete without some random violence. So Raven casts Fly to get
I'm just
out
in a
of
different
reach,
part of the
and
house
the
now.
others, including the NPCs, dismount as fast as they can and get ready to fight these armored trolls.
Crystalfoot
Armored
is an
trolls.
important
Trolls don't usually think about
halfling
defense
scion.
because they
He
regenerate
was a
wounds
big
faster
deal
than a
during
level 1
the
warrior
invasion
can
of
hurt them.
Randy.
Also, they're pretty dumb. But
He
the bigger one
was
hits
fighting
fairly
and
hard, and
at
Tyrim
some point
bolts
leading
little
the
one,
Lorik
and
army.
Daggerface tries to
fighting
beat on the
with
trolls with his Dwarven
me.
War Axe, but fails horribly due to bad die rolls. And Greypike scores some lucky hits with throwing
That was a
hammers,
lazy
helping to
looking
chip away
punch
a
there,
bit.
troll.
And Draven blasts a big one with the fire one, but it resists a bunch of the damage, which raises all kinds of red flags because
Yeah,
maybe
that's
fire
not a
trolls
bad
are one
spell
of those
effect.
things that feels really unfair. But Angel, Black, and Little One do enough damage that the 5 hit points a round of regeneration does basically nothing, and the trolls go down in pretty short order. And it turns out the fire resistance was just a cheap magic cloak that works once a day, and the troll's armor is pretty crappy, all stitched together from
Two trolls can't
regular-sized
really
armor.
go
But the
to
big one
war
actually had a
there,
magic amulet
but
that was
they do
boosting
stuff.
all its natural attacks. And all taken together, it was a little alarming that these two had been equipped so well compared to the zero equipment used by standard D&D trolls. Still, the players piled up their bodies and burned them to ashes, leaving nothing but their steel-trap-like indestructible jaws. And Little One's like, indestructible? Oh yeah, it doesn't come up often, but technically it's common knowledge. You can't even scratch them. And Draven's like, wow. And Little One's like, we need to make weapons out of them or something. They are also said to be very bad luck. I'm gonna mount a set on my shield. That's
Okay, I did.
So
I was
unfazed
just
by
thinking
bad
now, I was like,
superstition,
kind of asinine
according
to like, it's
indestructible
common
trophy
knowledge
jaws,
that the
ride on
jaws
through
are
war
indestructible,
academy, young Tyrion,
but I didn't
the
tell them
Muggles
it's
are
common
great.
knowledge
I
that
don't
trolls
put
get
much
back
stock in
up
religion.
from the
Are you
jaws.
telling me you don't
But
believe in the
but
gods?
if
Morden? Don't
if
be
everyone
ridiculous.
knows they're
Everyone knows
bad
they're a god,
luck,
but you can't tell me they're as active now
that
as they were back
kind of
in the
makes
old days.
sense.
Legends.
Because
Forging
there
the
often
stone
wouldn't be a
shield,
lot of
fighting
witnesses who
with
don't
Smith,
get
starting
trolled to
trouble or
death.
ending it. Where's all that today? Just because you don't see that doesn't mean they aren't out there. Why, when Moradin came to Egregor, no one knew at that time that he was our god. So then who did the priests worship back
I
then?
made
Our prayers were
it,
still
gave
to
Morden
him, even
a
then,
clip
but we
art
did not then know
stone
his
shield
name,
that
nor
I
his
made.
countenance. You know, the gods go by many names. There are some orcs in the desert who pray to a god called Infernus. Infernus, they say, is a god of fire and of creation.
Hey, I
A god
remember
who
that
rewards
slide
those
from the
who have
orcs.
strength of will to pass through the tests of life. Sound familiar? You're taking religious advice from bloody savage orcs now? I'm just saying, I know plenty about the gods. It's religions I don't much care for. And I bet the priests in Moradin's time and before had a name to pray to. So after a month of horseback riding and random tidbits of setting information, they reached Don Horatio's Lanes, and they head directly to the site of the long-buried Itaran temple.
Those troll
called
jaws are like
Hero.
Tutankhamun's, like,
You'd never
tomb
notice
or
the
whatever.
overgrown
Like,
mound of dirt they are guarding. And
people keep
Sergeant
turning up
Grimboot
dead.
of Don Horatio's guard meets them and leads
Mysteriously.
them around to the entrance, where they spot a Kuatoa sitting on a log staring at the dirt mound, while most of Grimboot's men pointedly ignore him. And Black's like, what the? They're okay with this? It's from the less evil side. Yeah, but still. Sorry, I should have warned you. Envoy Lacoon, Don Horatio's lewd liaison, generously stationed two
Oh
of his
yes,
guards
Envoy
here.
Lacoon,
They take
whose
turns
name
watching the tunnel in
may or may
6-hour
not
shifts,
have randomly
because
changed
supposedly
later because I'm an
KGs can
idiot.
see through their damned invisibility. Supposedly. I am Muru of House Skolov. And Grimboot explains that the dwarves near the south and east coasts trade a lot with the Lubs because they have a mutual interest in protecting their shipping from the devils. That's why most of the Dons of the Diamond Coast have a KT envoy to help them adapt to Diluvian tactics. And each envoy has a few bodyguards, like Muru here. And Angel's like, Lude? And Muru buds in, apparently these Darhu find long words like Illude too complicated. So they call my people Ludes, and they call Diluvians devils. Not that I would argue the latter characterization. I told you before, my men don't like being called Darvu.
Darvu.
I'll call you Dwarfs when you call me Illude. or Kua. And Black's like, he kind of has a point. The Grimboot turns red, like hell, and he turns to the party.
I'm no
Do you know
J.R.R.
what
Tolkien. I'm not sitting
Kuatoa
around making
means
up
in their
whole
dead
languages.
language? And Angel's like,
There's
I know.
like a
Don't I?
giant
Yes, you
waste
do.
of time
But
for the
they
most part,
do.
even as I
It
show the
means
slide of me making up the
masters of
writing for the
our
Kuatoa.
ancestors
But
were a humble folk.
nevertheless, I do like
Right.
language
And the others aren't thrilled,
as a
but they
way
actually
to
have to
make
physically
things
hold Draven
feel more
back,
real,
partly because
especially
I
when
was
there's like
way
confusion between
too
languages
subtle
and
with
stuff.
the sarcasm on Moo's humble crack, but mostly because he's so pissed that everyone's been calling the KTs masters all along, and
Oh,
for
yeah.
a brief moment the Artificer totally loses it. But they manage to avoid starting a fight because
Because
they don't want to
Draven was
cause a
kind of
major diplomatic
racist.
incident. And
And,
plus
like,
there's supposed
that's
to be
like-
some actual Diluvians they could be killing beneath their feet at this very moment. So the party enter the narrow tunnel.
Didn't like
down
that in
through the
in their
packed
native
dirt, with
language,
Tyrion, Greypike, and Daggerface
which everyone
close
was
behind.
the name that
Grimboot
everyone
didn't follow,
had to
as
use for
Horatio
them
had
was just
forbidden
like
any of his men to
masters.
venture into the dangerous ruins. About 20 feet down, they find a cozy little space, relatively Spartan and utterly spotless.
No,
with
making up a little bit of
The
language
Atars
is
like to
easy,
build
Axel.
temples
Then
underground,
it
and
only
the
becomes more
entrances were
complicated
covered
if you're
over
trying
by
to make
the
up
passage
too
time,
much
but
of it.
The deity they worshipped, whom they called Ataru, was a god of art.
Just make
and
up a word here and
creativity,
there,
a
like
little
"ka,"
Nord, and sometimes
and
the
you're
temples
good.
themselves are just antechambers at the entrance of deeper research or fabrication facilities. Nobody had mentioned that this temple had 2 functioning warforged in it, but there they are, all skinny and blue. Clearly not
The
combat
fact that the
models,
dwarves
like no
didn't
armor or
mention that there were
just
2
cleaning and dusting in general.
Warforged
One of them looks up
just
and
like
he's welcome to Genron.
taking care of the
And then he's
place,
like, "How long
does
have
say
you
something
been
about how
active?" And the
dwarves
Warforged seems surprised to have
perceive
anyone pay attention to
Warforged.
him. It has been several months since the temple
like-
was reopened. I must say, it was quite a mess. And you've just been
There's
cleaning since
definitely
then? Like I said,
an undercurrent of
it's
seeing them as kind of like
spotless. And the little
appliances.
one's like, so where's the underground base?
If they're
Right? It
useful
looks
and they
they'll
just
have
like to do
search
their
for it.
thing.
Next time on
bonus.
Tales from my D&D campaign.
No, we're already next timing. Okay. It's streaming for a little over an hour, and that's 5 episodes in an hour. I was gonna slow down at some point.
Actually, I lied. The Warforged is like, oh yes, facilities over here.
Oh wow, I had the title card. I had one of those title cards set to newest video.
Tales
I don't
from my
usually do
D&D
that.
campaign.
Previously, the players entered the ancient Ataran temple of Ginneron, searching for a magic spoon, some missing dwarves, and a small
No,
force of Kuatoa killers.
Temple
where's
2
the
was
underground base?
his job was
Oh,
to
yes,
clean the temple, and
facilities over here.
he
The Warforged,
some of
whose
them
name turned out
don't
to be
have as
Temple
much
1,
like
walks over and touches a spot
imagination.
on the wall, a little below waist height, and a seamless hidden door opens. Unlike the
It's a little
spotless
bit
temple,
variable
the
in that
tunnel
department,
floor has a
especially since they
coat of
tend to
dust
wake
an
up without
inch
much in the
deep.
way of
In
memories.
the middle, the dust was much thinner, like it had been disturbed by many footsteps. But
Wow,
enough
that
time
really is an
had
exciting
passed for new
diagram.
dust to settle. And that makes
Thank
sense
you,
because
Agent
over
Demon
a month
Eckhart.
ago, Diluvians broke into here, and weeks before that, DeCorso's steward led a team of dwarves down into Ginneron, and the party were rearing to go, but then Black was like, wait, the door was closed, right? What if these other guys went down there and just couldn't get out? And that seemed like a good point. So they get Temple 1 to come out and show them the hidden button on the tunnel side. And
Yeah, this
before letting
the
him go, they
nitty-gritty
try it
of dungeon
themselves
crawling.
to make sure
When the
it isn't
PCs start
key
getting
to
paranoid
Warforged
about
or
stuff
something
like,
stupid that.
will we be
Now
locked
they're
in
all
forever?
start to explore. But then Little One is like, wait, he came out here to help. So you can leave the temple? Well, yes. Could you come show us around? I suppose I can, though my station is the temple. My knowledge of the facility as a whole is limited. So they travel down a ways until the tunnel
I am
levels off
still
and
so
emerges into
proud, but mostly amazed
Tron. Actually,
at
the
how
whole space of Ginneron was an
the
inverted,
Temple 1 thing
excluded
worked
step
out, because
pyramid,
my god,
100 feet wide at the top, getting 10 feet narrower for
I
every 40 feet down.
I was
Each
able
step is
to
crossed by a long
not
bridge with
push
a low
for him to
handrail
go along
and
with him.
surrounded by
Like
a
I didn't have to
10-foot
push
ring
for
of
it at
wire
all.
lit by
It
glowing
was always the
bands around
plan
the
that he
edges
was
and
going to
hidden
betray them.
And Black's like,
And-
those railings aren't very helpful. They seem fine to me.
But they
Temple
they
1
sort of
realizes they've stopped,
they
and
just
he's
sort
like,
of
"This
grabbed
could be
him right
wrong."
away,
Well,
and I didn't
whatever they
have
had
to fake
expected
them
to
out,
find
but
in
I just had to
Ginneron,
just
it
keep
wasn't
acting like
this. Even
C-3PO.
their archaeologist Greypike was a little out of his depth. I
No,
mostly explored
right
dwarven stuff,
right
you
from
know,
the beginning there,
ruins
Tim. That was
actually make
already
sense. And faced
Epsilon.
with this, they grill
Just
Temple
acting.
1 for everything he knows about the place. And while he can't answer most of their questions, he does
Apparently
know
they
the
can't hide the
general
eye
layout
color
enough
when
to
they're
help
not,
them
like,
sketch
casting
this
spells and shit.
shopping mall quality map. They now have a list of all the area names to work from, so they try to plan out whether they should follow the bridges and the
Spent a bunch
natural
of time
flow
making
the
that
dungeon,
map.
or try to skip areas by dropping down at one of these points where
I think that map makes sense to people. I don't know.
Draven is high enough level to cast Fly a couple times per day, but that spell only lasts
Well, that's
a
the
few
thing,
minutes, and he doesn't have enough daily magic to affect everyone with him, so their vertical mobility is mostly limited to ropes and climbing. For the most part,
I assumed that as they started going down that I would have to say something or like have Temple One offer to go along or to help out somehow, or say that he needed repairs. It was like I didn't have a solid plan, but I would like say something. But because they sort of grabbed him first, I didn't have to, which made it 1,000,000% more convincing that he was just going along because they asked him to.
Performing all sorts of tasks and generally praising their creators, who appear as short-robed figures. And all the heroes and dwarves.
Yeah, flying was still expensive for him back at this point.
Gnomes, except for Angel, because sure, they were closer in stature to gnomes than they were to dwarves or halflings. But telling a gnome that these Atarans were gnomes is kind of like telling a person of Japanese ancestry that they look Chinese, or vice versa. Or that's what I told Angel it should feel like, but Angel much preferred the notion that she was.
Yeah, Angel's like, no, I'm a gnome. So these ancients were gnomes. They were awesome, so I'm awesome. It's like not really how I expected it to be.
Which seemed awfully inconvenient.
Choose her own opinion.
All designed for gnome-sized Atarans, but Angel quickly discovered that if you touch a shelf above gnome shoulder height, that section slides down into the floor to let you reach the higher books. Or that's how it would work, except that there aren't books so much as lumpy piles
go down, shelves go up, shelves go down.
Centuries in this humid environment. A few piles have slightly more integrity, but to describe what remains of them as pages would be hopelessly optimistic. Well, they don't give up so easily.
Pringles,
and Angel and Grape
the character models would gradually change over time, but usually only like when they got some new equipment. Like Angel there, she changed whenever she got a new weapon. She changed when she got better armor.
And in fact,
but
these shelves sink all the way down
a lot of the character models stayed the same forever.
Almost identical to the first. Actually, it's a little too identical to the first. There are a lot more dusty piles that actually look like books, but they pretty much disintegrate when you touch them. All except for 2 books which are totally intact, and they don't need Draven's analysis to know that those 2 are the magical ones. The black one turned out to be a martial tome, practically a picture book, except the diagrams were of warforged fighting various undead monsters, and it worked a little bit like the famous stat tomes of Dungeons and Dragons. On the one hand, the effect was
it's not that we totally forgot about them, they just didn't come up as much as I would have thought.
+1 strength sort of books. Studying this tome for a few weeks gave the user a permanent +1 competence bonus to damage rolls against all undead creatures, as long as the reader was a skilled combatant to start out with. On the other hand, this tome was...
Of course, you base attack +5. It takes a while for, say, Draven to get base attack +5, but eventually it does happen. So at this point, everyone just has +1 damage against undead, which is easy to forget and also doesn't make much difference at level 16.
A +1 deflection bonus to armor class, and a +1 competence bonus to all saving throws, and a bonus to sense motive checks as well. They couldn't translate most of the Ataran writing on the fly, but Draven and Greypike were pretty sure the big rune on the cover translated as avoiding overreaction. Fortunately, reading the inside is not required for it to work. So while they figure that out, Angel is still poking around
gotta have
to see
those
if there's
references.
a super ultra secret third library or something, but it doesn't look like it. She keeps searching for secret doors while sliding down each of the bookcases just to check, and she finds one in the corner which, slides
level
down
16
like
is
all
where
the
they
others,
ended.
Slides back up. But if you touched it at a low spot near the bottom shelf, it slides upwards from the fully up position. And there's a hiss of air rushing into a compartment which has remained effectively vacuum sealed ever since the facility fell out of use. And inside are 5 non-magical books which have survived the centuries intact, which is possibly more exciting to certain party members than the magical tomes were. And you're just like, you're welcome. But
I don't know why these specific books were in sealed compartments. I'm not sure that holds up as like an in-universe logic thing where it makes sense.
Temple One pointed out the spot, and you couldn't even see the door, but there was
as a game, they were like cool books to discover in there. But I don't know why those specific ones would have been in the special hidden compartment. Like the magic ones.
I think it's part cold iron. Cold iron? Cold iron? Well, it is called the Fey Lab. Cold iron works on Fey stuff, right? True, so the walls here contain cold iron to hold in whatever is in there.
Yeah, lab with cold iron alloy doors.
And little one lifts
Little
Angel up so
concerning.
she can look through the hole. She has every kind of vision known to man, but it's a tiny hole in an inch-thick wall, so she doesn't see anything much in her little field of view. Unlike the other doors, this one turns out to be locked, but
inconsistent
as a rogue,
units.
Angel
Good
can
me,
pick
go
even
me.
magical locks. I don't know how that works, but I'm not a D&D rogue. So the door slides upward, but it jams after only a foot because of the deformation around the hole. And they can see that none
They
of
really
the
don't
light
explain
fans
very
are
well
working.
how D&D
The Dungeon
rogues
Lab has
are able to
workbenches
open
like
magical
surgery or
locks.
dissecting tables and numerous
like regular
magnifying
means.
glasses and
They're
cold
just
iron
that good.
tongs, scalpels, and other tools. But what's really odd is 2 walls of the room are lined with crystalline tubes, and each one is cracked, even though the crystal is actually very tough. It looks like the
I'm
Atarans
sure
were
it's fine.
experimenting on maybe dissecting some kind of fey creatures. I'm not sure how I feel about that. They were cutting up fairies? Well, fey things. They aren't all fairies. So they left all these things in the tubes, then they escaped, and they got out of the room through a finger-sized hole? Maybe it was little fairies. I had these image of the Atarans as these sophisticated, civilized magic experts.
I really like that
capturing creatures, containing them,
that
and then
tableau
cutting them
of
open
the
with
Atarans
scalpels and
with
tongs. It seems
where I used
barbaric.
Photoshop
It's
to put on
science.
sort of
Depends how
a texture
intelligent
to it to make it look
so far, this
weathered or
place
whatever.
is deserted. Since passing through the temple into Ginneron,
Reuse it
they
whenever I
haven't seen
can
a
because it looks
single
cool.
creature or construct, living or dead. But they continue on. Each bridge is a little shorter as they descend through the main empty space, and they're about halfway down now. They can see the first bridge 80 feet above them. They investigate the Fell Lab, and what happened here was more obvious. The lower half of the metal door had been broken wide open by repeated heavy blows. The light bars are still working, revealing a layout that mirrors the Fey Lab, only the tubes here were
This whole
all
place
metal
isn't spooky
without
at
the
all, as
translucent
they're just
crystal
like
settings,
going
and
deeper
they
and
were
deeper
much
into this
wider.
place
The
that's
overturned
empty,
metal
no
cart also
fights.
has a much
Like,
larger box, and Draven and
I'm
Daggerface
sure this
note
is
that
totally
the metal and
fine.
tools here are not cold iron, just the same bluish metal as the bridges and regular
I don't know if
walls.
anyone.
Moving down a level,
I can't
the
imagine
next
anyone
section
is here who hasn't
supplies
like
and
gone
water
through the extras, but
purification, and here they see
I like
a
there's a
dog-sized
sense
construct
in
skitter
which
across the hall.
this dungeon
You
is
can hear more
based
of them
on
moving
the
around.
first
What was
Resident
that?
Evil
Are they
movie.
intelligent? Will they attack
I'm
us?
not saying
The
that's a
Temple
great
One
movie,
explains that they are worker
but I liked
machines.
how
Just do basic maintenance around the
they're
facility,
going
as
down
directed by
deeper
the
and deeper
controller,
into
and
this
they were
underground
never
facility,
intended
and they're
as security.
finding
Back when
like
the facility was
concerning
in use,
stuff,
it
but
was
they
guarded
go
by
really
warforged
far,
soldiers. So they
really
eventually
far
found an
in. They go like
intersection
all
of
the way
3
down,
doors,
basically,
and the right door
before
has, like, a water tank and a bunch of
anything
pipes,
actually
and
like
the middle door
attacks
is
them.
firm,
They're
full
just
of
like
tools and spare
exploring.
parts, and there's nothing
Then they get to the
very
bottom,
interesting, but it's all
and suddenly
antique,
everything
so
goes
they
to
stuck
hell,
their extra
and then they
dimensional
have to fight
backpacks
their
with,
way
like,
back
$3,000
up through it. And I
worth of
thought
stuff
that
to
is
sell. And the
a
left
really
door
cool
has,
feel I would like to capture for a dungeon, where it's like,
yes, swarming
as they're
with workers,
going
the
down,
hallway
it's
is blocked by
mysterious.
metal
It's
wall
full of all
pipes
this
cut
weird
and
stuff they have to
interwelded
figure
at
out
angles
and
tight
decide
enough that
what to
even
do
Angel couldn't
with.
squeeze through to the door
But
at
it
the
doesn't
far
really
end.
turn into
Whatever
like a
that's
fighting
all
slog
about,
until they have to
it's
get
not
back
going
out on the
anywhere.
way
And
up.
Angel spots 2 more of the constructs, dragging a third into the area Temple 1 called Mechanical.
Yeah, they
and Draven's like,
They
dragging?
did not ask about a lot of
Damn it,
things that
well,
I
he
assumed
did
they would
say
ask
that's
about.
where he went for repairs. So Angel starts to creep across the bridge, and after 10 feet, she's hit by a crossbow bolt for 19 damage, and she's like, ow, can I see who shot me? And there
From
on the edge of
above?
her dark vision is a hooded Kuatoa with a crossbow, plus a
those
couple
jerks.
other guys who are definitely not KT. They turn out to be Triton slaves, a rare aquatic race with the terrifying power to summon elementals. And at their call, an earth and an air elemental
Oh my
attack the heroes on the bridge. Well, attack may be a bit of a strong
Yeah,
word.
those elementals are so
one-shots the
bad
earth
for this
elemental,
level.
because Tritons only summon medium-grade elementals, and it turns out medium elementals suck. They suck so much I retconned it so that Tritons, in my world, actually get large elementals, and these 2 slaves were, like, defective. But Draven casts Fly on Black.
Boy, is that a terrible, terrible line out of
It's a pretty
context.
good airdrop attack. So after a parting shot, the Kua dives into the nearest water trough. And they know he's a freaking fish man. Obviously, he has an advantage in the water, but it's 2-on-1, and they don't want him to escape and sneak attack sniper them again later. So Angel follows, landing
These
on
2 slaves are
6-inch wide
defective
wall
is
of the
such
pool.
a
But the ledge is
bad
slippery, and
line out
despite
of
her
context
acrobatic
that you
skills,
could
she
see it on
won't
Twitter
put back,
today.
So she slips and falls in, and that's when they learn that the water is electrified. Next time on Tales from My D&D Campaign. I'm adjusting my schedule at work in the hopes of getting out the next episode a little
Ew,
faster.
talking about real
In the
life
meantime,
stuff. Oh,
add your
God.
questions and comments below. Add me on Twitter and
I like it so
Facebook,
much
and
better
if you've already
like
subscribed,
1,000 years into this
share
when
this
I just
playlist with a
stop
friend.
putting on these things and I just let it be all video and assume people will subscribe if they like it. Although, again, when I do the first episode of the new series, I am going to have to for just the first episode, I'm gonna have to plug like and subscribe to my
4d6
thing.
electrical damage per round, fortitude save for half, and of course, it does not harm the Kua.
Hiding in electrified water is just asinine.
Tales from my D&D campaign.
This is, I think this, you probably never see ads on this episode. This is the one they flagged, which I assume is for the music, but of course, they will never tell you why. Back then, they gave you no information. Nowadays, they would highlight the chunk of the video where the problem was, so you could maybe figure it out, but they flagged this video. I went back and forth with them as much as I could never figure out a reason.
Immune to the shock. He grabs Angel's leg.
That's when I realized I had to just stop using clip art and make all my own stuff.
Trying to drag her to safety. It's a short contest because the priest is stronger and has better leverage, and the assassin is forced to let go. And Black is like, "Aw, I was hoping he'd pop out with her. I wanted to fish him out." And then he takes a double move to swim all the way down the trough and around the corner. Holy. Yeah, they're slow on land, but without the heavy armor, they swim damn fast.
They are swimmers.
You have to find some way to drain the water. Because as they start to contemplate the volume...
What kind of ass makes them fight the already superior species of enemies
a lot darker and more dangerous.
in a facility full of electrified water that they're immune to?
Because it was using its obnoxious flyby attack to strafe him, but once he adjusted and actually caught it, he crushed it in one hit like it's rent.
The thing is, I didn't abuse them with that fact too much. It's just it's yet another thing that just makes it fearful.
Tunnels, but who instantly surrender when caught. And when little ones
now they got to worry about all the water too.
They aren't exactly loyal to
the Aquacommon.
Where are the Kuatoa? How many are there? The priest led us here with more than 20 other slaves, but I don't know how many Kua. Most were already here when we arrived. But where did you come in? And they explain that there's a water inflow at the top level where the other slaves are all waiting in the flow conversion chamber. The players pieced together that
flow conversion chamber.
Some of Don Horatio's guards and broke into Ginneron, they managed to backtrack the water to a hidden ocean entrance, and they let in a small invasion force. Unfortunately for them,
the slaves definitely don't
couldn't
want to
survive
summon
the
they're just being used.
The facility proper. The priest had to use multiple spells.
That's what it is to be a slave.
Alive. Anyway, for now, they stashed the Tritons in the purification pool because Little One values freeing slaves just slightly higher than crushing anyone who attacks him. And their last warning is, we don't know what he's after, but the commander of the operation is a zealot, a true believer. He's been looking for something for weeks and will not even consider stopping.
You know he's a problem because his helmet looks less stupid than the other ones I've previously shown.
Wanted to smash through the blockaded hallway, but Draven was like, the workers seem neutral right now. I don't want to turn all of them against us while we still have KTs to deal with. But they're obviously guarding something. We need to find out what it is. We don't know how many of
What are they guarding?
And they haven't done anything to us. So instead, they crossed the bridge to the mechanical section, which had a lot of noise coming from it.
Don't piss off the board if you don't have to.
It was a complicated mess of gears, pistons, and other machinery working
constantly. Yeah, look at that complicated equipment there.
The only thing in the room is a narrow passage, which is kind of blocked by a metal wall panel.
I do like these sorts of shots. That's pretty.
There was no way to tell if the mass of workers behind it was 3 feet thick or 30 feet. And they're all like, "What the hell?" And then they start
no, Luke, the Kua aren't here for the spoon. I don't think they know about the spoon. They're here because it's an entire facility. They want to learn its secrets and take control of it and stuff.
And Draven asks Temple 1,
they couldn't get to the core for some reason.
And this is the one area he actually used. So he's like, there is a chamber with repair facilities for the Warforged and the smaller constructs. And then another hallway which leads to the controller. What is the controller? It's an intelligent construct, I suppose. It directs the workers and other moving parts of the facility. I really don't think we should...
Thanks for the info, Temple 1.
In the end, they agreed to move on for now. All that remained on their rough map of the facility were water management, the Eldritch Lab, and the mysterious core. Out of these three, the most exciting to them was water management.
Water management. You know you're doing something right when water management sounds exciting in your dungeon.
Just something so they can't run away so easily. That water hurt, and Draven cast See and Viz because they are sure that assassin is still running around, plus who knows how many other Kuatoa. So down some more tunnels, they reach a room with a bunch of equipment in the middle, and most of the floor is metal grates, but as they entered Draven, because of his spell,
Epsilon is here for a reason.
Standing invisibly near the other doorway. And Draven's like, I'll keep looking around the room, just try to act like I haven't noticed. And I'm like, okay, make a bluff check. And Draven's like, bluff. and he tries to hide it, but the Kuo-toa's big crazy eyes could see his pupils adjust when they focused on him, and it wins the initiative and shoots Draven for well over 20 damage while he was still flat-footed. Then it runs out the door and leaps off the bridge into the large pool of water surrounding the core at the base of the atrium. I'll use my healing belt. That would almost have one-shotted me without my bear's endurance. And the others get ready to make chase, and then they look at all that concealing electrified water and close the door. They can't find any way to lock it, but at least this way, the Kuo can't sneak in without being noticed. And everyone's like, okay, magic guy, fix it. And Draven's like, give me a minute, I'm still pulling crossbow bolts out of my torso. The 4 panels of complicated controls, all labeled in unintelligible Itaran, are more than a little daunting. But Draven is an expert at Arcana.
I basically just drew
TARDIS
TARDIS controls.
Use magic device skill, which represents the art of making shit work for you despite not knowing required magic words, or being the right alignment, or being the right race. So his skill check is really good.
Magical
hacking. He spends minutes checking out the apparatus, and it doesn't look like the electricity can be turned off, at least not from here. But he has isolated 2 mechanisms that could regulate the overall flow of water. One would shut off the inflow of water at the top, and without that, the water will slowly drain out the bottom, but it will take hours, maybe even a day. The second control, he was certain, was an emergency drain, which would empty the water in a minimum amount of time. It's hard to tell how long that will be, but he can tell that once the emergency drain has been activated, it won't stop until it has drained the whole thing. Well, that sounds like what we want.
Making the choice is harder.
Not to do it? It sounds pretty safe. As long as those bastards
I like that I try and impress upon them that this is a serious thing, that once you start it, you can't stop it. And they're like, yeah, but that's what we want, right? Isn't that what we want?
So while
Why is this a problem?
with Angel covering him, he opens the door, and they see nothing. But you kind of expect to see nothing when your enemies can turn invisible. And in his perpetual quest to innovate...
I only played a little bit of 40 DJ Fail.
Little One gets out his fishing rod, baits the hook, and dangles it into the water. So anyway, Draven shuts off the water inflow and hits the emergency drain, because what the hell?
Activating all the things achievement.
All around them as the whole place starts
How many achievements have I missed?
At a fairly gradual pace. They watch for a minute, and the water level is definitely starting to drop, but it's going to take like an hour. Not exactly as emergency.
Why did you? They're like, A, it's supposed to be emergency drain. B, you built up this a big deal. They're just going to stop, and you can't start. And
before she can even register that, she notices something wrong with Little One's shadow, and a black armored Kuo-toa's warhammer hits him with crushing force for 31 damage, and where blood hits the weapon, it practically glows. And Little One's like, good, we don't have to wait around for them. Hey, that hammer might be good for black.
Captions are not working very well.
Hammer. Are you okay?
Turn them on
oh yeah, we'll see how he likes it on my turn. And a bunch more elite Kuo-toa warriors decloak. And one hits Angel, and he has a combat stance that allows them to flank Little One from weird angles. I'm immune to flanking. He has a combat stance which allows them to mildly annoy Little One from weird angles. But there are like 10 of them, and the ones behind the front line start tossing acid flasks and lightning balls.
Yeah.
Draven and Tyrim start buffing and healing people.
Flasks are bad because they almost
with a throwing hammer.
They don't do a ton, but they almost automatically work.
On the empty space beside the bridge because he gets the worst rolls. There's nothing wrong with his stats, but then it's the main event, and Little One delivers a devastating 36-point bone crusher to the guy Kuo Commander throws in front of it. What maneuver is that? You know how Crusaders have one that lets you block an attack by throwing your shield in front of an ally? There wasn't a version for evil Crusaders, so I made one. Where shield block gives your ally your shield bonus +4 against the attack, the human shield maneuver drags an adjacent ally in front but gives them -6 armor class. So that KT warrior
Although naming it human shield seems kind of racist.
Just lets him go over the side, where he hits the water with a very unfish-like, unalive splash. And that's when the lightning bolts start to go off. Draven had moved to avoid them, but Tyrim is hit for 6, which is actually pretty rough for him. Another hits some machinery and catches Temple 1
can't take a lot of hits for 6.
I've been damaged! And the Warforged hobbles away back down the hallway towards mechanical. Oh, great.
The C-3PO-ist of lines.
The assassin climbs up onto the bridge and shoots Black, but without his sneak attack bonus, it doesn't hurt as much. And Kuo Commander is like, I am a champion of Rabal, the chosen of the chosen! And he uses a less damaging maneuver to hit Little One and then back up safely, allowing more of his troops to get into melee. And Little One's like, if you're so great, why are you running away? But he's got all kinds of abilities.
I don't know
like
if this
the
was the first
Paladin
of the true
Slaughter
bullshit
Aura,
powers.
which gives his opponents -1 armor, and he has a stance which heals himself a little every time he hits, and when the assassin shoots Draven for tons of damage again, leaving him near death, Kua Commander charges his shield with evil energy and hurls it like freaking Captain America for a killing blow,
that thing.
and it hits the wall above the door because he rolled like a 2. Draven takes the hint and backs into the room with Tyrim, while Black and Little One battle their way across the bridge, with Angel using her Spike Chain's reach to add her DPS without exposing herself to too much damage. The two warriors with the red pauldrons had
I didn't even mention it in the script. I was just showing the shield wiggling that it, like, that he was able to, like, retrieve it.
Little One manages to drop Kua Commander, but he's still alive, and a KT warrior wakes him up with a healing potion. Then he uses Anklets of Translocation to teleport 10 feet to a location where he can stand up safely. The soldier's loyalty is rewarded next round when he's pushed in front of another of Little One's
super evil.
The Dark Paladin uses all kinds of tricks to regain
Thanks for saving my
points
life, but I'm way more important to Bliball.
He's quickly running out of allies, and Black smashes his way through another couple, giving Angel an opening to spring over and beat on the assassin. And Little One's like, which of you wants to take the next hit for this guy? And he makes an intimidate check and manages to scare the last couple into running away. Meanwhile, the assassin's just trying not to die, and he whip vines up to a higher bridge, but Angel hurts him badly with her attack of opportunity, and Draven pokes his head out long enough to finish him with some crossbow karma, leaving Kua Commander all alone. He finally manages to knock Little One unconscious with a savage hammer blow, but he's surrounded and near death himself, so he uses his anklets one last time, teleporting down through the bridge to drop into one of the growing whirlpools caused by the draining process. Black heals Little One back to his feet, and even at low health, he's tempted to leap down into the swirling, electrified water after the deadly aquatic enemy, but a voice calls up from the only bridge below them, "You need to stop the draining." And it's this blue, heavily armored Warforged, and he's like, "I'm glad you routed the Kuatoa, but without the water, we are going to have bigger problems." And they have bigger problems. Next time on Tales from my D&D campaign.
Yeah, I think things are moving pretty good now. Like I think I've slowed down a little bit in my delivery compared to like the first episode. I don't sound hyperactive, but there's so much stuff happening every episode.
The two warriors with red
not too many outtakes in the
Tales from my D&D campaign.
Or so.
Previously, we have to get the third spoon ourselves. And save my steward.
We have to find some way to drain the water. That water hurt. Messing with pointy things they don't understand. Lightning balls. I've been damaged. To a Commander crossbow karma.
You have to stop the draining. But we didn't like the water.
This is the previously is really good because I can show stuff like I've been damaged, which will come up and be important later, but which you might have forgotten from the previous episode.
Too large for Angel to use. The rest of them go down to the lower bridge to find out what the hell is going on. Seriously, what the hell is going on? And the heavily armored Warforged is like, "I'm glad you routed the Kuatoa, but without the water, we're going to have bigger problems." Water is a powerful element. Ginneron uses it to absorb and sequester different forms of energy, and that helps isolate the facility from interference, as well as protecting the world outside from research accidents. Right now, it is also keeping at bay the things which have escaped from the Fel and Fey labs. What things? And the old Warforged explains that the research subjects are kind of like minor elementals of the Feywild and the Shadowfell, like not an earth elemental or an air elemental, but a literal Fel or Fey elemental. Ginneron was using them to study
you don't get to see what they look like yet. No reveals.
Portals, but the facility was shut down due to fears of astral contamination. And that sounds bad, so they go back up to water management, but Draven was right the first time, and the emergency drain will keep going until the troughs are empty. He turns the water inflow back on, but the levels will still bottom out in about 45 minutes, and it will take many hours to refill. The only other way the Warforged can think of to avert the disaster would be to speak with the controller up in Mechanical. It may be able to override the water systems. Just tell the workers that the old priest sent you. This guy seems pretty legit, so Draven leaves his homunculus, 7, to use his telepathy and keep the party in communication with the ancient Warforged. And they want to move fast, so they leave the dwarf squad with him at the
splitting the party.
Of which he's actually able to protect with a wall of force, using energy from the facility, helping to explain how he hadn't been crushed by Kua Commander's troops. So as they head up, they realize that the inverted extruded step pyramid of Ginneron's atrium is a lot noisier than it was. Obviously there's the sound of rushing water, but there are a lot of other noises that weren't there before, as though something about the water had been dampening sound in the facility, and that effect was fading as it drained.
That's kind of worrisome.
Footsteps are louder, and as they go up, they hear the metal on metal of the workers moving around, and even echoes of what may be Diluvian troops moving in the upper levels. But they get to Mechanical with the noisy machinery wall and the blocked-off spiky murder hall, and they find Temple 1 skulking in the corner, and he's like, "I'm sorry I ran off. I'm not designed for combat." And they're like, "Don't worry about it.
He's not designed for combat.
He doesn't do much anyway." And as usual, when dealing with anything they don't want to kill, they make Draven do the talking. "The old priest sent us. We need to speak with the controller." And after a tense moment, the workers pull back their hammers,
Draven stilted,
and
"I have to talk now, but I don't want to" voice.
Squeeze by, and as soon as they're past, the machines block it off again, as though still worried about threats from outside.
Yeah, I like that. I think that looks good,
actually. The far
actually.
side of the wall of gears and
Those
junk,
look
still
weird.
no idea what that does, if anything, is the same size as the outer room. But
junk
Temple 1
backward.
reflexively steps onto one of the thingies, and the arms begin to work, magically and mechanically
It
repairing
tickles.
him, and in a few seconds he steps off good as new. Those things just continuously repair constructs? That's amazing! When all this is over, we need to make this our new base. It is pretty nice.
Yeah, this
Really
would be a great
defensible once
base.
we plug
We
up
should
that
do that.
waterway the KTs use to get in. As long as we can fix the water. The dead dwarf beside the repair stations is a bit of a puzzle. There is dried blood on his beard and clothing, but they can't see any injuries. The good news is he doesn't look like the portrait of DeCorso's missing steward. They end up stripping him
I should
down
have drawn that
purely
steward
for
earlier.
investigative purposes, and find that he died of slashing wounds to the chest, even though his breastplate was in perfect shape, not even a scratch. And they figure out that workers must have found the dwarf, injured or dying, and dragged him back here to fix him. But the repair station couldn't heal living things. All it could do was fix his damaged armor, and then, when he didn't get up, the arms just pushed him off to the side. There's nothing to do but continue on.
I like
Down
that
one
so
last
much.
passage,
I
and
know,
a
it's
short
just cool.
distance around the corner, the floor drops off into 6 inches of water, which is concerning, but much less freaky than the 6 inches of water on the ceiling. Both pools have a soft blue glow which matches the light bars throughout the facility.
Gotta love that
Is
ancient
this whole place
technology.
electrified then? I don't know.
Magitech, I should say.
I'll test it. I step into the water. You take no damage. It's not electrified.
Woohoo!
I am Ginneron Controller. What do you do? I am tasked with controlling this facility and maintaining the integrity of its systems and the safety of both occupants and
What do you do,
those
Controller?
outside the facility.
I
Can
control.
you see everything that happens in here? I was designed with full awareness covering the entire facility. Unfortunately, nearly all of my sensors have been destroyed. I now receive most of my information as indirect feedback from the workers. Can you refill the water? And water splashes up from the floor and down from the ceiling, meeting in the middle and freezing into a 3D ice diagram of a water trough. I have commenced
It's a cool
emergency
concept,
refilling
but it's really
procedures.
hard to
However,
animate.
the rate of inflow is still slower than the emergency drain. As a result,
like
the
ice
water level
sculptures to
must
show what it's
bottom
talking
out
about.
before beginning to recover. It will then take approximately 2 hours to refill the full water shielding levels. And that's no good. But Angel's like, a bunch of dwarves came down here a few months ago. What happened to them? And the ice melts back to the floor and ceiling and splashes out to form a map of this floor. A small group of dwarves are holding out in Supply Area B. I had no choice but to seal them in when they were cornered by invading Kuatoa forces, and my workers have been locked in a continuous battle to prevent the invaders from getting at them.
Controller's protecting them.
Stuck in that room for 2 months? More like 3 months now. Where is the magic spoon that creates food? The ice instantly melts, then it splashes up and freezes into the exact same floor
same map.
Supply Area B. Of course. So they should still be alive. And Temple 1 addresses the controller a little nervously.
That's convenient.
Thank you for repairing me. You were attached to the temple level of this facility and therefore authorized to use the repair bay. He steps a little closer to better address the sphere. Tell me, controller, what did you do when they freed the Warforged from servitude? Did that include you? I don't like this. When Isolas Turi, last Prime Minister, Minister of Defense,
Again,
Minister of Treasury,
when
Minister of
things
Science,
like
Minister
you,
of Agriculture, Minister
at
of the
first
Interior,
glance,
and
little one
Minister
seems
of
like just a
Affairs,
psychopath,
pronounced all
but he's always
Warforged to be
thinking.
free. It could be argued that the spirit of his pronouncement would include other sentient constructs such as myself. However, I am immobile and part of this facility. Therefore, I have chosen to accept a more literal interpretation and to continue performing my duties. I'm moving into position to cut him down if he moves any closer to it. You're just going to attack him? I don't know. Maybe I can just grapple him, but this is way wrong.
As soon as he opened his mouth in here, it felt wrong. And Temple 1 perceives his movement and stops advancing, but he's still like, there is one thing I'd like to ask of you, though. Can you activate the portal? I cannot do that. All portal research was
anything about a
by order
portal.
of the Minister of Science due to potential causal links to the astral plague. Additionally, the portal is incomplete. Attempting to activate it would be dangerous
Astral
under
plague?
any circumstances
Probably
and
not
potentially
important.
catastrophic at the current water shielding levels. I'm going to have to insist. He lunges towards the pedestal, pulling a small hand
no, he turned red.
from some hiding place. I grab him, or I should just cut him in half. But no, I'll grapple him. And he grabs him, but rolls abominably on his grapple check, while Temple 1, who is nowhere near as
He
strong,
would not have had to
rolls a
roll very
natural
high to
19,
beat
managing
Temple
to
1 in a
stretch and
grapple
drag
check.
himself far enough to jab the ends of his small U-shaped tool into the pedestal, and then goes limp in Little One's grasp as a red swirl creeps into the blue glow of the sphere, expanding and
This feels
forcing
very
out the
Resident
blue.
Evil all
And
of a
it emits a
sudden.
wave of force that hits everyone with like a plus 25 bull rush attack, pushing most of them all the way back to the walls, even the limp body of Temple 1. Then the water does become electrified, and the sphere surrounds itself with pillars of
Hooray.
ice. My, what interesting defenses. This could be fun. It wasn't. The ice pillars were not that hard to smash, but the orb generated 2 more each
Yes,
round.
Sildari.
At level 7,
I'm
most
in.
of the party only gets 1 attack per round, meaning they need to concentrate heavily on offense to break through the walls and land hits on the orb. But Draven was having a bit of a breakdown because he wanted so badly to save the controller and make Ginneron their new home base, and all along
yes.
it's alternately freezing the floor,
This is
melting
one of
it with
those
fire
ones where
blasts, and
I don't
electrifying,
think I did a
which
bad
forces
job
Black
of
to heal
balancing the
squishies as
encounter.
well. So a bunch
But
of
it
them
came
fail
out
the
super
reflex save to
ultra
land on their
hard
feet
because
frozen in place,
one of the
and they're forced to spend a
characters
bunch of actions
was
breaking them free
quite
and not
reasonably
smashing ice pillars,
not
though Angel
attacking
releases
as hard
several
as they
in one
could.
shot with a flask of alchemist fire. And the enemy is like, it appears the controller was telling the truth. The portal is not complete. Fortunately, I don't care. And they are getting zapped and fried and pierced as they try to break through, but if any of them have any defensive bonuses against traps, they do get those bonuses against the controller. So Angel's like, if they're traps, I can disarm traps, right? And that makes sense.
If
but
he
I
hadn't
ruled
rolled
that
a
each of
1,
the
like if he
controller's
had actually
attack modes was
stopped
basically a
Temple
separate
1 from
trap, that was
getting into
way too many
contact
to
with the
disarm them all
thing,
in combat. But
he
she does
still could
start
have tried to
switching toward
transfer
one that
himself,
electrifies the water in
but
that water hurt.
it would have
And the
gotten a
voice and
saving,
tones, the
well,
energy
it got a
balance
saving throw,
totally
but
failed
the
due to
thing it
the
attached to the
breaches in
stand
the Faylab
gave it
and
minus
Fellab.
10 to its saving
Everyone
throw,
makes
which
a
made it
united
almost
push to
automatic.
knock down the ice
If
pillars, and
without
they break
physical
through enough to
contact,
get a couple hits on the orb
the Dark
itself,
Ancient
but his
could have
hardness
tried
makes
to take it
pretty
over, but it
tough
would have
to
been harder.
damage
He
by
might have
anything but Little
failed. It
One's
could have caused all
melting
kinds of
him
problems. They
attack.
could have
But then
smashed
the
his
blue
body,
glow of
and
the
that
water
would
turns
have kicked him out.
disturbingly red, and Seven
He would not have
warns
enjoyed
Draven that
that.
all the light bars in the
Might have
facility
messed him
have
up
done
pretty
the
bad,
same,
actually.
and he relays the old priest's reaction. By Ataru's beard, what are they doing up there? The portal has become
Hey,
energized.
Ataru has
and
a
the
beard.
bad guy is like, commencing
According to his
portal
religion. I don't know.
activation sequence. That's not good. Damn it, I still want this place as a base. I wanted to keep the controller too. Won't be much good if it all explodes. I still want to kill this guy. I knew as soon as Temple 1 opened his mouth here that something was wrong. I should have
You
just
did
bone
know.
crushed him.
And there
I'm
was-
not sure that would have been reasonable at that
Yeah, there's
point.
very good instincts,
Maybe,
because when
but I
Temple
so
1 first
knew
opened
it
his
was
mouth,
wrong.
it didn't
By
seem
the
that
fourth
weird, I
round,
don't
it
think.
was a rout. They had taken way too much damage and barely dealt any, not counting ice pillars. So they are forced to pull back around the corner and heal up. Seven's been describing what Draven sees to the old priest, and he thinks he knows what this
If they were
bad guy
constructs,
is.
they could just
Long,
stand
long
on the
ago,
things and
before
get
the Shadow
repaired.
War, the Atarans invented artificing, created the Warforged, then they all died of a mysterious plague. Without them, within 300 years, the Warforged pretty much all died or placed themselves in suspended animation, like Temple 1 and the Warforged robot Lumberjack. But there were some very
Robot
rare
Batman.
exceptions. The old priest was just a low-grade
And maybe the
engineering
last time we
assistant
see him.
here at Ginneron until portal research was closed down. But by devoting his time to studying all he could about artificing and magic, and by his faith in Ataru, he learned how to sustain his body indefinitely, and he is probably not unique in that. But there is supposedly another way. Rumors of several
I can just get sucked
Warforged
into
who
watching the
learned to
videos
break the
sometimes.
bonds of body and spirit, enabling them to survive by stealing the bodies of others.
That is
Some
it.
scholars think these
I do like that
so-called
shot.
dark ancients are responsible for the existence of the scattered troves of preserved Warforged which are uncovered from time to time.
I'm not
ensuring
sure
a
people
supply
realized
of fresh bodies.
how
This
much
Dark Angel
I
is
was
now in
foreshadowing
full
things in
glow
that
mode.
Dark
Don't
Ancient
worry,
shot.
there is a manual
I knew
override
exactly what I
control
was
via the portal.
showing.
The controller is, by design, incapable of disabling this control. Fortunately, I'm not really the controller. And then the orb grows dark. All the ice collapses back into water, and for a moment the eyes of Temple 1 glow red. He sits up where he had been discarded, looks at Little One, and says,
Transferred back
Astral
in.
Plague has a nice ring to it. Goodbye, meatbags. and dimension
bags
doors.
of mostly
Damn
water
it!
achievement.
I thought about smashing the body, but we were so busy I wasn't sure it would do anything.
It would have dampened his mood a bit, but beating on poor old Temple 1 would not have helped you out at all.
Well, the controller is gone. It's inert now. They head back out and
That's
find the
great.
workers have dropped into some kind of default mode or something, just wandering around looking for things to repair or tidy up. But one of them falls over on its side and starts making strange noises, like parts are grinding on the inside.
I forgot about this.
Gas leaking from cylinders, like it's tearing itself apart. But the hisses, crunches, and servo-type noises quickly start to sound like semi-intelligible words.
Intelligible. I practiced this IRL for the game. I thought this was cool.
And the construct fails. And they're all like, duh.
They thought it was like, yeah, we know.
The old priest first, let alone that you'd talk to him telepathically during
later, Quill.
So
I don't expect anyone to stay all day. It's like,
portal. The dwarves have the spell.
It's going to be a long stream.
The portal is going to kill everyone. Honestly, it feels like
it's on a timer,
soon. Whereas the dwarves have been in there for months. If they're safe now, they should be safe until we get back. Do you think these things will still be protecting them, though? Now that the controller's gone. Arg, that's true. I was hoping we could get them on the way up, but it might not be safe to leave them. And the spoon. So they rush over to Supply Area B, and with the lower levels of sound dampening water, they can clearly hear sounds of battle up above and the occasional crackle of electricity down below them. And from all around there are ghostly moaning and murmuring sounds. And some of the light bars around the facility are starting to shut down or burn out, because the red wasn't dim and creepy enough already. And suddenly they get attacked by these dog-sized tentacle things which climb up from under the bridge to flank them.
Next time on Tales from My D&D campaign.
Yeah, drawing the inverted extruded step pyramid was, I mean, it was the right kind of thing for me to be drawing because it's just very angular. It's like a whole bunch of straight lines. So like, I can do that. But it still took some effort to try and convey it.
Like, where does the water drain to? Because despite his wounds, he's still thinking about chasing down Kua Commander, who had just escaped with all the good magic loot from that last fight. It drains into a winding natural tunnel, which flows into an underground lake some miles away.
You don't want to follow
Even
him.
an aquatic creature is unlikely to survive the trip, particularly if he was as injured as you say. Right.
He was badly injured.
I'm totally sure he's
at the astral plague.
Oh yeah, no way that guy survives.
Hey, we got to the finale and he never showed up again, so obviously he's dead, right?
Previously, we have to get the third spoon ourselves. And save my steward.
I am Ginneron Controller. A bunch of dwarves came down here a few months ago. What happened to them? A small group of dwarves are holding out in Supply Area B. Where is the magic spoon that creates food? Supply Area B. Can you activate the portal? I cannot do that. Attempting to activate it would be dangerous under any circumstances. I'm going to have to insist.
Dangerous under any circumstances would have been another good name for an episode.
Astral Plague has a nice ring to it. Goodbye, meatbags. So they rush over to Supply Area B, and suddenly they get attacked by these dog-sized tentacle things which climb up from under the bridge to flank them. And these things aren't super dangerous, but they have moderate damage reduction, and no one's weapons get around. And a little fire and cold resist, and worse, if you hit them in melee, they deal 1d6 backlash damage as negative
Gotta do the job.
Ranged and reach weapons get around that, but they're having a hard time getting damage through the defenses, so mostly the melee guys slog through at the cost of some attrition, which is starting to hurt because the casters are starting to get low on spells. So they get to the hallway to Supply Area B and find that the workers have started dismantling the barricade and repairing the walls. This must be their natural behavior without
because the controller's not telling them to barricade the area anymore.
With Mountain Hammer. And I'm like, absolutely, but you can only recycle the same move every second round, so it's going to take a whole minute. A minute? A minute is a long time when they are worried the portal could explode any minute, so after some discussion, they leave the workers to clear the hall and free the missing dwarves while the heroes run back down to the core. And they fight through more dog-sized tentacle
text on the screen to comment on my script saying minute for like 3 times
have different damage reduction and make direct mental attacks. These ones were pretty fragile if you could hurt them. Little one's cold iron sword could beat their DR, and the electricity had a weird effect. It caused no damage to either the Fae or the Fel creatures, but when they took electrical damage, they had to save or be stunned for 1 round. And they get down to the core and find the old priest standing in the doorway, surrounded by black goo, which is slowly reforming into dog-sized tentacle things. But he punches them, and a burst of electricity from his metal fist re-gooifies them, at least temporarily. A fairy dragonfly attacks him, and his armored body responds with a small zap of lightning, which stuns it as well. I can think of only one way to avert a catastrophe at this point. Follow me. So everyone heads down the narrow stairs inside the 20 by 20 foot cube of the core, leaving just Little One at the top, because his Eladrin blade is their best weapon against the intangible things, and his big damage attack moves are pretty good against the dog-sized tentacle things. Core goes down more than 100 feet, widening gradually on the way down. And Greypike is like, this whole thing is made of their cold iron alloy, and over a foot thick. And Daggerface is like, if it keeps those monsters out, I call that a good thing. And the old priest is like, I only hope it can keep things in. This is the portal. It should never have been activated, and worse, the Dark Ancient told the truth. He somehow disabled the manual failsafe. What's going to happen? The portal will continue generating energy until the waves of power saturate the surrounding area, land, creatures, everything. I cannot really say what will happen, but the reason this facility and others like it were shut down is that this energy is thought to have been connected with the astral plague. But what is the plague? I'm afraid I do not know. At the time, I was a mere assistant who performed menial tasks. It was years after the last of the creators had passed that I learned to commune with Itaru, but it affected all of them, and they fell ill one after another and all died off within a generation. Radiation. So the seawall He's trying to explain freaking magical radiation. I am likely safe, as the Warforged were never affected by the astral plague, but I fear for communities that may have risen up near here, and I have no idea how far the effects could extend. So, what's your plan? He said he had a plan, right? There was a final safeguard which was built into this place, but clearly they never really believed it would be needed, so it was not really made to be used. Well, that sounds promising. This massive cone above us is an alloy of cold iron and yttronium. If anything could contain or dampen the astral energy, this should, but we need to seal the portal in before we destroy it, by dropping the metal shell down to the ground here. Its own weight will sink it into the floor, and when dropped down, the doorway at the top will be eclipsed by more cold iron enriched metal. But there is no proper
I like that. That feels to me like protections you build for a nuclear reactor. Yeah,
so
exactly.
All we have to do is smash 4 thick stone pillars and be up at the top before the doorway is sealed, and destroy the portal so it does not continue to pulse energy. And they float a few ideas, but can't come up with a good way to do all that.
This sounds like a pain in the ass.
Top. But the old Warforged knows what needs to be done. I have learned over the years to cast Otoluk's resilient sphere using the energy of this facility. If you destroy 3 of the columns down here, I will break the stones of the portal, causing it to collapse under its own weight, but I will delay its destruction by interposing myself within a sphere of force. Yeah. If you can then destroy the 4th pillar somehow from beside the exit, you should be able to dive to safety, and when my spell expires, the portal will destroy itself and the threat will be ended. So he's planning to sacrifice himself. We don't even know your name.
Hard to believe, but I'll take your word for it.
I have not needed a name for a long time, but the creators called me GE7, Ginneron Engineer 7. As he stands there, his blue and silver armor turns a dull matte gray, and the symbols of Itaru disappear, and the whole back of his armor opens up, and what they thought was a heavy-duty, heavy-armored Warforged is actually a skinny, lightly built model, more like
regular guy
than a warrior model, who had been wearing this fancy full plate. He steps out of the boots, leaving the
conveniently has these lines on his face that make him look old, even though presumably those lines have been there since it was created.
And Draven's like, wow, what does it do? It takes a minute for an artificer to properly identify a magic item's properties, and time is precious, but Draven isn't great at physical labor anyway, so he studies it while the others get to work on the pillars. Black and Little One can beat through the hardness with their physical strength, and Angel uses her knowledge of engineering to find a weak spot in one pillar where she can apply her sneak attack.
TR4 is literally just Transmuter 4.
+2 full plate armor with electrical resist, negative energy resist, and has a special stability mode which can be turned on or off as a move action, immobilizing the wearer, but doubling those resists and giving it +4 to any ability check or +2 to any saving throw against abilities which would trip or move or even teleport the wearer. Both fists are +1 enchanted heavy locked gauntlets which can lock a weepon in hand as a move action or unlock as a swift action.
I tried to give him good armor earlier and he refused it because it was like out of character to wear it or something. So I was like, fine, I'll give you this armor. And then he just stuck with this armor forever because it was the cool one.
Put it on. It actually takes several rounds for Black just to remove his +1 plate armor, even with assistance. But he steps onto the boots, thinks about putting it on, and the armor adjusts quickly to his taller stature, closes around his arms, legs, and torso, and the thin-looking padding inside expands to meld tightly to his form everywhere but inside the joints. And once fully suited up, it changes color to a matte black, and even forms a symbol of his god, Sirius.
I had no idea how to do a good effect for that, apparently.
So it even adapts its appearance. If it wasn't a divine spellcaster, it wouldn't generate shoulder symbols, but yes, this guy is not an expert craftsman by any means, but unlike any artificer you know, he was able to tinker for a few hours a day every day for hundreds of years. Just optimizing. And little ones like, that's pretty badass. And without his armor,
it's like if you were programming something,
older and more
but you had centuries to work on it.
And Draven's
I assume you'd end up with pretty good code by the end.
There has to be some way we can do this without sacrificing
or just
him.
Really,
this guy
really
has so much knowledge of stuff that has been lost. He could read those books from the library without spending months researching them. Are you volunteering? No. But there has to be a better way to hold the portal open. Can't he just cast the sphere from outside? Odaluk's resilient sphere has to target a creature. It's basically indestructible. Nothing can get in or out. I think it's even immovable. It's very powerful for a 4th level spell, but you have to cast it on a creature. And in this case, you want a willing creature, because an unwilling creature might pass the saving throw, causing the spell to fail. And they all try to think of another spell to do the job, because Draven can theoretically cast any low-level arcane spell, but he's super low on casting.
Artificers are
in
crazy
fact,
that way.
The only thing he can come up with is he could cast the sphere on 7 instead. But 7's like a familiar, right? Won't you lose XP? I put my own blood into him. He's like part of me. A part that can be rebuilt. You'd be trading 7 for DE7. So technically you're gaining 2 letters. Good deal. It is a good deal. And Draven took it pretty hard, but he couldn't overcome his own argument. The GE7 was of much greater value to the world, and presumably the party, than his homunculus. And though the Warforged was willing to sacrifice himself for the greater good, he certainly had no desire to die. The new plan is to badly damage
all this time keeping himself alive,
then carefully weaken the last one. 7 will fly right up to the portal. GE7 will bubble him and take out one side of the portal's arch with a stone-shaped spell, letting the force sphere take the weight and prevent it from collapsing in on itself.
It is a little weird that the portal works that way, but whatever.
Run up to the top of the stairs, buff Draven's crossbow, shoot out the last pillar, and Indiana Jones through the doorway before the cold iron shell drops far enough to seal it off forever. And Draven casts Fly on himself so he can make his escape faster.
Indiana Jones obviously being the verb I want to use,
a couple shots for Draven
because
to hit the weak spot Angel
this
had indicated,
G7 sacrifice was supposed to be a lot like the Templar at the end of...
And Draven, barely, manages to slide through without being guillotined by the doorway.
Quillen Chad's like, what's weird is that I've lost 6 other familiars to portal explosions too.
From the facility. But at the current water levels, we must assume the minimum. End time was important, because while he assured them that dropping the containment dome should
G7 was trying to pull a Templar from the end of Last Crusade,
and destroying the portal will result in much
less
total energy than just leaving it on. There was still a risk that its destruction would release a dangerous pulse, which might not be completely absorbed. In other words, they would be wise to get as far as possible before the thing blows, just in case. And Black's like, wait, if he saved him, he's going to want his armor back, isn't he? And I'm like, he gave it to you fully expecting to die. Given that you found a way for him to not die, the armor seems like a fair trade.
It would be really mean to take the armor back after getting him all pipes.
Draven still has some time on his spell, so he flies up and attaches a grappling hook to the next bridge as a shortcut. And they get waylaid by more random encounters, and they find out that the fairy dragonflies each have an alternate attack they can use once per day with a much harder will save that puts the target to sleep. Worse, they can move into a sleeping target and control them like clumsy puppets.
Yeah,
one takes over
they had all kinds of cool abilities that
hitting him for non-lethal
didn't
damage
really matter that much, but
the fairy
in theory they were
out
cool.
Where little onesie Ladrin blade slices it into nothing. And they reach supply area B to find most of the barricade has been cleared by the workers, and though little one could have mountain hammered his way through in a couple rounds, Angel is now able to slip through and open the door where they find... They slap the fairy dragonfly out of the one dwarf, but it's too late for the other.
Yeah,
Corso's steward is alive, with the third magic spoon, but in the most tragic of irony, after nearly 3 months trapped together in this storeroom, only minutes before release, he had been mind-controlled.
I assume the fey little dragon elemental things are not normally this aggressive, but they have been
as little as 5
held against their will by, like, elements and
swarms
energies
of minor
they don't
planar
like
elementals.
for centuries.
Even as they emerge from supply area B, they find Hiram, who was helping guard their rear, was slain by a dog-sized tentacle thing. He lasted just long enough for a brief death scene with GE7.
That is a
and then,
rude achievement.
after a brief moment of silence, Little One is like, oh well, we got a better priest. Yeah, upgrade. Better priest aside, this place had gone from easy breezy exploring to a full marathon ordeal, and if not for GE7, the party would have only a couple spells left between them. The constant attacks were individually not threatening, but they continued to eat resources the party could no longer afford to spend.
It really started to add up as they're trying to fight their way up.
As long as they were in an Itaran facility, Black's new armor had electrical backlash damage and added electricity to his weapon attacks, which
Tron Man, because everyone knows it's like Iron Man, but I call it Tron Man because of the glowing lines.
Little One's sword worked fine on the incorporeal enemies, and realizing that, Angel and the dwarf squad all dig out cold iron tongs, scalpels, and anything else they had looted from the Fey Lab to use as weapons. And they reached the hall in front of the library to find the Diluvian priestess and her forces. They had been fighting seemingly endless workers for weeks, since most of the damaged ones were dragged down to the repair bays and mechanical, only to come back good as new. And though they made short work of those after the controller went down, they were immediately swarmed by all this other crap. Now the last KT warriors turned to face the party, along with the dozen surviving scum slaves, who look like lizardmen covered in fungus. And the priestess of Blabal has cast like plus 50 worth of range to hit buffs, making their javelins way more effective than they had any right to be. But this party was getting angry now, and they butchered their way through the ranks of minions until the priestess tried and failed to flee into the library. And they reached the last bridge. They can literally see the stone ramp.
Important Kuatoa always want to run away for some reason.
So of course they get surrounded by a double dose of dog-sized tentacle things and fairy dragonflies and a giant mutant Feyfell hybrid fairy tentacle dragon dog. Because what they really needed was 140 hit points worth of boss with fast heal, DR,
140 hit points.
And long
they're only like level, I don't know, 8 or something.
More
like
than 10 rounds.
7 or 8.
Virtually every
really
was knocked unconscious at least once, and they used up damn near every healing potion and every single spell that they or GE7 had left. Still. But they finally win, and those who can still walk run up the ramp, hauling a few unconscious dwarves with them, and they shout for Don Horatio's guards and the Illud Watcher to get back and dive past the ridge just in time for Draven to suffer through Seven's last moments via telepathy. Yeah, Draven's telepathic link with his homunculus still functions through overloading portal interference and through the indestructible force sphere. Seven has been watching the 3D static of the portal.
Any last words?
It's really quite beautiful. And he's been watching it long enough to notice a cycle to it. Amidst the static, there are a couple of brief images that flicker every once in a while. One is not too different from this one, indicating these may be other possible destinations. Seven figures that when the shield dissipates, he's going to try to go through the portal before it collapses. It will probably just disintegrate him or something, but it seems like a better chance than just sitting there in the blast. Makes sense. And they wait, and then Draven loses contact, and the explosion doesn't really explode. There's a pulse of energy that was felt but not seen, like a menacing gust of wind. And everyone lived happily ever after.
Oh yeah, because I really have time to remaster
TDDC campaign. Also, there will be nudity.
It would be nice if someone would remaster it, but I think you guys would rather see new things. Randomly specific credits. I guess it's because I was using pictures from some of those D&D books, but
Seriously, after 4 freaking episodes, we are finally done with Ginron.
He thinks 4 episodes is a long arc.
None of this stuff will ever come up again.
Oh my god.
Tales from my D&D campaign.
So 10.
Previously, Astral Plague has a nice ring to it. Goodbye, meatbags. I must sacrifice myself. Or we sacrifice 7. Okay. Term, stop!
I like the reframing of it.
Everyone get down. Well, that wasn't so bad. Checking with the plot diagram, they have fully explored.
I was still trying.
Found the missing steward and the third spoon. They have a bunch of questions about the ancient Itaran portal and a new grudge against the Dark Ancient Warforged. Also, they still want to follow up on the tip the Halfling gave them about the War Bond. But I'm sure we'll tie up.
Nobody cares about the War Bond.
The heroes are coming down from a lot of adrenaline after the non-explosion. They've lost some friends, gained a new one. They have some exciting news, and some
that explosion was anticlimactic. Should be fine.
Or even disenchant to pay some of the XP costs when Draven's crafting them new gear. They have the guards help them search the area for the Dark Ancient who had dimension-doored away, but the only sign they find is a path made by something huge. A path they lose when it crosses a river. So they give up and head down to Don Horatio's Estado.
The path from something huge is, of course, the Robo-Lumberjack that Epsilon had hijacked and dragged over there. That was his escape plan. If his body was destroyed, he could have used his emergency escape immediate action to try and get back to the other one. But it was a little bit on the far side, which means it might have actually messed him up, even if he successfully saved his soul, mind, whatever.
Now I know which of your Atarian books I'll be translating first. And from this one book, he reads them a legend of how the sun god, Pelor, was destroyed in ancient times, and the evil god Delvash managed to steal his domain over healing. Now, every divine domain is split between two or more deities.
It's still so much clip art.
No one of them controls any aspect of reality completely. But scholars believe that when Delvash gained partial power over healing, that is why some wounds leave permanent scars. A more frightening consequence, however, is that Delvash used this power to change the nature of trolls.
So mean.
Trolls were always strong, brutish monsters with incredible powers of regeneration. That's why when you kill one, you have to burn his body with fire or acid to prevent it from coming back. But Delvash worked, turning their jaws into an anchor that ties them to the world of the living, making them true immortals. No one knows exactly how long it takes for a troll to recover from destruction, but they are renowned for their ability to resurrect themselves.
Greetings, Asylum, and anyone else just showing up.
Times, making those jaws a great liability. They can regenerate from just the jaw, and the jaw is indestructible. To defeat a troll is to gain an eternal foe for the rest of your days. We are fortunate they did not burst out while you fought the controller, or on that final bridge. So little one tears the jaw off
the trolls didn't want any part of that shit. They're still trying to figure out what's going on.
Nearby volcanoes to hurl them into, so they're thinking of tossing them into the depths of the ocean. But even then, they aren't sure if they'd be hurting or helping the Diluvians if it turned out a troll could regrow underwater. They toss it in an extra-dimensional backpack for now. But they rest in town and then head to a feast Don Horatio is throwing in their honor. This raises another issue, though.
Yeah, a feast.
When Don DiCorso sent his stewards team to explore Ginneron, there was an agreement to split the spoils with Don Horatio, who owns the land where the archaeological site was found. But the players didn't want to share the spoon, or Black's awesome new armor, or their potentially priceless books, or the other junk they wanted to sell to buy more useful magic gear. Now, when DiCorso sent them for the spoon and the rescue mission, there was no sharing clause in their contract. But they know that argument won't be very popular on this end.
Politics,
so
contracts.
They claim they didn't find much of value and do a lot
whatever
of
my hair is doing up there.
The dinner is a private affair. Only the party, the Don, a couple advisors, and 20 of the most important.
Yay, I redrew from his clip art. And him.
But GE7 is out talking to people and learning how the world has changed over the centuries, and they also leave Daggerface at the end. For some reason. So the heroes present a bunch of semi-valuable antique tools.
They're so mean to Daggerface.
Storeroom and their pièce de résistance, the dozen Kolos cloaks they looted off KT.
Just because he's almost supernaturally ugly.
They still had the ones from the Ob fight. They didn't really need any more, and they don't have a huge cash value since they only work for Kuatoa. And they tell their version of what happened, choosing to
Dwarf Daggerface seemed to be fine. No one has yet explained why the Astral Plague didn't seem to bother him, even though all these guys are dead. They are all dead.
Boring them with the water levels or what happened with Temple 1.
Every dwarf in this town, they all died.
For their bravery, and they're all impressed by the cloaks as trophies because Diluvians aren't killed very often on land.
Yes, Dwarf Daggerface gets a bonus on Intimidate. Actually, so does Warforged Daggerface. Unless his minions undermine him.
Very carefully, and he's actually setting up the verbal groundwork to put the shiv in them, and basically blame them for the lack of loot and the whole magical radiation thing, which, according to
diplomatic combat,
makes it unsafe for anyone else to enter Ginneron. Screw that! How dare he? It's not our fault. We saved the day.
We saved the day, I think, is one of the more D&D sentiments you can have.
Horatio deftly brushes that aside as he subtly turns the room against them. So as soon as the party can get a word in edgewise, they leap into action.
We're pretty sure we're the good guys here. And if you disagree, we'll kill you.
And he starts chatting up Don Horatio's court wizard about the extra-dimensional beings and their implications, and gets him really into it, and then starts getting him on side about the dangers of the damaged overloading portal. And most of the other guests don't know anything about Arcana, and so they don't get bored. Black challenges the room, daring any of them, in his usual understated manner, to try and budge him. Wrestling is very popular among dwarves, and even out of 20 wealthy important dwarves,
Thunder Rex 59 is like, Astral Plague doesn't affect ugly people, it's superficial like that. Yeah, that's what it is. The Astral Plague, it has standards.
Allows him to stand his ground impressively. In most cases, he doesn't even have to strain, and they still can't budge him.
Oh yeah, the immobile armor is really good for
but then he and Angel give a
party tricks.
Animated retelling of the fight against Kua Commander and the other Diluvians. Then they go into the Baab battle, starting from the middle so they can leave out all that Warbond stuff. And the audience is really getting...
No, Denwar, we don't know what else happened with 7 after that later update.
All with great
terribly mysterious.
Adding details, because even for the orc fight, he'd been watching from the chasm's wall.
Why do I keep watching on that screen? It's bigger on the screen over there. I have to put it on that screen so that it's scaled the right size. Otherwise, it's harder to get the right dimensions in the thing. But if I watch the actual like XSplit window, which has my face on it, then I'm looking towards the cam. That's why I put it there. Then I'm looking towards the camera, and it looks more like I'm looking at you guys, which is less weird for some reason.
Damn right.
Medal of Honor achievement. Yay.
More people should honor us. Yeah, where's our DeCorso medal?
They defeated Don Horatio's diplomacy. Various other Ds.
Gets out the troll jaws, takes him out into
Little one has an idea. It's a phrase that should strike fear into the hearts of basically everyone, including his friends.
And they spread out, giving him a wide berth, which only gets wider when he starts talking. I have no idea if they can hear me in there or not, but I'm gonna find out. Trolls, you better hope you can hear me, because I want you out here. Come on, grow yourself
Grow up,
back
trolls.
And nothing happens. Like, these things are pretty inanimate. But Little One's like, I want to make a deal. You can either come out and listen to my proposal, or I'll have your jaws encased in solid steel blocks and thrown into the deep sea. I'm waiting.
Yeah, that sounds really annoying.
A couple times, like, nothing happens. Eddie waits, and nothing happens. But then a little froth of flesh starts to bubble out of the large.
They're like, how much? Imagine me sitting there and like, how the hell do I animate trolls bubbling out of, like, flesh bubbling out of the thing and then regenerating, like, I don't know, like that, I guess.
The sexy smaller troll starts to regrow, though it takes about twice as long. And the little one's like, hi.
Yeah, I think this episode may be quieter, Thomas G.
Of the war blade. Here's my offer. You help us when we go to war against the Diluvians. In exchange, I can teach you my fighting style. Teach you to be warblades. Then, when the war is
I don't know how much warblading he was able to teach them in this brief amount of time, but...
If you still want to kill me, I'll be here. I'll duel you. Do they even understand him? Well, they did come out when he threatened them. But
that is a good point. They appear to understand threats even when they were in the jaws.
To help them, assuming a troll's word is any good. And now, they have to figure out what to do with them. Little One wants them for some theoretical future war against the Diluvians because he and the others...
He's got to recruit somebody and wage war against the Diluvians, right? That's still going to happen at some point.
But right
someday.
Now, they're only level 7 and haven't even fought a monitor yet. That's all way, way off in the future.
Yeah, no, they're not ready to attack the Diluvian Empire, if they ever will be.
They can't parade around town or really trust in a fight, and that's before Little One spends a bunch of time trying to train them in powerful martial arts. And Little One's like, we can just leave them where we found them for now. On the road where they were attacking travelers? Yeah, we can't leave them there.
Yeah, that's problematic.
People. And now we'd be responsible. Faced with this quandary, they come up with new travel
plans. The worst possible fate.
Anyway to
responsibility.
Now, instead of going through Tark the way they had come, they're going to take the long route down the West Highway, then looping north into Larik, right along the edge of the Diluvian-controlled coastline called the Peace Bond. DeCorso's steward is anxious to get home, and GE7 is uncomfortable with the whole troll thing, so those two will split up.
This place probably doesn't have good poutine.
Back to Corso's Chasm with a dwarven caravan. So they get to the Tark-Larik border and find themselves face to face with a giant sea monster, skeleton, Yeah, the Diluvians spent a lot of slave man-hours making the peace-bond border look
That
super
seems
friendly,
like a
with this
cheat
massive
storytelling-wise.
thing painted
Like,
dwarf
that's
wood
not...
and 10-foot-tall giant shark-toothed stone pillars every 300 yards, which is extra impressive given that we're 60 miles inland.
I do like the fact that they built this very spread out, but effectively like a gigantic monument as their border. They're like, by the way, we own this now. That image sucks. I really wish, like, it's so easy. All I would have had to do is make a make a black version of those guys and lay it on top so that they weren't all overlapping the same way, and it would have looked fine. Stupid transparency knockout.
We aren't ready to take the war to the KTs quite yet, so remember those moves I taught you, and hang out here till the spring. You think they're actually going to stay here? I don't know. But if we leave
yes,
them
it's
here,
the same as my "you encounter a skeleton" joke. Apparently, I like doing those fake out things, at least in the episodes. I don't know if I did them in the game.
Towns, which are an interconnected
no, the skeleton one I definitely did in the game.
With gardens planted on top, past human towns. Some of the locals put up rune-covered log poles at the town entrance, though Draven said the runes were non-magical. And past weird crystal outcroppings, which were all that remains of the Adar civilization. Well, crystals and the ancient island city of Eloia. But they reached Bankton, which is a huge city with broad avenues leading to the big stone Gothic banks and museums and embassies in the government district. A city designed from the ground up to be a capital. The name the halfling sniper had given them was Corin Dahl, a human who is well connected
DJ Feel
with
has
some of the more reasonable
sorry, DJ Fail, that was just a misspeak.
That's about all they know.
Has a mountain range in their setting, covered in sea monster bones, because a couple hundred years ago a god dragged the mountain range out of the ocean. That's D&D shit for you.
From a secret organization of assassins. Known to outsiders only
unlike our real planet mountain ranges that are covered in sea monster bones, because they were pushed out of the ocean by tectonic forces millions of years ago.
Half as interesting as the other news from Hood, which is that there is a bounty on the party.
A bounty?
10,000 gold for the head of the Orc Slayer, plus 5,000 more for the rest. Now,
hey,
the organization doesn't hunt their own, so when Angel tells him the Orc Slayer and crew are with her, Hood says he'll spread the word not to attack them. But it takes time for information to get around, so in the short term, they need to watch out for a cadre of international assassins, including Nemondai, a ninja assassin from conquered Varandi, Mahran Doraj, a halfling said to be equally deadly with his spiked chain and his psionic spellcasting, Von James, a Vistrian bounty hunter with a big sword whose name implies a noble family, and Auric, the executioner of Sturmgewehr, a stoic elven killer.
You gotta list a whole bunch of random people so they don't know which ones they'll actually end up fighting.
Orcs? One did escape. I can't see those guys putting up a bounty. Dark elves?
Yeah, I heard a lot of German people complaining about Auric
Sturmgewehr. Could set up a bounty here, is there? No. Out of character, the organization was originally founded to fight the KTs. Their mercenary aspects are relatively recent. Anyway, Angel is like, my friend is trying to get the bounty repealed. Seriously, we should just leave town as quickly as possible. And Little One's like, why? They have magic gear. It's like treasure coming right to us. And some of it does. Oh, it does.
It does.
Next time on Tales from my D&D
Next time
campaign.
my earpiece falls out. Doom, doom, doom. I have cordless headphones, but my computer doesn't really do Bluetooth. Nicholas Sweeting asking how far into the actual game is the Season 2 campaign. It's also on hiatus. I don't remember what level they were, but trust me, I'll be making those for years.
Tales from my D&D
Boy, this playlist just keeps going, and it's only 11:20.
There's a reason troll jaws are to be avoided. They can regenerate from just the jaw.
And
just the jaw.
Is indestructible. Help us when
That's
we go to war
inconvenient.
against the Diluvians. In exchange, I can teach you my fighting style.
We are heading back on our own, without trolls.
Hang out here till the spring. Think they'll stay? I don't know. Oh, and there's a bounty on the party. So now they need to watch out for a cadre of international assassins. But despite some misgivings and a lot of confusion about who
Cadre
placed
of
a
international
15,000
assassins.
gold bounty
Lovely.
on them and why, they go ahead and set up a meeting with Corin Dahl, who supposedly has strong ties to the Warbond
Why did this
freedom
app
terrorists,
default to the Danish
even though
version
he's
of
a
PayPal?
politician who publicly opposes them. They aren't exactly clear on what they want to accomplish, but they're pretty sure they should follow up on the tip. So the meeting is arranged for a halfling cuisine restaurant, and they make their way very
Remember like
carefully
an hour
through the
ago when I
streets,
said I was going to
checking
order
every
pizza?
alleyway
I'm
for
still
bounty
working on it.
hunters. They get to this
Because I keep
place,
getting
and it
distracted
has a
by my
homey
stupid
sort of
videos that
wicker
I'm
panel
streaming for
decor,
you
and
and
there's a
supposed to be
bar and no
commenting on.
tables where you sit on the floor, but the waitress directs them to a booth, and she's like,
Diversity! It's a
Everyone's
female
like,
NPC.
"No, because he'd rather have a good
I
field
talked
review,
over her
see if anything
like
suspicious
a real pro.
happens." And they order drinks and hang out for a while. No sign of this guy they're supposed to meet. And then the waitress comes back, like,
Would you like some privacy?
with her hand on the curtain. But they're like, nah, we're good. And they get food and eat and chill for like half an hour. And the waitress comes back and she's like,
How about I close
fine,
it?
close the curtains. So, like,
They're doing a
30
real
seconds
bad
later,
of
they hear
taking
this
the real bad
panel
job of
slide
taking the
inside
hint
wall,
there.
so that their booth is kind of connected to a booth in the restaurant next door, and Corin Dahl starts talking to them through the wicker paneling. Due to my position, I need to keep a certain distance from whatever you think this is. And this politician talks to them, and he words all this Warbond stuff like hypothetical.
No, I have not tried that pizza
talks
place,
about how
Pringles.
he's studied them as you would study any enemy of the peace.
I
But
just
it's
have an
pretty
app
clear
for
that
this
he
place.
speaks for some of them. And that's the thing. The Warbond has no central leadership. There are tons of groups who use the name. They all want to revoke the Peace Bond Treaty and get back their ancestors' lands on the Laric coast, but they have widely varying ideologies about how to do it. Some of them are just talk,
Widely
protests,
varying
maybe a little
ideologies?
vandalism,
What kind of
because they
bullshit
know it would be
nuance
stupid
is
to provoke
that?
the Diluvian Empire. Others don't have the least reluctance
You
to
mean
kill
real life,
KPs
like,
in terrorist
resistance
raids,
movements don't all
seemingly
agree with
ignorant
each
of the
other
retribution
just 'cause
that
they're
would
on
come
the
if they
just 'cause they're
succeeded
against
in
the same
drawing
people?
attention to their cause. Not that anyone comes back alive from raids into the Peace Bond. The party wants to make some connections with people who might be helpful in the future whenever they do try to make
Order
war on
place
the
for
KT.
pizza.
They've been playing with the idea of recapturing one of the old border or coastal forts in conquered Verandi, and Warbond people will be useful to man it, while giving the government of Laric plausible deniability. And once they convince Corin that they aren't government spies, he
Wait,
gives
wait a
them
second.
names
Oh, did
and
it deli-
locations
did it-
of some groups who are
Oh
too
my
zealous
God.
to deal with, some who are too minor
Did it
or
default
too
to
pacifist to
pick
help,
up?
some who might be of use, and some
No,
others
I
who
selected
are just
contract
weird,
free. It was supposed
like
to be
the Hennebal
delivery.
faction down south. Afterwards, they head back to the inn, but they get jumped by a silent,
God.
invisible elf in full plate. This
That's
is
so dumb.
Auric, the executioner Sturmgewehr, a renowned elven bounty hunter with more than 4 centuries of experience. Everyone knows elves are clinically immortal, but surviving 400 plus years while
I'm gonna have to
active
call
in
customer
a killer
service.
be-killed profession is a whole different thing. And he
I am
goes
the
for
worst
Little
at
One
this.
first with deadly precise thrusts of his glowing rapier. Little One can actually see the invisible now, so he doesn't suffer the usual massive defense penalties. But the ambush is so sudden that he is still surprised, and he gets hit anyway for a good chunk of damage. Since Invis breaks after attacking, Draven casts a buff, and Black and Little One counterattack, but Sturmgewehr is higher level than they are, and fighting defensively, his armor class is huge. Meanwhile, Angel isn't attacking at all. She's making some funny hand motion instead. And the elf is taking a big to hit penalty in exchange for a nigh untouchable armor class, and
God
this
damn it.
round it helps the party to fend him off without damage. It's in
Yeah,
the
you
third
fend him
round,
off
only
while I
after
try and
Little One manages to land a hit on him
unfuck
that
up this
Sturmgewehr
pizza order.
notices Angel's secret organization.
I can't believe
Is this some
this
kind of
shit
trick?
default-
What are you playing at? The bounty is off. If you don't cease now, you know what will happen. And the towering elf stands down, and the rest of the party don't know what's going on, but they take the hint, barely. He's lucky I got him back, because I could not let somebody just stab me and then walk away. But Sturmgewehr stares down Angel, and he's like, very well. But if I hear that you have collected this bounty for yourself, I will find you. And she's like, understood. And as he strides off down the dark alley, they catch a brief
Damn
glimpse of another elf in plate mail, because Sturmgewehr is smart enough to bring a low-level cleric henchman, just in case. But they
Low-level
find one
her-
more thing
low-level
to do
cleric
before
henchman,
leaving
always
the
a good
Bankin
idea.
area for Corso's Chasm, because Draven has wanted to seek the advice of a druid ever since their encounter with the white sapling. And I mean really white, like two-dimensional white sapling, which left him a similarly white seed. And they hear that
seem to
there
have
are
made it
actually
as difficult
several
as
druids
possible to
living in
contact them
Falcon
about
Peak, a
an
town
order.
just a few hours north. So they grab their horses the
That is
next morning
fantastic.
and ride out. And they get there and head into the woods on foot until they find
You're
a
probably
round
getting too many
clearing
calls
which
to
has
customer service.
subtle signs of nature magic. Subtle. And this guy dressed in a tiger's hide greets them, and he's like, I do not believe you mean any harm to me or to these woods, but I smell an arcane taint upon you all. And Draven's like, is he some stupid kill all the wizards kind of druid? And the druid's like, no, I do not mean that.
even though Draven was obviously speaking out of character.
I speak of the ancient curse of
yes.
the hubris. It is
That
not
time-old
of nature, yet
tradition
I have
of
always thought
answering
it came about
out-of-character
because of
questions
karma,
in
because
character.
of their treatment of nature as a tool to be forged and used, without respect to the flow of life. The hubris is something that has not been seen in my lifetime, nor in many lifetimes, even counted in the lives of trees such as these.
Seriously,
And they're all like,
they don't even put a contact
the
number
hell is
on
he
anything
talking about?
anymore.
I don't think it's the seed.
Are we sure he's not just a wizard hater? Who's they? He said their treatment of nature.
I don't know. The Atarans?
Wait, you don't think...
Astral Plague has a nice ring to it. That's what killed off their civilization. And GE7 said it had something to do with the portal.
The portal that exploded?
It's space aids! They gave us space aids! I'm surprised you
Yeah,
cannot
I had to
feel the
mute
effects
myself
yet.
and call a
As he
stupid
alluded,
pizza
this guy
place.
doesn't know all that much about the hubris,
How do I mute
astral
this?
plague, space aids, but he is able to tell them that the white seed is a
How do I mute
nascent
myself
spirit.
with this?
Once they explain how they got it, he casts Speak with Plants and whispers to it for like a minute, and he tells them that the seed is not a fully formed
Where is
spirit,
it?
but it has
there
a
it is.
strongly good nature. New spirits aren't born very often, and they live forever, so handling it is a big responsibility. But more important to them, this druid believes it's the white spirit seed that has been absorbing the harmful effects of the astral plague from them, drastically slowing progression of the disease. That's why they haven't been making scary fortitude saves and junk. If you wish for it to remain strong and to grow into a good spirit, I suggest you take it to places where it can absorb the spiritual energy of great triumphs of good over evil. But how do we get rid of the space aids? Yeah, he's gonna have to look into that. Like, find some old elven druids or something, because, like he said, nobody's dealt with the hubris in a very long time.
But they might not know what to do, since it, wiped out all the Atarans.
Wait, are we contagious? And that's another good question. The best theory they can come up with is that, as far as anyone knows, only Atarans died from it. It sounds like it was very localized. It wasn't like a global plague or anything, so it's probably not contagious. In theory. Unlike the Blood Whip, a brutal virus which devastated the Three Brother Nations about 1300 years ago. Also, the party has already passed through hundreds of miles of inhabited lands, including the massive and cosmopolitan city of Bankton. If it is contagious, the damage is already done, so there's not much point in trying to quarantine themselves now. So they head back towards Bankton, but in one small town along the way, people in the streets are shouting, "Orc! Orc is burning down that house!" And this house is on fire, like threatening to spread to other nearby buildings, but it's a solid brick home. It looks structurally sound so far. So they rush up to the house and very cautiously peer in the doorway, and the orc is standing right there in the main room, with a battle axe over his shoulder, looking unconcerned by the fire running up the walls. "Hello there, won't you come in? Afraid the place is a bit of a mess. Not really fit for company, but it'll have to do."
Well, this guy is a badass.
But Angel makes a spot check, and she's like, he's only a half-orc.
Half-orcs, as in human-orc hybrids, have a crappy life. They lack most of
Wow,
the
this guy
legendary
is a
strength and
badass.
skill of an orc to defend themselves against a society that piles upon them all of that impotent fear and hatred. And this half-orc inherited pure green orcish skin, though on inspection his other features were much more human. But Angel's like, "Why don't you come out here and talk?" And the half-orc's like, "Don't be shy, come on in, make yourselves at home."
I like this guy.
I'd much rather fight outside the burning building. Oh, whatever. He doesn't think it's coming down. I'll head in. And the half-orc makes no move to attack, but as little one steps in, he gets lashed by a touch attack from the flaming spike chain of Mahran Doraj, notorious halfling assassin, who is using spring attack. He strikes, then darts back up the smoldering staircase.
Okay, I'm going to...
Then Mahran Doraj pops back around the corner and zaps them with a psionic inflict pain spell, giving Black and Little One an attack roll penalty. The hell? He just acted. How can he act again? He's just that awesome. Who cares? Let's hurry up and kill him. I want that spiked chain. Actually, Angel moves in, and as she had against Sturmgewehr, she gives the assassin the secret sign that, like him, she belongs to the organization. But Mahran Doraj is like, "I don't care who you are, you're wanted dead. And if you're dead, no one can prove that I saw that. I'll still get paid." And Angel's like, "Yes, new weapon." Because now she's totally within her rights to kill and loot the halfling.
in self-defense. So Black and Little One attack the halfling, and as Draven gets ready to fire his crossbow from outside, the half-orc actually drops his battle axe, and he's like, "Hey, he ain't paying me to fight. I was just a decoy." And the halfling burns Little One with another flaming spike chain touch attack before tumbling away up the stairs, then charges back down and spring attacks his way past them. But when they hurt him some more, he comes back down the stairs, even though he was already back down the stairs. Secret twin assassins! Actually, sometime before the fight, Little One had made a joke about the infamous halfling being twins because I kept emphasizing his reputation as both fearsome caster and fighter, but he didn't realize he'd actually been exactly
I tell you,
right
Little One's brainstorming. He thinks out a lot of these things first, even if he doesn't really think that's the answer.
Allowing Angel to flank spring attack guy and drop him with a sneak attack. So they have one twin unconscious, in negative hit points, but they don't have a new spike chain because this twin was a pyrokineticist, and his weapon was really just his Flame Whip class power, reshaped to look like a spike chain so the two brothers would match. It dissipated into thin air when he fell unconscious, and Little One is like, "Your brother's still alive. If you want to keep him that way, get back here and surrender your equipment." "Yeah, I want that spike chain." I thought next time someone attacked you, they had to die, Little One. I think the other one has the real magic weapon. And he does. He comes back and grudgingly strips off his magic armor and his +2 compact flaming spike chain. Even though it has a 10-foot reach like Angel's, this one can magically fold down to convenient pocket size, like the size of a small switchblade. And, just as his brother had altered his own flame whip to look like this guy's spike chain, Psionic Guy had a Heartseeker amulet, an item that let him make touch attacks 3 times a day to simulate Spring Attack Guy's psionic power. And they give Psionic Guy his unconscious twin, and he dimension doors away, leaving them with Half-Orc Guy. And Little One's like, "So, you're a half-orc, huh? Welcome to the team." And a half-orc's like, "I'm not really much of a fighter." And Little One's
This is
like,
really
"Welcome
not
to
how
the
I
team."
want to spend my
It's really time to get back to
stream, but
Corso's Chasm to
I think
finally
it's
turn
even
in their
worse if
three-part
I
quest thing.
have to leave
Next
for
up
half an hour
on
to
Tales
pick
from my
up the
D&D
pizza.
campaign.
Of course, it's a race to see what takes longer, the half hour it takes them to prepare the pizza, or me to get a person on their goddamn helpline, even though they, like, prevented me.
And Half-Orc's like, "I'm not..."
Quill, it's customer service because I placed the order and it went takeout instead of it went pickup instead of delivery. Because apparently selecting contactless delivery doesn't actually stop them from doing takeout.
Tales from my D&D campaign.
Previously,
They get jumped by a silent, invisible elf in full plate, but Angel tells him he's not allowed. And he leaves. They seek the advice of a druid. "I smell an arcane taint upon you all." "Wait, you don't think..." "Astral Plague has a nice ring to it." "Space aids! They gave us space aids! Secret twin assassins!" But Angel tells them they aren't allowed. "I don't care who you are, you're wanted dead." "Yes, new weapon." "Welcome to the team." Heading to the plot diagram, they made some contacts with the Warbond, dealt with 2.5 assassins, learned a little about the White Spirit Seed, and found out the Dark Ancient and the Portal gave them the same astral plague that wiped out an ancient civilization. But for now, they're on their way back to Corso to finally complete that 3-part quest thing. And they return to a hero's welcome at Corso's Chasm, and they're paid 8,000 gold for going to Ginneron, plus 3,000 more from the steward's personal wealth for the rescue, and Don Corso sees the medals Don Horatio gave them and awards them slightly larger medals of his own. That's more like it. But no mugs? And they have finally assembled all 3 of the magic artifact spoons, completing the 3-part quest thing. Minor problem though. These magic artifact spoons are valuable because each one can magically conjure food at will, with no limit to their daily uses. Corso's plan is to sell them to Black and Draven's homeland of Vistria, a faraway nation swamped with refugees from conquered Verandi. "This is our chance to make a fortune, being heroes!" But before they can get rich by feeding the poor, they need to get the spoons to Vistria. A long and dangerous journey. Elena, the Dawn's representative there, has already negotiated a deal to sell the trio for 94,000 gold. Thing is, Corso won't see any of that cash for ages due to the distance and danger and stuff. So he offers them 2 choices for payment.
Yes, the most exciting part of D&D, arranging payments for an transcontinental transaction.
Him 40,000.
That way, he won't have to wait months or years for his share, and the party would increase their own profits to 54,000 gold. And they have to think about it. They even negotiate a slightly better price for the sale. But in the end, they go with the low-risk FedEx option, because it's a pain for them to scrape up 40,000 in cash when they could be using that money for better gear to survive the journey. But they're shopping and crafting new gear, and little one's trying to train Daggerface and Half-Orc Guy, when one day Akuatoa walks right into town. Actually, it's from Illud, the less evil faction, delivering a message from Ba'ob to the Dawn, and Angel sneaks into the dwarf-hold ninja style, using her stealth and racial silence ability, so she overhears the whole thing. Most of it is an increased offer for the stun rod schematics, but Ba'ob also offers some, quote, esoteric wisdom. Do not trust Envoy Olundo. And there are still a few things
Envoy Olundo and or Lacoon, whatever the hell name change bullshit's going on.
A few minutes later, one of DeCorso's guards arrives, inviting them to come hear what was in Ba'ob's message. No,
don't worry, we still think you're awesome.
So they all pretend to be surprised, then try to figure out the cryptic message. According to the Dawn's advisors, of the Illud envoys who help protect Dwarven shipping, not one current envoy is named Olundo. We don't know any KTs named Oru either. That's because Oru's not a name. Huh? What? I know some Kuar. And Angel explains that Oru is the Kua word for you. But their grammar treats it as a proper name, so it makes sense that you would capitalize it when translating into Common or Dwarven.
See, fun with made-up languages again.
There are still a few things you can learn from you.
That doesn't make any sense. Though, come to think of it, they did use Oru as a name in those old Illud comic books. Comic books? Yes, comic books. A little over 80 years ago, the Illud started quietly distributing thin storybooks with pictures to Dwarven children. The comics, called Hero Tale, were written in Dwarven and followed the adventures of a heroic Illud monitor fighting evil monsters. It was propaganda, and the Dons became aware of it around issue 4 and banned them, so that only 5 issues were ever produced, and they're now rare collector's items. If they want to learn about that, they're going to
The pizza is half done by now.
That has all 5 issues.
Still trying to get customer service to tell them to deliver it, which I don't. They might even just tell me they don't do that for all I know.
The normal way
Damn
would be
it.
to take the West Highway, passing between Uruk and the Elven lands, skirting the edge of the desert for 1,000 miles or so. If you're worried that path might somehow not get you killed by orc attacks, you could try the direct route, cutting straight through the infernal heart of the desert, which is kind of like begging all the biggest, nastiest orcs to flatten you. I think we should go that way. I want to recruit some orcs. Yeah, spoiler, they strongly consider that option for weeks, but they don't end up going that way. The third possible route would be from Larik straight through Diluvian-occupied Verandi. Unlike the desert route, the terrain itself isn't deadly, and you're trading the super-lethal orcs for Diluvian shock troops. It's certainly easier to fight 10 or 20 KTs than 3 or 4 orcs, but unlike orcs, the Empire is organized, and cutting a bloody swath through their territory risks an escalating response. And of course, if monitors get involved, everything goes out the window. A chance to fight monitors is one of the good things about going that way. Right. Can we afford a flying carpet? Not if you keep spending your money on combat gear. So as they finish spending all their rewards and their cash advance upgrading their equipment, Angel sneaks off to visit her local contact in the Chasm, who goes by the name of Sorcerer, even though he doesn't seem to be a spellcaster. Anyway, Sorcerer has good news and bad news. The good news is the organization has officially canceled the bounty and refunded the client's money. And given that the news has reached this far and is still spreading, it is highly unlikely that any other organization hunters will come after you. And the bad news? The former client has put an open bounty in his place, so all kinds of freaks and killers could be coming out of the woodwork. I've heard at least one famous bounty hunter who exclusively deals in live captures might make an exception to collect the 15k. Oh yeah? Who? I don't know much about him other than he's a famous bounty hunter who goes by the name Daggerface.
What? Really? No. Really?
There's no way. Our Daggerface? How many Daggerfaces can there be? I'm thinking at least 2. Haven't we been with him all this time? You guys have been with him almost every day and night for most of the last 3 months.
We should still watch him.
Oh, we're going to watch him. So they set out with great fanfare. The Orc Slayer and the others cheered on from the walls of Corso's Chasm. For now, they're heading back to Bankton to check out that museum, and their plan is to go from there on through Verandi. So they ride back down the highway to Bankton. Not very exciting since they came from there just a couple weeks ago. They see the same towns, the same clumps of weird Adar crystals, the same trees, the same samurai. Wait, that part is new. This tall man in a straw hat stands in the middle of the road and makes no move as they approach, speaking only when they stop. And only when the samurai speaks
face do they realize it's actually a woman.
You passed by here not long ago. I sense that you have something that I want, something that you want to be rid of. Let me take it from you.
Something we don't want? Daggerface? Hey, I like Daggerface. I'm not sold on this half-orc.
I told you, I'm not much of a fighter.
Something that we want to be rid of?
Could it be the plague?
The space age?
The astral energy that worries you. Will you allow me to take it?
Sounds good to me. Sounds too good. I agree. How will you take the astral energy?
I will crush it from your physical form. Then you will be rid of it.
When I am muted
Wait,
like
will we
this.
survive the crushing?
Survive?
If you can still hear me when I'm
not
muted,
sure
I
if
would
you
like to know
understand the
that.
question.
I think we're fighting now. Yes, but try not to kill her, just in case she can help somehow. And before they can even roll initiative, the samurai engages Little One in a duel of wills, just as he had against the orc. But when he leveled up...
Oh, never mind. I believe because I can't see the light on the mute button very well, I may have had it backwards.
Oh, and she suddenly has 3 psionically conjured astral constructs to back her up. And one of the constructs opens with a trample attack, which is really unhealthy for squishies like Daggerface and Half-Orc. Little One wants to go directly for the samurai because she is obviously the main enemy, but the other constructs are blocking for her and using improved trip to knock people down. So they battle these things, and Draven casts Fly to get out of range since it looks like all the enemies are hand to hand, and the samurai attacks with a high-level maneuver and cuts through Black's armor for 50 damage. Actually, he passes a will save and realizes that she's an illusion, but an illusion so potent that she's effectively 60% real, reducing the blow to only 30 damage.
Oh good, only 30 damage!
I think we're trying to kill her now. She's extremely nimble and is able to weave in and out of combat, using the bulky constructs very effectively to keep the heroes at bay.
This would have been a good one for me to be paying attention to and commenting on because I don't watch this video very often. I remember it less.
Beat her down, and Draven steals the kill with his crossbow. This started to be a thing sometime around Ginneron. Somehow Draven scores a disproportionate number of killing blows, and the trend is further exaggerated by the fact that he spends at least a couple rounds near the beginning of each battle casting buffs, meaning he makes fewer attacks in each battle, and those attacks happen closer to the end of the fight, leaving everyone to joke about what a big kill stealer he is. It's all about the timing. Anyway, when
Achievement
Draven
says, feed the support.
Samurai, these monsters made of hardened ectoplasm
Which is more like a MOBA League of Legends type thing.
Manifests another psionic power, covering a vast area with this ectoplasmic shambler, kind of an acidic mist that deals 5 damage around and blocks vision. But Draven, from up high, manages to figure out that the spell came from one of the crystal outcroppings beside the road, so as Black and Angel drop some constructs, Little One races over and hits the crystal with a maneuver that can bypass hardness, and the remaining construct stops in its tracks, while a voice in their heads is like,
Crack! Pain! Hurt!
This doesn't seem right.
Yeah, is it possible that it doesn't understand that it's hurting us? It seems to understand Mountain Hammer. And in this precarious ceasefire, they try to explain to the crystal spirit thing in terms it understands, like, you're cracking us, causing pain to us.
Oh, someone.
Do you have some way to take the astral plague without cracking us?
No, only crush.
So wait, are we just letting this thing go? It seems pretty dangerous. It must have been here a long time without attacking people. We even passed by it once. I think the space aids caused a pretty unique situation here. Yeah, but what do we get out of this? Maybe if you break it open, it's got, like, gems or something. And a long, narrow shape pushes up out of the ground beside the crystal spirit thing, which Draven identifies as a magical quiver that adds 1d6 ice damage to bolts stored in it. And the crystal's like,
Take! Go!
Sounds good to me. So they head on to Bankton and the Laric National Museum, where they meet Maria, a woman who studies Kuo-toa artifacts. And they aren't allowed to access the originals, but she lets them read her hand-scribed reproductions of all 5 issues of Hero Tale, and explains that 80 years ago, the Illud were concerned that despite being allies for 2 centuries, many dwarves still didn't draw much distinction between the Illud and their mutual enemies, the Diluvians.
Just imagine how you'd all feel if every human who appeared in any dwarven story was a villain, or at best a sleazy character like a collaborator, or a traitor, or an informant.
Doesn't sound so bad.
Anyway, the purpose of these books was really just to show a Kuo-toa being a hero, and to put that idea into the mind of a generation of young dwarves.
So they read through these propaganda comics, lovingly drawn by an assembly line of aquatic slaves, following our protagonist Oru, whose name, meaning you, makes him a pretty blatant reader avatar for this male power fantasy. Fresh from completing his trials to become a monitor, Oru fights Sahagwan bandits, a giant, and a sea monster. but the sea monster was so out of place that Oru consults a priest who divines that it came from the Shadowfell and was sent by a dreaded Mind Hunter. Following the priest's directions, Oru finds the Mind Hunter, who is only shown as a glowing-eyed silhouette, and becomes locked in a desperate battle with a pair of its crab-like minions. Oru
Look at that sweet-ass motion comic, eh?
He is suddenly paralyzed by some magic of the Mind Hunter. The 5th book opens on that cliffhanger, and the helpless protagonist can only watch and narrate when he is amazed by the arrival of another monitor, Deathfin Unon. Deathfin is the highest rank of monitor, and the book implies
I'm pretty proud of
Unon
that. I like
is
the
most
stylized,
famous
like,
of them all. The Mindhunter
black, white, and
motions,
gray thing I
dozens more
did.
minions
It's
appear
actually
from
pretty
the dark
cool.
waters behind him. Unon backpedals off an undersea
Go
cliff to
me.
much deeper water, and the minions swarm down after him, unleashing a barrage of deadly eye lasers. And that's when Unon uses some crazy martial arts technique to create a void in the ocean, causing all the crustacean-like minions to fall out of the air that used to be water. And he bounces around, knocking them out of the air like a boss, until landing right in front of the Mindhunter. The end. Yeah, that was obviously not the end of the story, but it was the end of what got printed, because even that last book mostly came out after the Dwarven Dons had banned Hero's Tale as dangerous propaganda, and the party is left wondering why Bob would bother suggesting they look into all this stuff, and which parts were pure fiction, and which parts, if any, have any trace of reality. But while at the museum, they run into Bolrad, the Illud ambassador to Larik, who regularly visits Maria to discuss Kuo-toa cultural artifacts. He tells the party that Unon is a real thing. In fact, he's a very important thing. According to Ambassador Bolrad, if his word is worth anything, there are 2 Kuo-toa monitors who are the most important monitors, Deathfin Unon of the Illud and Deathfin Du of the Diluvian Empire. And they are the most important.
I like how the
because they are
ambassador is
most
always shown
powerful,
as drinking,
you
even
might
though
expect.
the Kuo-toa
But
are,
Deathfin
like,
Du and Deathfin
immune to
Unon
alcohol.
are supposedly really the most powerful, as in so powerful that nobody knows how powerful they are. Ambassador Bolrad claims the Illud government has zero doubts about Unon's loyalty, but if for some reason he did turn against him, they are concerned that he could pull a Cleric Preston, by which I mean that if it came down to a fight between Unon and every single other Illud monitor all at once, there is a possibility that Unon would win, which comes back to why Unon and Du are important to the balance of power, because Deathfin Du is also so powerful that they have no way to measure it, and that means that neither the Diluvians nor the Illud know who would win if Unon and Du ever fought it out. It could be that they are evenly matched, or it could be a one-sided DBZ beatdown, but either way, whichever one survived, that side would probably just win the KT Civil War right then and there. The prospect of being on the losing side is so terrifying that both governments are too afraid to ever use their own ultimate monitor because they each need to keep them in reserve in case the other side uses theirs.
Alright, supposedly my pizza will now be delivered, although there's no more time guarantee, which, like, duh.
Which is how the KT Civil War is also a Cold War, in addition to resembling both World War I and World War II. So what we need to do is kill both of those guys, and then we can scare both sides into unconditional surrender.
That is the message to take away, little one. All we have to do is
things in the world.
what Draven said.
It's a long-term goal, very long-term. And that's all very interesting, but it doesn't really affect the party at the moment. So they continue with their vague plan to fight their way to Vistria through the Diluvian-controlled nation of Varandi. And so they head on down the road until the next session where Angel, the player, was absent. And that's when they run into a standard road blocked by trees ambush. Next time on Tales from My D&D Campaign.
For those of you just showing up, I missed commenting for the last episode and a half mostly because of stupid problem in ordering pizza. I ordered it through the app, but it defaulted to pickup instead of delivery, and it took 15 minutes to go through. It should be coming already.
Next time. This is actually horrible.
It was going just a little bit too far on the chair there. Not quite right. No, there is no pineapple on my pizza. All my pizzas have the red pepper flakes to make them spicier, and they all have either banana peppers, jalapeno, or spicy sausage.
He's a famous bounty hunter who goes by the name Daggerface. What? There's no way.
They fought a crystal or something, then read some comic books. whatever. So they head northwest out of Bank.
Last time on Tales from My D&D Campaign, they read some comic
all 3
books.
magic artifact spoons with them, finally ready to fight their way through to Vistria, save starving people,
Put
and
my
make
pop
30,000
filter back in place now that I don't have to
Technically, they got
figure out
Donkey
if it's
Course
muted
for
anymore.
10K up front to help with magic item upgrades. And Angel's like, oops, I forgot to check in with my contact. You go on ahead and I'll meet up with you in a short while. Because Angel, the player, had some kind of scheduling problem, like had to work overtime or something, and couldn't make it to D&D this week. No problem. We have a couple
Oh, trying to
NPCs
play with
go
one
and get
person
done.
down, I'm sure it'll be
Worst that could happen. And that's when they round the bend and run into a stereotypical fallen trees ambush next to a steep hill. I blame you for failing to scout ahead, half-orc. Yeah, when did I ever say I was good at scouting? You've got to be good at something.
I wish I had
so
recorded Half-Orc's
badass.
name, because he did have a
was
name.
Pretty boss. I'll fly up to get a better view of the situation. And they are surrounded, with a barbarian in front and a warlock to the side, each with a bunch of minions. And on the other side, on the hard-to-reach escarpment, are a
Half-plate minions, the most armor class for the least useful armor.
Huh? Who the hell are you?
That is
I'm
not...
Daggerface. No, you look like a fishing accident.
Warforged
I'm the
Daggerface's lines are
world-famous
not
bounty
recorded
hunter,
well.
Daggerface. Right, BX? Yeah, I'm gonna go with the guy who's paying. Also, his face is made of knives. I am Daggerface. I'll kill you. And they roll initiative, and pretty rapidly, things start going downhill. The Warlock does significant, consistent damage, plus he has scout levels for mobility. And the half-plate thug minions are blocking Black and Half-Orc from reaching him. Little one gets in
I'm not sure Warlock Scout is actually a good combo, but at certain levels, it can come out with noticeably more damage than you might expect.
Armor class and flying up. And due
As
to a
ranged
string
touch.
of horrible dice rolls, their NPCs can't even drop one of the armored minions. But the real problem is
How dare you
Warforged
single out
Daggerface.
some of my
This
terrible
wizard
art
cast a
from the
vision
other
blocking
terrible art?
obscuring mist spell, so the two of them can move in and out, only exposing themselves to danger every second round as they each make ranged attacks
Yeah,
against the
Master
target.
Thrower
Holy
PRC,
crap,
at
did
least
Warforged
one other
Daggerface make
dagger
ranged
PRC.
attacks.
So
He
many,
was higher
there are
level
so
than
many
the
dagger
player
PRCs, and they
with
mostly have
some kind
similar
of
prereqs,
crazy
so you can just
dagger-throwing
stack them.
prestige class. He was throwing 2 blades around and doing bullshit trick shots, like ranged trip attacks that still deal full damage. How the hell does he knock me down and deal damage with a throwing knife? I don't know. Pin your pant leg to the ground when you are mid-step.
It works the way it says in the book,
through
okay?
your calf. And the wizard casts a flaming sphere spell. Behold my mighty
Mighty
orb. Maybe you should save your castings for useful things. Let Daggerface handle the offense. I'm Daggerface. And the heroes keep focusing on the non-minion members of Warforged Daggerface's gang because they seem the most dangerous. But they don't have enough manpower to send someone up the path to the hilltop. These two so don't count. Fortunately, Draven has a solution. The end of my crossbow rotates, and I charge up the wand of Scorching Ray and fire down at the Warforged. And the wand launches 2 fiery blasts, and Warforged Daggerface manages to sidestep one. Then with a roll of the dice, he absorbs the
Wakanda
second ray with
forever!
crossed arms and fires it right back up at Draven. What the hell is that? The Spell Reflection Rogue Alternate Class feature. He traded Evasion for the ability to deflect missed ranged attack spells a few times per day. Then he got back Evasion from his Master Thrower Prestige class. We are screwed. His
That's a good
AC
build.
is high enough that I missed 2 touch attacks, and he gets to punish me for them. Even if I drop this Barbarian, it's gonna take several rounds to get up that hill, all while he bullshit dagger tricks me. I took a lot of damage from this Warlock. Also, Half-Orc just died. Then I'm even angrier.
I don't know, you criticize that Eldritch Blast animation,
and turn it into
but
a
it
helmet
looks
for
like an
Daggerface.
attack.
Yeah. And
From
somebody
the mighty
finally
spirit
draws
of
the
evil
beam,
that
and
is
Black finishes the
Aku.
Warlock, but he and Dwarf Daggerface go down to a combination of Thug Minions and Warforged Daggerface's knives, and the Flaming Sphere does nothing. Aww. And Little One knocks out the Barbarian. Meatwall, are you alright? Meatwall! His name is Arthur.
I think Flaming Sphere is a lot better in 5th edition.
But Draven, who is
I think it does, like, I think it's saved for half in 5th ed, because it's saving throw negates in 3.5.
and is shot down by another volley of precisely armed daggers, with a little falling damage adding insult to injury. And things are looking really bad, with all but Little One in negative hit points, and Half-Orc actually dead. There's still a couple thugs, a mage, and Warforged Daggerface is pretty much full health. Damn it, I can't beat him like this, with him sniping from his perfect ambush position. The only thing
sniping
I can
from the
do
perfect
is
ambush
try
position
to
is
run
pretty
away
good.
and hope to meet up with
The
Angel
cloud to move
come
out in and
back
out of,
rescue them.
yeah.
Assuming she's nearby? and anything resembling running away is painful to Little One, but it seems like the only hope he has to save his friends, so he bypasses the blockade and makes a break for it, and it turns out that
I'm gonna go do a thing to prepare for the piece. I'll probably have to go up again when it comes out. I'll be right back.
Giving him higher out-of-combat speed,
while I'm gone,
Little One recently
leave
armor. Also, being Warforged, this Daggerface
the turtle
is
in charge.
inexhaustible, like he could run for days straight if he had to. But Little One sees this as an opportunity to take him one-on-one. When he hears the Warforged scrambling over the fallen tree, he dodges into the brush beside the road and hides as best he can. And Warforged Daggerface runs right past and doesn't notice because running gives you a lot of penalties. And Little One's like, this is my chance. And he leaps out of the bush and bone crushes Warforged Daggerface and hits for almost 30 damage. And the bounty hunter takes it, but he's not bloodied. He's still at more than half health? I thought he was a glass cannon. No, he's more of a mithril-plated dagger dispenser. And Warforged Daggerface tumbles away and ranged dagger trips him, and that's about the end. And now I have a serious Game Master problem. A party wipe, while not ideal, would be okay under many circumstances. But this is not one of those circumstances. First, it's kind of bad form to wipe them when one player wasn't around to help. I had reduced the number of minions a bunch, but in hindsight I really should have removed the Warlock as well to even up the odds. Secondly, it was never intended to be a fair fight. I had designed and scripted this encounter around this overpowering, smartass, awesome bounty hunter, who took on a bounty that he normally wouldn't have because the money was just too good. He hires a bunch of goons, plus his regular crew, and then, according to my plan, after a handful of his minions inevitably got crippled or killed by our heroes, Warforged Daggerface would feel guilty and try to call it off, which could have been some very interesting and hilarious role-playing, negotiating for the lives of his guys. The problem is, between the bad die rolls, being badly outnumbered, and, quite reasonably, prioritizing the bigger threats, the three players hardly killed any thug minions, especially since their half-plate gave them
wow, the turtle stayed up. Good job, turtle.
So by the time they had taken out a couple guys, the bounty hunters were clearly winning, and it no longer made any logical sense for them to give up. And now, what do I do? Let them die in this ignominious manner and then
I was sure that turtle was going to fall. So did the party win?
You feel very foggy and your senses are dull, but you can feel people pawing at your armor, then banging on it. Then you dimly perceive a voice, "Oh, god damn it, fine, leave it on." You dream. You don't remember most of it, but there is an image that
Little One has a dream. I'm sure this isn't important.
This symbol again, glistening silver on a black surface. When you wake up, you realize this is a dream you've had many times, though this may be the first time you've remembered it after waking. It isn't till Little One sees the light dancing on the 6 blades that he realizes his arms are tightly bound, and bound to something behind him. They all are. I'm not. Yeah, this was the next session, so Angel's back. And though they've been saved by first aid, they are still very beat up. They're each only at 1 hit point. I'm not. No, you discover this scene in the woods near the ambush site, and sneak up to watch. Feel free to intervene at any point. Are you kidding? There are like a billion of those guys. Also,
there are quite a few.
At 1 hit point, even a crappy wizard could easily kill
Look at those incredibly detailed
and now
rope
that they're
bindings.
all awake, Warforged Daggerface starts monologuing. We have a problem. And by we, I mean both the we, that is my men and I, and the collective we, that includes both us and you, the plural you that's... Never mind. We have a problem. While I was hunting you down and the rest of you were napping...
You mean bleeding?
Yeah, human stuff like that. Anyway, while we were all occupied, my totally useful wizard used his skeezy magic to communicate with our intermediary.
Why is he so mean to BX?
The bounty on you was revoked yesterday. The money pulled out of escrow. Just, sorry, don't need them anymore, dead or otherwise.
Also, why does it keep turning off the captions?
Pissed off right now.
Yet you've been describing it constantly.
Look, bottom line, you have a man dead, I have a man dead.
2 men dead. We lost 2.
Even worse. I may have only known these guys a couple days, but they were working for me, and that makes me responsible for keeping them alive, and when the worst happens, for making sure it was worth something.
It's been like a week.
I never thought of that, Rana. I guess a lot of other languages probably have like a
Wednesday. That's not a couple days.
An us, but not you.
Look, shut up a minute, okay?
That would make sense. Why wouldn't you put that in a language?
Dead, and a lot of other people are not getting paid. Also, People are dead. Look, we've got 2 in the ground, and you've got 1. I don't blame you guys. It was a kill bounty. That's self-defense. I blame these pointless deaths on the assholes who put us up to this.
Trying
we
so
don't
hard
even
in
take
this
this kind of job normally. But the money was so
negotiation.
good and whatever. Mistakes were made.
You're still a murderer.
Mistakes were made. The point is, we have a decision to make. The other point is, I, being the brilliant detective, found out who placed the bounty on you in the first place. Normally, I don't squeal on employers. Ever. Especially ones who go to so much trouble.
I'm not sure Daggerface is actually a brilliant detective.
Kind of shit. And there's a
even though
whole
his
banking
jacket
system
is
that's
based
supposed to make these
loosely
things
on the
ironclad.
jacket worn by Terry McGinnis in Batman Beyond.
Only due to my incredible skills and personality. Also, shut up. I don't imagine you guys appreciate.
It's almost like a
having
hybrid
all the
between
greatest
Terry's
bounty hunters
jacket
in the
and
land
some
sent
that the
after you,
police wear
especially
sometimes
the
in Batman
magnificent
Beyond, but
Daggerface.
not.
His name is Matthew
Not like an
Patel.
accurate
I don't know if that
hybrid.
rings any bells for you, but apparently some little birdie told him how you guys killed his son. Some country boy archer named Jimmy ran with the war bond. Apparently, the thought of a gang of thugs killing his only son to protect a bunch of KTs no less broke old man Patel's heart, which in turn broke his mind, which in turn broke open his fat inherited bank account to get revenge. He lives down south in Hengal.
That dumbass? That's such a letdown. All this stuff was just for that loser?
Which brings us to the big question. We patched you up a bit, though there wasn't much we could do for the dwarf.
Daggerface died? What the hell? No, this guy's just making fun of his appearance.
I like they took that and they were genuinely worried. They're like, he died? Like, no, we just didn't do much for him. Look at the guy.
Guys who count on me. If I released a pissed off Orc Slayer, Artificer, and the guy with that crazy armor,
crazy unstealable armor,
only to have them turn around and try to kill us the second they heal up.
And now Warforged Daggerface bends over Little One again, and he's like,
now you don't seem like the type to lie. So tell me, after hearing all this, and taking into account the fact that we didn't kill you, despite how much easier and lower risk it would make our lives, if we let you go, with most of your horses and gear, are you going to try to kill us later? Most? We may have taken a few little things, and some of your cash, to cover medical costs, widow's gills, and also we won? I seem to recall somebody assuring us that upon your victory, you were going to make my face into a helmet and try to melt the rest of me down.
Could have been double Daggerface.
We, on the other hand, have left your armor, your cold weather gear, a whole bunch of other shit we frankly should just take on general principles, and your weapons if you swear not to come after us.
That sounds fairly reasonable from where I'm sitting. I guess we can live with that. Nope. You'll have to kill me.
What?
If you take anything from me, I will have to hunt you down.
I'm not sure you understand. I don't expect you to be my best friends. Mistakes were made. You have 1 in the ground, I have 2. But I'm trying for a compromise where both sides survivors can get on with our lives. Alive.
If I am missing a single coin, I will have to hunt you down.
All right, we won't take any of
your
stuff.
He is half dragon.
Anybody who has any of Sword
and
Guy's
dragon
stuff,
raised.
Put it back now.
How much are we missing? They've taken all your and Draven's cash, but nothing else relevant. Not much more than 1,000 gold. 1,000 gold? We could have been dead or naked. I'd say we're incredibly lucky.
Now, you guys seem pretty sane. I can tell you understand.
You guys seem pretty sane.
The big question. Put simply, I need you to swear that you won't make any effort to track me down.
Player was ready for these guys to actually just kill him for this. He was like, nope.
Or to kill us. And then we'll go our separate
That was like
ways.
in and out of characters. Like, nope, you'll just have to kill me.
Really hard for Little One to accept losing to this obnoxious guy.
What a face.
Or anyone, really. But finally, he's like, all right, I swear.
Then I'll accept your word of honor. You'll forgive us if we don't untie you, but I'm confident you can escape as soon as you aren't being watched, and my men will be more comfortable if you don't know where we're headed.
And he removes the manacles so they're only tied up, and cuts a little nick in Dwarf Daggerface's bonds to make sure they can get out. And as soon as they run off, Angel pops out and frees the others, and Dwarf Daggerface is like, ugh.
If I ever see that Mithril moron again, he took my name!
Technically, he had it first. My contact says he's been famous for at least 10 years.
Why do the captions keep putting in underscores? I don't know what's going on there.
Things certainly seem to go wrong when you aren't around.
but they'll definitely have a chance to work out their frustrations next time on Tales from My D&D Campaign.
We've seen the captions get a lot of words wrong, and sometimes they're like struggling, but they usually put something. You're saying that's a censor? Maybe it's just that I just don't notice swearing because I don't care personally myself.
What will you be doing while we're dealing with the old man? I think there's a slim chance I can still track down that cache. I think that intermediary guy must have left town in a hurry, and we're good at tracking, right, BX? Aw, again? I hate that spell. What spell? The one with the dancing. He wouldn't hate it
Circle
so much
dance.
You guys would stop
It works.
making fun of him when he does it. You're just as bad as them. What? I never said anything. I freaking love that spell. You don't say it, but I can see it in your face.
DJ Fail just realized that Little One's the most expressive party member because he's the only one with a fully uncovered face, but I don't change his face that much either.
Placed upon the party 10,000 gold for the head of the orc slave.
The most impressive thing is still how impressive Warforged Daggerface is, despite having no moving parts on his face.
We're a team. Team Daggerface.
I actually just love the way moving him around a little bit gives the impression that he is emoting in some fashion.
And fled after telling them who wanted them dead so badly. Also, winter is coming. The party, all beaten and bruised,
wow, snow!
Down 1,100 gold. They make their way back.
Really went all out on that snow effect.
And the next day, they head down south to find the town of Hengal. It's a town in southern Larrick, a week's ride from Bankton, and itself only 2 days' ride from the border of the Diluvian-controlled peace bond. Warforged Daggerface claimed that was where they would find Matthew Patel, heir to a wealthy shipbuilding dynasty, the man who had put the 15k bounty on their heads for killing his dumbass son Jimmy. It happens Hengal was also home to one of the Warbond factions described by their contact, Corindal.
Considering how colorblind I am not sure whether I intended Daggerface's jacket to be brown or green.
Was the original Daggerface.
Daggerface. I just don't remember.
But you swore you
whatever color it is.
Also, he did kind of show us mercy. As far as I'm concerned, he's a murderer. So you'd break your oath?
He's a murderer.
I didn't swear that you guys wouldn't track him down. I didn't
say
anything
about
capturing him and turning him over to the authorities for being a murderer, and I go where you go. I suppose that is true. I know we're going after this other guy first, but someday I'm going to see that killer hanged, or whatever they do to Warforged. When they reach Hengal, the entrance is marked by a pair of those carved log pillars. Small town, not very wealthy. Few people out in the streets, but only ones who have a reason to go out in the cold, like children sweeping the snow off the rooftops while a parent, usually the mother, holds the ladder. Excuse me, could you tell us where Matthew Patel lives? And 3 men emerge from a nearby house, 2 of which are trying to look intimidating and failing horribly against PCs who have battled orcs, trolls, and worse. One of the big guys is like, "Who are you?" But the smaller one just asks, "Why do you want to see Matthew Patel?" We have some business to discuss with him. Some of our Warbond contacts
I think these guys look pretty okay, although drooling guy's a little bit unfortunate, but I mean, there's a good reason for it.
The thugs made no move to stop them when they declined this advice, but as our heroes begin moving through the town's several streets, they notice that even a minute later, there were no villagers around. Nobody out in the streets anymore. They were looking for a guy who dropped 15,000 gold on a bounty. And
that's
with
a
only
lot
a
of
few
money.
2-story houses in town, it didn't take too long to find one at the end of a lane with a brass plate that said, Patel. They're obviously setting up for an ambush. We could just burn it down, force them out. We don't know for sure that it's the right house. How many Patels do you think there are? In a rural town in Larrick? How many Smiths do you think there are in Vistria? Yeah, we probably shouldn't burn it down. If they want to fight, let's fight. Can we talk first? Of course. Then probably fight. Angel picks the lock like it was nothing, so they enter to find a cold, dark house. No fire in the fireplace.
Yeah, but
In the
Patel's a
second room
pretty
was an
common name.
elderly
Look.
man,
I don't know
late
about most
50s,
common in the
early
world.
60s, slumped
but
in a plush chair. Are you saying he's dead? Yeah, he's dead.
very
He's
common
not warm,
in
but also
the most
not
populous
decayed,
nation.
and there are no obvious signs of
I think
injury or
India's.
illness.
I think India's
Do I
past
smell it?
China for
The party had
population, right?
leveled again
I know they're
recently,
going
with
to.
all the
I'm not.
assassins and such.
I actually.
And Angel
Now
took
that
a
I'm
level
questioning
sword
whether
sage,
they've
and
passed
through
yet.
meditation, training, and
Close
focus,
enough.
she gained the scent ability as a martial arts stance. He's hardly even beginning
I'm
to
glad
rot,
that my
so
text
although it is
classifies
cold
as the
and dry
ability
in
to
here,
smell,
he
not the
can't have been
ability
dead
to
more than
be
a few
smelly,
days.
because
But Angel's
the word scent
sensibility
is very
did find a
ambiguous.
small amount of rotten flesh, a little piece in the center of a stain on the carpet, a dozen
Oh yeah,
feet
this was
from
an
the
odd
body.
mystery.
Okay. Well, where did it come from? There must be a blood trail or something. There's no sign of any trail. Even with her
There's
hunter's
no
sense,
blood
Angel can't find
trail.
so much as a drop of blood, except for the stain right under the tissue.
Well, then where did it come from? Him?
I guess we have to strip him down and check. But Angel's animal quality sense of smell can't be certain whether the badly rotted tissue comes from him or not, and they find no
It would
exit
rot.
wound,
It would
not
rot a
even
lot
small
faster
cut
sitting there on the
old man's
ground.
body. As much as I want justice over this, I wasn't interested in killing the old man if he was defenseless. But now, somebody robbed us of our revenge? Like, what are we even doing here if he's dead? You think this could be a setup? Somebody's framing us for killing him? Then they must be coming to get us. We should prepare for an attack. And they prepare, but nothing happens for 5, then 10 minutes. This is stupid. We're just standing around. Do we just
I wonder if that
leave?
pizza's being delivered
Outcast
now.
augury.
This is
Okay,
going to be an
what
ongoing
question are
issue
you asking
because
your god? After some
I've gone
group
outside of the
deliberation,
normal
Black
flow of
calls
the
upon
app,
the
so it's
wisdom
not
of
going to notify
Sirius,
me properly.
asking
I'm probably
what
not
will
getting
happen
an
if they stay here.
email that they're
The spell
coming.
gives information about a given course of action, but only for about
I'll be
half
right
an
back.
hour.
Turtle.
And the only results it gives are either wheel, good results, woe, bad results, both, or neither.
Turtle.
In this case, the answer is woe.
Can you manage?
So the enemies will come
Okay.
to us? Bring it. I'm not sure that's what it means. I'd rather be ready and force them to come fight us here in this enclosed space. They won't be able to surround us.
I guess.
In here, out there, either way. So they wait, and wait, and 20 minutes pass while nothing happens. Then Angel smells something burning. Hey, remember that plan to burn it down, force them out? Shit. And they rush out of the burning house, expecting to find themselves surrounded or something. Instead, they come out into the empty street, noticing only the thugs from before, across the street, one carrying a lit torch. And the smaller guy is like, I warned you to leave this place. Now, no one can help you. Then a voice came from the rooftop across the street. All he had to do was keep his mouth shut. But no.
He just couldn't let it go that somebody killed his pathetic human son.
And they see this large, almost humanoid man made of goo and a bipedal ant-man. It's so long since we've been allowed to
Pizza
kill
was there.
anyone.
I'm a
Isn't that
genius.
voice the insect
Ignore
guy?
the fact that
No,
I
the
ordered it
high-screechy
wrong.
voice is the heavy-set goo man. The ant-man has the deep voice.
I hope you don't just scream and run away.
We're going to ignore that fact, and we're going to just assume that I'm a genius because I have pizza and
We are
poutine.
going down.
They've practically admitted to murder. Also, they're monsters. Yeah.
What's up with the goo
man
people?
forms a
They're
whole
goo
bunch of
people.
spikes
They came
which
from
hit
wherever
really
goo
hard
people come
and
from.
fires them, making like 6 ranged attacks at Little One and Draven.
They just exist.
And the Ant-Man casts and starts concentrating on a spell-like ability which fires dozens of beams all around Angel and Black. It actually looks like the beams have all missed, when at the last possible
Yeah, it's
moment,
possible
all
that they
make
come from one of the
sharp
other
angle turns
planes,
in
or it's
midair,
possible that
striking
they
directly at their
just
targets.
come from, I don't know,
Holy
like
crap.
underground on this plane, or
God.
maybe they come from one of the dragon
The
continents and
beams
they
were
left there
actually
because it's full of
reflexed for
dragons.
half, and with evasion from her rogue levels, Angel was able to completely avoid them despite their terminal attack maneuvers. There's actually a version of a spell
Your
called
thing back
Many
on.
Jaws, but my description is cooler.
Yeah, I don't dodge as much.
And Draven casts a group buff, and Angel runs right up the wall to lay some beats on Ant-Man because she bought slippers of
The
spider
never-ending
climbing
stream of
bank.
enemies with
Little One
weird
doesn't
powers
have a
I made
reliable
up to
method of
torture
vertical
PCs.
mobility, so he runs over to use the ladder set up by another house. And they get showered with more spikes
put
and lasers, and Angel hits Ant-Man, breaking his
Tons of pepper
concentration,
on my
and he's
poutine
like,
here.
Don't just stand there.
Yeah.
It's time to get in on the action.
and the 2 thugs lurking by an alley suddenly hulk out, and it looks kind of painful. And
Yeah,
the
that
little
guy's
guy's
gem
like,
wasn't
"No,
set
I
quite
was
right. That's why he was
supposed-
drooling, obviously.
And he doesn't hulk out so much as Gumby out.
You wanted power.
That's just weird.
Power to defeat your enemies. That's what he gave you.
and each of them seems to lose his mind in the transformation, although the tall one uses some strategy, like spring attack, and has crazy stretchy reach. And Black starts beating them down, trying to keep them off Draven until the Artificer gets a chance to fly up off the ground. And Little One jumps across to the right rooftop
get that
and
mediocre
bone crushes
poutine.
Gooman for his already sizable damage plus 46.
Can't expect really
but it does
good
much
poutine
less
from
than
like
usual because
a
Gooman
chain
has some
pizza place.
bullshit power that
It's
he
fine.
takes -2 damage per die from attacks. And Ant-Man recasts his assault spell again, but this time he focuses the whole 10d6 on Little One because it really doesn't work very well on the creepy gnome ninja. Ow. You should try dodging.
That sounds like a plan.
And he flies across the street before unleashing another storm of ranged spike attacks. He has freaking wings made of goo? What the actual hell? Actually, stat-wise, Gooman is just a wyvern with his challenge rating increased to compensate for his special goo.
Bessie, I guess you could argue that Black's the most diplomatic. I don't know. That may just be because the party's not very diplomatic.
It works on magic too? Sure.
I want to say Draven's more diplomatic. He feels like he's more diplomatic. He is actually, like, he often wants to pause and think about things. But he is often in favor of killing things that seem bad. So,
sure, why not? Then I like charging Mountain Hammer straight down. And that's the end of Ant-Man. And Black and Daggerface have been beating down the mutated...
Charging straight down? You don't want to be on the receiving end of that.
Whatever happened to them, it was clearly beyond their control. Die, monsters! They might turn back when we kill the real monsters. Really? How would I know? Although that hope became a lot
Draven by far has the best,
died,
like, diplomacy skill.
Without his partner, the Gooman takes clumsy flight once more, house-hopping large distances to try and escape. So Black casts Lesser Holy Transformation, giving him flight and some bonuses, but mostly flight. And he's now slightly faster than the enemy, and he and Draven pursue and keep hitting it until it eventually dies. And it turns out it counts as an abomination, and its big gross eyeball is a true
aberration.
Eldritch
I meant
Eye,
aberration.
the material component for the teleport spell in this setting. Unfortunately, the thugs
words
do
are very
not
similar.
revert to human form, and they have to be put down. But other than the Eldritch Eye, there was no real loot and no evidence of where to go next, until one of the women of the village emerged from her house. She had seen the transformation of the men, and was afraid that her husband may have undergone the same ritual as those poor souls. And when the party promised to at least try to save the men of this village and their tragically messed up war bond cell, she revealed that one house was actually a secret entrance to an underground space. And with the woman's eyewitness account, they convinced all the war bond guys down there not to oppose them, since they didn't know if getting aggressive would cause them to hulk out like those other guys. And those guys said if they follow the tunnel to the end, they'll find the place where they underwent the ritual. The Ant guy said he gave you that power. Who is he talking about? And they're like, the Tiger Lord. Tiger Lord? What, like a Rakshasa? Do our characters know anything about Rakshasas? And Angel has heard of them, like they're cat-like humanoids that exist in the Feywild, which she knows because gnomes like her also originate in the Feywild. And Rakshasas have a pretty bad reputation, but she doesn't have the knowledge skills to remember any more than that. So they go down to the tunnel, which is huge.
Rakshasas do have a pretty bad
it's
reputation.
Almost 20 feet in diameter, and it's so long, they keep horses down there. In fact, as they ride on, it's so long, it has full-on
horses
rest
not
sites
pictured.
off the main tunnel with access to water. There's one every 30 miles or so, which is
Yeah,
about a
you're
full
correct,
day's
Xylem.
ride.
They
How
oddly
far
have
does it
no
go?
connection
How
to
did they build
catfolk.
this thing? The amount
Actually
of
none.
manpower it would take. Are we there yet? Periodically they hear a resonating, repetitive noise coming from the other end of the tunnel. The villagers had told them to travel east in order to find the ones responsible for all this, but it sounded like something unnatural was still digging in the other direction, towards the peace bond. It takes 4
does it
days
turn off
of
the
riding,
captions every
8 hours
episode? I
on,
don't
8
understand.
hours off, to reach the end of the tunnel, which for the last 2 days had been sloping down so steeply they must be several miles underground by the time they reached the rough wooden doors at the end. Digging out their map of Larik, they calculate that they must be somewhere under the ancient city of Eloia. We went under the lake? Aye, we're deep enough, and this rock is stable enough that it might be safe. Eloia is a large city on an island. The
Yay,
only
dwarven
structures left
knowledge
behind
thing.
by the ancient Adar people when they disappeared. Although boat tours run around it in the summer, showing off its otherworldly elegance, the Psionic College of Larik controls and researches the potentially dangerous city, and setting foot on the island is strictly prohibited, and immediately detected by their wards. It's unlikely
quite
that the actual
possibly
city
a
extends
Delver,
miles
another one.
underground, but there's obviously something here. There's another branch to the tunnel, but it has been totally collapsed. More interestingly, there's a crack at the bottom of the south wall.
I just like putting in
large
engineering features.
Stone chest, but in front of the chest is a big-ass golem made of quartz. Treasure. Yes, it's probably
which also has
treasure,
a proud lineage back to Lord of the
definitely a
Rings.
golem. That thing is big. I want to fight it. I don't know. We can always come back to the treasure later. We don't want to alert them to our presence.
We can fight it later, you idiots.
We could smash the golem, then go through and come at them from an unexpected angle. Or we could leave the golem for later and still sneak through the less obvious avenue of approach. That seems like the best plan, so they try that. Unfortunately, as soon as one of them touches the floor of the room, the golem kicks into action. Well, that's what you get for touching the floor.
As opposed to what? Oh.
Oh, darn. We have to fight it. And it's pretty obnoxious because it can cast Dispel Magic as a swift action every round,
like a chump,
while also being totally immune to magic, hitting reliably and hard, and having a high armor class. Though I did let them know that most golems in my setting are not immune to magic. I will normally replace that trait with spell resistance, which makes them strong against magic, but it's not as ridiculous as every golem being immune.
Because as always, you have to run into the exception before the normal thing.
Anyway, they do defeat it.
Like, I changed golems to not be immune to magic, but the first one you run into, it's the immune to magic kind, because that's its whole job.
Angel carefully opens the chest, even more carefully when she
first set of orcs they run into, one is
is
riding a horse and he's a spellcaster and he's old. That's like not normal for orcs. Just everything, every time. Always the exceptions first.
Of scrolls, something which Draven could activate via his high use magic device skill. 2 daggers of Dimensional Anchor, single-use daggers which, if they hit with a melee or ranged attack, would apply the spell. 2 blank masks, one-use magic items which, when activated and worn, grant 12-hour immunity to mind-affecting abilities, similar to that function of the spell Mind Blank. And a +1 Banishing Longsword, a weapon which, 3 times per day, can attempt to banish a struck creature back to its home plane unless the target succeeds a DC 20 will save. What a jet. DC 20 will save? That doesn't seem all that great. Those masks are very powerful, though situational.
What was all this junk for?
And why have a crazy Dispel Magic golem guarding it? And those are all good questions. But as Angel scouts ahead a little ways, she hears a strange chanting from down the corridor. She couldn't understand it, but as a native of the Feywild,
apparently I messed up in the final episode because by that time apparently we in the recording thought they were scrolls of Mind Blank and forgot that they were supposed to be masks.
And whatever that is, it sounds like something magical, something they should stop. Next time on
Tales from my D&D campaign. Now with pizza. Yeah, there's a shocking amount of stuff there that seems like whoever built this place is paranoid about being attacked by something crazy, powerful, and psionic.
The outside group will be upon me any moment now.
According to your fate matrix, you will almost certainly be destroyed in a direct confrontation with them,
while inflicting a mere 1.5 casualties in return.
That is unacceptable. I agree, of course.
Well, that's concerning.
Tales from my D&D campaign.
I was so distracted by pizza ordering issues.
Previously,
Matthew Patel, heir to a wealthy shipbuilding dynasty.
I didn't even notice when we switched over from my like
their heads for killing his
shitty,
dumbass son Jimmy.
Not a good idea music to my own music.
All he had to do was keep his mouth shut.
Probably around episode 8 or 9.
No.
I don't know.
And the 2 thugs suddenly hulk out.
No, I wasn't supposed.
Still a while before we get actual like musical score though.
That's what he gave you.
Who is he talking about? The Tiger Lord. So after following the secret Warbond tunnel for days, even passing under a major lake, they used a crack in the wall to take an alternate route into this hidden complex, miles beneath the ancient Adar city of Eloia. And while the others are sorting through the chest of Dimensional Anchor this and Mind Blank that, Angel scouts ahead and hears some kind of disquieting Fey chant. Zagato Vimkimro Kagamaga Refodro Olduri Amagano Mistari Abatro. And they had no idea what he was cheerfully singing about, but they knew bad stuff was going on here and didn't want any magical rituals being completed or anything. So they charged in, finding a large room with a big-ass crystal in the middle. The singer is an old man in a red cap, carrying a full-length scythe, even though he is a small creature. He's pacing
Definitely
back
not
and
Freddy
forth
Krueger.
in front of rows of mutated Warbond Hulks and Warbond Stretchy guys, each with one of those crystals jutting out of their foreheads, including the one lying on the ground in a pool of its own blood, which is eerily similar in color to the
You
old
see, I
dude's
kill my own
hat
men.
and beard and scythe.
That's a lot of guys. The big ones have over 60 hit points.
The skinny ones are slippery bastards. What's with the little guy? I think I've heard of them. Just tales or rumors, but they're evil fae called Redcaps. Like chaotic serial killer evil. Butcher's blade, flesh is flayed, blood is freed, a deal is made, your throat will sing, your life I'll take, you'll dance with me till Baal is slaked.
Yeah, okay. Roll initiative.
Warbond villagers
That's a roll initiative.
Spring attack, and do a big chunk of sneak attack damage if they can get into flanking position, while the hulked out Warbond villagers do a big chunk of damage all the time.
I think
But
you'd
when
find
the
that
wrinkly
the
little guy
Rajas,
stops singing and starts fighting,
if it
he's
was
not a
unavoidable
spellcaster at all. He is
and it was
supernaturally
made a
strong
huge
and fast,
difference
like
to
some
the
kind of
success
scythe-wielding
of
Freddy Krueger,
them
with
as a
damage
group,
reduction.
as a whole.
Fortunately, Little One's blade is made of cold iron.
There
the
are
bane of
circumstances
fey
where they
creatures,
would
which
be
can hurt the
willing
Red
to
Cap just fine. So they pair
sacrifice
up while the
themselves
others
or
are
something.
mostly occupied trying to manage the
But
crowd of stupid
not something like
monsters.
this.
He keeps
There's nothing to
describing
gain
the
here.
gems in their
It's just a
foreheads.
waste.
You think they mean something?
If he
I
would
don't
die.
know. You could try attacking them directly. I've got this. And they find that if they aim for the gems, they can kill
I don't
these
know what
guys
level
like
they are in
minions
this
with
episode.
a
I
single
can't.
hit. Although there's a
The reason I
-4
stopped
attack
I don't
penalty,
mention it
which
most of the time
arguably
is
makes
because
it worse than the normal
it was
way
hard
for
to keep
killing the
track,
stretchy guys. But against the Hulks,
especially
it
before I
makes a huge
before I
difference,
started
and Angel
recording
and
all the
Black start
sessions.
mowing them down while Draven supports Little One with his crossbow.
I mean, here I
the
was still
Red
trying
Cap
to
is
catch up
surprisingly tough and
because I
utterly
didn't start recording
ruthless.
sessions
One
until they
turn,
were
he
like
gets
in the
himself
desert,
positioned next to
basically.
all three melee characters, and he activates his weapon's magic whirlwind attack, even though it kills two of his own guys in the process. But for all his immense strength, dexterity, and constitution, he can't stand up to Little One and Draven for long. And after he dies, they
They're
mop
probably
up
in
the
the 8 to
minions
10
easily.
range.
The Scythe's enchantments are more or less the same
they
as
must be
Black's
around
Flail.
there.
Conceptually an evil version, but statistically the same. The eponymous Red Cap is way more interesting. It grants a +1 profane bonus to armor class, a rare bonus type that should stack with nearly anything, and because it was a snazzy bowler, it even fit Draven's wardrobe pretty well, unlike the traditional Smurf-style Red Cap. Even more interesting, Draven determined that the bonus could be gradually increased by drenching it in the blood of freshly slain sentient beings. How many things would we have to kill? It's logarithmic. It's +1 now, so its current bonus took 10 kills. 100 would boost it to +2, 1,000 would get +3. Theoretically, you can even keep going. They don't have to be innocents or good creatures.
Draven could have had
anything.
a
You can
hat
kill
of +2
whatever you
armor
want
class,
for it.
like
Although there's
easily
no way to tell
by the
how
end of the
close
campaign.
it is to hitting +2. Except
It's
the
so
heart.
good.
That thing must be like super evil.
And stink. It smells pretty sickening when the blood is fresh, but that only lasts a few rounds until the essence has been absorbed, at which point it looks, smells, and feels like ordinary crimson fabric. And Draven
It's
couldn't
not
detect any
technically
curse or other property
evil
in
in the
hat which would
game
prevent
sense
him
of
from
like
using it, or which
spells
would
having the
corrupt
evil
wearer,
tag and
but
shit
it
like that.
definitely does emanate evil.
It is.
If it
Oh,
could
it
be
is?
even
Okay,
+2,
never mind, I
it'd
was
be a
wrong.
powerful item. Say it's halfway there. That'd be 50 kills, which is doable. It'd take forever to get to +3.
I mean, it's not evil aligned in the sense that it wouldn't
And also
hurt
it's
him
evil.
for using
It's
it as a
hard
good
choice,
creature,
but in the end, nobody wants to wear
it
the
does
evil hat
seem
of evil awesomeness.
bad
so
to be
Draven
using an
plans
evil
to
item of
disenchant it for a little crafting
blood
XP later
sacrifice.
on. For now, though, that last fight had hurt them a lot, and they had taken some damage and some dispelling from the earlier golem. So by the time Draven's Wand of Cure Light Wounds and Black's Divine Magic heal everyone, they are pretty low on spells. But they push onward. One doorway just leads to an antechamber where they find that wooden door they had seen from the other side. This room is part of the original ancient structure, but the shabby wooden door is a recent addition. Anyway, they double back, and
I don't think there'd be
guided
any
by
harm to
some
him carrying it
roguish
around for a
instinct,
little
Eagle
while and
starts
then
searching for
disenchanting
traps,
it.
and indeed finds that the stairway has some magical trigger which she is unable to disarm. If it's traps, that's obviously the way we should go. Or
we could not trigger the trap, I'm pretty much out of healing.
How bad can it be? If I can't disable
Traps
it,
mean
it's
it's the way we
probably
should go
powerful.
versus
I've had a
traps
pretty
mean
good
it's the
dive.
way we
Let's
shouldn't
explore
go.
the other way first.
Always a
And in the
difficult
next
problem
room,
because you've got to
across a
guess what
chasm
the
full
other
of
side is
random-looking
thinking.
Huge crystals. They come face to face with an Umber Hulk, an old school D&D beast which couples brute force
It's
with
like
the confusion gaze. But they all
if you
make
play
their
a
will
new
saves
a
and
new
start
system you've never
kicking
played
its
before,
insectoid
is
ass
ice going to be
because in
strong
a
against
straight-up
fire
fight,
or weak
it's
against
nothing
fire?
compared to the last room, except a
Good luck
much
guessing.
smaller bug-like head sticks out of its back and tries to mind control little one. He
That looks
manages
cool.
to fight off that spell too, but in the second round, the confusion gaze finally gets him, just in time to make no difference
I hope
at
that
all.
seizure
as
gaze
Draven
isn't
kill
like
steals
seizure-
the wounded Umber Hulk, and Black and Angel dig out the
Seizure-inducing.
Nyogi, which was burrowed in his back.
Confusion
This
gaze.
thing must be intelligent. Are we talking to it?
The room is full of surgical tables with people on them and forehead crystals.
Also, he casts Dominate. Purple Monkey Dishwasher. Still confused, huh?
Rabble-dabble. Mind control. Bad.
Rabble-dabble.
3 of the 4 villagers unconscious on the operating tables have freshly inserted crystals in their foreheads. The heroes had established by this point that once the crystal was triggered, once the Warbond villager transformed, they lose their mind permanently, becoming subservient to the
Van
evil
Stolen, they
forces.
also got
Well,
one Eldritch
can we
Eye from the
remove
goo
them?
person.
You know or can figure out a lot about magic. You may have more difficulty with the, surgery part. Long story short, with Black using his heal skill and Draven using his arcane knowledge, they try to extract the crystals from the victims' heads. Their first attempt fails, and the victim dies. But they don't give up, succeeding on the second try, and using that experience to save the third man more easily. Meanwhile, Angel is scouting
66% survival rate.
Up, this one untrapped, and she hears voices coming from the floor above. My research is essentially complete, and the Augmented Army venture has been completely compromised. There is no longer any compelling reason to remain here. That one sounds like he's at the top of the staircase. The other voices sound a little distant. I concur. Your research is done. We should bring you back.
The art on these
outside
guys
group
is
will be
actually
upon
pretty
me
good.
any
Like,
moment.
there's a lot of awkwardness going on with the glows
You will
and
almost certainly be
transparency
destroyed
and
in a
doing that
direct
stuff right, but
confrontation with them.
While inflicting a mere
their actual
1.5
art,
casualties in
I'm
return.
quite proud
That
of.
is unacceptable. Lord Kintamasa
Again, it
was
makes a
worth
big
far
difference,
more
like,
flesh
how
than one or
early
two antagonists.
it is for,
I
like,
agree, of course. There is nothing here. worth
their art
dying
holds
for,
up
and Angel
the whole way
silently
through.
informs the others,
No,
using the message
no
spell.
notes other than
1.5
there's like a little,
casualties?
That guy
there's a
knows
little
it
sort
can't
of
be
art
that.
bug
Yeah,
error
but
thing
they're
around
just
their eyes sometimes, but
calculating the
that's not a big
outcome.
deal.
Or divining or something.
Or they're full of crap like every other overconfident. Are they overconfident? Guys like the Drow or the freaks out front always think they can beat anyone. That's overconfidence. These guys know they will lose.
But they expect to kill 1.5 of us.
I need both my halves.
I like when
Something
these
about the
player
enemy's
conversations
calm
sort of cover
detachment
everything
made
that I
their
want.
words
Anyway,
so disturbing. This was quite possibly
This
the
is-
most
this is the-
unnerving
this is the
situation
debate they're
they could
having.
ever run into. Little One positioned himself on the stairs, ready for action, but they continue to listen while Draven and Black finished healing up the last villager.
Can they be reasoned with?
Our fate data on these ones is very incomplete. We can only read their reflection in Lord Kintamazu's matrix, and a battle appears most likely. They don't appear to hold their own lives in very high regard.
If they kill my brother, they will regret it. Fate data, is this something I would know about? No, you have no clue what they are talking about.
1.5.
Saying that, whatever their deal is, if this is that Tiger Lord guy, he's responsible for all the evil crap that's been going on here. Can't argue that, but he sounds like a talker. Maybe we can learn more
1.5.
before
Stop
we
saying
attack.
that. It's just
That's
like
fine,
great
but he
real
starts
table
anything that might be a
interactions that
spell,
I
I'm going to perform my own
revoice
version
myself
of head
and
surgery
include it.
on him. So they surge up the stairs to find one actual Rakshasa standing in the midst of 4 crystalline pillars of different colors. The other 3 voices were some kind of illusion-based method of communication. Holograms. Greetings. I must apologize for the actions of the monsters you dealt with. It is regrettable that we have become associated with such beings. Those killers were working for you.
You are misinterpreting the relationship.
Are you familiar with Fey bargains?
In general, sure. You can think of us as investors in such bargains. However, what you have seen here
They're investors.
is the result
Get
of
'em.
several such investments which have gone wrong. Obligations which could not be avoided. An error.
You can be assured that we will have no further dealings with Nyogi or with Redcaps.
Yes,
Look,
quite
we're-
right. Their goals are
no more
too
credit default
destructive
swaps.
to
We've
reconcile. So
we've
you made
turned the
some
corner.
deals to help psychopaths mutate people?
Is there money in that?
The situation is more complex. The people of
You make deals to help
Hendar felt
psychopaths
powerless
mutate
to
people
avenge
with
their ancestors.
pretty good
They
framing
believed
for Black.
They were willing to sacrifice anything for the slimmest chance to fight back.
So you hand them over to monsters to pay off your other debts?
The arrangement went ill, and you have now resolved it.
A dozen people are
Yeah,
dead.
1.5 casualties is statistics. It means
We
one
will
or
do
two.
no more harm here. All we want now is Lord Kintamazu's safe return. And we just let you go?
What about justice?
Justice is subjective. These villagers believe they seek justice, and it has brought them nothing but sorrow.
Because of you guys. We aren't just letting him go.
What is a large amount of coins, then?
Both sides
We do
have a pretty good
access
point,
to
honestly.
Just over 14,000 gold that the bank manager was able to stash before being captured.
Yes, we'll give you 14,000 coins.
Gold.
I just, I don't know why, but I really love how Lord Mangse's doesn't give a shit about currency. Like, he just keeps calling them coins, because it's like,
14,000 gold
whatever.
is not
A bunch of
bad.
little
So,
discs
this
of
guy
metal,
must have
whatever
some
you guys
gear.
like those,
It seems
right?
a fair price. All we ask is the safe return of one of our own. He will cause you no further trouble, whereas if you fight him, one of you will surely die.
1.5 casualties, as estimated by Lord Kintamazu's fate matrix.
One of your lives for his. A poor trade for us, to be sure. But do you value your lives so little?
No, he can't just walk out of this. 5 minutes ago, you guys were struggling to remove brain crystals. The other room is full of dead guys. I don't care if they volunteered. The guy we met in the street did not want what they did to him.
And if Little One's going in, the others have to take his back, because as much as they are unsure about what to do, they know Little One is not wrong. The Rakshasa wins the initiative, and the
Thanks,
colored
Gear
crystals
Pirates
glow,
runs.
stacking shields of temporary hit points on him. But he's still talking. What if, instead, we were able to cure one of you of your astral affliction? What? How does he know about that?
So that's the strange signature I perceived. No wonder.
Don't blame yourself.
No,
Ed,
you're right.
Kazura.
The subtitles
It's
don't
obvious
like
in
fantasy
person,
names,
but
which
diffracted
I
through my
totally
fingers,
get.
it
Like,
would be difficult to discern. My
regular
brother and I have a
people who
significant
comment don't
accumulation of
know how to spell the
personal
names,
karma between
even
us,
even when
sufficient
some of
to
them are shown on
permanently
screen.
and
Like,
safely
that's
cure
understandable.
one of you of
Why
your
would you
affliction.
guess how
That
I
spirit
randomly
you
spelled
carry
names
is
in the
weakened.
English
You will
language?
very soon begin to feel the effects of your condition.
I
It is
get a little bit
not
annoyed when
pleasant
they
for
miss like
mortals.
regular
Mortals.
words,
Are
but
these guys supposed to be
honestly, the
immortals
subtitles are
or
pretty
gods or
impressive
something?
for what they do.
Probably means it in the sense that you are not spirits.
If you're one of us, what are the rest supposed to do?
We would still need to find a cure. Unswayed, Little One comes in with a massively powerful attack, but the first 20 damage is absorbed by the shields from the pillars, and the rest fails to penetrate Lord Kintamazu's powerful innate damage reduction. Draven casts a buff, Black
I like that
charges,
you
and
look there,
Angel
the
Wall
sword just
runs
goes
to
right
sneak
in,
attack
comes out,
position,
leaving
but
no
even
damage.
with the shields gone, the cleric's attack doesn't do enough to get through the DR, and likewise,
visible
sneak
damage.
attack doesn't apply
So damage
unless the
reduction.
rest of the attack breaks through first. So after one round, they've done absolutely nothing to the Rakshasa except a tiny bit of fire and electrical damage from magic weapons. For his part, Kintamazu seems hesitant to go on offense. For now, he casts a psionic power to increase the gravity around him. Everyone saves so they don't get knocked down, but they are still slowed for one round. Then two of the pillars activate, teleporting him a short distance to land between those two, which takes him out of range of all the melee people. The other two pillars make ineffective elemental attacks against the nearest PCs, but each of the four pillars refreshes 5 hit points worth of shields for the Rakshasa. If you kill my brother now, if you are willing to pay 14,000 gold and suffer the plague,
These
to
guys
kill
could have
him,
been the
even though his
antagonists
cost
for
has
like a
failed and
while.
ended, then I will make a significant expenditure of karma. I will alter your very reality, and your fate will become your doom.
I fear they lack the ability to properly value the threat you are making, Lord Kinekoro.
I did basically
Because they are
trace
slowed,
the face of a
PCs
tiger
can't both move
initially.
and attack, but Little One and Angel
So,
flank
and that's
to
what
at least
Lord
pin him down,
Kintamazu
while
and
Black casts a big
Kinekoro are
spell he's
like.
been saving, evoking a lance of destructive sonic
One of them
energy
has
at
like
the
an extra
Rakshasa,
birthmark
and
that's different.
watching it
But then
fizzle
I
against his
I did
massive
modify
skulls.
that myself
The
to
Draven
make
casts Bane
Hazamura and
Outsiders on
Mangse's.
Black's flail
And
so that
I'm
he'll
still,
be able
I'm,
to overcome the enemy's damage.
I'm very happy
reduction
with
by
how the
brute
art
force
all
in
came
future
out.
rounds.
Your matrix is nearing alignment.
Yes, the critical point is approaching. His crystal shields did not increase since they
These
had
guys aren't
been damaged
intimidating at
last
all.
round. Apparently 20 temporary hit points was their maximum, but this round he actually attacks, firing a spray of razor-sharp psionically conjured crystals. And 2 of the pillars attacked and missed again, but he used the other 2 to teleport himself between them as before. Can he do that every goddamn round? At least you aren't slow.
He's got 4 pillars around. Each one generates 5 temporary hit points for him, and each one can also either attack or he can spend 2 of them to teleport.
They've seen in the first round,
not very far, but just between them.
But before the damage reduction came into play, so Black's temporarily baned flail crushed the barrier, and
you don't have to move very far in 3.5 to stop your opponents from full attacking. If they have to move more than 5 feet, they only get 1 attack
Your
usually.
options are fading.
Uh-oh.
And suddenly
Decerebrate.
Like, you give us your aid in one battle of
He's
our
casting
choosing.
Decerebrate.
And instead of curing one,
or
you
about
protect all of us from the plague, like how we were already protected. Huh? Are we negotiating again?
Okay, it just came to me.
To protect all 5 of you from
Decerebrate is a level 7 psionic power, equivalent to a level 7 spell, that teleports a chunk of your brain out of your head,
separated, but
which is
cannot authorize an expenditure
bad.
from the great pool for this. Even the life of a Raj is trivial compared to the ultimate cause. I know Lords Kinokoro and Kintamazu would concur.
Cure, no, but to protect,
Kin DiMaggio.
It may be possible
like
to
his
empower
rookie
the
card.
Spiritling using our personal karma.
It should be possible to extend its shielding ability for 6 months.
Possibly longer. If we're negotiating again, we want the gold too.
Whatever.
It's
it is
unclear,
physical
Bessie,
currency.
exactly
If
how the
needed,
Fate
we can
Matrix
procure it elsewhere.
works.
And nobody, possibly including
works however
himself,
I feel like
had
it works.
expected Black to broker an agreement in the middle of combat, but the Rakshasas seemed open to his demands, and the others felt weird enough about the whole situation that they weren't certain what to do. If you will allow me, I can bestow enough aid right now for your Spiritling to hold out an additional 2 weeks or more. Lady Hazamura and
MK, if you mean like that Patel guy that hired Daggerface, they found him decerebrated. Like a chunk of his brain was teleported out of his head.
Trust these guys.
It feels like their
Which
whole
is,
thing is
I'm not saying is exactly the
deals,
same
and
power
they
that
claim
Lord
they stuck with
Kintomazu
the
was
bad
about
guys'
to
deals
use on the
even though
party
they
when they
didn't like it.
negotiated, but
They did know enough about the space age to recognize it. I bet he can do what he says. Rakshasas have
it's
a
like a
bad
save or
reputation,
die, although
but
technically
these
the
guys
person
don't act
doesn't
like the
die for
stories
several
I've heard
days,
at
and if you
all.
can
For
get
one
really
thing,
crazy
they're
high-level help, it's
There's no reason they
theoretically
had to
possible
appear
to
in their
reverse
true
it.
forms. The party tentatively accepts the bargain. Lord Kintamazu gives them a special crystal that can be used to contact the Rakshasas to request their aid in battle, with some limitations. Obviously, we can't instantly reach you
If
from
someone
the
had gotten
Feywild for
decerebrated,
physical assistance.
the party
In
survived.
order for us
I
to
did have a
assist you in
plan where it was
person, we would need you to
theoretically
contact
possible
us
that
at
person
least 2 or
might have
3
been
days in
savable,
advance,
but
or
it
a
would have
week to be
depended what they
certain,
did.
And it would not be me. I'm more of a researcher. We would
A
send
slight
Lord
Deus
Kinokoro,
Ex, but it
who
would
is
have
far
been
more
interesting
capable
and
in that
generated
area.
more plot hooks.
Obviously, it's quite possible you would have no warning of the battle in which you require our assistance. We can provide a very significant boon.
Old
without
for
joining
technical
you
assistance is the
personally. However,
achievement, which my
even
head is
then,
covering.
you should not wait
Doing
until
such a
you
bad
are
job
on
of
death's
reading all the
door.
achievements
The sooner
to
you call for our aid,
protect you
the
from
better
my
your
camera.
chances of survival. So where's your portal?
It lies hidden in the Lair countryside, several days away.
The Rakshasa shows them a staircase which leads over a mile upwards to the lowest levels of Eloya, the abandoned Adar city on the island. But it is common knowledge that the island is protected by the Psionic Academy, who
I
may
don't
ask
love
a
that
lot of
image, but
awkward
it's not the
questions. So they
worst.
elect
Like,
to
it
go
gets
the
it
long
across,
way,
I guess.
taking several extra days to leave via the tunnel before heading to the portal spot.
Drawing a
Their
fancy crystal
half-prisoner,
city
half-partner shows
that
them
does
where
a lot
the
of
portal
work.
will be, then tells them where
I
the
just
gold is
half-assed it.
hidden, in a tree several hours from that spot. Little One and Angel want to haul Kintamazu over there to make sure he isn't lying, but Draven and Black convince them to let him go now. They've built up something of a rapport over the week of travel, and for good or for ill, they feel like these Rajas, as they call themselves, can be trusted, at least in the letter of the agreement sense, and that it may be wise to cultivate a relationship with them. So a planar portal is opened from the other side, and Lord Kintamazu bids them farewell. Then they rush over to a
Karma
certain tree,
Houdini.
where Little One spots a bag
That's
hidden
a TV
with some
tropes
kind of
right there.
invisibility ward, and inside they find just over
When
14,000
somebody does something
gold
really
worth of
bad, but the show
certified
just
negotiable
decides that
gemstones.
it's
Well,
okay.
they didn't lie about that. No, but they thought we'd check it with a knife.
The fact that it's called Karma Houdini makes it kind of awesome.
But they need to stop getting sidetracked and get those spoons to Vistria. Next time on Tales from My D&D
I made maps! Those are the old, not as cool maps. I don't remember if I sold those to the public at all. I genuinely don't remember. I know that I wasn't too keen on it because the image quality is just not good enough to make into big posters. There were all kinds of little graphical glitches in it, in addition to the maps being low detailed to start with.
Awesome, as well as Orestria for helping add some proper.
Look at Orestria's turtle gets a shout out.
My angel voice is bad enough already. And
he's right here when he's not watching my chair.
For watching and subscribing, and for all the great and
yeah, you're right, Sildari. I probably did sell those maps.
The only thing more I would ask of
even
you
though I
is,
find them like
if
embarrassing.
you know anyone who might like these videos,
the
please
new map,
share them around.
So much better.
Give the gift of TDDC this holiday season. It's free. Happy New Year.
Oh man, we're still a ways before I stop trying to like promote shit on at the end of the videos, aren't we?
Tales from my
I like it so much better when I just give up and say like, no, this is just a show now. I'm not doing this blah blah shilling crap.
In a direct confrontation with them,
while inflicting a mere 1.5 casualties in return.
I need both my halves. We will do no more harm here.
You need
All
both
we
my
want
halves.
now is Lord Kintamazu's safe return.
You give us your aid in one battle of our choosing, and instead of curing one, you protect all of us from the plague, like how we were already protected.
It may be possible to empower the spiritling.
It may be possible to
again,
just totally ignore this issue for the next 30, 40 episodes.
Whole thing is making and keeping deals.
But they need to stop getting sidetracked and get those spoons to Vistria. Their plan had been to fight their way through the Diluvian-occupied nation of Varandi, the homeland of Draven's ancestors. For the dangerous winter journey, they had already bought cheap magic travel
I also can't wait for the new series, Mr. Pazu. Unfortunately, I have to make it.
And conjure hot and cold drinks for the wearers. But their recent
making good progress on drawing my own versions of the characters, based on the concept art / portraits I got from Archie Doodler.
Only the two large confusion eyes contained enough magic to count. This all means that instead of spending 2 winter months trekking through enemy ground, Draven can spend an Eldritch Eye to cast a powerful teleport spell to instantly transport them all to any location that is familiar to him, such as his house in Vistria, or the headquarters of the religious order that he and Black work for. Now, you can't bring any Eldritch Eyes with you when you teleport. They get depleted in the process. But if you have 2, you can set up a ritual to allow a round trip. So they store the extra one in a deposit box.
Are the spoons divine?
And start making arrangements to leave this part of the continent.
It didn't matter, so I don't think I ever decided. One of them was from the ancient Sahagwan Empire, which is how I pronounce. You know, their name is like Sahwagan or something, and I just pronounce shit however the hell I want. So
Finally
they're
about to
Sahagwan.
deliver the magical artifact spoons, feeding thousands of starving people.
But yeah,
and
the
making
one that
over
was the one that came from the
50,000
ancient
gold out of the deal.
Sahagwan Empire back before they were
Before we do
conquered.
that, I want to gather some
That one
dragon
is probably
scales to make my new
divine.
armor. You want to
But I don't know
fight
the
a
others.
dragon? That sounds dangerous. Nah, we shouldn't have to fight a dragon. We may have to fight a giant army of Diluvians.
Okay.
I'm okay with killing KTs. Wait. No dragon? How does that work, Little One? It was at this point that Little One explained what the other players already knew out of character. My mother was a bronze dragon. She raised me in a cave on the coast of the Peace Bond. That's why my name is Little One. I thought that was an ironic
Your mother was a dragon?
Like Tiny, or Little John.
How did they...
She could take human form.
Oh.
What about your father? Never met him. So he's dead? No idea. And don't much care. He left before I was born. Little One's mother, Lady Visaris, the Bronze Dragon, had educated him about many things, trained him to
Now
fight.
let us never
to
speak of
resist
him
magic,
again.
But he had spent little time in society during his formative years. Regardless, his mother had been slain by the Diluvians years ago, and now that Little One had the skill and the money to craft
The
proper
card
dragon
pops
scale
up
armor,
promising
he
you the
wanted to
video.
go back one last time and collect some scales shed by his mother. It seemed only fitting that she would protect him once more. The logistical problem with collecting those dragon scales, which were more sentimental than actually relevant in terms of game stats, was that the cave was on the Laric coast, a day and a half behind the border of the Diluvian-controlled Peace Bond area. But it's important to little ones, so the others are willing to go, more or less. They leave Daggerface behind in Bankton, worried it would be too dangerous for him, and they bring their pair of Eldritch Eyes with them, just in case they need to teleport out, though their plan is still to return to the city and
like that
pick
shot
up
of
the
Draven
dwarf
pondering
before
his orbs.
teleporting, because that's a much better destination if they make the return trip.
Ooh.
Crossing into the Peace Bond is easy, as Little One's penetrating
Hot
gaze
Pepper went down
confirms
the
there are
wrong way
no
there.
invisible guards
Pizza.
anywhere near the Shark-Toothed border. But the further in they go, the greater the chance of being spotted. They make the trip on horseback, because although the added height made them visible against the snow at a greater distance, the trip would be twice as long on foot, giving the servants of the evil empire far more time to detect them and to organize a response. The weather cooperated with light to moderate snowfall and winds, such that their tracks were barely visible within a few hours of their passing. And they come upon one small patrol, but these are just regular soldiers who rely on their invisibility cloaks, and stand out like a sore thumb against the white ground to Little One's enhanced vision. And Little One's like, how close will we come to them? On your present course, you'll pass within about 50 feet. Then I'll try to silently alert the others with hand signals, but without changing our course. If we can get within 50 feet of the nearest guy, I can easily move over there and slam-bam him. Is that a technical term? They haven't worked out this communication in advance, but it's not hard to get across that something is up. And then, just by keeping steady on
Did
his
they abandon
present
their
course and
horses
pace,
at the
Little One
cave?
gives
I
the
mean, they
others
didn't
the
go...
idea that they should do the same. When they come into
wait,
range, Little One charges the invisible fishman, and the others join in with
I think they
predictable
did
results.
decide
So
to go
most of them
back
can't attack
up
until
the
after
long
KT's
tunnel
break
instead
and
of going up
they
through the
demolish
city.
Small scouting patrol.
When
So
I went
guess
up through the
we
city, they'd have
bury
to
the
deal with the
bodies,
academy,
just, cover
which
them
would
in
have been
snow.
fun because
First we
I could
loot
have had
them.
Kintamazoo
After that.
shapeshift
You know
and
what?
try and use that to like
They're
help
evil
lie their way
murderers
through.
and
But
slavers. Why should we
no,
treat
they
their
actually
dead
they
in
actually
any
took the
respect?
horses
Do we
back
know
up to
their
the tunnel
burial
to the
traditions?
town.
It's certainly not common knowledge, since it's so rare that the
Even though
elite
it was
troops
longer.
on land suffer any casualties, what with their invisibility and other alchemy. I don't know what they do at sea, but on land, they normally burn their dead, with a brief ceremony. Why do you always know so much about Kuator? I trained to kill them. Actually, I just got a recipe for a poison which requires organs from 10 KTs. I'm already a third of the way there. Normally, I try to be respectful of the dead. Treating the KT like this, I don't care. And so, rather than
Games
try
got
to
enough
hide
chance
the
to
bodies,
use for
they
poisons.
make an example.
Collecting poisons was
Impaling
fun,
the
but
Diluvian corpses on stakes as a warning to
there were
others.
so many
They ride on
undead and
for another
golems that they
2
fought
hours before
forever.
encountering another patrol. This time, though Little One
didn't get
spots
much
some
chance.
of them, he misses an enemy
The poison
scout
things.
who is able to both get in close and alert the others, such that each side is about equally surprised and or alerted to the other's presence. Draven's Shield of Faith, Legion spell buffs their armor class enough that regular Diluvian minions
spell does
miss
a
them
lot,
most
actually.
of the time, especially Black with his heavy armor. And the party cuts through them quickly, especially when they move in to attack Angel, since her spike chain's reach plus combat reflexes gives her all kinds of free attacks against them. And Draven shoots 2 minions per round with his crossbow, though he somehow misses this same guy 2
Attack
rounds in a row,
animations.
despite killing every other one he targets. And the scout keeps missing
Oh, they leave the
Black, and
horses
he's
at the
like,
dragon
"Stop trying
cage."
to hit me and hit me, because he recently picked
Did
up
they
a
were
retributive
they using
amulet,
horses? I don't
which
think they
lets
were
him
using
inflict half
horses
the
here. I think they were
damage from a melee
sneaking,
hit
right?
back on the
Yeah.
attacker 3 times a day. But apparently he was getting mad because he scores his second critical hit of the battle. I'm coming up from the bottom. I'm gonna lift this guy. After the fight, conversation devolves
I did
to
not
the
want to
question
animate
of
that properly.
how
It
best
didn't
to
look good.
deface the bodies of the
The
fallen
idea of like
enemies.
swinging
Put them
the
on glaives this
flail
time.
up
I'm
from the
thinking
bottom and just like
roasting
knocking the
sticks.
guy off his feet.
What about the
That is
value
not
of
what I illustrated.
consistency? That seems like a lost
They
opportunity.
were on
I
horses?
think we should
Okay,
do
well I
something
guess they
different
like
every
let their
time.
horses go
What if
free.
we set up an ambush by disguising Black? We can just cover you in hides,
In the
bloody
winter,
dead
in the middle of the peace
Kuatoa.
bond.
That would make a pretty big Kuatoa. Also bloody. In the end, they bow to Little One's expertise in the art of gruesome mockery, beheading the bodies, impaling them upside down on stakes, then
I didn't
planting
start
the head on top.
I'm sure somebody
basically
else
their
made those
heads
TV
are up
tropes
their
pages. I did
butts.
not
They
start
ride
them.
on for a few
But
more
when I
hours
found
until
out they
darkness
existed,
falls.
then I
Now
liked
they
it.
have a decision to make. They need to rest.
Or did
Not
I
so much
start
for
the TDDC
spells as
ones?
just
But I
because humanoids
definitely
need
didn't
rest,
start
and
the
they've
TV
been
tropes
riding
page
all
for
day long.
another gaming.
Little One says they're fairly
think
close to their
yeah.
destination.
I'm pretty
It's
sure
only
like
about
I was
2
surprised
hours
when I
ride
found
from here.
another gaming
Angel,
comic
as a
on there.
whisper note,
Then I would
and
go
Little
and
One,
add
with
to
his
them once they
draconic
existed.
heritage,
So I was
both
like,
have dark
oh,
vision
well that's cool.
and low light vision. But riding through the night without a light source would be difficult for the human members of the party, and riding with a light source after dark would make them visible from miles away, much worse than dark horses on white snow in daylight. Plus, in rules terms, they can only travel about 1 more hour before suffering from fatigue. which would give them penalties to a bunch of things if they did get into combat. So Draven casts Rope Trick, a low-level spell that becomes really powerful once her caster level gets up to 8 or so, because it makes a small extra-dimensional space invisible from the outside, where you can hide and rest for
Rope
1
trick,
hour per
aka
caster
camp
level.
anywhere,
Now, the
and
PTs can
90% of the
see
time
invisible
you're
stuff,
totally
but
fine.
the opening is a horizontal
And then
plane,
those times
so
when you're not
it
fine,
can
you're
be
really
pretty
screwed.
close to spot it. After a couple hours of rest on Angel's watch, she's hiding down on the ground level when she spots torches in the distance. Dozens of torches, maybe more. Yeah, they are coming in this general direction.
You think they know where we are?
It's so weird that
If they discovered
Kuo-toa,
one of the
with their
patrols
like
we killed, they could have
every
guessed
ability
our
known to
general
man,
course from
including
our
crazy
crash.
vision powers,
Unless things have
don't
changed
have
a lot,
dark
the Kitties
vision,
have a settlement
even
down
though
near the coast, maybe
they
10
live
miles
deep in
from
the
cave.
ocean.
That's probably where they think we are headed. But it seems like if they
Dumb.
run now, they'll be caught for sure. So Angel sends the horses away, creating a decoy trail and possibly drawing their attention elsewhere. Then she does her best to hide their tracks all around the portal, and climbs up the ephemeral rope ladder, which they then pull up behind her, gambling that if they keep their hideaway dark against the night sky, even the Kuo-toa might not see it unless
I
they're
need to stop
almost
eating pizza
directly
and just like
underneath
let it sit
and
for a while.
looking up. The approaching army gets very close, and the heroes huddle in the dark, peering down through their portal 20 feet above the ground, whispering.
I'm not going to
one
starve
another.
to death
I still
anyway.
think we can take them. There are like 100 of them. Logically, if there are that many, most of them must be minions. They could barely hit us at all.
Even if we wanted them to.
They could also have a strong commander. If they are this close and haven't spotted us, they may not be able to. Maybe their vision is more limited than we thought.
The thing is, if you don't have massive
vision.
AoEs
That's
to
why
just
they need
clear the
torches.
floor in the
Come
first
on, killing
round,
100 guys would be so epic.
100
That might make them
minions
think twice
is
about
still
their
a
whole
big
stupid
threat.
occupation.
It's still
Yeah,
probably
I'm
a
sure they
lethal
won't
threat. That's the
overreact
problem.
and start invading the rest of Larik or something silly like that.
That sounds bad.
They each have gear that sells for like 300 gold. There's a fortune just wandering towards us. I do like fortune, and I can kill a lot with combat reflexes. More than 100 of anything is dangerous, and Diluvians are worse. Usually every one of them has at least one alchemical flask, which is a touch attack. Those rarely miss, so there's like 100 d6 damage out there. I do like surviving. Little One's not getting a whole lot of support, and the player is a little less confident than his character, though no less excited to try. So they wait and watch through the one-way invisible portal, and it gets very tense as part of the enemy search formation
No bullets to
passes
throw
underneath
yet.
them. The whole party is ready to leap or fly down and engage in an all-out battle to the death at the first sign that they've been spotted, but they don't get spotted. Because it turns out that Kuo-toa don't precisely see the invisible as all the stories say, but rather their ability to spot motion is so finely honed that they can detect even motion that should be invisible
Those
or
animated
ethereal.
eyes.
Thus, by standing perfectly still, it is still possible for an invisible character to hide from them. After the large force passes by,
Yeah, it
and
would
is
have been a
well
mess if
clear
they
of their
fought 100
position,
Kuo-toa,
they
but I was
decide to
pretty
push
sure they
onward
weren't going
tonight,
to,
rather
'cause it
than
would
try
be
to
dumb.
rest through more patrols and then move in daylight. Angel casts Expeditious Retreat, gathering the horses within a few minutes, and they ride on through the night. Those with dark vision
Oh, yeah,
leading the
definitely
horses,
horses.
and those who can see
I did
nothing
not remember
in the
horses.
nearly moonless darkness. Soon, suffering from fatigue, they reach a rocky ridge close to the shoreline, where Little One leads them to a crevice which looks too narrow to squeeze through, and shows them that even Black can make it, if he removes his armor. Right after this seemingly impassable barrier, the space widens, and after winding downward for a couple more bends, it opens into the first chamber of a cave. This is the back entrance. Mum could squeeze through here in human form, but round the corner is a larger cavern leading to an underwater tunnel that she could swim in and out as a dragon. She had warded the tunnel so that a
Well,
KT
Silent
could
Eye,
look right
the next
at it
series
and not
is
see
Sea
it,
of
not
Secrets,
find it.
so it'd
They
be really
wanted to
weird if
find her, too.
Kuo-toa
She
weren't
terrorized
involved
their forces
somehow.
on land after they invaded Verandi. She used to swoop in, devastate the Kuo-toa troops, and free the slaves.
I
Or if
I
they were
really
too
like
afraid to go renegade, she'd just like scare
the
them into
World
retreat.
War
She actually had
II
a
like
major impact on the
newsreel
course of the
style
invasion
like
and
map
occupation
of
for several decades.
the
Between
Diluvian
the Bronze
symbol
Lady and the
covering
Lauric
up Brandy.
counter-invasion,
That just
war
looks
became a
cool.
whole
It
lot
also
more
is cool that I
expensive
was
than
able to
the
match it
Diluvians ever
onto the
predicted.
map behind
So
me.
you lived in this little place
I
until
mean,
you
that
were a
wasn't gonna like
teenager?
fool
I got out
anyone
a
into
little.
thinking
And
that
there's
wasn't
also
like
a private sandy
CG to
beach
fool
next
someone
door.
to think
Sheer
it
rock
was
cliff on three
real.
sides. We used to
But it just
practice
like it
fighting
matched up well. It
mostly
looked
at night.
good.
He guides them over to a little pile of rubble against a wall, and with Black's help, he moves the loose rocks away, revealing a hole that leads to a space the size of a large closet. So she did stash something away from me. Inside a small chest, he finds a bronze amulet his mother had forged, encasing within it a drop of her own blood. It gives +2 constitution, can prevent 2d6 spell damage to the wearer 3 times per day, and gives a +1 bonus to hit Kuatoa. Finding a chest is normally pretty exciting for Angel, but this one pretty clearly belonged to Little One, so as Draven was identifying the amulet, she wandered off, checking out the other part of the cave. Guys? There's like some guy standing here. Who would be standing in my cave? But it turns out the stranger is... Next time on Tales from My D&D Campaign.
Ooh, understated next time. Didn't even try. What the hell? Yeah, so the danger is next time. Tales from My D&D Campaign. You know what we're doing. It's a you get the idea. Yeah.
Your mother was a dragon.
Yep.
A dragon.
Yes.
Yes.
Your mother was a dragon.
Dragon.
Yes.
She was a dragon.
Yes. My mother was a bronze dragon.
A dragon.
Yes.
Seriously, a dragon.
Yes.
Do you have a tail?
Tales from My D&D.
I'm never gonna stop doing cliffhangers. Cliffhangers are what you do.
They need to stop getting sidetracked.
They're great.
And get those spoons to Vistria, feeding thousands of starving people and making over 50,000 gold out of the deal. But Little One's like, before we do that, I want to gather some dragon scales to make my new armor. You want to fight a dragon? Nah, we shouldn't have to fight a dragon. We may have to fight a giant army.
Well, the Monitor didn't give a shit about Lady Viserys' horde,
a day and a half
but
behind
the Deluvian Empire did, so they looted it after she was dead. Yes.
Spotted us, they may not be
Just
able
this hidden
to.
closet
Maybe
escaped
their
them
vision is more
because,
limited
you know,
than we thought. This is the back
people
entrance.
like
Mom
there's
could
this huge
squeeze
treasure
through here in
hoard
human
that didn't
form,
feel
but
like
around
they
the
had to
corner is
search
a
really
larger
hard because
cavern
it
leading
was a
to
big
an
pile of
underwater
gold.
Tunnel. Guys, there's like some guy standing here. The figure is facing away from you, towards the aquatic entrance to the cavern, in head-to-toe black.
I hope when you instant click on the next video after the cliffhanger, you don't miss the post-credit scenes, which are sometimes pretty important.
Who would be standing in my cave? Who are you? What are you doing here? It's my cave. What are you doing here?
I think Little One says he came from an egg, but he wasn't alive. Well, I mean, he was like a baby when he was born, so he wouldn't like particularly remember that.
From where? From the next continent.
Achievement was deadpan delivery, if you can read it past my head.
I'm guessing under. Long, long ago, the dragons conquered this world's other 2 continents, fighting off giants, Formians, and many other monsters.
As a big
each
giant.
staked out their own territory, they exercised an immense act of magic and will, creating a new people.
The non-blacked out, like overlapping transparent clothes.
Medium-sized humanoids made in the dragon's own image. With servants to add to their treasure hoards and to serve their other needs, the dragons grew fat and lazy, and about 470 years ago the Dragonborn rose up and liberated the continent of Novendil, destroying the Red Dragon Lord Archithrax.
Good job,
they created their
Dragonborn.
own
That's pretty
society,
impressive.
free of their godlike oppressors. But about 50 years ago, the Blue Dragon Lord Perigos returned to Novendil, leading a small army of undead Dragonborn. These Death Knights helped to exterminate.
He was
their
half
own
dragon,
kind.
like there's a
Very
half
few
dragon
Dragonborn
template.
survived,
He didn't have that
crossing the sea
template.
on
That's really
rafts to take
expensive. He would have
refuge in
started
the
at like
Elven
level
lands.
1 when the
This,
others were level
then,
5.
was one
That'd
of
be
those
bad.
Death Knights,
But
a skeletal
there's a
Dragonborn with
system they
intellect
made
and
later on
self-awareness
where you can
intact,
take
but still bound to obey his
some
master, even
like
after being
templates like
used
that
as a
and break them
tool
down
of
into
genocide against
levels.
his own
So he
kind.
had like
Where is Lady
1 or
Viserys?
2 levels in
dead.
the half dragon
Died
template,
years ago.
and then he
That
just
may
stopped taking it
explain
because
why
it was
he has
mostly
not
for flavor,
returned
not
in the many
actually
months I have stood
particularly
here.
good.
You've been standing there for months.
Yeah, I think
Well,
he only
yeah,
spent
he's
1
undead.
level on it in
If
practice.
he's undead, we should destroy him.
On the
He
bloodline
has
or whatever it is.
decent-looking loot. Should be worth a couple K. I am the son of Lady Viserys. Can you give me the message since she's no longer alive?
The message was merely an invitation to meet with my lord, and my orders, if she is not here, are to
Hey,
wait
Lord
for me
Ajna.
to guard
I remember
her
that
lair.
person.
You are in her lair.
Well, she's dead. So it's really my lair now, and you would be waiting for her forever.
My orders contain no clause for this contingency. I will defend the lady's lair, and when you are dead, I will stand here forever if that is my fate. It is a suitable penance for me. and preferable to my usual duties. It's not much of a penance if you find it preferable.
You don't sound like
Ooh,
you want
sick
to
burn
fight.
from Black.
Let us get what
From
we
a
came for and
paladin-y
leave,
point of view.
and we will come back at a later time and discuss plans for dealing with your lord.
Your offer is talk? Maybe. Later. I will protect the lady's hoard as a proper dragonborn.
And it casts obscuring mist, blocking all sight around it.
Wow.
Damn, getting involved with the dragon sounded interesting. I wonder what they do about me.
Eat you?
I don't know. He is half dragon. Are they half cannibal? An angel gets off a readied shot from her brand new crossbow of force, dealing 5 damage before he disappears into a cloud of mist. And Draven uses one of his quick infusions to turn Black's flail into a holy
Crossbow
weapon.
of force is very strong.
Nothing happens
That's
for
just
a round.
the ability to
Only
just
my
get
weapon while
around
you're at it.
most
Okay, but I can only do this in combat a few times a day. I'll fire blindly into the fog. Might get lucky. And she makes her to hit and miss chance rolls, but hits nothing, while Little One in Black wait, since charging blindly into the cloud seemed like a dumb idea. They can hear faint sounds of spellcasting coming out of the cloud, but they don't really have any area of effect spells with which to force him out. 3 rounds later, they're starting to question their strategy when the Death Knight moves to the edge of the cloud, raises an armored fist, and blasts Draven with 3 scorching rays for about 40 damage. Holy fire! Black, can you do your instant heal thing? Do you have any left?
Sure, I have 2 close wounds memorized. I'll heal you for 8.
And now that the enemy has given away his position, Draven shoots him dead on before retreating around the
Immediate
corner,
action.
trying to
That
avoid
thing that
being
5e
murdered by a second
renamed
casting
reaction,
scorching ray.
which
He hits
is,
despite a
like,
displacement effect
a
from the
way
undead
better name.
Dragonborn's armor. But Draven rolls the minimum on his physical damage, and the Death Knight resists all the fire from his weapon crystal, as well as the cold damage from the crystal quiver, which
Not
Draven
very
has now
effective.
incorporated into his increasingly complex magic on crossbow. The heroes can't run or charge because of their fatigue debuff, but Little One moves up and bone crushes for solid damage, and Black tries his best, though he's less fortunate on the 50% miss chance. Angel keeps firing her
Buying
crossbow,
off,
adding little damage
level,
here and there,
LA
bringing the Death
of
Knight below
1
half health
is
already,
pretty
but the armored
trivial. Any
skeleton
more
hits
than
Little One with his
1
oversized
starts
flanged
getting
mace,
harsh.
using the Duskblade ability to channel a vampiric touch through the blow, granting himself some temporary hit points before he ducks back into the obscuring mist. And this time the 2 warriors chase him into the mist, but they can only see 5 feet ahead of them in the cloud, and they run into these creepy walls.
Where did all these bones come from?
I don't know. You saw the cave. Most
I
of this
I
area
like
was
the
bare
Death Knights,
rock, and even the
the
sandy
ability
part
I
by
gave
the
Death
water
Knights
could
to
be
just
possibly
conjure
hold
these
as
like
many
walls
skeletons.
of bone.
It must be
I think
conjured
it's
rather
cool.
than animated. The walls are not that strong. Both Black and Little One can smash through
Honestly,
a couple
like
squares of this bone wall
this
in one
guy's
turn, but it
straight
quickly
up
becomes
combat
apparent that
ability
the
is
Death Knight has built up a
nowhere
tiny
near
maze within the fog,
like
which slows them down significantly,
good enough to fight the
and
party,
which he can
but
use
because
to
he
fight
just
them in choke points, so they
with the
can't
way
both
he
get at him at the
used his
same time.
abilities
Nevertheless, they keep
to
landing
keep
a few
them from
hits past
engaging
all his
him
miss
directly,
chances, but soon his armor's
gave him a
displacement effect wears
much
off,
better
and
chance.
he's running out of vampiric touch castings to absorb their damage. Knowing he can no longer stand toe-to-toe with them, the Death Knight changes tactics, charging out of the cloud to get at the
If he had just opened with a
wanted to
straight up
finish off
fight, he
Draven,
would have
who
been
he'd injured
screwed.
earlier, but the
It would have
Artificer
been
was out of
sad.
his charge range, so he tried to strike at Angel instead, eating another of her low damage but reliable force bolts in the process. Then Black bursts out of the mist and strikes the Death Knight with his flail, with a jarring blow that shatters his spine within the armor, causing him to crumple to the ground.
Like
And he turns to
Mortal
look up at the
Kombat
priest,
11
gazing at
finishing
his
move or
emblazoned
whatever that was.
pauldrons.
It is only right that I meet justice at the hands of a champion of Bahamut.
Then the glowing eyes
He's
fade
like,
away.
Bro, what?
Make a knowledge religion check. Draven identifies the Death Knight's weapon as a +2 mithril ghost touch heavy mace with the ability to
Oh, yeah.
illuminate the area around it, and whenever it scores a critical hit, allies within 10 feet gain 4 temporary hit
We never
points.
remembered
By the
that,
way, because
ever.
it is a bludgeoning weapon, which
I thought
relies
that
on
was a cool
mass and
ability, the, like,
momentum
the-
to
the
inflict
team
damage,
buff
and
thing
because it
on
is made
crits,
of mithril, a metal that
there's
is
n-
much lighter
I am.
than steel.
I don't think that
This
we
mace
ever
is
remembered that
physically
once,
about 30%
which is why it's not in the
larger than a normal
videos.
mace with the
It
same
may
stats.
have come up
It
once,
looks
and I
massive.
didn't
Ghost
make
touch
it.
would allow
I
the
forgot
weapon
it
to
or
be
something.
wielded by an incorporeal creature, like a ghost, but the Death Knight didn't need that. He was quite solid. This was really the kind of weapon you would expect to be wielded by a paladin, or someone who hunts undead. But Black notices
And there
a
weren't
symbol
even
on
all
the bottom of the
allies
handle,
all allies
stylized
within
claw,
10 feet
and
gained. It
recalled
was like
that the main deity
a small amount of
worshipped by the
temporary
freed
hit points.
Dragonborn slaves had been the Platinum Dragon, Bahamut, or as he would call her,
410 HP isn't that
guy
big
was
of her,
like
although
a
at this
fallen
level,
paladin of Sirius.
it's definitely not
He did
irrelevant.
talk
I mean,
about
that's
deserving penance.
You can even
That's
see
like
how
half
the
a
head
hit
of the flanged
from
mace
many
looks similar
like
to the rook symbol used
for
in
many
this part of the
enemies that
world.
aren't like a
So
solo
little one
fight.
gathers molted brass dragon scales from a pile in the corner, enough to forge
I
himself
suppose
a
if
very
you're only getting
personally
like one
meaningful
crit per
suit of
fight, it's
armor
not
at
a whole
later
lot.
date.
But
And
I don't
here
know, it's
they
cool.
are, fatigued, a little low on magic after healing their battle damage. They've
It's 4
done what they
hit
came to do,
points
snuck past
to
the
multiple
Diluvian
people.
forces and fought a freaky lore encounter. The cave should be a fairly safe place to rest, but they feel they've really stirred up the hornet's nest, and that getting back to Bankton will be a lot harder than it was to get here. And when they do get back, they're just going to teleport 1,000-some miles to Vistria anyway. The only thing in Bankton that they care about right now is... what about Daggerface? The good one.
Oh, yeah. Why didn't we plan on teleporting from here in the first place?
Yeah, this is
Because
where
if
like
we set up the
I
round
didn't
trip thing
I
using
didn't know
two
they were
eyes,
thinking
we
of
don't want to
doing
return
this.
here
This
to
is sort of
enemy-controlled
an
territory
idea that
where
came
our
up.
site could
They're
be
like,
discovered
okay, I guess
and
that's
either
what we're doing
wrecked
now.
so that we can't come back without using another Eldritch Eye, or worse,
They could have
guarded
stuck
and they'd
around
be
down
ready to
south and
ambush
done all
us on
kinds of other
arrival.
stuff and
But
like
going back for him is going to
found
be pretty
something more like my
dangerous.
original
So we
plan
just
for
leave
curing
him
the astral
there
plague,
without him
etc.
knowing what happened to us? I can cast Sending tomorrow. At least let him know what happened.
Dear
He's in a
John,
big city.
is the
It's
achievement.
about as safe as
Sort of a
anywhere.
Dear John
I
letter.
guess Daggerface doesn't add that much to our fighting capability.
I guess. Leaving him behind sucks, though. But they decide teleporting now does seem like the best thing. And Draven sets up the ritual anyway, just in case they do want to return in the next few weeks, because if they take the second eye with them, it'll just get wasted, drained by contact with the titanic
Yeah, I mean,
energy.
they were
of
either
the
gonna
astral
either had to
plane.
leave
And
it
if
because they
try
had
to
two
hide
of
it
them.
in
They'd
the
rather
cave,
leaving
there's
one
always
there
a
or
chance someone
whatever,
could
so.
discover it and use it for nefarious purposes. If it's part of the ritual, then someone could wreck their ritual and they can't come
Nine.
back
I went.
that way,
I
but
went
no
through
one
it in
can use the eye for anything
extra
else at that point.
65.
So where in
Pretty
Vistria
sure.
do you want to
It wasn't like
teleport
it wasn't like a
exactly?
detailed plan.
What
It
are
was
some
just there were.
destinations I would
I
know
thought they would
that
look
would
into
make
like
sense?
druids or
Other than
face
your
stuff or something like
home
that.
and
Follow
your
up with
in-laws'
like that
mansion,
druid guy.
In-laws.
Get some kind
Mansion?
of quest.
You could
Go
head
do
to the
it.
capital,
Cure the plague.
Castle, but the most logical
That was the
other
original
place
plan.
would be New
Something like
Vanover, one of the largest cities and also
Generate
the
more
major
plot
city
hooks.
nearest to your home. Not only does it have every amenity you could hope for, including banks and or jewelers who could cash out your certified gems, DeCorso has a trade office there,
Randy.
so you can get in touch with Elena, the dwarf who has arranged the sale of the spoons to the crown. It also has the Basilica, the headquarters of the Hand of Sirius. Their courtyard
I
would
had
be
to
a
draw
pretty
so many
good place
things.
to appear, since it has very little through traffic and is walled off to some degree, so it's fairly private. Unless you want to use your teleport to show off. There are lots of public squares and such where you could appear.
I think it's better to be discreet.
What's the Hand of Sirius?
It's an organization devoted to justice, to protecting Vistria and all humanity from external threats.
Just humanity? No comment. The Hand of Sirius is something like the CIA. in
Protecting
America.
humanity.
Everyone knows there's a CIA, that it exists. Anyone can find their headquarters in Langley. It's a big building, but the actual things that they do are still secret. I work there too. Black was assigned to protect me. I think the courtyard of the Basilica sounds good. I'm not in that big a hurry to see my in-laws. In-laws? Yes, I'm married. We already covered that. Little one gives one last look to his childhood home, then Draven casts
In-laws?
a spell. A
Your
minute
mother
of
was a
verbal and
dragon.
somatic
In-laws?
components,
Your mother was a
expending the
dragon.
strange magic
In-laws?
of the
Your
eye
mother
of
was a
Umber
dragon.
Hall. The spell completes, and they all feel stretched for an instant as the cave, the whole world,
Nightmare Warden, you
fades
may be
around them.
joking
It
about the
feels like
CIA
they
protecting
touched
you
the
from
stars.
werewolves, but
And when the world fades
when
back
was the
in
last time
around
you
them,
heard about a
they are in
werewolf
another
attack?
country,
Eh?
half a continent away.
Eh?
Next
Yeah.
time on Tales from My D&D
campaign. I got tired of trying to figure out how to like go back in my chair and find room and get the finger up on the right side and stuff, and I just next time just turn chill. It's like I worked hard on this video. I don't have time for it next time. I mean, I had a monitor ready to go, and they just teleported away. It's like, well, okay. I guess we'll fight someone similar to them later. Yeah, the monitor you guys didn't see. It's just some stat block lying around.
Tales from my D&D campaign.
Previously,
I am the son of Lady Vasaris. Can you give me the message since she's no longer alive? The message was merely an invitation to meet with my lord.
And my orders, if she is not here, are to wait for her and to guard her lair. You are in her lair.
Damn, getting involved with the dragon sounded interesting. Then Black shatters his spine within the armor.
It is only right that
Getting involved with the dragon sounds interesting. Now let us never speak of them again.
Of Bahamut. So this guy was like a fallen paladin of Sirius.
So where in Vistria do you want to teleport to, exactly? Your in-laws' mansion? In-laws? Mansion? I think the courtyard of the Basilica sounds good. I'm not in that big a hurry to see my in-laws. In-laws? Yes, I'm married. We already covered that. What about Daggerface? I can cast the Sending, at least let him know what happened. Then Draven casts the spell, and when the world fades back in around them, they are in another country, half a continent away. So the party arrives.
I like the place where they teleported into Square. I bothered to put in that scroll up from the spot where the Saint Otomi thing happened.
Simply the Basilica. That's it? I was kind of expecting more.
We're servants of Sirius and of Vistria. We don't need a big flashy place.
And the guards inside the oversized doors recognize
We don't need a big flashy place, just this giant black rook in the middle of town.
Instead of taking the narrow stair that snakes up the tower, they descend a broad staircase which leads underground, where another set of doors open into a large underground cathedral, complete with stained glass windows backlit by continual flame spells to give the illusion of sunlight. More like this? Yeah, not flashy, huh? We do need significant magical facilities. The base actually stretches further down, splitting into several distinct wings. The rectory for priests like Black, the laboratory for artificers
all the nice
and
parts of it aren't visible
and in the middle the dormitory, which includes the barracks and facilities for the guards and other paramilitary members of the Hand of Sirius. After vouching for their compatriots, Black and Draven head over to High Priest Matsomi's office in the transept, to be debriefed by the High Priest as well as by Jonasson, Earl of Hanley and the top secular leader of the Hand. Meanwhile, Little One spars a bit with the arms trainer, and Angel is just looking around. By the infinite sky, I did not expect to run into another gnome here in the Fadelands.
Gnome.
I'm Ulias Beradar Thiswell, unofficial Duratanian liaison to the Hand. I'm assisting them with all manner of arcane research. I'm sure you are.
Oh great, another one.
What the racism? There's a little of that around here, but most of them are quite decent people, and they live their entire lives under threat of invasion.
Every gnome except Angel has to have like a ridiculous name.
Draven is accosted by a 15-year-old acolyte. My lord, the Marquis of Rowan.
Elias Baradar Thiswell.
Your son is 15?
Tulagard Starstone.
How old are you? Old enough that it's a little weird, but not a lot weird. I don't care about that. Did he say you're a Marquis? He's mostly making fun of me because I don't like to be all formal. But yes, that's my title. Draven Rowe is the hereditary heir to the March of Rowan, a small but
Angel has a last name. Her name is Angel
as well
Bloodbright.
As the major city of the same name. Its value and access to water made Rowan one
She's
of
from
the
the
first
90s, okay? Leave her alone.
The Diluvians invaded 171 years ago, which is a source of personal shame to Draven, though most people would argue that the Empire's advance was unstoppable, and there was no blame to be placed. But his
I love Noodles points out that Thiswell is his favorite Hand member, although honestly they don't meet that many levels of members of the Hand, unless you're putting him above Draven and Black, in which case, wow.
Unseasonable mists or fogs rose from the land, which even the noonday sun could not burn away before mid-afternoon. Under this cover, refugees made rapid progress, hidden from Kuatoa eyes, and acts of valor and self-sacrifice by the soldiers of the brother nations seemed to be rewarded many times over. On one occasion, a unit of Vistrian scouts found a large column of refugees and fell in to escort them across the border. When a large Diluvian raiding party happened upon them, the mounted soldiers could easily have escaped, leaving the others to be butchered. Instead, the sergeant sent only his youngest man ahead to lead the refugees, and the rest of the scouts turned around and charged into certain death. And die they did, but soon after the battle was joined a small pod of ankegs, great insects which till the soil at the cost of eating the occasional head of cattle, burst up from underground, devouring a handful of raiders and throwing the rest into disorder. Few of the survivors saw any more of the battle, but legend holds that the monsters attacked only the fishmen, ignoring the valiant, doomed humans as though guided by some unseen hand.
This history of misery has left Draven a lord in exile. He retains the title of his forebears, a marquis being similar to an earl or count, just a fraction above them, but with no land or wealth to his name. Like most exiled Varandy nobles, his parents and grandparents had lived mainly as honored but not always welcome guests of various Vistrian nobles, in the same way that the exiled king of Varandy lives in Castle, alongside the king of Vistria. When Draven was still young, his father married him to Ivana Elstina, heiress to the wealthy Silverlobe barony.
Ivana's had the most character redesigns, and I don't think I like any of them.
Own, earning wealth beyond
I tried
their
really
station,
hard, okay?
But it was more difficult to rise in noble rank. There are over 150 barons in Vistria, but only 31 earls, marquises, and counts, not counting expatriates like Draven.
Do this whole, like,
his family,
I made sure to set up this whole system and have, like,
and
plans for a bunch of the politics and stuff, and then we just didn't end up
up
doing too much of the
wealth
politics.
and connections to do his artificing research and to gain the attention of the Hand of Sirius, where he could work towards the eventual liberation of his ancestral home. Around this time, I've been watching.
No, Pringles, there is definitely pizza. I've eaten enough pizza for now. I'm letting it sit.
I added a whole
I'll be
layer
eating
of
pizza
detail
the rest
to
of the weekend.
Vistria, and particularly the nobility, in case he were to get involved in politics. Not that there was much chance of that, given the non-stop assault of plot hooks. So the exchange.
That's true, though. At least my camera
booths,
is now able to blow me up the size of the whole
We have one more stop
video.
in town, then we'll head right to the estate. Well, she and the Baroness are redoubling their efforts to marry me off. What do you think? If I were to convince them that I were gay, do you
family
think they
planning.
would hold them off for a year or two? I think your grandparents would try to marry you off all the sooner, before anyone found out. You're probably right, I suppose. I really would like a few more years of freedom, though. I can understand that, but some things are beyond my power. Your best hope is that they can't find any female heirs who are willing to marry down. We can only pray. Draven's only child, Tobin is a clever young man who, despite his demeanor, was a little more devoted to the spiritual side of things than his father. He was currently researching the Shadowfell and training as an archivist, a class something like a divine wizard. Almost as if he were a potential backup character in case Draven should happen to die. So the party heads out to do what they really came here to do. They find the Tarkish trade office set up by Don DiCorso's people and make an appointment to see Elena. So now that we're here, couldn't we just sell the spoons ourselves?
Wouldn't that be screwing DiCorso?
Totally, but it might increase our cut. You could try to deal with the government, but it's hard to figure out where to start. Finding a private buyer might be easier, and you might get just as good a price, plus cut the dwarves out of the deal, but then the food probably won't go to starving Varandy refugees. The fact is, though, Elena, the Don's top dwarf in this part of the world, has negotiated the best price she could get from the government over a period of months. A big part of what we're doing is to help thousands of people. Plus, DiCorso may not have been perfect, but he did pay us for every step of recovering these things, including a big advance to come here.
These people need help. Also, we made a deal.
Going around the Don seems both kind of dickish and like a lot of work, so they meet with Elena. She makes time very quickly when she learns who they are. She has everything worked out and ready to put into action, taking the spoons and handing them a bank draft for the remainder of the 30-some thousand gold owed to them after deducting the advance they got back at the chasm. They walk back out into the street, thinking of all the ways to upgrade their gear with that money, when they hear a massive crashing sound followed by a number of people screaming. There are several really big stone shapes, like hammers, looming a couple of streets over.
Yes, very much like hammers.
Over top of some low buildings because they rise over 20 feet high, maybe more. It's hard to say as they rise and fall and jostle all around, but they appear to be moving southward, more or less as a unit. They rush over to find it, hearing more crashing noises and heavy impacts that they can feel through the cobblestones. When they reach the street, they see this six-legged stone behemoth stomping slowly forward, with the giant mallet mounted at its four corners, smashing the cobblestones
that looks like
on
the kind
one
of thing
side
that I
and
would draw,
collapsing
yes.
storefronts on the other. Beyond the golem, following
the
a
most-
safe distance
the most
behind,
angular
is a finely
robot.
dressed young man on a horse with several assistants on foot. Seeing armored men who had run towards the chaos rather than away, he called out, a bit of help? What? The young man rode around to them, giving the machine as wide a berth as he could. Hail, good sirs. I am
Horse
Andrew
almost
Midgard,
pictured
the
is the
son of
achievement.
Count
We're getting there,
Midgard.
guys. We're
Well,
getting there.
yes, but
Horses
that's beside
horses
the
someday.
My inexorable project here has suffered something of a control
No, this
failure.
wasn't a random
It,
encounter I rolled
needs
for.
to
This is
be
a random
arrested in
encounter I
some
made
fashion,
because I'm
preferably
random
without
enough.
destroying it or being destroyed by it.
A control failure?
What the hell did you build this thing for? Oh, I have a civil defense artificing license. A what? There aren't many
it's
mages
to
in
show
Vistria, but we have a strong
this
history
exposition
of
right here,
artificing,
basically.
and golems have become an important part of our national defense.
If not for the threat of golems, we'd probably have been conquered by now.
Whatever. So you built this crazy thing and unleashed it by accident? Good job.
You didn't have any kind of backup?
Well, I have a scroll of a spell which can expose a failsafe rune. Just pressing the rune with your palm will override its pseudo-intelligence and reset it.
Sounds
to
easy.
passive
Sure,
mode.
let's do that.
Of course, you have to get to the rune.
The rune which is...
On the underside, between the second and third axes, between the back legs. They were not very happy with the young dilettante, nor
That's
were
good.
they all
Punctuate
that
it with a
confident
smash.
in his failsafe, and frankly, they gave zero heed to his request to avoid causing too much damage.
D&D Miami.
The
Oh yeah,
weapon was
because
on
he
a
put the
property
glasses
damage
back on.
rampage and needed to be stopped, and they didn't see any other heroes nearby. As they approached, the thing reacted, triggering its combat AI and surging forward with a brutal trample attack, which was doubly obnoxious
they're
because
uncommon.
everyone
I
within
assume that
5
they're,
feet
like,
of the massive
too
golem
small
had
a
to make a
sample size
reflex
to really
save or be knocked down every
them a
time
trend.
it moved. A real problem for Black, for whom Dex was a major dump stat, though at least his retributive amulet and a Thorns-type spell he uses let him hit it back for some of the trample.
Oh, that
I had
smashing
modified
one on
the
the ground.
Slaughterstone Behemoth from Monster Manual 3 in a number of small ways, including limiting each hammer to a 90-degree fire arc, which is normally not how things work in D&D at all. But it rapidly became apparent that not damaging it too much would be the easy part. As the golem had 30 armor class, loads of hit points, its earth-shaking stomps,
Oh yeah,
and hammer blows which would daze
we're early
the
enough that
target
30
on a
armor
failed
class is
fortitude
still a
save.
pain.
Black could deal his counter damage, but essentially couldn't stay on his feet around this thing. And though he and Little One could usually take a hammer blow without losing their action, those still hurt, and then Little One got knocked down too. Draven wasn't sure how much he should be attacking, since, as a fellow artificer, he could appreciate the value of not destroying it. He buffed the party where he could, and he did try a couple of shots, but they mostly just bounced off. While all this was
Later,
going
never
on,
home.
Angel was executing the backup plan, which was rapidly becoming the primary plan. She danced around the hammers and the massive feet, avoiding the initial trample and easily maintaining her balance. She was small enough relative to the behemoth that she could end her turn in its space, and she spider climbed onto its underbelly. From there, she pulled out and cast Midgard's scroll, and sure enough, a stone compartment slid open to reveal a glowing rune. On her next turn, she touched the rune, causing it to glow brightly for a moment, and nothing
Mission
happened.
accomplished.
I don't understand. That should cut off the flow of energy to all its motive centers.
Mission
I've decided that I hate that guy.
accomplished.
So now we do have to kill it? I'm not sure what I can do to damage it. Me either. DR10/adamantite is a lot, and golems are immune to sneak attack. Black struggles to regain his footing, Little One mountain hammers for a good amount, and Angel spider climbs around the machine's girth. Then standing on top as it rocks back and forth, she started
standing
firing
up there.
force bolts directly down into it. They've done a bunch of damage now, but it's not even down to half yet, when suddenly it slows down significantly. The feet and hammers grind to a halt. Of course. The failsafe cut off the flow, but the energy still in the system took time to utilize. Why didn't you know that? You built it. Well, the ideas were mine and I did much, but I had hired these artificiers to assist me and to help with the parts I did not know. The issue did not appear in our scale testing, and we
OMG,
never
I
did a
want
full-scale
one.
test of the
Yeah,
failsafe.
that'd be a
I
cool
am still
toy, but
learning.
And your
I think
experiment
if something was
destroyed
being made a
almost
toy
two
out of
blocks.
TDDC, it
I
would
will
probably
pay
not
for
be
that,
that.
of course. I will take responsibility, and if anything I cannot cover, my
Yeah, he
father
has a
will
frost
step in, I'm
giant
sure.
accent.
Seriously, next time just make it piloted. Stick a gnome in there. A piloted golem. How unusual. I'm not sure I trust a gnome more than a well-designed golem.
What do we do with this guy? Kick his ass?
Don't tempt me. What is the law on this? It turns out nobody was hurt, so there's no question that he can buy his way out of any
Nobody
significant
was hurt
trouble.
should
If he
really
didn't
show
have a
the shot of the
license, or
hammers
if there
going to
had been
town
any
on Little One
injuries,
and
he
Black
could
on the
get prison
ground.
time, or more likely
Nobody
house
was
arrest,
hurt.
depending on whether the victims accepted his reparations. If anyone had been killed, then he would be in very serious trouble, regardless of wealth or social class. Because what I'm thinking is, if he designed this thing, the Hand of Sirius could use him. Yeah,
Yes,
I
Zealous, an
agree.
action
That
figure
thing
of Warforged
hurt.
Daggerface
I
would
hadn't
be really
noticed.
cool.
So they take Andrew Midgard back to the Basilica, leaving him in the hands of the top artificers in residence.
No Gilded Knight.
You're back
I
for
think
one
we're probably
afternoon,
better off
and
without
you
naked
saddle
Lord
us
of all
with an
action figures.
entitled, undisciplined fop.
What's her problem? Higgins is the department head. You've worked with her, and she's no picnic to deal with on a personal level, but she is a good artificer and committed to the defense of humanity. Young Midgard is pretty rough around the edges. We'll test him, teach him a bit, and sort out whether or not he'll be useful to us, but if he's responsible for that behemoth, I think he has a lot of potential.
Potential to blow up half the laboratory. Excuse me. I need to oversee the work party salvaging his technological terror.
That being dealt with,
there might be some kind of copyright problems with trying to sell a horse called Rainbow Dash.
Of the Earldom of Sword to the Silverlode Barony. Side note, this is an old land, inhabited for a very long time. The majority of Vistrian place names are extremely straightforward descriptive names or corruptions thereof. Draven's in-laws have 2 houses in Silverlode, including the barony's seat of power, but Draven and Ivana live in their own home. Her parents provided the land,
I know what you're talking about,
and
Dan
they
Mark.
definitely helped Draven to establish his career, but the house itself, complete with a full alchemical lab, was built with his own money, proceeds of his research and of his crafting skill. It is that desire to earn his own way, within reason, which helped turn an initially frosty relationship with the Baron into one of mutual respect. And it was to his home they now rode, servants and guards waving, and the porter running inside with the news as soon as they were spotted, so that when they passed the gate and approached the front door, the lady of the house was out, glamorously dressed for her lord's arrival next time on Tales from My D&D Campaign.
Now everyone's debating in the chat what would be a good, like, toy to sell from TDDC. Usually with the worst suggestions. Although controller plushie, depending on what you mean, could be really simple.
Oh, I can't believe I recorded that whole thing without changing to the new world map.
Should have Benny Hill music for the fast forward there.
Now we're in Vistria.
Astral Plague Dust. Yeah, I don't know. I think you can get some Astral Plague Dust if you just go to the local, like, bins and bins stores. They call it sugar. It's not too expensive. That sugar will kill you eventually.
Tales from my D&D campaign.
Stupid having to put the captions on every episode.
Previously, the party arrives via teleport to stand before the imposing tower
Fails
of the
instead of
Basilica
Tails?
of St. Hitomi, the headquarters of the secretive Hand of Sirius.
Boom.
A bit of help? What the hell did you build this thing for? Oh, I have a civil defense artificing license. There aren't many mages in Vistria, but we have a strong history of artificing,
19.
and golems have become an important part of our national defense.
Like 4.5 hours. Oh my
Angel
god.
uses Midgard's
Gonna be here
scroll
forever.
to activate the failsafe rune, and the feet hammers grind to a halt.
The episodes only get longer.
What do we do with this guy? Kick his ass?
Don't tempt me. What I'm thinking is, if he designed this thing, the Hand of Sirius could use him. Yeah, I agree.
That thing hurt.
Really? I hadn't noticed. So they take Andrew Midgard
Victor and
back
Kaiser
to the
would be cool.
Basilica, leaving him in the hands of the top artificers in residence. Then they ride to Draven's estate.
Denmark, first off, some of the previous leads are fun or interesting,
they were spotted, so
but
that when they passed
mostly
the gate
it's just
the front door,
I'm just letting the
lady
stream
of the
go.
house was out,
Yeah, the plan was to stream for about 30 hours, and the series is about 30
sure
hours.
He was wearing both of the dwarven medals he had been awarded. My lord Marquis, my lady, it's been so long. I have missed you. So have I. Ivana Rowe,
that
who usually
voice
preferred to be
acting,
called the
so tender.
Marquess, already knew his protector, Black, but Draven introduced his newer friends, Little One and Angel, explaining that they were powerful adventurers and allies. The latter of them got something of a disapproving look, but if Ivana had any concerns, she saved them to be expressed in private. So the party spent some downtime relaxing in the estate, which seemed luxurious to them, even if most of the amenities were little more than acceptable by the standards of the noble class. After waiting so long to reunite with his wife, Draven spent most of the time in his basement alchemical lab, crafting and upgrading magical items for the party. He made himself a wand of
Kind of
Orb
loser
of
gets
Force
home and
to
spends all
replace
his time in
some
the
weaker
basement.
damage-dealing wands that were no longer doing enough for him. Little One traded Angel his +4 Constitution amulet so that he could wear the +2 spell-ablating one his mother had left him. Not really an upgrade, but about equally good and far more valuable sentimentally. Plus he got a belt of battle. Angel had Draven increase her armor's protections, and Black got his helm enchanted to grant a special extra attack when full attacking. Normally it would be a horned helm, but his version granted a headbutt. This is not to say that Draven and Ivana didn't spend any time together. He had tales to tell, emphasizing the honors he'd earned among the various dwarf lords, and he wanted to hear all about their son's exploits, while she had
there's
loads
little
of
racism
gossip, though she did a pretty good job of filtering it down to just people
Draven
Draven knew or things he might actually care about. But she also had a disturbingly long list
part
of
of his
parties
character
and events she wanted to drag him to. 30 in the next 2 months? It's clearly a negotiating position. You figure out pretty quick that she's trying to drag you into 3 or 4 particular ones which are important to her. We definitely need to create some buzz and get your accomplishments out there, and I would love to show up Grey Beach. She's taken to pointing me out at parties so she can mock us.
Grey Beach.
She calls you the missing marquis. Really? Well, screw her then. I'll definitely help put an end to that, however you want to handle it. During these weeks, they also make a trip over to the Elstina estate, capital of the Silverlode barony,
a whole lot
to
of
visit
detail, but
Ivana's
he went to
in a castle both fancier and
2
more
or 3 of those
fortified than
parties
Draven's
anyway.
home. They hold a great banquet in their
Had to
dining
show up
hall,
Grey
and
Beach.
whoa! Yeah, Baron Silverlode's dining table is a wooden
sword.
frame and support structure built around a 12-foot-long, 18-inch-wide greatsword. In case that wasn't epic enough, this sword belonged to a frost giant chieftain who was slain by one of the 3 brothers, Vistria himself, first king of this nation, when the chieftain refused to negotiate. In fact, this is the eponymous sword for which the county is named. The fact that it belongs now to a vassal, rather than to the Count of Sword, is something of a long-standing embarrassment. Yeah, but why do I have to sit down here right at the point? I remember being forced to sit down there when I was courting Ivana. You would not believe how intimidating it is. Yes, I would.
Yes, I would.
I thought you had an arranged marriage. Certainly, but they don't finalize it until they get to know you. More for the parents than the betrothed. Wait, is this sword magical? Yes, it's a +3 weapon, but it's also sized for a huge creature. It weighs 1,300 pounds.
Their table is a +3 weapon.
For crafting. He can't extract the magic without destroying the item, and it's a prestigious historical artifact, which belongs to my in-laws. It's not an option. Anyway, the next day they travel back to Draven's home and lab, but soon after they get back, a messenger arrives at the house. High Priest Matsomi requires your presence at the Basilica. Oh, I also have this package for you. From the hand? Well, no. Then why do you have it? It's a little strange, but
I have a suspicious random package for
the
you.
Marquis. She said he was expecting it. You just take things from random women on the side of the road? I don't know. It made sense at the time. It's got to be a trap.
It's a trap.
You mean other than his wife finding out he's getting gifts from random fair maidens? They held the messenger until they could determine if the package was trapped, but Angel couldn't find anything you would normally call a trap on a small package, including the types of magical traps she could deal with, so Draven opened it. Inside was a fine crystal in the form of a lotus flower. Given the as-promised tag,
lotus-y
and the
enough,
fact
I
that
guess.
it was a crystal, like many psionic things, they clued in that it might be from the Rajas, who had made a bargain to extend the White Seed's protection against the astral plague by at least 6 months. And sure enough, when Draven pulled out the glass tube in which he now stores the White Seed, the Lotus's power flowed out into the seed, strengthening it significantly.
If the crystal's still there, it might make a good
Okay.
present for your wife.
Is it safe?
So long before
it
music.
no longer detects as magical.
You really should give her something after being gone 6 months.
So they release the messenger, warning him to be more careful, though in retrospect, it sounds as though he may have been magically charmed to accept the package. The next day, the party heads back to New Vanover. Ivana understands that Draven is important, and when the hand calls, he has to go, but she warns him, "You'd better be back in time for the Duke's spring ball, in a week and a half." As they head down the road, not too far from the house, they spot a woman off to the side. This is less suspicious than confusing. Presumably an out-of-place beautiful woman may be the one who charmed the messenger, but if so, she had actually helped them by ensuring they got the package. So what was she up to now? Then Angel's keen eyes note that the woman is concealing a furry tail.
Hail, travelers! It feels like you received the
Oh no, she's a furry.
Yes?
My bargain with them required that I deliver it to you without talking to you. Almost like they don't trust me. But once you received the box, the bargain ended. And now I greet you on my own time.
And you wonder why they don't trust you.
I don't wonder at all.
Point.
I am a fox.
And she flicks her tail, or rather, tails, at least 3 of them poking out from beneath her dress.
I came to warn you. Do not trust the Rakshasas. They keep their word to the letter. often even to the spirit. But they seek to bend everyone and everything to do their bidding.
Which is?
I have no idea. They, who are neither Fae nor spirits, abuse the power of Fae bargains.
And why should we trust you?
I'll say this. You can trust a fox to push back against anyone who schemes to control others.
I'm an agent of chaos is the achievement. Suggesting that this definitely came out after The Dark Knight.
But, oh, I almost forgot. When you go to the Feywild, please give this to the tall one.
To the tall one.
And she tosses them a pebble. What tall one?
You'll know when you see him.
But we aren't going to the Feywild.
Of course not. Farewell.
And the foxwoman bounded away, disappearing into the underbrush.
Goddamn Fae stuff.
When you see him? Why is everything so confusing?
Oh, good. I thought it was just me.
We already figured all that.
Yeah, that's why I was confused about the subtitle, like,
yeah, what did she
blanks
mean by
there,
that?
because sometimes it's censoring things that aren't swear
High
words.
Priest Matsomi in the Basilica.
Like
we have
Fox.
lost contact with the village of Good Place in Midgard. Really? Good Place? They are so screwed.
Tempting fate by
Bridge,
calling your town
the
Good
local
Place.
lord says the town is quarantined due to some disease or plague.
What is he doing here?
His father is Count Midgard, Baron Woodbridge's liege lord. My own barony, Cobble Town, lies just beyond Woodbridge. When we offered aid, he refused, saying his priests...
The subtitles turned Cobbletown into Kabul. Oh my
His claim
god.
was questionable even at the outset, as it takes a
It
priest...
shouldn't be that controversial. Cobbletown, totally normal little place.
That Woodbridge has transferred, fired, or outright expelled all priests from his domain. We sent a messenger to the Baron to make sure this wasn't some misunderstanding. At the same time, we sent an agent to investigate Good Place. Neither of them have returned. How long has it been? 3 days now. It is only
King Strategist, we haven't got to the Feywild yet. They just got a little teeny taste with the
With a
fox.
possibility of dark magic involved, we feel you can investigate with less chance of casualties than the larger, more conventional force we are in the process of assembling. Should you encounter a threat you cannot handle, we trust you can escape and provide us the intelligence we need. Thus, they ride back through Silverlode, crossing the county
It's all about
line
presenting
to
your
Woodbridge
organization
in
as like
Midgard.
competent.
There are no
Like
obvious
they're
signs
hiring
of
the
life as they
they're
pass
sending
a
the
few small
heroes
hamlets,
to
but they
check
see
it
nothing
out.
unusual
But they're
either.
also
A few miles
preparing like
further
a
along,
force. It
when
just
they
takes
pass
more
the first
time
major
to get
crossing,
like an
they
army
find
together.
signs that large numbers of people had come this way via the Western Road towards the town of Good Place. Population 600. None of them has the track feet, so they can't get a good estimate of the number of people.
This
but
dreary
it's clear
landscape
there were
is supposed to
dozens,
give
if
the
not
idea of
hundreds,
like
and some
mass
number of
migration
horses
of
moving
people
chiefly
driven
along
by
the
horses,
sides of
but
the group.
I don't know.
When they
I
reach
did
the
best I
town,
could.
it is late afternoon, but no one is about. Draven casts fly on himself,
This
expecting
town looks
trouble,
very
but
cheap.
exploring a few of the shops of the main street and a number of houses, they still find no signs of life. Not one person living or dead. But it looks bad. Many of the doors and windows had been
I'm not an
hastily
expert at
boarded
backgrounds,
up,
but I
only
feel
to
like
be
I could do
smashed
better
through
than
from
that
the
now,
outside.
although I still-
And
it's
the
a pain in the
bloodstains
rear.
indicate that a major disaster had befallen Good Place. Scouting ahead as usual,
A
Angel
major
finally
disaster.
finds one house full of corpses, including a man who Black identifies as one of Jonason's agents. These people clearly died violently by many claws. On the agent, they find a note he never
This
got
was-
a
this
chance
was so
to
much
send,
easier than
detailing
drawing a
how
bunch of
Baron
actual gross
Woodbridge's
corpses.
soldiers had begun rounding up every person in his province and marching them to this area. Entire towns to the north and west stand vacant for some unknown purpose. But there's nobody here. There are at least a dozen. Maybe if we keep searching, we'll find more houses like this. If the note is accurate, there are multiple thousands of people missing. I don't think there are enough houses. That's when Angel caught some distant motion out of the corner of her eye. Explosion! Uh-oh. The dead bodies explode into
Cops
negative
Belgian?
energy, dealing the same amount of
What's
damage
going on
as a
in
standard
subtitles?
fireball, but with a more difficult saving throw. Angel started chasing, as
Black
evasion had
explosion
put
is
her in
fun.
the best position to pursue the figure she
Yeah,
had
okay.
spotted,
I
who had
like
ducked
the
into another
flash
building as soon as he
explosion
finished
as Angel's
casting the
getting
spell.
out.
But the sun was starting to go down, and as the others dig themselves out of the rubble, zombies. I'll buff our armor classes, then fly up. Black and Little One start smashing and slicing through the zombies. The minions die as easily as you'd expect, and a zombie has no realistic chance of hitting Little One with Draven's buff, let alone penetrating Black's armor. But to compensate, I gave them a special swarm-like attack. If you already have 2 zombies threatening you, each additional one that moves into range does an
Good old
automatic
zombie
1d6
chess.
damage. No attack roll required. They're still crap. Not even worth using maneuvers. I hit one for 10 damage and another for 13. The first one is cut in half, but the second takes 13 and doesn't even notice. Then it hits you back for 20. So they aren't all minions. Of course.
Doesn't matter. I'm a priest of Sirius. We are trained to destroy undead.
You're going to turn them?
Well, not actually. I I spent all my turning attempts on divine meta magic.
As it should be. Guys, the caster escaped down a hidden tunnel, and it's full of zombies. Is it like a dungeon? Doesn't look like it. Just an escape tunnel, level with the ground. You should just get back here and group up then. Why? With combat reflexes, every time one moves towards me, it dies.
Not if it's the tough ones. They have over 100 hit points, and they hit hard.
It didn't matter against the minions, but Black's bludgeoning attacks are less effective against zombie damage reduction. So he and Angel go on crowd control duty, while Little One and Draven start taking down the tougher, negative energy-infused zombies with bone crushers and heavily buffed crossbow
Crush
bolts.
the bones.
That's when a translucent blob full of skulls glides out of an alleyway and shoots 2 stretchy tendrils of goo up at Draven. Gah! What the hell? They are touch attacks.
Oh yeah, this
Crappy
thing.
to hit bonus, though. Only 1 hits, but you take 7, and it drags you down 20 feet closer to the ground and, to the blob. Can I just fly higher? Nope, you are tethered to it. You can fly closer if you want. Pass. And then 2 hooded figures come down the street. Full strength. Fine. And the second guy moves into attack. Next time on Tales from My D&D Campaign.
Yeah, the low energy next time. That was fun. Featuring Orestria as the Kitsune.
We have lost contact with the village of Good Place in Midgard. Really? Good Place? They are so screwed.
Oh, that was a lazy post-credit scene. I guess they can't all be winners. Oh yeah, though, Black Dude, the videos at the start, I wanted them to be like 15 minutes long. And then that broke down almost immediately. Like, the next one would have been 20, so I broke it into like an 8 and a 12. But then after that, they very rapidly got to 20 minutes, then more, then what is... Boy, that lingered on that end screen a long time.
Tales from my D&D campaign.
Previously.
Why do I have to sit down here right at the point? I remember being forced to sit down there when I was courting Ivana. You would not believe how intimidating it is. Yes, I would. High Priest Matsomi requires your presence at the Basilica. You'd better be back in time for the Duke's spring ball, in a week and a half. Not too far from the house, they spot a woman off to the side.
I am a fox. I came to warn you. Do not trust the Rakshasas. They seek to bend everyone and everything to do their bidding. Oh, yeah. I almost forgot.
The Raj is lawful. Fox, chaotic. They're just
tall one.
What tall
like
one?
oil in water.
You'll know when you see him.
But we aren't going to the Feywild.
Of course not. Farewell.
Why is everything so confusing?
Oh, good. Thought it was just me.
But before long, they're standing in front of High Priest Matsomi in the Basilica. We have lost contact with the village of Good Place in Midgard. Really? Good Place? They are so screwed.
Good Place.
Angel finally finds one house full of corpses, including a man who Black identifies as one of Jonas'
Wow, this is a long,
agents.
boring previously.
Explosion!
Uh-oh.
Most of them aren't that bad, but...
Zombies. A translucent blob full of
I
skulls
don't know,
glides
it
out of an
consistently
alleyway and
wants to
shoots
turn
2
corpse
stretchy
explosion
tendrils
into
of goo up at
cops
Draven. Gah!
Belgian
What
for
the
some
hell?
reason.
And then 2 hooded figures come down the street. Full strength. Fine. And the second guy moves into attack, cleaving through a bunch of minions with his bare hands, if martial arts counts as bare hands.
Wait, so that's not another
Look,
necromancer?
monks, not
That was
great.
the divine version of bull
Against
strength.
zombie
Judging by
minions?
his movements,
Perfectly
the headman is a
fine.
monk. Well, you know what they say. The enemy of my enemy. Black and Angel clear a path so Little One can get over to whack the ooze really hard, and Draven, since he's in danger of being dragged into actual combat, spends a charge from his expensive Orb of Force wand to finish it off, freeing himself from its gooey tendril, by which time the newcomers have
see a
fought
lot
their
more of
way
that
over to
wand.
them. Who are you guys? You could call us undead
Pause to
hunters.
talk in mid-battle.
And who are you?
We represent the Hand of Sirius. We want to know what Baron Woodbridge is up to.
Ah, then I'd say we are allies. For now. We still need to find that necromancer. What direction did that tunnel go, Angel? It seemed like it was heading under the main street, so it might lead to one of the shops we haven't searched yet. What shops are there? There's the church, general store, tailor, butcher. I'm thinking the butcher. Also a tea shop, not to mention all the houses behind the shop. When they reach the butcher's storefront, their suspicions are confirmed by another corpse-plosion spell, which hurts everyone but Angel and the monk, but also clears away the last of the nearby zombie minions, though many more are still converging slowly on them. Inside, they run into 3 of the infused zombies, who slow them down considerably. But the next round, the Necromancer ducks around the corner to cast Magic Missile, augmented with evil metamagic, hitting each of them with a small amount of added vile damage. Damage so hideously evil that it can only be healed by
Book of
magic
Vile Darkness
cast
BS.
on consecrated ground.
I don't think I ever used again.
Dead. Those 2 tumble past the zombies to engage the Necro in the back room, which is, covered in runes and gore. He's not alone back there, but Little One and Angel ignore the other threats, flank and perforate him, dropping the flimsy caster in a single round. Problem solved. Is it just me, or is there something wrong with that view? Out the back window, the sky is dimly illuminated, unlike the street behind them, and where there should be rows of houses, they see only open plains, which seem to be rippling with the lethargic movements of zombies beyond count. Is that the Shadowfell? Perhaps this gruesome
I do like the idea that they have like that there's a building that's been set up as like the as like a border between, where it's like one side it's like the one plane and the other side is like the evil plane. That's pretty cool.
Wait, he was still alive?
Marginally. Bullshit. Suddenly, his broken form is
so here's
surrounded
player
by a
was only
sphere of
around
black
for the
energy,
summer,
and a
basically.
booming voice
Like brought him in,
answers,
and then we
"You
played
have
for the
served
summer,
me
and
well,
then
Duncan.
he
To the might of our
left because he
Lord,
lived out of
I
town.
grant you your reward. There's a tremor in the ground, and parts from all the zombies around them start whizzing into the blackness, including some smashing through the door and window from the Shadowfell. And his torso is now protected by a bone cage within the chest of a 12-foot composite
boss
monster.
mode.
Yes, yes! I shall not fail you, Baron Deathmoor. All shall wither before you and our king of the other world.
So now he's a hulking brute with damage reduction and a much higher armor class, but he still retains his intelligence, so to speak.
Oh yeah.
Fortunately,
Necromancer
he still only
tank.
gets 1 action per round, so he can't both cast a spell and attack using his new strength. This means that although some of the tough zombies are still fighting, mostly the Necromancer gets wailed on by
I like
the
how
heroes.
the
and is
the
soon
fingers
forced to
of the
retreat
hand are just like
through the back
each finger
door
is like a zombie
into
arm.
the Shadowfell.
Oh yeah, and
The
it leaves this
portal is
like
being created by this unholy shrine.
necromech shaped
probably
hole in
close
the wall.
it by destroying the bloody runes. We can't let this guy get away. Hell no, I'm going after him. How close are all of them dead?
I don't
They
think
were
I
not
had I
guarding
hadn't
the
planned
portal.
the spirit
They looked like they were
shackles
just
in
milling
much
around.
detail
So
at this
they are
point,
spread
so I
out,
hadn't
and most are not
actually
very
defined
close.
what
However,
Baron
now
Deathmoor
that the
did. This
necromonsters
is something that
crossed
happens a
over,
lot
they
in
are
like regular
definitely
TV
slowly
shows,
swarming in
but
this direction.
definitely
There are
here
less
like
than a dozen in
I'm
range
like
to charge
this seems
turn,
like a
but in
cool
about
thing to be able to
2
do.
rounds, there will be
I don't think
dozens
there
more,
was
and while it
necessarily
mostly
a
looks like zombie
strong
minions,
reason
there
why
might be
Baron
some
Deathmoor
worse
is
things
able to
mixed
do
in.
this,
The
but
last thing you want to do
I don't know.
is to be stranded in
I guess
the Shadowfell.
Cornello
He's
gave
a
him an extra
necromancer.
shackle
He
that
has to
lets
go
him
down.
lieutenantify
Damn right.
somebody.
So they pass through the door, traversing into another dimension
At
in
long
pursuit,
distance.
and Angel follows.
I don't know.
Somebody's got to cover your ass. So Angel gets in range to attack the monster. His new
was
undead
boss
body
fighting
is
time,
immune
that's what
to
it was.
crits and sneak attack. But from there, her spike chain and combat reflexes could kill zombies as they approached, preventing them from surrounding for swarm damage. Little One took an attack of opportunity from the Hulk's reach as he charged, but he and Black damaged it badly. On his turn, the Necromancer casts Corpse Explosion using a bunch of zombies that weren't
somewhere
quite
recently
in
around
melee
here.
range. The negative energy
I
hitting the two large
developed
warriors
that
and
like
also
3
healing
parts
him,
like
but Draven
Little One attack
reinforced his
animation
growing
with the like
reputation by
sort
kill
of drawing
stealing
of
him
blue
with an
lines or
augmented
whatever.
orb of
It looked
force
pretty
through
cool.
the window. As more undead advanced, they started spotting ghouls and other variants mixed in, but the heroes were already retreating back to the butcher's shop, and as soon as they're through, they clear the store and Draven blows a couple charges from his cheapo wand or fireball, eliciting a satisfying energy pulse as the portal collapsed. Well,
Take that.
was a job well done. Still gotta clear these walkers.
What's their deal anyway?
This guy's a priest of Anku. Haven't met one of them in a while. We still need to figure out if we can trust them.
I'm guessing yes, since one's sitting across the table from us.
Yes, Zahir was a new player joining the group for the summer. He comes from a little-known village on the desert side of the Angor Mountains. Technically part of Vistria, but so hard to reach that they were essentially self-ruled.
I really should have had an animated arrow there to draw your attention to Kurash. You could have spent that whole image looking for the town I was talking about. Or maybe that's just me.
Remember us having a god called Anku? That's because there isn't one. See, when I made the setting document, I said priests can pick any domains and worship any god they want, or worship and get spells from a spirit, because the distinction between spirits and true gods is a little blurry. A small local spirit with a powerful connection to a single natural feature might be able to grant spells, if only to a single champion. But there are also spirits like Anku, who have embraced an important celestial role,
Anku's got a
becoming
pretty
what
cool
you might
look.
call a demigod. Our world doesn't have a god of death. Death is a part of the universe. It happens on its own, as each soul transitions to wherever it belongs. Occasionally,
Yeah,
though,
screw
some
psychopomps,
souls
we don't need them.
refuse to leave due to some
make
scarring
any sense.
tragedy or insane sense of duty, becoming ghosts or some junk.
The
Others
idea
may
that
be knocked
an
off
entity
course or
like
trapped by
serves
spirits,
as death
by
and comes to
accident,
each
or on
person that
purpose.
dies,
Anku and
just
his
I don't like it.
followers are the shepherds who seek
Physically
out
or
such
metaphysically, it
lost
doesn't make
souls
any
to set them on
sense.
the right path. They also hunt down those who try to twist or break
Yes,
the rules
there are
of death
priests of.
to create
Oh no,
undead
Albtrom.
or
I
to
thought you
live
were. I
beyond
thought you were
their
talking about
allotted
Anku.
span.
No, I don't
Elves
think there are
are
any priests
fine,
of the Albtrom.
apparently.
Although it's
If
possible,
they are killed, they
might have
die,
set that up
and if not, they live.
he
And
won
that
and
seems to
took
be the
over
natural order.
in the end.
But nearly all other things have a maximum lifespan, and Anku opposes any attempts to live beyond that through wishes, body stealing, or any kind of necromancy.
Are priests of Sirius okay with his religion?
Oh yeah, there are some areas of disagreement, but both gods hate undead and have a thing for tracking down those who evade justice.
Yeah,
It's
take
just
that.
Angu's version of justice is more about death.
Death.
So Zahir and his gruff guardian, Mahar, had found their way to Good Place for similar reasons to the
leadership
party,
feat.
despite having no ties to the Hand of Sirius. Having accomplished their mission, they agree to stick with the heroes, at least for now.
No,
since they all
Warsor,
want to head to the
I
capital
made
of
up
Woodbridge
Anku
to see if they can
because
learn
it
any
fit
more about
because
the
I needed
Baron
him
and
to
his
fit what the
crimes.
player was
It's been a
thinking
long
of.
day, so
Just
Draven
like
reports
I made
back
up
to
the
Hypaeus
organization and the
Metso
Hand
with
of
a sending
Sirius
spell.
because that's
Then they
what
rest
players
and
had
head
kind of
out
like
in
written
the
into their
morning.
backgrounds.
They found
Like,
the major town
okay,
of
we'll do that.
Woodbridge disappointing, though. Not
Same thing
only
as
was
Sea
it
of Secrets.
completely
There are a
deserted,
couple
but
of
almost
characters
everything
have
not
ties
nailed
to
down
some
had
kind
been
of
hauled out,
organization
so
in their
they couldn't
backstory.
even loot the castle.
So I made
I
those
guess we won't be
organizations
bringing him
exist.
to justice,
That's
do they?
that's how world building works
What a ripoff.
for me.
Not even a tapestry?
Something's bothering
Like
me.
I've
The
got
guy
my
who
own
did this
stuff
with
working
Baron
out, but I'll
Woodbridge,
find a way
right?
to work
Yes,
in what they
practically
want.
my family's next door neighbor.
But
Unless
that
it's like,
necromancer
unless
called
they
out
were
a
trying to be
different name.
absolutely
Was he
ridiculous.
calling
Like
out
it'd cause more problem
Baron
if they wanted to be
Deathmore?
That
taking
sounds
over
about
something
right.
that already
I couldn't
existed.
hear over the
But
sound of Angel and I
if they're
kicking
just
his
adding
ass.
something, like there can be lots of
Thing is,
organizations.
when I was a kid, my father used to tell me
Lots of
stories
groups
about
doing
this
stuff.
hero called Rygax, who
Oh,
none
this
of the
probably
other
isn't
children had
important.
heard of. Rygax
Some
roamed the shadow,
story he heard when he was a
opposing
kid.
and outsmarting the invincible vampire kings and their supernatural lieutenants. But in one story, he fought and killed a lieutenant called Baron Deathmore.
And your father, he told you these weird stories?
All the time.
Well, my son has been doing his acolyte research on the Vampire Kings. Since there's nothing going on here, I say we go report back to the Basilica and see if Tobin knows anything about this Deathmore. Sounds like a good idea, if we can tag along. What do you think? We just met them.
But they did help against the zombies.
I think he's still sitting at the table.
Matsomi and Jonasson commend the
Shut up,
party for
Angel.
purging Good Place of Undead
That's-
and
you can't trust
collapsing
a guy just
dangerous
because he
portal to
exists
the
in real
Shadowfell,
life.
Though the disappearance and
Could
likely
be a traitor.
deaths of an entire barony, some 10,000 people, remains an almost inconceivable disaster, which they will continue to investigate. Afterwards, they meet Tobin down in the Rectory's library. to grill
I
him
told
for
Black
information.
this story,
The
but it
Shadowfell is
fit
one
with
of
how
the
he
three
described
planes
his
that make
father
up
and
the
his
world,
backstory.
along with the Feywild and the normal world, which elves and Feyfolk call the Fadelands. Though all three planes have very similar geography, the Shadowfell also contains the Underdark,
yeah,
a
the
massive
planes.
network of tunnels
Let's
and
learn
caverns
about the
stretching
planes.
down for tens or even hundreds of miles, almost half of which is dominated by the Drow. However, even the mighty Drow Republic has virtually no presence on the surface, because this continent, in the Shadowfell, is ruled by the 5 Vampire Kings. The strength of the kings is not
5
that
Vampire
they are
Kings.
vampires.
I didn't
or
even
at
have
least
silhouettes
there have been
for.
accounts of other vampires, and there is no comparison. Their power comes from shackling the spirits of the Shadowfell, creating ritual bindings which imprison spirits and harness abilities from them. As such, these beings of titanic power are locked in a constant struggle over massive areas of the Shadowfell, fighting to control the
This map
locations of spirit shackles
is the
which
cause
grant
of some of my
critical
like
abilities to the
not as
kings
great
or to
world
their
building with the
monstrous
Shadowfell.
lieutenants.
Is that
Each
like
of them commands ancient
because I
fortresses,
wanted
horrors,
most of the kings to
endless
show up
legions
in
of
that
undead
map
which seem to spring up
of
almost from the
Vistria,
cursed earth itself.
that meant
Nearly
that
all
even
the
though
land
there's this whole
corresponding to
continent
Vistria in the Shadowfell
falls
like
under the territories of
Cornello
two
and
vampires,
especially Swain were
and
stuck into
Cornello,
these
with a
little
bit
itty
around
bitty
the Varandy
territories
border
like that.
belonging currently
I ended up
to
having to
Alyssa,
actually
who
change
is
the
clearly
map somewhat.
female,
That
but I
like
refuse to
Cornello's
refer to her as
territory
the
goes
Vampire Kings
much
and
farther
Queen
out to the
everybody
east
time.
now.
According to some of the rare texts here, Baron Deathmore is historically one of Cornello's most powerful lieutenants. Now, the borders shift over time as the kings vie for powerful spirits, and almost none of our information on Shadowfell is less than 2 centuries old. But the province of Woodbridge
wondering
is
where
in
the
an
name
area that is
Azuchi comes
traditionally
from.
held by
I don't
Cornello,
know.
who
I think
rules
I made it
the
up just to sound
In my
cool.
father's stories, though, Baron Deathmore was
Well, to
destroyed.
sound cool
Does
and
that
to
mean
sound
they were just
like
fairy
it,
tales?
Well,
like
I can't
vaguely
speak to that, but
pseudo-Japanese,
I've been
because
working on a hypothesis
one of the
supported by
called
a
like
number of
South
passages
Varandy is
that
kind of
many, if not all, of
pseudo-Japanese,
these
and
so-called lieutenants, like Deathmore,
her territory, Alyssa's territory, sort of corresponds to that part of the world.
Powers. When one of them dies, that king
On the other
will
hand,
use some rituals
another
and
province
grant those powers
that is
to
part
a
of
new individual.
Alyssa's territory
So perhaps this is a new
is just
Baron
called like
Deathmore.
I
All
think it's
this,
just
combined with their
Azula, which is
observations
100%
and the words
just
of the
from the Last
necromancer
Airbender.
leads them to one apparent, though still very speculative, conclusion. Baron Woodbridge must have made a deal with Cornello to exchange the entire population of his Vistrian province, 10,000 souls, for supernatural
I mean, that's true,
power
Dan. More
and
like the
presumably
maps
immortality
literally
as
do
some form of
change
intelligent undead.
over time.
A
I mean, they
sickening thought.
the
party
borders
spends
I
some
think of
downtime
have
in
been
Vanover,
are pretty
vacuuming
stable
their
throughout
cursed
most
vile
of
damage
history,
on the
but they've
hallowed
definitely
ground of
moved
the
around a
Basilica
bunch. I
of
mean, they
Saint
changed a
Antony.
ton
While
when
they're in
Alyssa
town
showed
for a
up.
couple of days, they get some early news on the government's progress in using the magic artifact spoons, and it's pretty awesome. Each of the spoons had different characteristics, but
the rods
after a
just
little
have names that
experimentation,
sounded
they've
cool to me and
arranged
had a lot of
multiple
syllables.
shifts to keep the
Yeah,
spoons
it's just-
working 24 hours, and they
I
found
do
that
like
they have
that
a capacity
soundscape.
of 2,000, 3,000, and 5,000 servings per day, based on each spoon's activation time or the cooldown between uses. The best one was being
Me
sent to the
unnecessarily
capital
working
castle,
out the
while the other two
details of what
remained
each
in
spoon
Vanover,
does,
as these cities have two of the largest
as if it matters to
concentrations
anything.
of out-of-work Varandy refugees. And because the various magical foods produced by these artifacts are extremely nutritious, the local authorities are alternating between them and regular rations every second day here, every third day
I
at
think the party
Castle. All
tested
of
the
this meaning
spoons,
that
but the
overall,
food
the
they
magic
make is not that
artifact spoons they've
exciting.
quested after since the very beginning of the story are now helping lift 25,000 people out of borderline malnutrition, which is especially sweet for Draven, himself being a refugee from the conquered nation. Although the circumstances of his life have been completely different from theirs, he has a great deal of empathy for them. But pretty soon they were back at the High Priest's office. A group of orcs are sneaking into Vistria. All right. Go on. It is not uncommon for them to challenge our border forces, which is very
He's like,
dangerous.
"Yay, orcs!"
We kill over 200 soldiers every year, but it is very
I like
unusual
long
for
staring
them to
gags.
penetrate deeper into the interior.
I don't do them
Logically,
too
our good fighters are
often
on the
because
borders,
again, making a
so
video, we
if a
gotta
fight is what they want,
keep
there
moving,
is little
but
reason to
I do
sneak
like that
further
kind of
in.
humor.
But a group of them are doing so right now. One was slain in Redfield, near the border of Forever. Before the battle, a commander asked it some questions, and while it refused to reveal the group's numbers, when asked what it was trying to do, it said, "We's gonna see how close we can get."
I like him
Unfortunately,
lifting up
something
the
spooked
paper
before they could learn any
to
more.
to
Despite
then
being
read
surrounded
out
by
the
soldiers, with
transcription
dozens
of what
archers
the
trained
orc
on it,
said.
The orc killed 8 good men and women before going down.
Get close to what?
This city? Vanover is
With
very
the
well
orc
protected,
grammar.
but I do not understand why it would be a more appealing target than our border forts in Angor or Redfield. Could they be trying to reach Castle? We have not seen a force of more than 8 orcs since the Shatter War, and I doubt 50 orcs could assault the capital, though even a small group could wreak serious harm on the way. The challenge may be tempting to them, but there are thousands of troops and too many golems.
If they're sneaking around, I bet it's a smaller group.
We sometimes forget. Orcs can move with great stealth, if they so choose. We have many forces already searching for them, both military and
Yeah,
the hand,
people-
but even large search parties may be too
Everyone's
vulnerable
like,
to
"Oh, the
engage
orcs are,
them,
like,
and
so
the
tough
larger
and
our
smashy,
groups,
but,
the more
you know,
easily
they're
they
dumb,
can slip
right?
through our net. Don't
The
worry,
orcs can't be
we'll
that
find
dumb.
those orcs.
They've survived.
Next time on Tales from
All of
My
her
D&D
stuff.
campaign.
We had a shot there of orcs burning down Zahir's village. I like that shot because I was foreshadowing something so incredibly far in advance. Like in it, I was foreshadowing
I'd love to recruit some orcs to fight the Diluvians. Is there any way I can learn to speak Orcish?
Orcs don't speak Orcish anymore.
Right.
Yeah,
right,
take
I
that.
remember. But maybe I could use that, teach it back to them, create a sense of patriotism.
See, he
an
comes up
Orcish
with these
renaissance.
plans. These
That
are
sounds
solid
cool.
plans. They're
I'd
not
love to
like the
learn
things we're
Orcish
going to do.
too. It should at least help with their slang.
Well, if you want to speak real Orcish, you'll need a tutor, and the only people who preserve that
David
dead
Murray
language
is prompting
are the
me
elves.
on the
In that
merch
case,
because of the
you
shirt.
better not tell them about the Orcish Renaissance.
It's let's see. Hold on, does it? What's the easy way? Yeah, if you the easy way to find the merch, demonac.com/merch, and then my webpage will redirect you to the shop that has all that stuff. Although if you want the nice, awesome like map that I have behind me, that would demonac.com/map will give you the details on that.
You could call us undead hunters. You think we can trust them?
I'm guessing yes, since one's sitting across the table from us. Yes, yes, I shall not fail you, Baron Deathmoor. All shall wither before you and our king of the other world.
That guy had such
Baron
grandiose
Deathmoor
dialogue
is
for
historically
being
one of
like
Cornello's most powerful lieutenants. Now, the borders shift over time as the kings vie for powerful spirits, and almost none of our information
he's saying
on
right there.
Shadowfell
Oh,
is less
hey,
than
I finally
2
drew
centuries
silhouettes.
old.
They are
But the province of
terrible
Woodbridge
silhouettes, except for
is
Lockhart.
in
His
an
is
area
perfect.
that is traditionally held by Cornello, who rules most of the northeast.
In my
Terrible
father's stories,
silhouettes.
though, Baron Deathmoor was destroyed. Does that mean they were just fairy tales?
Perhaps this is a new Baron Deathmoor.
Yes,
A
Soy
group of
Hunter
orcs are
Knights.
sneaking into Vistria.
All right.
You are correct that
One was
Jonason's
slain in
skin
Redfield,
color
near the
was
border
a
of
coloring
It
flub.
said,
Partly to just
gonna
me
see
being
how close we can
colorblind.
get.
I was like,
close
I don't
to
know.
what?
He's just
Don't worry.
very
we'll
dark
find those
skinned
orcs.
black, so I
Okay,
just made him
so
black.
how do we
'cause
find them?
I don't know.
Fucking
Good
genius
question.
here.
It was
But
easier
I
said
did
than done. The last
retroactively
news of the orc's position was
make
over
it.
2
He has
days ago, when one
somewhere
of them was
down
killed
the
near
line he
border
had a
between
drow
Redfield and
ancestor
Porter.
because
even if the others had
of course
been
the
near
dark
there,
elves
even
are
if you assumed they were
literally
moving
black
generally
skinned.
deeper into Vistria, that placed them
And
anywhere in a 50
we
to
have had a
60 mile
number of
cone
other
right now,
non-white
in a much
people in the
larger
show,
area
and
by the time the
he's
party
the only
should
one
ride
that's
out there.
actually
Well,
black.
you and I are
So
fairly powerful
it's a unique
priests.
thing for him.
Perhaps we should seek guidance on this. Then you're coming along? Mahara and I will go with you. I have no.
See that shot of the town there, and you look at it, and the perspective's not quite right on one of those orcs in the background.
Yeah, the best divination.
The divination
Something's
spells.
not
Right. The best
like.
divination. spell.
Clearly, I
Just
made an
ask
error when making that
divination.
image,
No, I
right?
mean,
Because there's
which
an
one?
orc that's
Divination.
clearly in the same
So you guys
distance
rested and
as a
memorized
house,
divination in a bunch of your
and yet
fourth
is
level
much
spell
larger
slots.
than the
Have you figured
house.
out what questions to ask? The obvious question would be, where are the orcs? Right? Right, but if we ask that,
Of course,
and
the
it takes
orc
us 2 days to ride
showing
there,
is
they'll
larger
have
than the
moved on
house.
in
Then
that
you come
time,
back to
we
it
won't be much
later,
better off.
and you're like,
I see what you are getting
because
at.
that was
Then my question,
before
Frank, would
the
be, where
players
should we go to
ever
find the
encountered
orcs
the
who are sneaking
situation
deep into Vistria? Right,
that
that's
pays
the
that off,
obvious
like in the
question,
game. So I
and
was
the
foreshadowing
answer, which
like
you
I was
immediately
foreshadowing
get upon
years in
casting your
advance of the
divination
campaign, let alone the
is-
videos.
Okay, to find the ones you seek, journey down to
The 10 minutes
Creek,
gag is I was making
then ride
stuff
as
up.
hard as driving sleet. It's not a venture for the meek.
No,
Enkidu is
that's what I'm
surprisingly
joking, Zoe
also
Hunter Knight.
rhyming.
It's not
The
a
answers from
retcon.
divination can
That
be
was
very
100%
straightforward or
Codgeward.
very
I
indirect,
put
as
him
the
there
plot
that
requires.
size
Most of Houghton Creek
way
cuts
back
across
then,
Jonas's
like I was
province,
actually
the
planning
Earldom
that.
of Hanley.
That's
I wasn't
still a
even
pretty
sure
barbarian.
how
Perhaps,
they were going to
but
run
if
into
we trust
Codgeward,
Nenku's advice,
but that is
I'm sure things
100%
will
what I
work.
was intending when I made that
Sure.
image. I
Have some
very
faith,
carefully
Well, in the
put
meantime,
an
I might as well
oversized
use
orc
my
next to that
castings.
house,
I'll ask Sirius,
so that
where is Baron
the
Deathmoor?
perspective
Baron
would tell
Deathmoor
you
is
that
passing through
that the orc
Vale
was
of
too big.
Misery. Where is that? You've never heard of it. Is it in the Shadowfell? I don't remember it on our rather limited maps, but it seems like
Codgeward always had the ability to get large. Does it work like it did in Realm of the Albdrome?
I want to know who
No.
sent these
Like
orcs.
so many
think they
things,
just came
Al
on their
captured
own?
more
They're
the
acting
spirit of the
pretty
power
weird.
than how it
All right,
actually
I
works.
will give that a try. Sorry's here. I rolled your failure chance. And
But yeah,
your
if you
God
actually
provides
fought
no
Codgeward,
answer. On the
he
plus
would
side,
enlarge
when the
himself
spell
in some way,
divination
shape, or
fails,
form.
You know that it failed, so it doesn't feed you false information.
Assuming you were worth
which
the
is
effort.
better than the arcane equivalent, contact other plane can lie.
You could still ask about the other orcs, right? Yeah, you should try to find out who really sent
I don't
Marp
remember
and
all
those
this
guys.
divination they're
All right,
doing.
I'll cast my second divination and ask that.
I don't
You
remember
ask
very
Sirius
well.
who sent the orcs that attacked Corso's chasm. The answer you get is Old One Eye and the Flame of Passion.
Shit, it is the god. Really?
Old One Eye is a name for Grumsh, the orc version of Marduk, and the flame could be the orcish god Infernus.
So that orc sorcerer wasn't just suffering from sunstroke?
Wow, if that's true, that's really disturbing. Somehow all those divinations seem to raise more questions than they answered. But at least now they had a starting point in their hunt for those uncharacteristically evasive orcs, and they ride southeast into Hanley. One day later, they were passing through the farm country.
I tell you guys about
Two-thirds of the way
mistakes
to
I make
Hawken
and
Creek,
often
when
complain
Little One
about them.
spotted
So
the
you
most
know when I say
invisible.
that, like, no, that one I was
Wearing a
really
hood,
planning in
right,
advance.
Yes, the silhouette
You know,
is
I'm telling the
clearly-
truth.
I searing charge him.
Little One streaks off his horse in an arc of flames, striking with brutal force, nearly killing it in a single blow.
Aw, it's not a monitor.
It must be a regular
The
Deluvian
Cosmic,
spy.
you just started
The head
watching this
kills them
series
every
earlier
once in a
this
while,
week?
but we can't
Wow.
normally catch them alive.
Or last
Duke
week.
von Christoph has a standing order. If any KT is captured alive, he wants it held
So,
until he can
There's
personally
30
interrogate
hours of it, basically.
You should surrender, by the way.
Or you could try to run.
They were already on an urgent
Yeah,
mission.
try to run
The
Kuo-toa
had
Scout.
stopped
Good luck with
struggling, realizing that they were way out of his league, but neither would he give any useful answers to their questions.
What were you doing here? You're just going to kill me anyway. Well, we'll kill you for sure if you don't give us a reason not to. Let me have a shot. I cast Detect Thoughts.
Just as Little One had picked up some more blatantly supernatural maneuvers when he leveled up as a sword sage, Angel had continued to focus on her sneaky magic as a beguiler. Detect Thoughts doesn't let you dig through people's minds and extract deep memories, but it is a great way to detect nearby living things.
My sound's a
And if
little
you
out of sync on
concentrate
that
it,
clip.
you can read the surface thoughts of intelligent creatures who fail their save. And as the cliche always goes, there's nothing more futile than trying not to think about something.
What were you doing here?
Nightmare Warden's like,
It's
remember
just
to watch
standard
the lore
recon,
shorts
studying
like
history
Vault
and
of
code
Sacred
movements and
Scrolls.
stuff. Were you going
Vault
to
of
meet
Sacred
someone?
Scrolls is like 40 minutes long,
Yes.
isn't it?
Where
That's
were
not
you
very
going to meet?
short.
Never. Back at one of those ghost towns across the Verandi border.
It's a good story,
That's
though.
not much help. We already know a bunch of abandoned towns they use as bases. If we try to assault them, they see us coming and clear out before our troops arrive. Then, if we retreat, they'll be back within days. And if we push deeper into their territory,
Kuo-toa and their
eventually they
invisibility
surround and
cloaks
ambush
and all
our
their
army.
cheesy
Even
powers,
with
they're
the
so
mind-reading
annoying.
magic, they don't get a whole lot they didn't already know. Not in this short session. They'd love to spend more time on this and then hand him over to the Duke, but they're in a hurry to catch those orcs, and dragging a hostile, natural-born escape artist could only slow them down. Is there a place nearby we could dump them off? One of our forts? Nearest fort
Natural
is
born
at
escape
least
artists,
6
because
hours out
among
of
the
way. Even a
many
decent-sized
countless
town is a
random
couple
powers that
hours. We don't know
Kuo-toa
if
just
we have
have,
hours to
which
spare.
at least in my
And if
setting
we
there's
leave
an
him in a town,
explanation
he'll
for,
probably
because they have
escape.
God's blood.
Unless we cut off his legs.
The,
Probably
one of the
shouldn't
random
lead you
powers
in
they
that
just
direction.
have in the
Oh, I
monster
was
manual
already
is like
thinking that.
they have
If
like
we cannot
plus
take 'em
10
with
to
us,
escape
perhaps
artists
it
or
would be
something
more
because of
humane
they can
just
just
to kill
secrete
him.
weird
It's a tough
chemicals.
call, but they finish
In addition
him
to
and
the
ride
sticky
on to
shield
Hawkins Creek.
chemicals.
When they reach it, they pick a direction and continue on, soon coming upon a wounded soldier. His patrol had been attacked by a trio of orcs. His horse got spooked and threw him.
My leg is broken and I can't move my arm.
He took
I
an
don't know
orc
why
to
they
the
didn't
knee. Good
finish
achievement,
me.
Casey.
Orcs just want a challenge. Or at least a fight. Well, I'm certainly no threat now.
Did they say anything?
Battle cries, gibberish, then they left. And one said, swords this way.
They're headed for the Earldom of Sword. Didn't you say that's where you live?
And his in-laws.
But did they mean the Earl of Sword? Or his main town? Or something else in the province?
Stupid
You
Vistria,
don't
why
think
is
they
everything
meant-
named
That's
sword?
what I meant.
The 12-foot-long +3 greatsword for
Oh,
which the
yeah,
earldom got
that.
its name. A weapon so large it took 2 hands for a frost giant jarl to wield it. The rhyming divination had not sent them to the orcs. It had sent them where they needed to go to find the orcs. And now they would have to ride hard to
That's how
overtake
divinations
them and
work,
to beat them
sometimes.
to Baron Silverlode's estate. Black and Zahir healed the soldier as best they could, and they dropped him off in the first town they passed so they could ride full out. A couple days later they reached the castle of Ivana's parents, and Draven breathed a sigh of relief that there had been no attack yet, though that did make him second-guess their conclusion just enough that Draven sent messengers to warn his own household and the Earl of Sword, just in case. After some strategy discussions, they decided to evacuate as many civilians as possible to the nearest settlement.
After
the
some
Baron
strategy
and Baroness
discussions, they
refused
decided to
leave,
fight
but
the
Draven and
orcs.
the others convinced them to move into another part of the keep, away from the dining dining hall. The party wanted to avoid getting the Baron's soldiers killed, but they didn't know which way the orcs would approach, or if they would try to sneak all the way into the fort. So they compromised by posting scouts at the outskirts of town, with orders to report anything they saw, but not to engage. The rest of the Baron's men and women would guard the fortress, while the party waited by the gates, ready to move out as soon as they knew the direction of the attack. They didn't have long to wait before a couple of the scouts reported spotting orcs approaching from the southeast. The prophecy, if you could call it that, had told them to ride fast, and they had made it with only a few hours to spare. They advanced to meet the enemy in a wide open space, leaving the guards to seal the fortress as tightly as they could. On the field of battle, the 6 heroes lined up and watched as 3 orcs sauntered towards the town. Watch it, guards.
You'd think I'd be bored of this. Like, I've watched these clips like a billion times when working on them.
Think that every play to fit me? It's not just the fancies. Them's hard underneath. Can see how they moves. Sees that elf sword? He may be the one that beat Marp. That was down in Dwarfland. Let's get your shield on anyway, eh? That's right, I killed Marp in a duel. He fought well. I didn't know Marp, but I heard he was hard. We need to all attack at once.
Hard, not
We should
hard.
try to talk first. Orcs don't value information the way we do. They might just tell us what your spells didn't. And the big one looks them over as he equips his shield, announcing, "Well, it looks as you may be a proper fight, so I ought to introducify us. I'm Berg, with the stupid hat is Zil, and the long hair be Ing."
It's a helmet. It's protective. Why is it a stupid hat?
Kajor's crew. Kajor's got a hard
Orc's
boy.
position, also
One
a
or
good
two
term.
of us might prove ourselves by killing one of them. But I wanted to keep my boys together, all 4 of us, and there's no way we'd all cut it like that. Only 3 now. Mick was fathead, got split off from us.
I still love that they make fun of the guy for wearing a helmet, even though, like, aren't you all idiots for not wearing helmets?
Some humans for Mick. Ing asked Del if he knew anything else might get us in. Del said might be we could show off by taking the sword, and he told us where to find it. Have to admit, sword from a frost giant boss be hella ka. Hella ka. Ka sword for Kajord. Hoi hoi. Zil seems to find that hilarious. Del, we'd better not have to fight Delures. You're a WoW druid? Whatever, we can take it, druid. His spells deal damage in the tens of thousands. Okay, maybe we'll pass on
Yeah,
that.
WoW has a little
who the
bit
hell
different
is
damage
Del?
scaling,
Del
even
is
compared to
with Kajor.
3.5
He needs
D&D.
Varg to join, and I knew Varg. Varg was hard. Del's a scary gar. Ing, you tells him you scared of Del? Only fatheads can't be a scared. There's a
It's
place
true,
for
only
fear.
fat Eds can't
Fear
be
don't mean
scared.
you can't fight, means you watch your arse. You sees a old fat dragon, you should be feared. You sees a Montor, you should be feared. You fighting Kajord, you should be hella feared.
I say Kajord, and I show that shot just to prove that that is what I meant.
You telling it work? Of course he's an orc. He's with Kajord. This
Awesome.
getting stupid. Spread out, boys.
It's music! Made out of license-free loops as best I could hack together.
In truth, the battle is impressive, but short, and more than a little anticlimactic.
Thanks, the
orcs were
Commodore
each very
Slippy.
dangerous. Any of them
Thanks
would
for
have been
dropping
a good
by.
fight one-on-one, but they were outnumbered 2-1, and since the party had time to buff, including Orcbane on their weapons, those numbers turned into an overwhelming advantage. Little One's charge, with the added 5d6 fire damage, hurt Zil a lot, and with
Yeah,
Draven's
it was-
Orb of Force, the orc was nearly dead. Easily finished the next round. Berg fared a little better, only out of sheer toughness, but Angel and Black hurt him a fair amount anyway. The 2 monks
I don't know.
appeared more
They haven't got
evenly
a-
matched, but only because
David,
the
they
fight
haven't got a
didn't
lot of
last long enough
reports
for
of
Zahir to land a crippling debuff,
other
or
races
simply
trying to
start
fight
healing
alongside the
harm.
orcs, but
the fact was,
I
as
mean, the
each
orcs
orc
have been
fell,
like
the
that
rest
for
were that much more
about
badly
1,000,
outnumbered,
well,
and the
for
battle
most of the
barely
last
made it to the
1,000
third
years,
round.
so
You wanna
maybe
keep
there
this
have been
last one
some in the
alive?
meantime.
Interrogate him? I think they've told us all they are going to. We should give him a warrior's death. They deserve that much. We get to loot them either way. Berg had a +2 battle axe and full plate as good as Marp's, without the drawbacks, and Zil had some other magic items which were likewise not very useful except for sail or disenchanting. But Ing's +3 bracers were good for Mahar, who can't fight in regular armor, and the
Oh,
monk's
yeah,
badass
monks.
mask, made of carved and polished bone, granted +2 wisdom and +2 natural armor, making it a great find for Zahir or for Black, to the point that they almost both recorded
You
it
could
on
argue
their
that was one of the better
I
fights in the
think it
series
looks
because it
better on
does.
me. The other real
It's
prize
very
was
short and
Zil's
there's no
+4
backgrounds,
belt of
but
strength.
it takes place in
Well, what do you need it for?
Almost,
You're
like,
already strong.
It's for
So
that
went
few
a little
seconds.
on,
It
and they could
shows
finally
kind
all
of
relax a
real
bit,
timey
take
what
some time
happened.
off as life returned to normal in the settlement
Which
around
makes it a very
Elstina Castle.
fast-paced
They could sell
thing.
treasure, buy and craft new gear, and the day after the battle, Draven's wife Ivana pulled up with her escort. My lord Marquis! Ivana? What's wrong? Nothing is wrong.
Why do the
We've received an
the subtitles have
invitation
no
from the
problem
king
with
and
Marquis?
your friends, of
They
course.
get
That's
that.
wonderful.
That's an
Recognition sounded good,
unusual
if
word.
unexpected. But Draven was more happy for his wife, because this was the sort of thing she and her family lived for. The invitation didn't have much detail. When the king requests your presence, you're supposed to just come. But the tone suggested good news. The date on the invitation was in about 2.5 weeks, though at carriage speeds the 400-kilometer journey would take about half of that time. So after reporting back to the Hand and doing their bookkeeping, they boarded the wagon train and headed west. Ivana had brought all 3 carriages from Draven's estate.
I
along
like
with
the
their 4
caravan like
outriders.
riding
the Marquis
animations.
And Marquess would ride in the first wagon, with the head of Ivana's guard.
I think
Sergeant
I
Richard
took.
of Pine Creek seated
There's
beside
like
their
this.
driver when
There's
he
this
wasn't riding.
ancient
The rest of the
like
party would cram in the
ancient
second carriage,
like
while the larger, more basic
video
third
from
wagon would
early in the
accommodate
age of like I
guards,
don't even
including
know if
the
it's
riders
video. It's like
nocturnally
a
on shift.
series of
Diluvian military
rapidly taken
activity
photographs
had been
showing
low
a
for
horse
some time
running.
now.
And
Even
I
the
basically
volatile
took a
coastal
couple,
and
took
border
like 4 of
regions hadn't been
those
attacked in at least
and
a
used them to
month.
make the horse
And
silhouettes,
at times like
so that I
this,
had like
the
running
Vistran
horses.
countryside could be surprisingly peaceful. Even more than the dwarven nation of Tark, civilization here had crowded out or suppressed most sorts of monster activity in the middle part of the realm. They passed numerous caravans and other convoys, as well as a column or 2 of troops moving to the front, and as they went, their outriders challenged and, in some cases, inspected
Got the
passing
background and
travelers by the
everything.
authority
Like,
of Baron
this is
Silverload to make
such
sure
a
everything was in
basic ass
order.
shot,
On
but
the
it just
second day,
like
they even
I
saw an
like it.
artificer who waved cheerfully as he passed by, riding upon the shoulders of his huge stone gold. They didn't see a single non-human on the road, though
That's cool. They
come to
passed
think
a
of it,
random
even in
artificer
New
riding a
Hanover,
huge
that
gold.
most cosmopolitan of Vistria
Vistria.
cities, they'd only met a handful of dwarves and even fewer other humanoids. Another sign of how cut off this country really is from the rest of the continent. So it was nothing too special a couple days later when they
I can't
spotted
wait till
2
I stop
well-dressed
putting
men
my
at the side of the
friggin'
road. But
face
they did
in
look
the
fairly
videos.
distressed, so the outriders stopped the caravan and rode over to check them out. As one of the men called out,
Thank Lareth you came along. Our friend is taken ill. He collapsed, and we don't know what to do for him. Can any of you help him?
we shouldn't let the soldiers take these kinds of risks. They're pretty fragile. They do this all the time, all along the trip. We aren't going to personally get out and challenge everyone. This is what I paid them for.
Yes.
Still, I have
Su-
a bad
settings with
feeling about this
superpowers
one.
where
Is
you're
that
like,
because this is the
I don't
only
think
one
we
I've
should let
described in
soldiers
detail?
take this kind of risk.
Anyway,
Because-
can I area dispel those guys from here?
Because
It's in
soldiers
range.
don't have
Black rolls and
superpowers.
checks, and he definitely dispelled something, though there's no way to tell what. The 2 men look the same, but their postures change. They start waving and break into a run along the side of the road, towards the caravan. Sergeant Richard calls out, "It's an ambush!" And he and his men turn their mounts and start galloping back towards the caravan when a golem bursts up out of the highway, sending cobblestones raining down over a wide area.
Oh man, this
Next
this
time
is
on Tales
this is
from
a really
My
good
D&D
fight,
campaign.
and the music is fine. Like the Dark Ancient music is kind of cool, but the sound mixing in this next episode is so bad, so bad. Like every time the music comes on, it's just like, whoa, like blows you out for like 2 seconds and then stops.
This
It's,
is
like,
SETI Alpha
awful.
5.
Not enough people get
You
that
see,
joke because
they're young, enter through the ears, and wrap themselves around the cerebral cortex. This has the effect of rendering the victim extremely susceptible to suggestion.
like the rubber ear. Not enough of you people are old enough to have watched Star Trek II, apparently. The Wrath of Khan. It's a classic. It's a lot like Star Trek VI. I'm glad you understood that reference.
Badly that their wagon had not yet reached the
I got
outskirts of
a
Castle.
number of comments
Your
of people
servant,
not
Duke
getting that
von
reference.
Christoph of Newland, apologizes
What the?
that
Oh
he
shit! Sorry guys. Sometimes if I went and watched an episode for some stuff, it might the starting point might remember where I left off. So
Mahara and I will go.
You can tell I haven't watched the early videos so much. I'm gonna have to pay more
love
attention
for
when we change
One said
episodes.
Swords this way. They're headed for the Earldom of Sword. You don't think they meant...
Have to admit, sword from a Frost Giant boss be hella ka. Hella ka.
Why do you want the sword? We's looking for a way to join Pajor's crew. Dale said might be we could show off by taking the sword.
Dale?
And he told us where to find it. In truth, the battle is impressive, but short.
Dale told Boomhauer.
More than a little anticlimactic. Draven's wife Ivana pulled up with her escort. We received an invitation from the king. They boarded the wagon train and headed west. Sergeant Richard calls out, "It's an ambush!" And he and his men turn their mounts and start galloping back towards the caravan when a golem bursts up out of the highway, sending cobblestones raining down over a wide area. A clay golem? Aren't those weaker than the other golem we fought? Significantly weaker. Even if Midgard's creation was only a nerfed prototype version.
Yeah, it's just a clay golem. You're fine.
That one didn't even scratch me.
It may have scratched me, but it also had an off button.
Thanks to the two men's reaction to Black's dispelling, the Outriders had turned back before moving into reach of the golem, so much of the surprise value seemed to have been wasted. But then it raised its hand and conjured a blob of goo,
Surprise!
which hit the horse of the nearest of Draven's guards, hardening to immobilize the
I do
mount,
like that.
as
I
well
do
as
like that
trapping
sound
the
effect.
soldier's legs
That's a
in
good
stirrups.
wah.
Is that normal behavior for such golems? This is bad. That looked like psionics. It's one of my favorite psionic powers, and it's only level 1. I think this may be a Dark Ancient. Like Temple 1? Oh, I'm gonna crush him. Before the guard can free himself from his entangled mount, the golem strikes them with
that
force
that
transforms
first
them into a
person
lethal
from the
projectile,
golem's point of
crushing one
view
the fleeing
is supposed to be a
artifacers over 20
shot
feet
from
away.
the beginning of the Doctor Who episode
took out
Robot.
Guys?
But I couldn't actually find any reference
Sergeant
of
Richard?
that. I don't
No,
have
it was
like,
some other
access.
guy
It's
you
like
didn't
super
really
old
know.
Doctor Who.
His name was Jimmy. He's dead now.
That is,
Being
I think,
player
the
characters,
the
they
first
routinely
episode
travel
with the
all day
fourth
in
Doctor.
full armor with their weapons close at hand.
Tom
But it
Baker.
still takes them a
Is his
round
name?
or two to
Unless I'm
get
wrong.
out of the wagons and on a real combat footing. Much too late for Jimmy.
I
Even
found
then,
some highlights
Raven
from
only
that
had time
episode,
to
but none of
cast
them were
Fly,
that
and then a
shot that
mass shield
I
fell on the
remember
first
them
round.
having
For
these
him
like
to
cheesy
bang the
shots
party's
from the
weapons as he
robot's
had
point of
against
view,
the
and I
orcs
wanted
would
to
have taken
duplicate
one
that with the
round
big
per
chunky
weapon.
arms.
Similarly, Zahir can only land a couple of his single-target buffs by the time the hand-to-hand fighters head in. Sergeant Richard doesn't want to withdraw, but at Draven's firm command, he pulls all
No,
his men back to
Sergeant
defend
Sergeant
Ivana
Richard,
and
your face
themselves,
has too much
backing up
detail.
the
You're not allowed
wagons
to
a
die.
ways, leaving the powerful adventurers to engage the enemy. Clay golems are a lower grade of construct than stone or iron.
No, I can't fault
let
you for
alone
not having
guards.
seen old Doctor
Phoenix
Who
or
when I
Gold Project.
can't
But
even
they're still
find
tough. They take 10 less
clips
damage
from the
your blows
episode,
unless your
let
weapon is
alone
both
the episode,
adamantine and
to even
bludgeoning.
prove whether
Since
this thing I
golems are
remember
also immune to
exists.
sneak attack, Angel had to switch to her backup weapon, her crossbow of force, which does much less damage than her normal attacks, but which penetrates almost any type of defense as long as it hits. And even hitting
crossbow
was
of force
not
is so
easy
good.
for any of them, as this golem's armor class was significantly augmented. It weathered their first attacks easily, then triggered the signature Clay Golem ability, a swift activation, short-duration haste, giving it a third hard-hitting attack per round. And it
The
split
haste
those
effect
attacks
not so
between
great.
Black,
All his
Little
like
One, and
glowy
Baha. Then it
shields and
casts
like
flip
the
haste.
circuits
How can it
look
cast
awesome.
and attack, let alone full attack.
The haste?
The old version of haste worked by
MK,
giving an extra
yeah,
standard action,
I
so you
think a
could do
good
stuff
chunk of
like
the
that,
first
but
two
this is
seasons of
3.5
Doctor Who
edition.
are
This only
actually
gives you an
lost.
extra
Like,
attack when
as in
you
the
take a full
BBC
attack action.
film was
No
expensive
help
back
for
then. The BBC
spellcasting.
like
True.
friggin'
In fact,
reused
it's
it for
quite
something else.
possible that it's using a psionic schism, a mental partition which can manifest powers at a fraction of its caster level, in addition to its normal actions each turn. And of course, it still has to pay the cost of those powers. Okay, this is definitely a Dark Ancient.
The others attempted to deal with you too indirectly. It is time to rectify their error.
Black and Little One are affected by withering lasting
rock to that
pain,
Dark
giving
Ancient
them a
music.
-4 to hit penalty,
Except
will
when it
save
starts
for
kicking
half,
in during his
-2 to
attacks,
hit
it comes
even
in
if
way
we
too
save.
loud and
It's
hard,
one of my
not balanced
favorite
properly
psionic
at all.
powers, and it's only level 2. They continue fighting, but they're having a very hard time
It looks
hitting
cool
the
with
goal.
all, like, the circuit
Angel
glow and
notices
stuff.
the remaining artificer trying to get away, or possibly to get to their wagons, since he's running parallel to the road. She bolts over to take him out, but a quick sense motive check alerts her that he may have been forced into this.
Angel was
You can still follow
about to
through and
attack
kill
him,
if
and
you
then
want,
she
though.
didn't.
I'll just tell him, if you aren't responsible for this, I suggest you don't move. Okay, he freezes up even more than he already had. I hate to keep spending expensive charges on his wand, but I can barely hit or damage him with my crossbow.
You could just bane my weapon.
Or me. I like Bane. I don't need Bane to crush this bastard.
B-E-I-N as an English word? Why would you pick...
And I'm not flying down into reach of that thing to cast touch range buffs on Black's mace. I suppose I could buff Angel's crossbow.
Forget the crossbow. If you bane my spike chain, I can get more attacks.
You sure you want to get in closer?
Oh, yeah.
Perhaps I can dispel some of
that is not a word anybody
so
uses in
Tahir
English.
hits the golem with a dispel, though his average rolls only cancel a single spell. Mahar is rolling above average, but even so, his hits are relatively small after bypassing.
Oh, Mahar, you have a half-decent like attack animation sequence, but it does nothing because you're a monk.
Highway. And Draven's like, "What? That's insane!" And Krillin's like, "This is nuts! I should just grab my wife and fly away." They rapidly learn that although this one hits just as hard as the first golem, it's a much less cunning and skilled fighter. It lacks the many armor buffs its partner has, and obviously this one doesn't have psionics.
If anybody's teeth are blue negative ninja, it's because I'm colorblind and I picked a bad
his
white.
Opponents in the first round, the Dark Ancient has assessed the targets, calculating Black to be the most durable opponent. Plus, the cleric had some spells and items which could even inflict.
Yeah, I like the like
Little one was only
the
slightly
scanner
less
vision
tough,
too.
but his offensive tools were much more effective against this body's defenses. And though the monk was much more vulnerable, even with his new bracers of armor, he was also the least dangerous of the three. And so it begins systematically pounding on Little One, hitting him 2 or 3 times in some rounds, averaging 20 damage each time.
Attack me, damn it! I'm supposed to be the tank.
I think it's...
DJ Phil's pointing out the Dark Ancients, the actual spirit inside the golem with the yellow eyes,
it's a good thing that
they only take a
isn't like
quarter
this guy,
of the
or
hit
we'd be in
point
trouble.
damage
I
to
don't
their
like the
actual
math.
spirits.
It's not a clay golem at all.
Compared to what happens to their body. But
wait a second. If this thing jumps bodies, like what happened to the lumberjack,
I'm not sure
like
that
the
I
one
ever
fought in
ruled that
Ginneron,
purely mental damage would get around that. Frankly, it should. It would make sense.
To take him down, he could just
Really
start
come
over.
up.
But would his buff spells change bodies with him?
I mean, if you're attacking their mind
have
directly,
no
you would
idea.
think it would get around
We just
to
don't
damaging
understand
the
enough
body
about
issue.
these things.
Well, I'll take the big one.
Mahar uses his acrobatic skills to reposition, and he and Angel start wailing on the regular clay golem. Its damage reduction is still a hindrance, but the Bane enchantment on Angel's weapon counteracts that pretty well, and with a 10-point lower armor class, they are about as unlikely to miss this enemy as they were unlikely to actually hit the Dark Ancient. Black actually switches temporarily to healing Little One, as even the Half-Dragon's massive hit points start running low, and Draven decides the situation really does warrant some expensive wand charges, particularly since Orb of Force ignores damage reduction, most of the golem's armor class, and has no saving throw. Sure, 10d6 force damage, so he takes 10. What? As an
Beehive
immediate
barrier.
action, he manifests Dampen Power, reducing any randomly rolled damage from a single spell or psionic power to the minimum it could roll.
What level power is that?
Level 2. Then he can do that all day long. I'm taking my wife and flying away. Tempting though that may be, of course he doesn't. Black turns around and
No,
casts
Draven would
Spell the
never
Greatest
run
Foe on
away in the
Angel.
middle of a
Spell
hard
that grants
battle
her
like
bonus
that,
weapon
right?
damage for every size category larger her target.
She's a hero, right?
And between her now massive damage against large constructs and Little One's own big damage and DR bypassing attack,
Do that twirl, Little
they managed
One.
to drop the Dark Ancient. The second Clay Golem was still standing, but the evil Warforged spirit didn't jump into it, and they finished it off easily.
That was rough.
You and I have a lot of healing to do.
I'm gonna make this thing's head into a urinal.
I think I have the craft pottery skill. I do.
Woohoo, craft pottery.
I'm going to pee in him all the time.
And
He figured he might
Sarah
need
starts
craft
to spell.
pottery or sculpting
Inflict
or whatever
pain.
for like making magic items.
That's terrible.
Out of the men who had flagged them down before the ambush, the one who had fallen ill had actually been dead for some hours, maybe even a day before the caravan arrived. And another one was smooshed under Jimmy's horse. Little One went over to interrogate the lone survivor of the three, while Zahir and Black had barely started healing everyone, when a third clay golem burst out of the ground with glowing yellow eyes.
It took a few rounds for him to
Rather than
rebuff
take
his
over
new
the
body.
damaged second golem, the Dark Ancient had moved into the still hidden third one. The only buff that came with him was his schism power, since that one purely affected his mind, not his body. But with its help he had cast 4 buffs in 2 rounds, while the heroes thought the battle was over. On his third turn after the transfer, he used a move action to burst up from the shallow ground, right next to Angel.
I have reassessed your threat level and determined a more efficient way to end this. Domination.
Black and Little One, you each need to make a DC 21 will save. This is an important one.
Damn it! I'm rolling so badly today.
Come
I like
on,
Beta.
just
I like
need to
Beta's
roll better
vibe.
than a 5.
Beta
Don't
feels
roll a 5.
like dangerous
rolls
the way he
a
like
4.
the way he declares his actions.
Black and Little One are both mind-controlled.
He has area mind control? What is that?
Ta-da!
9th level spell?
It's just the psionic version of Dominate Person, but he can augment it to hit an additional target within 15 feet. Little One, that is a dangerous enemy spellcaster in front of you. You need to destroy him before he can hurt your friends. Black, you've been working with that honorless assassin
murder that
for some
NPC.
time. You always knew you couldn't trust her, but she has finally betrayed you. You need to take her out before she can get to Draven.
So, what do I do?
You attack her as effectively as you know how.
Whew, I missed.
You missed one.
I have to full attack? No. I hit her. At least I rolled low on the damage.
Oh, thank you.
Then the headbutt.
Really?
The extra headbutt attack from his version of the magic horned helm also misses, but the situation is worse than dire, with a third of the party turned against them, and nobody left who is tough enough to stand against this deadly and psionically protected golem. Zahir uses his last dispel trying to free their minds, but the Dark Ancient's caster level is a little higher than his, and combined with a small defender advantage on dispel checks, he's down to about a 1 in 3 chance per attempt, and it fails.
That's when things get really
my
scary.
wife and flying away. He's not really joking this time. If this continues for even a couple of rounds, all his allies on the ground will be dead or dominated, and the guards don't stand a chance. Draven has one emergency scroll he can try, and if that doesn't work, he figures saving his wife and himself is the best outcome he can hope for. As he scrambles to ready the scroll, Angel and Mahar manage to inflict some damage on the golem, but even with Little One momentarily out of position, Black and the Dark Ancient savage each of them for over 50 damage, leaving them no choice but to desperately disengage, Mahar tumbling over to Zahir for some healing, while Angel heads another direction, hoping to spread out the attack.
Notice how Zahir's healing on Mahar looks really
that doesn't
dark.
help. He is undead.
I know. It would help kill him faster.
Alright, I activate my very expensive caster level 15 scroll of Break Enchantment. The normal dispel doesn't improve beyond caster level 10, but this is a higher level spell, which can use the full power of the 15 caster levels Draven paid for. And this means it has better than a 50% chance to negate the Dark Ancient's mind control. He rolls once for each of them, and succeeds on both.
Yes! It's a damn good thing, too, because I'm pretty sure I was going to kill Angel on my turn.
This guy is going to pay for making me hurt my friends.
It raises its hand, and all the bolts leave Draven's quiver, fanning out and stopping in the space around him.
This is a crazy fight.
It closes its fist, and all the bolts telekinetically strike at once.
Ah! I'm so
They're
dead.
like fire
15d8 damage plus another 15d6 frost from my quiver? Not quite.
No,
Although
not that
weapons
mean.
hurled by telekinetic thrust inflict their normal damage, ammunition deals damage only as daggers of their size. Right, that makes sense. They aren't getting the kind of velocity they would when fired from a crossbow, and they don't have that much mass. Plus, each one has to make a normal to hit roll, not just touch, though his bonus is based on intelligence rather than dexterity. And your ice quiver does add 1d6 cold damage per arrow normally, but it's designed to be used one bolt at a time, so I'd rule that only one bolt gets it. That means you're only taking 15d4 plus 1d6, and that's
Trust
if
me,
they all hit,
it's more balanced this
only
way.
about
If
half
you could
do.
take the
So
frost
take
quiver
23.
and just
Well,
dump
that's
out
not
all your
bad. I'm
arrows,
certainly
and
not
they
dead
fell
then, but anytime
what would
I
be
take
harmlessly
damage,
on your
that was
foe,
going
except they all did
horribly
1d6
wrong.
cold
I'm not
damage.
just being a nice guy. If
That'd
his
be bad
quiver
news.
could buff every bolt at once, or if using TK on ammo could do that much damage, there's a good chance they'd find a way to abuse those things right back at me. But it looked awesome, ran him out of ammo, and his heart damn near stopped for a sec there.
That's the other thing,
Now,
like,
with its dominate broken,
if
the
that
Dark
worked, then
Ancient
they'd be
found
like,
himself
okay,
all
we'll
alone
use
and surrounded by
telekinesis
some
and
very
do
pissed off
15d4 plus
heroes. Elder Mountain
15d6
Hammer,
damage
Bane,
with a 5th level
and
spell.
fell the greatest foe.
I just hit things. Sound Lance.
It dampens your spell, taking only 10. Then it just used its immediate action for the round, so it can't do anything when I orb a force. Some of their attacks miss or have their damage reduced, but taken together they knock the new clay golem from near full health down to below half. The Dark Ancient's main action is to generate a fiery 40-foot energy burst centered on himself, which does a chunk of damage to Little One, who had already been fairly low, and over 40 to Black since he fails his save. Being reflex for half, Angel easily evaded the entirety of the damage.
Angel does not get
yellow
hit by
glow
many
fades from his
reflex
eyes,
saves,
and the clay golem becomes
like
inert.
the entire
Is it over?
campaign.
Or is there a fourth one buried down there?
I certainly hope not. Mahar is nearly dead.
Yeah, nearly.
But if there isn't another golem, then
Out-of-character
why didn't it
revelation.
keep fighting? This thing had hit points left.
Nothing is invincible. There must be some way to stop it. What if, when we damage the body, the Dark Ancient itself...
See, I
the
like this
energy
encounter
being,
because
takes
it
damage
also
too?
reveals
It
that
certainly
the
spent a
Dark
lot of
Ancients
effort
have a
on
weakness
defensive
that
buffs.
they
So if
actually
we beat
do
on it a
have
little
hit
more,
points.
it might have died
sort
for
of.
real?
If that's the case, what I would do in its place would be to jump into a body I had hidden away, somewhere near the maximum range of the transferability.
Which is exactly
Even
what the
something
plan
as simple
was.
as a buried homunculus taken from one of these artificers. They healed up as much as they could, with no sign of renewed attack, but even if Draven's theory was accurate, they didn't know what they were looking for or how
By
far
the way,
it could be.
you know how
Searching the
golems
dead
and
artificers, the
TDDC
party
all
finds
have
a
that
purchase
3
contract
dots?
for
You
3
see that all
golems
over the place,
signed
like on their
by
shoulders or their
Captain
legs
Thorpe
and stuff
from
like that.
Someplace called Dunavar's
That's from
Fire,
Ghost in the
which
Shell.
represents a very large
Because
purchase
like
for a mere captain to
mecha,
sign
like
off
tanks
on.
and stuff
But
like
it
that in
does
Ghost in the
kind of
Shell
explain
have
what the golems were
sensors
for,
that are in that
defending one of the
configuration.
isolated
This
forts
is something
in the
that they
Angor
do on
mountain
like
range.
military
The party helps
grade.
with the burial detail, and Sergeant Richards holds a quick but respectful
machines.
ceremony for Jimmy, where Draven learns that his last name had been Woods. Then they steer the wagons around the giant potholes and head on for the capital. Days later, and about a day out from Castle, the horseman at the rear challenges another rider who is overtaking them, but he quickly waves the stranger forward, calling out to let them pass. Whoever it is, they're in the livery of Duke von
Whoever it is,
Christoph. Von
their
Christoph?
helmet looks like the
Duke
Predator.
of Newland, the direct liege lord of my father-in-law, Baron Silverlode. It's not just the Newland colors. That was the Duke's daughter
welcome
and
to the
heir,
world of the waking,
Chrysanthemum.
robot
she have
master.
an escort then? And Sergeant Richards like, they're right behind her. Well, a couple minutes behind. Nice horse. Her steed, Dragon Feather, is actually somewhat famous. Plus, from what I've heard, she can certainly hold her own in a fight, though that's no excuse to go outrunning your guards. So wait, her name is Chrysanthemum von Christoph. What a mouthful. You would best stick to Lady
That is
von
quite a
Christoph,
mouthful.
if
That
you
is a
run
hell
into
of a
her in
name.
court. When they reached the capital, they found that the royal schedule, and their appointment in particular, had been pushed back slightly to accommodate urgent news from Lady von Christoph. As they had been invited, they had the right to remain in audience, though Mahar felt a little uncomfortable hanging around in court like that, and stayed in their quarters instead. Soon, Chrysanthemum's turn to speak arrived.
Daniel,
and
we're up
though
to
she
about
had
level
washed up
20,
from her
or
journey and
episode
made
20 or
herself as fit as
21,
possible
something?
for the royal court, she nevertheless stood before the twin thrones in her travel-stained combat armor, using an excess of perfume to try and cover a week's worth of hard riding. Although her personal guard had arrived not
when
long after
you
her,
you
she had
don't
outpaced her
sending
housekeeping
like
staff so
the
badly
royal
that their wagon
court
had not yet reached the
with a
outskirts of Castle.
Your
thing that you
servant,
need to
Duke von
apologize
Christoph of
for.
Newland, apologizes that he could not come in person. Although there have been no attacks in over a month, he feels that the present events create the greatest risk of full-on invasion in a generation, and he is
make
doing
your
everything
point.
he can to bolster our defenses. The Duke also wishes to express his profound regret and shame for allowing his temper to best him, and for so poorly representing your name and the name of Vistria in this matter.
King Edward von Smith very politely interrupts her. I appreciate your candor and the Lord Duke's regrets in this matter, but you rode here with such haste. Please explain the incident, Lady von Christoph. And she explains that the Duke was inspecting the fortress of Halfwall when the dogs raised the alarm. A lone scum slave was approaching under a flag of truce. But von Christoph and his spotters could see signs of an invisible Diluvian regiment lurking some distance
Look at that
behind
scum,
them. Though
his
the
fancy
unseen feet
official
trampling
sash.
the grass stopped around the edge of crossbow
This
range,
really terrible,
the solitary
ugly
scum
line
appeared
work.
to have spotted the standard bearer of
I mean,
the
they're
Duke,
supposed to
and
be
continued
ugly,
until
but-
he was only a few feet from the base of the wall. Then, shouting upwards in surprisingly good common, he made a shocking pronouncement.
A Diluvian peace offer.
On behalf of the Diluvian Emperor, the scum pledged that they would end hostilities and return a large
Yeah,
section of
sophisticated
northern
graphics.
Verandi to the humans, with only a few conditions, including maximum military force levels within the reclaimed lands only, and a freeze on Vistria's total naval strength.
Knowing what a Diluvian's word is worth, my father, the Duke, became incensed by the slave's insinuations and superior attitude and...
He jumped off the wall?
Killing the peace messenger? The lady did apologize for that. I'm starting to like these von Christophs. That dude does have some style.
But what happened?
Duke
Little
von
one's like,
Christoph of Newland, the man known as the Bloody Shield, had literally leapt from the parapets of
Duke
the fortress,
smash!
killing the scum messenger, and breaking his ankle pretty badly. As he stared outwards, he was covered by dozens upon dozens of his archers, and a mounted sortie was ready to open the gates at an instant's notice, but a little over 100 feet away were who knows how many Kuatoa, invisible in their Kolos cloaks. And they laughed.
I see that we were mistaken to present this offer here. We will seek a leader with more ability to make decisions.
And the invisible force wandered off, making no effort to hide the noise of their armor.
They're such dicks.
The
Like,
cavalry rushed out to surround and protect their duke. But
they send a
refused
slave
any
to be the
aid,
messenger because they
hobbling
don't want
back
to
through
risk
the gates
themselves, and
under
then he
his own
dies, and they're
power.
just like,
I rode with all
that's
haste to
hilarious.
inform you
Oh
as
my
soon
god,
as
did you see
possible of
that
these
human
events,
fell right on him?
because
And
if their
he's
offer
just
still
flat.
stands, the
In
decision
full
is
armor.
yours to make, my lord. However, as your faithful servant, the Duke of Newland recommends against accepting the word of the Diluvians. He is certain that any peace they make will serve only their ends if they do not simply break it.
Having much to consider, King Edward closed his court for the remainder of the day, so that he, his council, and King Hondo could discuss this surprising situation in private, and so the party's appointment was pushed back to the next day. A member of Draven's staff went to work trying to get the Marquis invited into the closed session, as Rowan, the province of his ancestors...
Yeah, Jeff, it might be a little bit hypocritical that the Duke gets off okay for doing that, but
out of place in the
he is
so they
the
went
top of
down
the
into
chain
the
of
city
command
at the
who
base
was
of the
present
mountain.
at the
The
scene,
next day,
whereas
all of
the
them
soldier
except
you're
Mahar
talking
were
about
back in
was
court,
breaking
once
orders.
again awaiting their turn. During some regular business, Father Marland, the hand's official representative within the court, took Draven and Black aside.
Have you met Father Fields? No? I should really introduce you.
He ushered them down the hall into a side room.
Have
where
you
a pot
met
of
him?
coffee was
No,
being
you
kept warm on the
teleported
hearth,
out
though
of
there
the
was no
south
sign of
before
any
I could
servants,
set up
just a
that
very
storyline?
fit man
Okay,
with simple
meet him
tact.
over here.
Marquis, Brother Black, good to formally meet you. I've seen your faces a few times around the Basilica, but we always seem to be headed in different directions. Would you like some coffee? They have the good stuff in these waiting rooms. It's from Long
Gotta
Rock.
go up and get a
very
drink. I'll be back.
aromatic.
Okay, I like this guy already.
Here.
Recently back from abroad, Father Fields,
I'll
it
just
turns
put
out,
Venusaur
is
in
another
charge
person
for now.
who the Hand of Sirius sends out to handle dangerous and unusual tasks,
Yeah,
much
that's
like the
camera.
party.
You know
Alright.
the artificers and the relic crafters, always sending people like us out for some giant squid's beak, or dried eyes, or polka dot lotus flower, or for the hands of a monitor.
Fields told them that the Hand had an important task for him, but he had heard of the party's deeds and was hoping they could take on the mission in his place.
I came back to Castle for a reason. Let me ask you a hypothetical. If you controlled the Diluvian Empire, with all you know about them, with all the power they have, and you wanted to conquer a kingdom, what's the first thing you would do? Maybe before your army even touches the beaches. Spy on them? Learn all their troop movements? That's a part of it, but...
Assassinate the enemy leadership. Send a monitor.
Exactly. The Varandi forces were decapitated, and yet we still have a Varandi king. Why? Some of my ancestors were at the palace, at Forge, to protect the king. And when that king, in a time of war, refused to flee, 2 of my ancestors stayed with him to make their final stand in the throne room, while a third spirited away the queen and princess to preserve their line.
Father Fields had decided, after his last mission, that it was time for him to take up the mantle of the king's shadowy protector. The heroes weren't sure what to make of this, but they agreed to at least communicate with the Basilica about the mission, and then they were ushered back into the court, where they noted that Chrysanthemum's entourage must have arrived, as she had changed from that unpleasant armor I've worn for a week look to crisp, clean plate in the more ornamental style typically worn by Vistrian nobles. But now it was their turn. Introducing the Marquis of Rowan, Brother Black, Little One, Angel, and Zahir, the warriors who defeated the Orcs at Silverlode mere days ago. There is surprised applause from the assembled nobles and courtesans. Before that, they confronted
Get
the
Venusaur out of there.
ungodly evils in Woodbridge, riding into danger for no other reason than that no others should bear its brunt. Though the horrors of that
Oh, look at all
place
those
could not
zombies.
be
I bet
undone,
Solar Beam would be
these
good
heroes
against those.
slew all the monsters which lingered there, and destroyed a portal to the Dark Realm. These deeds have been confirmed both by Count Midgard and by other sources.
The representative
look at this.
of
Heroes
the
getting
Dwarven
recognition.
Lord, Don de Corso,
Go, player
has
characters.
also made plain that without their valuable assistance, he may never have been able to provide us with the spoons of plenty which now help feed tens of thousands of people in the refugee camps. This prompts loud and generally heartfelt applause. King Edward von Smith of Vistria rises, and slightly to his side and behind him, the Verandi King, Hando van
so
Smith,
chibi.
rises as well. It is Vistria who speaks, though. Marquis, gentleman, lady, you, perhaps more than anyone else here, are truly of the ilk of our father. When the kings
I missed the
say
boo plate.
our father, they mean the first of their line, the Smith.
I like
Your
my
prowess as
explanation
warriors
for it.
must be exceptional,
And the fact
but more
that,
than
you know,
that, you have
the
persevered
ones who are
through
actual
great
warriors have
hardships to
actual
accomplish
proper
deeds
armor
which
that isn't
rise
like that.
beyond our petty conflicts. To bring health and hope to so many people is a success which does you great honor and also honors the gods we hold most dear. Even had you not defeated 2 groups of
I like that
deadly
the Cord
enemies
guy
within
is just
my
like
realm, you would be worthy
doesn't
of
wear
praise for that.
sleeves.
Leaving Lord Draven aside, for the moment, the most appropriate honor I could bestow upon you might not be what you want, being from distant lands and not yourselves
political
Vistrians.
stuff.
But if you so
Options.
desired, I would anoint you each a knight of the realm, making you a member of the nobility of Vistria with the appropriate
I'm gonna be
rights,
so sore after
privileges,
sitting here for
and
15 hours.
responsibilities. But you would have to swear fealty
at least I've got
to me.
pizza.
It is a serious oath, and we'll think no less of you if you decline. You would generally be free to pursue your own destinies, but you would be duty-bound to protect the safety of this nation and of its people, and would have to answer should you be called upon by the crown. This knighthood would carry an effective rank of captain in the Vistrian military, putting him on the same level as the commanding officers of many forts. Yet they all end up choosing the other option presented, a royal letter of commendation which still granted them rank equivalent to a lieutenant, but with very little responsibility. Then he turned back to Draven, the Marquis of Rowan, and effectively, in more diplomatic and subtle language than I could muster for him, made it clear that obviously, if they were to accept the Diluvian Treaty, Draven could take his place as lord of his ancestral lands, but that issue would make it retroactively awkward to grant him any other holdings now, like, say, a certain vacant barony within the county of Midgard. But His Highness indicated that if Vistria ended up rejecting the peace offer, it is a near certainty that some appropriate land could be found in the future to grant to the Marquis in its place, which all sounded good to Draven. There was also a moment, while
That
King
real
Edward
estate.
was speaking, that King Hondo of Verandi met Draven's eyes, and he, a man more than a decade older than his host, can communicate a hell of a lot in a glance, and an
Yeah, that's right,
understanding
Nine.
passed
Yeah.
between them.
You didn't
of
want to have
just how
Black didn't want to have
much the
conflicting
monarch
oaths,
in exile
even though they're like
appreciated
they'd be
and
very
honored the
overlapping
great
sort of
difference
oaths.
that
It's still
Draven had
not.
made in the
It's still
lives
not
of
really
many of
good
his
because you could still run into
subjects. After
conflicts.
being bestowed these honors and some small symbolic financial rewards, they stepped back into the audience, sitting through some other presentations or pleas seen by the court, when a soldier of the palace guard bursts into the throne room, speaking rapidly but quietly to Lady Redpath, Marshal of the Vistrian forces, who in turn addresses the king.
There's an unknown ship approaching the castle docks.
Forgive me, my lady, your highness, but it's not a ship. It's a small boat.
A boat? Next time on
boat?
Tales from My D&D Campaign.
Arrestria.
What are you doing?
Oh yeah, this.
Samples obtained? Negative. I underestimated their capabilities. We must determine the mechanism of their astral resistance. Their survival is troubling, but they appear to be an exception. This does not alter the plan. The likelihood of their direct interference remains low. Then we proceed. Proceed. Proceed.
Not sinister at all. Yeah, so this is why in the newer ones I don't show like video thing locations, because even if you make them so they work out, YouTube can just change it later. How long is it going to hang on that screen? Okay. Excuse me.
Tales from my D&D campaign.
Previously,
a clay golem. Aren't those weaker than the other golems?
Just because they like
a dark ancient.
It's not that no monitors have been killed in history.
Indirectly, it is time to rectify their error.
It's not something that they would expect to be able to do.
This is nuts. I should just grab my wife and fly away. Alright, I activate my very expensive Scroll of Break Enchantment. With its Dominate broken, the Dark Ancient found itself all alone.
I should grab my wife and fly away, but instead my expensive scroll saved the day.
You rode here with such haste. Please explain the incident, Lady von Christoph.
A Diluvian peace offer.
Duke von Christoph of Newland.
He jumped off the wall?
Killing the peace messenger? The lady did apologize for that.
There's an unknown ship approaching the castle docks.
Forgive me, my lady, your highness, but it's not a ship. It's a small boat.
A boat?
Castle, the capital of Vistria, was built long ago as a point of strength, a pinnacle from which to rule, and a bulwark to which men could retreat in times of direst need, which the king and his people could hold against any siege. And so the great fortress was built at the meeting point.
Drawing good backgrounds is hard.
Where it was
These are not great backgrounds. I'm fine with them. They show what I want to show, but they don't look
be scaled by any
good.
army. The front would be defended by great walls, while at the back lay a
buildings
steep path
and stuff
straight down to the crashing waves, as the sheer sides of the mountain plunged far down below the surface of the Crimson Sea. In this treacherous harbor, utterly unreachable by land, they had to resort to magic to set the piers of the dock, which would allow a sturdy ship with a skilled pilot to moor, meaning that the capital could be resupplied securely by sea, even if besieged by land. And so Castle, which includes the citadel, the main defensive structure, the palace, the inner sanctum where the royal family resides, as well as the dense city within the outer walls.
Oh, you mean,
held fast
okay.
for generations.
I wasn't sure what you
before
meant
the
by
men of
noise is
Vistria
your
made
friend, but you mean like
contact with
visual
the
noise
underwater-dwelling
for creating
Aventi,
backgrounds.
people who appear
Yeah,
much like
I'm sure you have a
humans
point
with
there.
gills. And it was only then that the descendants of
Reduce
Smith
the crispness,
became aware that
and
a
therefore
great
it
deal
will look
more
less
was
like
going on
bad
beneath the
crispness.
waves than they had ever imagined. As humans explored, then solidified their control of the remainder of the Vistrian Peninsula, the Kuatoa of the Diluvian Empire expanded across the bottom of the ocean, devouring their few
yes, the excellent
remaining
map
neighbors,
that labels
and the
it as
rulers of
sissy
Vistria
land
began to
nations.
realize that all of Castle's strength was
Stay
facing
classy,
the wrong
Deluvia. Stay
direction.
classy.
And so today, as the royal court, along with our heroes, looked down from the walls of the citadel to the ocean, it was a very different sight than the ancient path down to the dockhouse. Row after row, 7 tiers of great walls wound back and forth between the twin mountains.
It's just
Each
straight
back
up. We're
was
just
20
straight up
feet
Gondor
across
now.
at the top and even thicker at the base. In some places carved into the mountains themselves, but most of it filled with crushed rock and sand, compartmentalized by internal walls to withstand the torrents of alchemical acids which would be unleashed upon it in a Diluvian siege. Hundreds upon hundreds of crossbowmen and other soldiers manned these walls, along with great ballistas and
There's
other
no such
siege
thing as
weapons,
overkill.
and with the gates of each tier guarded by stone golems, including a quartet of huge golems over 20 feet tall at the outer gates. And approaching this monolith of stone and steel, floating steadily through rough surf towards the docks, was a small wooden rowboat. It looks like an elf.
It's a sea elf in fancy clothing. And there's nobody rowing?
There are probably a dozen slaves underneath, helping maneuver it. I did not expect their second messenger to arrive so swiftly.
Echo to Thalion.
Really just a sea elf?
The the humans and the Diluvians theoretically appeared around the same time, but because of Blibal's interference, the Diluvians have been on a pretty steady course of like growing and staying united, whereas humans, A, they have a lot shorter lifespans individually, and B, they had to go through a lot of different like fighting and struggles and stuff like that, sometimes fighting between each other. They haven't been unified the same way, so
the sea elf
for his part, took their paranoia
in 4X
stride,
game terms, the
allowing his
Deluvians have
expensive roads
massive
to be
advantages because
searched
they just
and
kept
for the heavy
blobbing out
forces
and
to lead
conquering
him
more
up
shit and
away
then using
from
that shit to
any
conquer more
underwater
shit.
reinforcements, but still far enough below the citadel to provide some defensive depth for the monarchs to fall back should trouble arise. And at every turn, dozens upon dozens of crossbowmen trained their weapons on the
Thanks for stopping by,
as
Joseph.
he passed, flashing a brilliant smile to any who would meet his eyes, and ignoring the harsh barking of their dogs.
Cool.
Draven and Zahir arrayed themselves on the inner wall of the courtyard where the meeting was to take place, flanked by their protectors, while Angel and Little One placed themselves with the heavily armored palace guard who stood below them, as did Father Fields and Chrysanthemum.
I like the degree of like excessiveness of all the like precautions and stuff. They're all just
several of them considered dangerous in their own right, and of course
so much
by
junk
more
at Castle
of a
here.
hand-picked royal guard. The aquatic elf seemed very much at ease, despite the show of force. If anything, amused to be treated as though he were some kind of dangerous wizard. Or a monitor. I'm looking all around for anyone invisible.
Yeah, I don't like the barking either.
I agree, but on the other hand, he's still an aquatic slave. It is possible that he really is what they're worked up about. The dogs definitely got more riled as he approached, and the ones further down in the lower tiers seemed to have been calmed by their handlers.
So the barking does appear to have followed this guy.
Or the real source followed him up. Well, you don't see anything, but you keep a keen eye out.
I am Rollo, humble servant of House Valoon. The divine Emperor Kulrov has chosen to extend a most generous offer to His Highness, King Edward von Smith, Lord of Vistria.
Betsy, it seems to be unique to it's not a regional accent that we're aware
of. A gift of the disputed lands north of a line drawn between Dream Lake and Shale Keep. An area of roughly 100,000 square miles.
Got a pretty good speech.
The mighty Deluvian Empire will withdraw all forces from that area, including our camps and any fortresses, save for the Crimson Sea Bastion, and our military presence within Dream Lake itself will be reduced to the level of militia. Additionally, you will be granted control of the surface of the Crimson Sea out to a distance of 50 miles from your shores, including fishing rights to a depth of 200 feet.
Woohoo, fishing!
In exchange for this benevolence, you would agree not to construct any fortresses within this new demilitarized zone, and your military forces within that zone would be limited to no more than
strikes twice. That chin is amazing. He has a chin of +2 charisma.
Your navy would be frozen at its current size. Your construction of warships would be strictly limited to replacement, only to maintain current levels. You are offering a return of a quarter of Varandi and the fisheries, and all your Emperor wants in return is that we not militarize that space?
In other words, you want us to expose thousands of civilians with no defense against you.
If you accept my
nice sound mixing
offer
there.
And respect the demilitarized zone, you can do with his gifts as you will. You can move all of your people there, or none of them. Leave the ghost towns and empty fields to the Ankegs. Keep your fishermen in the frigid waters of the north, and garrison your little fortresses against an enemy who never comes. It matters not, but you will have no more need to fear every time your dogs bark. My lord, accepting this offer and the military constraints,
the weird dog silhouette
seen
seems like
by
an
many
odd
as
choice, but
conceding the
I guess it
remainder
works.
of Varandi to decades or centuries of Deluvian control.
I don't know if you've noticed, but the Deluvians already control it.
This choice will divide my
That
people,
Cord guy has
no matter
terrible
what
hair.
is decided.
If this
not a
offer
good.
could be trusted,
that's
safe fishing in the
Father
Southern
Marlin's
Sea,
hair is not
combined
great
with a
either, but
third
that's
of
like a
Varandi's
deliberate.
farmland
That's
would
a
virtually solve
that's
your
a thing that
people's
happens to
food
people.
issues. Speaking of gifts, as a gesture of goodwill, I am to present you with a lost memento of the Varandi dynasty.
From the folds of his robes, he slowly pulls out a small blue seashell encased in a web of coral hung on a silver chain.
I have never seen that necklace, yet I would know it anywhere. Bring it here.
A member of the Royal Guard steps out to go get it, but Father Fields beats him there
The
effortlessly.
Chibi Royal Guard looks
The
so
messenger
heavily
holds out
armored.
the amulet in a generous posture, but Fields makes no move to take it. The darkly dressed
just
man
power move
looms
here.
over the diminutive sea elf, who stares back up at him, first confused, then with growing unease. He starts to shrink away from the human, and only then does Fields snatch the jewelry from the messenger's palm.
Will you check this for us, Marquis?
to make sure it is safe.
I suppose I could. He tosses it up without turning. Make a roll and add your reflex save bonus. A reflex save? Not a save, just to see if you catch it. Raven studies the amulet for a tense minute, but pronounces it safe.
He caught it.
It's a very old minor artifact which grants water breathing and gives the wearer damage reduction against slashing and bludgeoning attacks while underwater.
This was a token of peace, given to my ancestors by the Aventi when we first made contact with the peoples of the sea.
I kind of like the aqua people's silhouettes. I don't know why.
Father Felix had
cool
withdrawn once Raven vouched for the amulet, and Rollo managed to recover enough composure to resume his oration.
If you accept this offer, great king of men, there will be room to haggle over trivium, such as the definition of troops or of a warship. But make no mistake, the Emperor's will is clear. If there is to be peace,
like the up the stairs, the kill Satsuki on the tower animation for the Emperor.
To accept
like that.
Peace,
or to reject peace. Having known the rough details since Chrysanthemum's presentation, the party had discussed the Diluvian peace offer in great detail, but the debate always turned kind of circular.
The king should definitely take the deal. It's obviously a trap. Why else would they make the offer?
We get back all that farmland for free, and they'll stop attacking us?
And my ancestral lands. It seems too good to be true.
Even if they launch a surprise attack in 5 years, or 2 years, or whatever, our side can use that time to build up. It costs Vistria nothing.
Doesn't the treaty limit the number of soldiers in Varandi?
The number per civilian settlement. You can just make loads of tiny settlements. Or disguise the soldiers as farmers.
Disguise them? Isn't this the Empire with countless invisible spies?
That's a good point.
Details.
This guy's probably
what
not
do
so
they gain
good.
by making the treaty if they're just going to break it shortly after? What's the point?
It does kind of seem like if they really tried, they could just conquer us right now.
We don't know what the eventual technical wording of the treaty was, but depending on how things were defined,
which means
what if
the peace
maybe
treaty
they're
might let
limited
them
in the number of
focus all their
soldiers, but they could
resources
count
to
a
actually
golem
win
as a
the
soldier.
Civil War down south.
They've been fighting for like 100 years. The Ilud aren't going to drop overnight. 300 years. See? The king should definitely take the deal.
And one other detail wasn't lost on them.
Look at the other border of the treaty area.
Yeah, they're proposing to give back everything that borders on Gruul.
It's like giving the gift of orcs. Our divine emperor understands that you may need time to decide.
The self-imposed Diluvian ceasefire will continue for 3 more weeks, but after that time, my lord's generous offer will be withdrawn. Until then, you can signal your acceptance by flying blue flags from the high towers of the citadel.
I must consult with my vassals, and 3 weeks is physically too short a time to hear back from the northwest provinces. Perhaps, but you are the king of men. The divine Emperor Kurov is confident that you can make a decision. 3 weeks, your highness.
Then he turned to leave, and the troops,
Oh yeah, they
after looking
free
for King
orcs,
Edward's
all you can eat
permission,
orcs. They can
began
have all
to
the orcs they
escort him
want.
back towards the docks. When several
Whether they
things
want them or
happened in
not.
rapid succession. Little One spotted motion, an invisible shape bolting swiftly out of cover towards the messenger.
A monitor!
He started to act, but the figure was fast, and a full round's movement away from him. Hearing his cry, Angel focused on that area, where she stood a decent chance of spotting even an invisible target as long as it was moving, but motion up on the other wall distracted her. There were gasps from soldiers
That is a
all
really
around,
good
and even the
decloaking
golems
animation.
paused, awaiting orders.
I must admit.
Who fired that shot?
The crossbowmen look around, still shocked that someone from their own ranks had fired at the peace envoy without orders, and sergeants scrambled to try and identify the shooter.
If I get over there, I can find out with detect thoughts.
How far down is it if I jump?
You're on the high side of the road, so you're 50 feet up. Jumping down reduces the effect of falling distance by 10 feet, but you still take 4d6 damage.
My heart will slide down.
Show off.
But is it going to be a fight? Fields and the guards on this side of the portcullis are advancing to broadly encircle the threat, while Lady Redpath and the council are practically dragging the kings away, surrounded by the remaining royal guard. But Little One, with his dragon's eyes, had started moving long before anyone else, and now stood only a few feet from what was clearly a Diluvian monitor.
Thank you. My mission was only to keep you alive until you reached the king. You're lucky that I'm bored, and that I consider you marginally less worthless than the coward who fires anonymously from a mob to strike a weakling in the back.
You can feel the power of his chi. It practically radiates off him, unlike any other warrior you've faced. His level in martial classes is higher than yours, though not massively higher.
You may be the only nation ever to be given a yes or no choice whether or not to exist. I hope you choose slaughter. This is our chance to kill a monitor.
Are you going to do it? Because I'll totally jump down. Like, who cares about 46?
I really want to fight one of these guys.
From a purely tactical standpoint, he is at a tremendous disadvantage.
He's given up his stealth, and he's surrounded by freaking golems. There's no way he can win. He can't be that powerful.
I would probably have to agree, but he is not attacking, is he?
The monitor can see Little One's advanced martial stance. It's like he can sense how anxious you are to attack, and he leans in.
I am under orders not to start anything today, but I can act in self-defense.
Yeah, I use the term invisibility cloaks pretty broadly in Nightmare 1. They can have other clothing that does the same job.
It sounds like...
You know, it makes more sense for a cloak.
I'm sure we can take him. Even if he can deflect 100 bolts around, we can beat him here. He must have awesome equipment.
You can tell from his stance that he'll defend himself if you attack him, but you're pretty sure that, as he suggested, he will not make the first move.
It's just too stupid. Sabotage the peace process.
And that was it. Obviously, the party would have followed Little One's lead either way, but they were all either unsure about the whole thing or fairly certain it was a bad idea. Not in terms of combat, but politically. There's no way to predict where their relationship with the crown would have ended up, even if they won easily, without casualties. It could have been fine, or they could have been blackballed completely for ruining this opportunity. And so the monitor snorted, turned and walked casually, visibly down through the winding path, out to the docks, and plunged into the sea without another word, the messenger and their Vistrian escorts tagging along impotently behind him. The ultimate decision on the treaty would be made by the king, but that was weeks away, as messengers rushed out to all corners of the realm, trying to consult each of the counts, earls, and dukes before the Diluvian offer was made.
There was some
public.
good tension.
But that was effectively out of the party's hands. Angel did rush over to the battlements on the other side of the avenue, using detect thoughts to try and find out who had shot at the peace envoy. Scanning the soldier's surface thoughts, she didn't catch the shooter red-handed, so presumably he had made his saving throw, but several other soldiers had suspicions, or mental images of one of the men lowering his crossbow after the shot, and based on that, Angel was able to locate a suspect who, when searched by his sergeant, turned out to be missing a crossbow bolt. The motivation for the assassination attempt wasn't clear, but the man would face pretty serious interrogation before being tried on charges of treason. But that was also effectively out of the party's hands, leaving them with a decision about what to do next. So, Draven, how's that cure coming along? Slowly. I'm currently performing some deep research on
we better hurry up and cure that astral flag before something happens.
Samples from the Shadowfell and the Feywild, it would help me to filter out the planar background radiation while studying the astral plague. Does that make sense to any of you magic types?
Sure. What is an astral plague?
It's not contagious.
We should really contact the Basilica about that mission from Father Fields.
Right. After we leave the court, I can cast Sending.
You could do that, yes, but I think there is a more pressing concern. Mahara and I have discovered some kind of cult activity in the city down below.
In a side video.
The Vampire Kings.
The Vampire Kings? Here?
I should hope not.
The two followers of Anku had started by looking into some unusual religious symbols they'd seen people
in this
carrying
episode
around
too?
the refugee district.
God, these episodes get so long now.
Discovered that a strange illness had been causing weakness among infants and babies, almost exclusively close to, but outside of, the tightly packed camps which housed most jobless descendants of the Varandi refugees. Wait, you're saying it's affecting babies all around them, but none of the refugees themselves?
There have been one or two, but,
It doesn't take a genius. I don't care who's doing it. Someone has to protect those children. So they descend from the old city of Castle to the much larger city which had grown out from the base of the Twin Mountains, not so much smaller than New Vanover, and they start investigating, adding to the info Zahir had gathered on his own. Several of them try their own gather information checks, talking to people, while others contact the local city guard to see what they know about the string of mysterious illnesses, or the possible cult activity among people of the refugee district. Eventually their investigation leads them to a longhouse where a suspected cult member is said to live. The building houses 20 people with tightly packed cots, but through a little bit of good cop, huge armored cop, they panic the cultist into revealing himself to Angel's scan of surface
Good cop, huge armored
They arrest
cop.
the man
Always
and
works.
question him while Angel reads between the lines, learning that these followers of Cornello, under a charismatic
Mind reading
leader,
is my skill
have been
list. It's a
planting
pretty
and
apt
burning a
achievement for
special
Angel.
kind of incense beneath the windows of young children during the night, in order to help gather power for some kind of ritual. Having all been recruited from among the downtrodden, the people without a nation,
This sounds
the
totally
powerless,
legit.
they had
I see
naturally
nothing
been
wrong here.
targeting houses in the slightly wealthier areas outside the refugee district, and they'd been trying to avoid children under a year
like
old
episode
because they don't
22
want
or
anyone to
something,
die.
Campag?
Because Angel confirms the man
Something like
genuinely didn't want to harm anyone, and since their
Oh,
investigation
that's
had turned up
subtitles.
no evidence that any children had died
23.
of the mysterious illness, Graven and Black offer to do what they can to reduce the charges and penalties for this man if he helps them to find the cult's hideout. He describes the path they take through the sewers, and Angel gets a series of mental images of the path, or at least some landmarks along the way, before her detect thoughts spell runs out. So they turn him over to the city guard, and that evening, they head down. Most of the sewers of the city are relatively small, crawling height only, but as the man had explained, there is an older section where many of the drains converge into a larger flow, and where the tunnels were delved broader and taller, such that most of them could walk upright.
Most of us.
Though the refugees usually crawled all the way from the camps to the taller sewers to avoid detection, Angel uses her stolen
Those lines are
memories
supposed to be
of
like
the
a
route
street
to
map
find
if
a
it's
place
unclear,
much closer
or
to
like
the
a
goal where
sewer
they can
map.
access the tunnels, avoiding most of the crawling. Soon, after some wisdom checks testing a gnome's memory, they locate the meeting spot, a couple shoddy wood barricades which prevent light from escaping a larger space. Peeking between the boards, they saw a couple dozen men and a few women, all in dark cloaks, listening to a pudgy, balding man.
Not all of you will earn such a transformation, but if you prove your loyalty and worth to our lord, King Cornello, you will all gain freedom from your shackles of poverty and oppression.
These crates are all filled with some weird incense, like that guy said.
The other odd feature of the room, which Angel can only see because she's standing on the
I
ceiling,
like that
was
the
an
guy in
8-inch
here
high
talks
groove in
like
the
the
walls, a
liquidator
little
from
below
Darkwing
shoulder
Duck.
height, which seemed to be a trough or some kind of
Little less
non-glowing
watery.
neon green substance. Well, I'm sure that is a good sign. You just keep getting creepier.
Your efforts have been very successful, and we've already seen many of the donors recover from the temporary weakness. Enough so that I now believe it is safe to expand all the way down to 3-month-olds. Now, I realize some of you may have misgivings, but the increased purity and youth of their blood will dramatically accelerate the gathering.
Oh, yeah.
And as we've
These-
seen,
these are
the
real
distress
winners.
caused is not lasting. As they grow up in a new, more equal society, these children will not even remember their small contribution to the future of us all.
Are we waiting for something? Do we even care what this guy says?
Let's put an end to this. They burst through the flimsy door, and the cultists turn in shock, recoiling from them.
These are probably all ordinary humans. How should we deal with them?
How are you going to slash, stab, and burn all these people? Ordinary men and women whose position in society seemed hopeless, whose only crime is trying to reach for something more?
Them? Only if they're dumb enough to attack me. But you? Searing charge!
Oh, look at that. You tore my suit. Well, you know what they say. You break it, you get to be it.
What? He's implying that he's going to make a new suit out of you.
Well, good luck fitting his fat ass into my...
Little One is brushed aside by the immense force of this huge,
that Men in Black
bone-spined,
action.
worm-like body being expelled from the human-sized disguise which had impossibly concealed it.
This is the power granted to me by our Lord Cornello. Come, friends, Let us expel these uninvited guests.
A few of his followers were shocked into cowering, curling up in corners or beneath the pews, but most driven by the fear of being caught by the authorities, by the fear of disobeying the behemoth, by the sunk cost fallacy, and perhaps by a sense that with this monster on their side they can win, rush over and grab shovels, which they use to fling spadefuls of the green goo as short-ranged touch attacks. Little One and Black each get hit, but it does no damage, nor any other effect as far as they can tell. Angel runs along the wall and Mahar
That's
rushes
always a
in.
good sign.
They find the worm has a fairly low armor class and no damage reduction, so they should be able to tear it apart next round when they can full attack. But at the beginning of the next round, from a weird 2-inch gap at the base of the back wall, big honking scarab beetles emerge, flying to swarm around any place where the surface of the goo has been disturbed, and biting and shredding at anyone covered in the stuff for 1d6 damage per shovelful. Anyone can spend an action to scrape the crud off themselves or an ally,
Move
which would
unsightly
reduce it
goo
from
in
any
2 easy
amount
steps.
down to just 1 damage per round, or from 1 damage per round down to 0.
Dry clean
For
only.
the moment, scraping it off doesn't seem worth their time. Little One does get pissed off, though. He grabs the guy who hit him and rams his head into the trough, with predictably brutal results. On the other side of the room, cultists tried to get to the trough, but most of them had to pass through Angel's reach to get there, and with combat reflexes, her spike chain lashed out again and again, dropping the minions in rapid succession.
Wow, you utterly murdered poor John there, and Murray. So callous.
Black's oversized mace, Mahar's flurry of blows, and Draven's crossbow delivered a ton of damage. Wormy seemed to have about 200 hit points, but he was going down fast. On his turn, he only gets 1 attack, but he also gets a free, very strong bull rush whenever he moves, knocking people aside like twigs, and dealing a large chunk of damage to anyone who gets crushed between him and a wall, as Mahar found out. With a half dozen of them dead, some quite horribly, virtually all the remaining cultists made
That
for the
sensor
exit,
sign
and
gets
the heroes
saves me
let
a lot
them
of
go,
animation.
for now, since the real threat was pretty clear.
If this guy weren't immune to sneak attack, he'd have been dead ages ago. Okay, I hit him for another 40.
Sound Lance. Take 47. Save for half. And they drop him, beating him till his writhing stops, and his hide dries and hardens, till the churning glow of negative energy in his maw dies down to an ordinary darkness, where illumination and shadow play once more. So they scrape off the goo and take stock of the place. What are we going to do about the beetles?
There's a big one back there, like a queen or something.
I've learned a new spell for just such an occasion, but we need to clear the room of any survivors first.
And any loot.
And of interlopers.
Huh?
Round 2.
Fight.
The undead worm had sure looked destroyed, but within the dried up husk, it had been regenerating itself, so that now it burst out, rekindling the negative energy furnace of its core, which it used to swallow some of his men's corpses, coughing them back up as negative energy infused zombies.
Oh,
I
lovely.
freaking love being a worm.
Oh. What does it take to kill this guy?
I don't know, but I'm gonna find out. Yeah, he is not getting away with that again. You know, Cornello gave me a choice of spirit powers. There's nothing like this freedom.
Damn it, I was hoping he couldn't talk with his mouth full.
His speech seems to be magical, having little to do with his body.
He's getting
Besides,
swallowed, and that's his
grappled him
concern.
The previous round is a free action. Wormy makes one more grapple check at the beginning of his turn to swallow Little One whole, dumping him down the gulf of unnatural darkness, which digests him for about 30 points a
Inside
round of
job.
slashing and negative energy damage. Mahar and Black are pretty beat up now too, having been crushed against the walls multiple times by the surprisingly agile bulk of the bone worm. Zahir struggles to put out as much healing as he can without being crushed himself,
was
while
made with
Draven
my
keeps
mouth,
buffing and shooting.
but it's also
and within the monstrosity,
I was
sliced
aiming to
and
pattern it
drained
off of a
like
sound that
crushed under
Aku
far too much
makes
pressure
in
to
Samurai
swing his
Jack
blade.
when he
Little
like
One
rises up
struggles
out
to
of his
survive.
pit.
Elder, mountain, hammer, ah!
Even that doesn't actually kill the worm, though despite being used with an unarmed strike, the maneuver did enough damage to break the warblade out in a single punch, and with their backs against the wall, in some cases literally, their full attacks punish the monster for the impertinence of having only 20 armor class. They beat it till it stops moving, then hit it with different damage types until they observed that its regeneration had ceased. The answer was positive energy. Healing magic. Then all that remained were the scarabs. I say we nuke the site from orbit. It's the only way to be sure. Blistering radius.
That play dead thing
Fire
only
light
works
bathe
once.
A 50-foot radius for 1 round per caster level. It's only 2d6 damage a round, save for half, but over a full minute the effect is devastating, incinerating the incense, the worm's remains, the beetles, and judging by the hissing shrieks, the scarab queen on the other side of the wall. They round up as many cultists as they can on the way out of the sewer, delivering them to the authorities, and having stopped the source of the mysterious illness, the blood-draining scarabs, guided by incense, they can now turn their attention back to the task for which Father Fields had recommended them. Graven uses a sending spell to contact
That was super
Criswell,
weird. Let's
the
go
gnome
do something
artificer at the
normal for
Basilica.
once.
What is this mission all about?
It's incredibly exciting. We've discovered the location of a powerful ancient artifact in the Feywild.
Next time on Tales from My D&D Campaign.
And a lot of stuff happened in that episode. Yeah, just walk away. You. Alright, move along. Oh my god, it goes on so long.
Searing charge!
Seni Soshitsu!
Oh, it's covered up mostly by the videos to click on. But this one's only 18 minutes long. What the hell? Short episode.
The Divine Emperor Kulrov has chosen to extend a most generous offer. His offer is peace.
We get back all that farmland for free, and they'll stop attacking us?
It's obviously a trap. Why else would they make the offer?
Yeah, let's just keep showing that cool decloaking animation.
You may be the only nation ever to be given a yes or no choice whether or not to exist. I hope you choose slaughter. I really want to fight one of these guys.
From a purely tactical standpoint, he is at a tremendous disadvantage.
It's just...
He would have killed a whole bunch of soldiers. I mean, they would have killed him.
Sabotage the peace process.
Mahara and I have discovered some kind of cult activity in the city down below.
It's related to the Vampire Kings.
This is the power granted to me by our Lord Cornello. Come, friends, let us expel these uninvited guests.
Oh, Elder, Mountain, Hammer! Ah!
Graven uses a sending spell to contact Fizwell, the gnome artificer at the Basilica. What is this mission all about?
It's incredibly exciting. We've discovered the location of a powerful ancient artifact in the Feywild.
For some time, the Hand has been trying to create a weapon of man.
Probably like 100.
Of course, when crafting items of power, you need powerful components.
There are a number of artifacts and lost things that I've been trying to locate and pin down. Normally, it's a borderline lost cause, and if my research could uncover even a tenth of the things I've been looking for, it would be an immeasurable boon. But recently, through my contacts back home in the Feywild, I learned about a very unnatural disaster befalling a forest, about a week west by northwest of Castle, or at least the location corresponding to that in the Feywild. I heard that something was eating or grinding down this forest, and through a combination of divinations and some information sent back by my friends in the area, I've determined that the cause of the situation is an amulet that belonged to King Kelvoras.
Hey, I redrew that guy from that clip art early on.
In the Shatter War. I still haven't the damnedest
still
how
clip
1,000
art hills,
years
though.
later some trivial spirit ended up with this thing, but this amulet hung not on a chain, but on a lock of hair from Kelvoras' mistress at the time. We're talking about an artifact crafted from the actual hair of Dialia. That, plus the skill of the Eladrin craftspeople of legend, a millennium of time passing, and the magnitude of love and sorrow surrounding their tale, this is a serious item. And it's kind of tearing up the place, so you'll be saving a big chunk of land and all of the things that live there. You'd actually be doing some kind of good deed as a bonus, but if you can retrieve this thing, it will be a major boost to our attempts to find a counter to the monitors. I got a counter to the monitors. It's called my fist. An artifact like that is a big deal, so the heroes leave Ivana and
Artifacts
Draven's
are good.
staff in town and mount up, riding to the edge of a
They're also
forest
bad.
in the Vistrian countryside, near the place where the disturbance in the Feywild was said to be, and they prepare for their first plane-shifting expedition. They need powerful magic to cross over, because neither the PCs nor the Hand of Sirius know of any natural portals to the Feywild around here. Even Angel
the
only
yawning
knows
is
of a
beginning
couple
of
of such
Sirius.
gateways, and they are on the other side of the continent.
I can cast the plane shift. I have more.
Open the
fifth-level
iris. That's a
casting per day
Stargate
than Black
reference.
does.
So
I barely
do
even
we
watched
all
any of
hold
that.
hands in a big circle? That, or form a human pyramid? 4, 5, 6. We do have the right number of people for that.
With only 3 planes accessible to mortals,
Okay.
our cosmos is so different from the traditional D&D universe that the 5th level cleric spell Plane Shift needed a major overhaul. In our world, regardless of how you travel to another plane, you arrive in the location corresponding to the
I
spot
think this is
you
too much
just left.
information, honestly.
So Plane Shift doesn't teleport you at all, and in this way it doesn't need an Eldritch Eye. Instead, the spell creates a portal which a group can pass through, which remains in that spot for up to a week, invisible and intangible, until a member of the expedition spends an action to reopen it.
This
However,
should all have
when
been just
using the spell,
explained in
you
extras.
need to
and
get back
maybe
to your home plane
No, you
before
just cross
your
over.
plane shift expires, or suffer some very unpleasant plane lag.
Entering the portal, they emerge into a grove of huge flowers with 2-foot-thick stems. The multiple layers of underbrush
Giant
are dense
carnations?
and full of insect life, most of which looks pretty familiar, give or take some funky coloration, or an extra set of legs or antennae here and there. As they are looking around, they see a praying mantis pounce a multibug, foiled by its natural defense, a mirror image-like ability. The multibug
good praying
flies
mantis.
away. Or not. Looks like the froglops can see through illusions.
Feywild.
Froglops.
This is amazing.
This is disturbing. I'll grab a soil sample, though. Whenever he's had a moment, Draven's been working on a device to help with his research. He has a working prototype back in his alchemy lab for a planar spectrometer to help him analyze the energy of the magical astral plague which had infected everyone exposed to the overloading Ginneron portal. He's hoping he can advance his research by acquiring samples from the Feywild and the
So much
Shadowfell
exposition.
to help him filter out the planar background radiation. For now, though, passing through the grove of giant flowers into a more normal-looking grassland, they find a forest and stream lie in about the same location as they did back in Vistria, except the trees, the brush, even the land and the sky were all different.
Is that a green elephant, or have I been drinking too much?
I can assure you I have not been drinking. The elephant is green.
Otherwise, it appears pretty normal for an elephant.
But why? Like, yeah, Feywild, everything's different, but what's the purpose of an elephant being green? Why would nature select for green elephants?
Duh, look up.
What the heck is that?
A rock.
A rock? With
There's no sense of scale in that
Rock.
sky at all.
R-O-C. A large predatory bird.
They snatch up elephants the way an eagle catches a rabbit.
Right. So, camouflage. Let's get the hell out of the open.
Aw, I want to see it catch an elephant. Oh man, do you think we could ride those things?
I'm afraid it would not fit through my portal.
Damn, because that would have been awesome.
I bought a figurine of wondrous power that can summon a full-size marble elephant. We could ride that. Except mine is in the form of a big marble fist. Because serious.
Cool. But wait, the birds are why the elephants are green on top. Why do they have blue underbellies?
Uh-oh. Maybe there's something low to the ground that eats them. Like, snakes.
Or ankegs.
Or they're flying elephants! Anyway, we're too small to interest the rock, but we should get out of the open before that flock of pyros notices us.
Pyros?
They're like hawks, regular-sized, but they just have flames where their heads should be. They get pretty aggressive.
Yeah, let's make for the trees. Their objective, the miners'
They've been here like
got
5
hold of
seconds.
the
Draven's
artifact,
already
is
done with this
supposed to be
plane.
to the north, so they enter the Nilly Woods, a forest of blue trees the height of giant redwoods, but with trunks less than a foot thick and leaves so wide and thin that they shouldn't be able to support themselves.
Are you going to fly up for vision?
Last time I flew up high to scout, Daggerface showed up and everyone almost died.
Yeah, but I wasn't there.
That's true. Bad things tend to happen when we play without you. Little one, you spot a panther standing still, watching you from 60 feet away. Nobody else can see it because it's technically invisible.
A panther? Not a displacer beast or anything?
Nope, no pseudopods. Looks like a normal panther, other than
panther
being
burning
invisible.
bright.
And it's not attacking or anything?
It meets your eyes, but it's standing very still.
just watching.
Well, a normal animal wouldn't attack a group of us like this. I'll just keep an eye on him in case he does anything and watch for any more of them.
Do you tell the others?
Nah, Draven's freaked out enough already.
Oh, thanks. The panther wanders off as they get farther away, crossing the forest stream,
awesome.
who startles them by speaking up.
You're from the Fadelands, aren't you?
Yes.
Well, they are.
Have you seen my sister?
Do you mean the river there in this same location? We didn't get this close.
Well, when you see her, tell her she wouldn't be so bored if she tried flowing the other way every once in a while.
And the river slows to a crawl, then reverses its flow before your eyes. This place is messed up. Let's just get what we came for and get the hell back to Vistria. They travel for several hours. There's more wildlife than they are used to seeing in the Fadelands, but the majority is small animals and insects. Those crazy spell-like or supernatural defenses seem to be the exception rather than the norm.
You sure we can't fit a rock through the portal?
I'm quite certain.
Because all I can think of now is flying over the Diluvian capital. Suborbital bombardment with boulders the size of elephants. That would be pretty awesome.
It would be
Why are you in such a rush to beat up this poor thing?
The lean figure drops down from high up in a tree, landing
Peak
lightly
character
on a
design.
leaf which doesn't look like it could support his weight. How do you know what we're here for?
It's miles across. You've come all the way from another plane and beelined right for it. Look, whatever you think it's done, that thing is innocent. Or did you just come to rip out its heart?
With his short stature and pointed ears, this guy looks like any Eladrin, but Angel identifies him as one of the Batin, a fey being whose people are considered
thing I
both
completely
seelie
made up.
and unseelie,
Made
which
sense
is to
to me.
say, they are accepted members of both the courts of the good fey, like fairies, and of the main body of the bad fey, such as redcaps. That doesn't make a lot of sense.
Sense? We're talking about the Fae. I take it you were responsible for this? Me? I'm a spectator. I just don't want to miss the show. If you insist on going over there and trying to
Yeah,
stop
when he's
it,
screwing
breaking
around,
up the
there's a little bit
party,
of shadow
I'm going to
shenanigans
have to
going
try
on
to stop you.
when he walks
But
down the leaf
I
there.
can offer you a compromise. If you'll sit back for a couple days, let it go on for another 10 kilometers or so before you try to stop it, I'll find a way to help you win.
Why?
This spirit thing will devour 10 kilometers in only 2
Oh,
days.
And what will it destroy in that time? What is it you want?
I remember exactly.
I
He
just
could have
want to make
easily
sure
helped
it
them
reaches
find
village of that
the center of
obnoxious
the
woodwolf
thing.
tribe. It won't even hurt them. Well, maybe one or two particularly stupid ones. It's slow enough that when they see it coming, they can just walk away. Can they? They aren't, like, rooted or something?
I do not think woodwolves are bound to their trees like dryads.
They won't die. But I'm keen to see them learn a little lesson about the pointlessness of their closed-minded territorialism. All I know
Incredibly
about
subtle
woodwolves is
Heath
they're
Ledger
kind
Joker
of
imitation.
dicks, but I think they're pretty harmless. They keep to themselves.
We're not going to just stand by while an innocent village is destroyed.
He might have
Are we?
he might have given them a hand in a
No.
Mortal fight,
Did I mention
depending on how
these Briarbecs aren't too fond
extensive
of the
he
woodwolves
felt
either.
about his
Get
promise
in
to
there.
help them.
Almost a dozen large plant men covered in spikes emerge from hiding spots in the underbrush, while the Batin draws an oversized bow the length of his whole body, and the party leaps into action. Draven barely has time to shield the party before the mischievous Fae unleashes a hail of arrows, firing so many shots it looks like even the arrows fired by his shadow become real and deadly. Mahar and Angel start tearing into the minions, but when the Briarvex act, two of them work together to cast Entangle, trapping some of the PCs in place, while the other plants stride through the vines with impunity. They all have reach and 2 attacks per round at a competent bonus, but with Draven's group buff to armor class, they still have a hard time hitting most of the heroes. Black is especially hard to hit, and when one of them
they're
gets
not
lucky
particularly
and manages to
powerful
stab through a weaker
compared to
point
the
in
party
his
at
armor,
all.
the minion actually
They just happen
dies
to be
from one of
big
his
and
several
have some-
backlash damage
have
effects.
their entangle power.
Otherwise, though, when they do hit with their massive thorns, they leave thorns in the wounds.
Oh, yeah,
and
that
if that
thing, too.
Briarvex isn't killed before it acts again, it can spend a swift action to aggravate the embedded thorns, inflicting even more damage.
You guys can handle this. I'm going for the bow guy.
Of course, the Batin is the better part of 100 feet up in the trees, out of range of even his searing charge. But undeterred, Little One runs over and starts climbing up a tree.
At that rate, it'll take forever to get to him.
I only have to get close enough for a flying charge.
Meanwhile, Draven gets hit, and having failed his save against the Entangle, he's immobilized on the ground in reach of multiple plant beasts.
What?
Zahir made his
What is
save
this
against the vines,
getting
so
attacked
he's
in
able to
melee
back up
crap?
to a safer
Draven does not
position
approve.
as they both toss around buffs as best they can. Since their version of Entangle has only a 1-round duration, it occupies 2 of the Briarvex minions every turn to recast it. Because it's constantly being recast, there's little point spending an action to break out, but this also means they have more chances to immobilize anyone who saved a previous time. Ah, I'm entangled again.
Draven, get off the damn ground.
How bad is your reflex save?
My dexterity is significantly above the human average, enhanced by magic items, plus I have a powerful cloak of resistance. Regardless, he's stuck in place for another round, so Angel and Mahar focus on pruning back the minions from around him, while Black moves to tank the one non-minion Briarvex of the group, which, rather than dying in a single hit, has over 100 HP, making it a better target to full attack, and also
I like that it just do that in the background and nobody notices because it was something that happened kind of like
back on the attacker.
off screen at the table.
Pretty fast to get at the Batine archer.
The player wasn't there
knowing his
anymore.
Plan,
He just
hops to a lower leaf on
gone,
another of the tall trees, and because he moved, he's only able to make one shot. Nevertheless, his shadow, currently located on another leaf even farther away, is still able to full attack.
That doesn't even make sense.
Welcome to the Feywild. Still, they cleave through the large plant monsters on the ground. Draven, though pretty hurt, is finally able to get airborne, and Little One surprises the archer, arcing across the space from over 50 feet away to attack him. You'll have to roll for his mischance.
Okay, what's his mischance?
Currently 100%.
What?
Just when your attack should have hit him, his body streaks out instantly towards the location of his shadow on another tree, then springs back after your flaming blade has passed through his space. You try to land on the leaf he was standing on to stay next to him, but even though you are closer to the tree where it should be stronger, the leaf gives out beneath you, unable to bear any significant weight. Now you need to make either an easy reflex save to grab the trunk as you fall, or an epic difficulty balance check.
How high an epic DC?
Well, running on clouds is DC 120. This is
I don't remember if I was planning particularly in advance. I mean, he was going to leave at some point.
Ending up 10 feet
I think it's just
below
after
crazy
found out, like, okay, he's leaving.
I think
then I was like,
got him figured out.
Angel casts expeditious retreat.
What should I do with his character?
And using her slippers of spider climbing, she runs right up the other tree
kidnap him.
like
That'd be
a
interesting.
boss to hit the dude's shadow, and also misses as the shadow leaps to the real body's location and back in the same way.
Puzzle fights.
He's bullshit.
I don't want to spend the extra charges to maximize and then possibly miss, but I have to at least try a spell, so I'll use a regular Orb of Force on the real body. You still have a miss chance, but it's only 50% because Angel's threatening his shadow. Seriously? I got it. Touch AC 25? That hits. No spell resistance on orbs, so he takes it.
He has spell resistance too?
Maybe. Anyhow, it looks like that hurt him quite a bit. His shadow teleports to a leaf 50 feet further away as a move action, while the real body looks down at Little One.
All right, show's over. But don't call me when you find out there's nothing to do with all your strength.
And with a whoosh, his body rushes away to meet up with his shadow.
What a dick!
Straight up ripping off Joker lines.
I don't think it's
for no
practical.
reason.
He moves too fast through the treetops, and if he turns and shoots me, I'll probably die. I need healing.
Oh, right.
Do you think he really would have helped us with the spirit? We don't need his help.
Does anybody else feel like we're forgetting something?
Don't think so. So they continue northward to where the spirit is said to be. Pretty soon they realize the woods have gone still. Where before there were birds and animals all over, now nothing is moving amidst the tall blue trunks but them. And then they see the trees thinning up ahead.
Boy, serious.
This background's not bad.
Warn us it was tearing up
The
place.
forest was okay.
Was
The shadows are a bit
minor
messy,
decay
but they kind of
He
work.
said it was
and
trivial. Looks like the artifact's the real deal.
That's pretty cool.
Next time on Tales from My D&D Campaign.
All glory to the Hypnotoad.
Okay, if you're so smart, why doesn't this episode have more me? Daggerface.
I'm Daggerface.
Well, for one thing, you aren't in the Feywild?
Huh. Good point. But I'm still outraged.
That was random. Oh, yeah. I clearly had no ideas for the thing for that episode. Because the one for next episode, I think it's next episode. I had to save.
Tales from my D&D campaign.
Previously.
What is this mission all about?
Right. That guy's never happy.
Through my
He complains a lot on
back
Twitter,
home
too.
in the Feywild, I learned about a very unnatural disaster befalling a forest. I heard that something was eating or grinding down this forest, and I've determined that the cause of the situation is an amulet that belonged to King Kelvoras of the Eladrin.
I can cast the plane shift. This is amazing.
This is disturbing.
Yeah, I'm almost halfway through the first day.
Sit back for a couple days. Let it go on for another 10
15-hour streams are
or
pretty
so
long.
before you try to stop it. I'll find a way to help you win.
This spirit thing will devour 10 kilometers in only 2 days?
We're not going to just stand by while an innocent village is destroyed, are we?
No. All right, show's over. But don't call me when you find out there's nothing to do with all your strength.
Does anybody else feel like we're forgetting something? Don't think so. Boy,
about
serious.
6.5 hours,
Well,
MK.
did warn us it was tearing up the place. He said it was a minor decay spirit. He said it was trivial. Looks like the artifact's the real deal.
It was a trivial spirit when it didn't have the
steadily
artifact.
eating away at the soil of the forest, though it seemed to dissolve wood somewhat more slowly, judging by the lonely poles rising out of its surface. Even as they watched, though, a couple of the farther ones creaked and leaned and fell over into the green. So the amulet is in there somewhere? It's miles across. This thing better not be miles deep, or infinite or something. It's not. It can't be more than about 8 feet deep.
Huh? Why do you say that?
Because you can't go down more than 8 feet here.
What stops you? What do you hit?
Nothing. You just can't. Angel looks at them real funny when she realizes they actually don't know what she means, and she has to explain, as you might explain that the
People from
Earth
the
is
boonies
round.
don't get it.
The Feywild only goes down about 8 feet below the surface. Oh, the ground isn't perfectly level, so it varies a little from place to place. But with a few exceptions, if you pick any spot and dig down about 7.5 feet, it starts taking more and more force to dig down even a little further. So it's like the speed of light? Yes, it's an asymptote. And as you get closer to the bottom, which isn't exactly
brilliant
8
achievement
feet
there.
deep, but it's pretty close, the amount of energy required to move another particle approaches infinity. But then what happens if you make a 2-foot-high pile of dirt, then try to dig down as far as you can? If you dig down right away, you'd be able to go down 10 feet, a little less than 8 feet below the original level. But if your pile of dirt stayed there for 2 or 3 centuries, and then you dug down, the bottom would have shifted by then, and you'd only make it down 8 feet beneath the pile.
Basic planar physics.
What?
Stop breaking Draven.
Hold on. We're going to go fight a giant blob that dissolves things and is consuming miles of forest? It can't be that dangerous. Though if you do die, it might be harder to raise dead. It may require true resurrection. Why are we doing this again? Did they even mention a reward?
We're doing a mission for the Hand of Sirius to strengthen Vistria against the Diluvians.
No reward? We're receiving an artifact. Assuming we hand it in. We can't not hand it over. Depends how good it is.
When half the party is like, what do you mean? This is our mission. The other half the party is like,
it is consuming ground is concerning.
not my mission.
But at 2 feet per round, it's far too slow to directly threaten them. I mean, they'd practically have to sit there and stick their finger in it. I stick my finger in the goo.
What?
We don't know anything about it yet.
We know it's a spirit of decay.
And it eats through dirt and wood. Acids don't dissolve everything the same. You stick your finger
In
into
D&D?
the goo and take 9 damage. That much.
I'll examine the wound.
Yeah, I'll see if I can discern anything about the magical nature. You guys don't learn much you didn't know. It's primarily a decay-based effect, any acid damage being more like a side effect. And the source seems to be more spirit or fey rather than arcane, divine, etc. Next round, Little One feels some force from the goo still acting on him, tearing at the wound. Take another 3 damage. Well, wait, obviously we healed him first.
It's okay, you guys were busy doing skill checks. I assume my armor crystal's DR doesn't affect this?
Nope. The Iron Ward crystal only affects physical damage. Black casts a Cure Light Wounds, and that stops the rotting effect. Little One pulls out a non-magical short sword he had in his pack and touches the goo with it, but it takes enough damage to be rendered essentially useless in a single round.
Okay. I wonder if I should try with my magic sword.
Hold on, that thing did 13 damage ignoring hardness. What if it wrecks your sword?
It's a good magic sword. It should be pretty tough.
Normally if a magic item would be destroyed, he treats it as useless but repairable, with some cost. But if your good sword gets wrecked, you won't be able to use it till we get back to a facility where you can repair it. And this is an artifact-fueled engine of decay. What if it's an exception and it can permanently destroy your sword?
Fine, fine. I'm probably going to make a new weapon soon, but I still want to keep this one. Maybe upgrade it. I've scouted around a ways and I don't see the ends of this thing. And the only feature I've seen at all is that little rock over there.
Okay, I guess I'll have to try and fly out there to get a closer look, if nothing else. I don't like this plan. I don't like this plan, but we need to find the amulet in this thing, so I'm going to fly up, say 50-foot altitude. I'm going to hold up a scroll of Dimension Door, open and ready to cast. Then I'll slowly float 5 feet
starts falling,
past
he's
the
supposed to
edge.
like,
Sure.
boop.
Nothing happens. I'll keep going a little further. Around 10 feet past the edge, you have to make a will save. A will save? That's the last thing I expected. Draven makes his save, as an invisible but palpable wave of energy passes through and around him, visibly, dramatically warping trees behind him, which were caught in the line of effect. At the same time, the nearby region of the goo becomes more active. The visible change in the surface is almost unnoticeable, but it starts summoning spheres of desiccation, magical bubbles which deal damage by destroying the water within nearby living things. These spheres are only spells, same as Flaming Sphere. They can't be attacked or damaged, only avoided, either by physically moving out of range, or by dodging with reflex saves. Draven retreats back over land into the treetops, but the ooze seems to have engaged attack mode now, and he has to save against another beam of what seems to be a combination of warp wood and rusting grasp. Little One and Black each fail saves against one of the desiccation spheres, taking a modest 7 damage each, but they learn that the goo has an aura which deals 3 damage per round from decay to anyone who takes damage until that person receives some kind of healing.
Oh yeah? I breathe lightning on it.
You have a breath weapon?
Sort of. I only rolled 2 damage.
That had no effect, other than to shock the PCs, none of whom had ever seen Little One's breath weapon in character. From up in the trees, Angel shoots the ooze for some force damage, plus a little acid from her crossbow's weapon crystal.
Does that hurt it?
The force has some effect. Unsurprisingly, the acid does nothing. I don't know what to do about this.
Oh, whatever. I'll activate Flaming Blade and hack at the ooze. Can I even miss this thing?
It would be something of an accomplishment.
Then take 17 fire, 16 slashing, and 4 lightning.
Yeah, the electricity doesn't do anything, but the ooze is burnt around your sword, and as you slice down into it, you create a real cut. Although it begins to be covered up and filled pretty quick, the stuff exposed by the cut had a different texture than the surface, as though it really did something.
Wow. I expected the fire to work. I'm kinda shocked about the weapon damage doing anything.
Anything is a little relative, though. It's kind of like successfully damaging something with tens of thousands of HP. It's hard to imagine you're eroding it faster than it's expanding.
Doh. And does the sword take damage?
It seems mostly okay.
So it's undamaged?
Yeah, it's fine. So far. The goo did not appear to like fire, so Draven spends a charge on his cheapo wand of fireballs, which does minimal damage for a fireball, only 5d6. Nevertheless, the effect is sort of impressive, incinerating a 20-foot radius of the green mass, blasting it down to the bottom, which looks just like ordinary dirt in those few places it can be seen through the ash. But the gelatinous walls collapse rapidly, with goo flooding back into the crater until within a few rounds the only sign left by the spell was a mild surface depression. They end up retreating to regroup and come up with a solution. At a certain point, the aura of decay stops damaging the injured, but they keep going till they're about a kilometer from the edge of the ooze. Since the direct approach is getting nowhere, Black decides to cast divination and simply ask his god where they should go to find the amulet at the heart of the blob.
Press
This divine
F1 for
answer
help.
is quite straightforward. Black is told to travel a short distance eastward, then a couple miles further north. Does your god want us to fly over the goo? Because that seems like a horrible idea.
The edge of the forest isn't too far that way. So, if it was a minor spirit, maybe it can't leave the area of the forest. Or maybe it just doesn't realize that it can leave now.
Thiswell said it was ripping up the forest. That's how he described it.
That doesn't mean it stops at the edge of the forest? That's crazy!
Feywild!
Ugh. They head a couple miles further north, giving the goo a wide berth, but it doesn't react to them in any way. The place they were heading seemed to be a rock outcropping standing above the surface of the goo, 500 feet from the edge. They need a plan. We can't just fly over. Those beams will degrade all our equipment out of existence.
The DC-18 will save isn't that hard. We could probably get through okay.
Even if we can give everyone fly spells, it would take 4 or more rounds to fly across, 6 or more in heavy armor. That's a lot of saves.
It didn't seem to like the fireball.
But it recovered in like no time. Question, can you make Wall of Fire, Draven?
Let me look it up. I know artificers get Wall of Stone and Wall of Force. It turns out Wall of Fire isn't on Draven's spell list, but if he spends some experience points, he can use some of his infusions to create what he calls temporary scrolls of almost any spell, including that one. They've used a lot of healing already today, and frankly, it's starting to get dark out.
Semi-open-ended sort of problem-solving
and prepare
exercise.
properly for the fight. Draven uses a scroll of rope trick to create an extra-dimensional pocket off the ground, and they all climb into it to get some rest, taking turns watching the ground beneath them through the one-way invisible portal. After a couple hours, though, early in the second watch, they notice a potential problem.
There's some little glowy thing floating around the edge of our rope trick.
What
I
the
think
hell
it's just
is
a
that?
dead pixel.
Angel?
What? I was sleeping.
They're a dead
What
pixel
is
in your
that
rope
glowing
trick.
pyramid?
There are 2 of them now.
Gah!
Whatever those are, we don't have them where I come from. They must be a local thing.
I'm getting my wand of fireball.
We're not gonna kill the little glowy things.
They're giving away our location, and I think they're siphoning magic or something. Shoo! Go eat the giant ooze thing.
It's just the GM freaking with you, Draven.
Well, I don't like it. A little test.
Oh yeah,
sticking
it's just the
hands
GM
out,
messing
magic
with you.
swords,
Don't worry
etc.,
about it.
Showed that the glowy things were incorporeal, difficult to damage, but also appeared pretty harmless. So those not on watch begrudgingly went back to sleep, while more of the little things continued to gather at the edges of the rope trick's invisible portal.
This is
God
fine.
damn it! I hate this plane!
Don't blame me. I'm the one who left.
Now that you guys are, resting on the ground, under the starry sky, you notice a strange procession of shadowy or maybe translucent beings to the east. They come in all different shapes and sizes, all marching northward, roughly parallel to the side of the goo.
Oh yeah.
Weird.
I think I
Don't
popped
look at
their
me.
thing. I
Are
think I
they
popped
some
their
kind of
rope trick just to force them
spirits
to
or what?
experience the
How
wonder
tall
of
is
whatever
that
the hell
thing?
this is.
There's no good frame of reference.
Wait, could that be the tall one?
When you go to the Feywild, please give this to the tall one. You'll know when you see him.
It could be him, but it's so ambiguous.
Feywild. Give him the stone. Who else could it be?
What the fox spirit said sounded like a prophecy.
Oh, fine. Hello? A fox spirit told us to give this to you? This very tall thing reaches down, way down, and its large hand takes the stone. Then it reaches up and places it among the stars.
What?
It nods to you, then takes stride alongside the procession.
You can't do that!
It looks like just another star.
This plane's so nonsensical. At this rate, I'm gonna start to dislike Angel by association.
Do we get anything out of this? Like, what was even the point of that? Well, it was a thing between spirits. Fae and spirits and junk believe that you get some kind of karma, like an immeasurable thing that will help you later on. I can't spend something immeasurable.
Immeasurable.
They don't see much sense in spending another rope trick scroll to complete their rest, since the glowy things will probably just give away their position and pop it anyway, so they camp out the hard way. Draven does note the position of the new star, though, so he can compare it to his charts when they get back to the normal world. By dawn, they have rested, regained spells, and begin the final stages of planning.
Ooh, I know what to do. We'll ride a couple of the elephants through.
And what do we do when they dissolve 3 rounds in?
We just need to protect them somehow. How cool would it be, riding a blue and green elephant with diamond shoes?
We'd have to dominate them. You can't coax a wild animal into that stuff. There is like nothing living in the woods near it.
I'm still waiting for the flying elephants.
I'm still waiting for the things that eat them from below. The real plan is for Black to cast Mass Resist Fire on the party, then for Draven to clear a path.
I don't know why this seems to raise so many questions for you guys.
Dropping a second wall
pretty
as they approach
straightforward.
the end, then use a third to encircle the rock outcropping while they figure out what the hell they are doing. Even flying high, without going over the ooze, they can't see anything of note on a little island of stone, but they had no other clues, so they just had to trust in their divination.
I'm just wondering, what happens if you cut off a section with a wall? Think it dies and disappears?
You'd have to test it. I can't cast a bajillion of these things. Well, I can, but it gets increasingly expensive, and we might need a couple to escape. So they buff up with every spell they can to improve their defenses or speed. They get close to the edge of what was once forest and is now a giant lake of green crud, and Draven casts his first wall. As an artificer, he has used an infusion and spent some XP to create a one-shot spell-storing item, essentially a scroll. But he also has an elevated caster level for crafting, which does apply here. So his wall of fire is 260 feet long and deals 2d6 plus 13 damage to anything passing through it. A wall of fire also projects heat in one direction, which does much less damage, only 2d4, but in this case that seems enough to burn back the ooze and to stop it from flowing back in, so they all start running down the hot side, sticking as close to the wall as they can. Of course, things don't go quite so smoothly. Sure, as long as they keep moving, the spheres of desiccation are no real threat, but apparently it can still hit them with the decay wave attack that Draven had dodged earlier, and they're all lined up so nicely for it. They have great bonuses to saving throws, but roll enough dice and some will come up 2s and 3s. So over the course of their run, most of them end up with their armor at least a little degraded, and Angel's crossbow is warped, rendered useless for the battle. But Draven drops the second wall as planned. They keep running and reach the rocks while taking barely any hit point damage. So now what? There's not much room to stand. The island's only about 15 feet square. Draven drops the third and final wall, this one in a ring shape, 60 feet across, placed up against the outcropping on one side,
our own
so they
boss
have
fight
a
arena.
flame at their backs. Angel leads a quick search, but finds no sign of the amulet, or hidden caves, or anything else on the rocks. It's just as they're starting to think they've made a huge mistake when animal-like forms begin rising out of the goo. Puppets of ooze formed around partially dissolved skeletons, which leapt onto the rocks to attack them. As more desiccating spheres emerged, and each round the massive ooze within the wall cast another decay wave or a mass chill metal on their armor.
This is like a raid boss.
Grey Mantle, which
all this
on a
junk
failed
going on.
fortitude save renders a target unhealable for about a minute, which is of course obnoxious when everyone, once they've taken any damage, is effectively bleeding for 3 points a round until they get some kind of healing.
I think it's trying to kill us now. We must be onto something.
Joy. They mow down some medium-sized goo animals, then a couple
Positive
large
attitude.
ones, but when a huge goo mammoth emerges, Black is like, "You call that an elephant? This is an elephant."
That's not an elephant, it's a gauntlet.
Well, mine's still better. They were doing
he's
fine
funny.
already, but with the aid of Black's figurine of wondrous power, they should easily overpower the huge puppet beast when emerges a small humanoid goo thing. Ha!
Whoa, I think this is different.
Unlike the fake animals, this avatar is on the same set of actions as the goo itself. It wasn't clear until now, but the goo had been taking normal actions all along, even if some of its actions involved casting multiple low-level spells at once. But its will was now focused into this tiny thing, shaped as a humanoid to counter the beings that were causing it so much trouble, and it started doing obnoxious things, like casting Dispel Magic as a swift action. Dispel is always annoying, since they benefit a great deal from their spells, but It seemed even worse here, bunched up in the dispel radius, especially since their escape plan was the same as their entrance, running down the hot side of a wall of fire, and anyone who lost their resist fire buff would be taking 2d4 per round from their own spell, in addition to the 3 hit points around they're losing to the decay. Then it attacks Little One with Knight's Caress, a touch spell dealing 9d6 damage, and then forcing a Fortitude save to avoid losing d6 plus 2 Constitution, which would reduce the target's maximum hit points by a big chunk and worsen their saves against future castings. And it turns out the Avatar also applies that anti-healing effect from earlier on every strike, another Fortitude save. With all the Desiccation Spheres and the decay damage which continues until healing is received,
they're in a damage race now.
Struggling to keep up with this battle's attrition, though at least his Marble Fist statue can continue fighting while he does so. The goo hits them with a Shatter Floor spell, which does some sonic damage, but also breaks the rock they are standing on into difficult terrain, which hampers movement.
Not for me. I change stance to Step of the Wind. I don't just ignore difficult terrain, I actually get +2 to hit.
I'll have the fist smash the elephant again. That drops it.
Ha! That means we have no real reason to move. So with Angel's stance, the difficult terrain is actually helping us more than hurting.
As a swift action, it summons another sphere. Damn it, don't taunt the goo! Or the GM. There's a lot of desperate smashing by the PCs and crazy touch attacks and saving throws from the disproportionately dangerous child-sized goo being. But after another big hit, Angel spots something poking through the goo and tries to snag it with her spiked chain. She latches on, ripping it out of the thing's chest, but it reaches out, catching the object. It turns into a tug of war with opposed strength checks, and brute strength isn't Angel's strong suit.
Can't hold it. Just let me.
I'm with you.
They heave and tear the small object out of the goo's hands, and it tries to catch it again, but the body loses integrity, collapsing to the rock.
I like the little hands, morphing new hands out just to try and reach farther, like the T-1000 dying.
Recede from around their barrier as the patch within it diminishes. It looks like it may take some time for the whole lake of ooze to subside, but it's already revealing more and more bare ground around them, and more importantly, leaving them with the artifact they were seeking, the Colana Dialia, the amulet given to the Eladrin king by a goddess, strung on a necklace of her own divine hair. They make their way back to their campsite,
which I guess his wife was okay with. I don't know, because
Cure Light Wounds to avoid running black.
The goddess was not his wife.
Just in case.
Have you found any sign of Zahir?
Mahar? Wait, he's still here? But Zahir's summer vacation is over. He's gone home.
Yeah, that doesn't mean his character just disappears from the universe. But he did disappear after the plant fight.
And Mahar's been searching for him. I'm afraid we haven't found any clues about his disappearance.
I do like revealing to them
we did get the artifact.
Oh, yay. I need to find Zahir. Without him,
Well, I think we can call this a successful test. So all that's left is for y'all to hand us back our amulet.
Next time on Tales from My D&D Campaign.
There's always another boss fight. Alright, well, we'll watch it. We'll watch this next episode, and then I'll have to stop and restart the stream to keep the individual sections of the video on demand to being less than 10 hours.
You can't go down more than 8 feet here.
So it'll be
what stops you?
A short break of however long it takes me to reset up the stream.
But what about on a mountain? You can only mine down 8 feet from the surface of the mountain.
What about caves?
There are caves in a few places, usually only where there are caves in the normal world.
What happens, though, if you're underground and cast plane shift?
If you just dug a shaft down 50 feet in the Fadelands, then plane shifted down there, you wouldn't get very far. If you cast it in a natural cave, there's a pretty good chance you'd end up in a corresponding cave. But then what happens if you make a 2-foot-high pile of dirt, then try to dig down as far as you can?
Thanks,
if you
John,
dig down right
ducking.
away, you'd be able to go down 10 feet, a little less than 8 feet below the original level. But if your pile of dirt stayed there for 2 or 3 centuries, and then you dug down, the bottom would have shifted by then, and you'd only make it down 8 feet beneath the pile.
But we know you can go underground in the Shadowfell.
Yeah, absolutely. That's where the Underdark is.
Watch, we're gonna get there and find out you can go down as far as you want, but there's a ceiling 10 feet up.
Little one strikes again. Yeah. Tell I had made new music and I was proud of it. We're going to hear that music a lot for the entire rest of the series.
Tales from my D&D campaign.
Previously.
So the amulet is in there somewhere? It's miles across. This thing better not be miles deep or infinite or something. It's not. You can't go down more than 8 feet here.
This is impossible. Hey, we did it.
Stop breaking.
This is just like the gameplay loop for this campaign.
Around the edge of our rope trick.
What the hell is that?
God damn it! I hate this plane.
Wait, could that be?
I like the little pyramid that like comes back around to hang out after the other ones flee.
Told us to give this to you. This very tall thing reaches down, way down, and its large hand takes the stone. Then it reaches up.
Miyazaki sends his
places
regards.
It among the stars.
What?
She latches on.
Can't hold it. Just let me.
I'm with you.
They heave and tear the small object out of the goo's hands, leaving the heroes holding an amulet attached to a strand of gleaming hair.
Have you found any sign of Zahir?
I'm afraid we haven't found any clues about his disappearance. But we did get the artifact.
Well, I think we can call this a successful tale. So all that's left is for y'all to hand us back our amulets.
Though he's short enough to make them wonder if he were a big-headed gnome or halfling, the man actually appeared to be a very old human. His thin skin drooping and age-spotted, his teeth yellowed and worn, his bent posture was poor enough he might not be able to walk, though that
eternal life
so
without
much,
eternal
given
youth.
His levitation.
You caused all this?
You're claiming you put the amulet there on purpose?
I'm gonna need that back now.
Was it you who took Zahir?
You, Skeleton, I think you are fighting on the wrong side.
He raises his hand, and several short tentacles shoot out, starting to
Little
make
casty
spellcasting-like
tentacles.
motions. Mahar's back straightens instantly, his whole body going stiff.
Can't resist. Arm moving on its own.
I see. You're one of them. Laugh now.
He knows what that means.
But I know ways to grind you into powder. Slowly. Without severing your soul's connection.
Whatever, that was an attack. I searing charge, evil guy.
The undead tank throws up an arm, blocking the attack with its fiddler crab-like asymmetrical bone spur. That said, the attack deals plenty of damage to the shield, scorching and cracking it. Technically it's using the shield block maneuver, but based on your martial lore, you can tell this thing isn't a proper disciple of the Nine Swords.
That's a pretty
Just
strong place to start,
monstrosity
Negative Ninja.
physically crafted to simulate a couple basic maneuvers. The field erupts into chaos as the hooded figures unleash a torrent of fireballs on the party. They are all casters? At least they're all using fire. A half-dozen fireballs, even relatively low-powered ones like these, are no joke. But Draven and Little One still had Black's fire resist buff left over from the goo fight. Black and Angel had lost their fire resist to the goo avatar's dispelling, and Mahar hadn't been around when it was cast, but the gnome and the skeleton had little difficulty saving against the spells, taking no damage at all thanks to their evasion ability. Black got hit by a lot of fireballs. Even saving for half, that worked out
I
to
use
about
those
10
bodyguard
damage per
constructs
spell,
a lot,
adding up
don't they?
dangerously quickly. Instead of Fireball, the last figure cast Solid Fog, a powerful spell which both blocked line of sight and severely hampered movement. Nevertheless, Angel managed to get into reach of one of the hooded casters, slicing it apart with her spiked chain, and revealing what was under the hood was just a tentacle. No face or even head. The cloaked figures seemed to be just tentacles wearing robes, casting spells with arms which were also tentacles. Angel's successful attack
Tentacles
also
all the way
revealed that
down.
all but that last one were minions, and that thankfully the ability which allowed them to glide in and out of the ground did not seem to help them against physical attacks.
We can take them. They can't even hurt us.
Actually, when you kill it, that one releases a 15-foot radius cloud of acid as the cloak crumples to the ground. Take 7, which the cloaked figures are obviously immune to.
Okay, barely hurt us.
Easy for you to say. How fast can I move in this cloud?
It takes a whole move action to go 5 feet. and you don't get the usual free 5-foot step. So if you spend your whole turn to double move, you could get to the nearest edge.
No, I don't get sick of
Really?
Angel's evasion. That's
I
just that's
guess
how she works.
that's what I do
She's
then.
not as tough as the
Raven
other guys
takes
in
to
some
the
other
air,
ways. Her
not
armor
quite
class has
escaping
been
the cloud,
typically
but also
not
casts
very
his
good
group
compared to the
buff
rest of the
AC.
party. So
Mahar was missed by the cloud, so he
She's
runs all
strong
the way
against
over
some
to
attacks,
the old
weak
man,
against others.
but he started just far enough away that it cost him his whole turn to get there, so he couldn't attack yet. My turn! He winds up, but instead of unleashing a spell, he...
It's like, what?
Really? I had him pegged as a caster. Well, there was a lot of strength behind that massive tentacle fist. Clearly, there's more going on than what you can see. The massive undead
I like
bodyguard
that the
attacks
sleeves
twice as
the
well.
sleeve regrowing
It and
is
the
pretty
old man
cool.
each got 2 attacks. Each hit only once, but both hits deal about 20 damage, meaning with better to hit rolls, they could pile on the damage really fast. When the cloaked figures act, the wizard one hits little one with a ray of exhaustion. He saves, but still suffers small penalties from fatigue. However, the sorcerer's next volley of arcane fire is a little less concentrated, as the party has spread out now, and the reduced overlap in fireball areas meant far fewer of the caster minions hit black, the only one in any real danger from them.
Good thing those guys aren't too smart.
Which is lucky, given they are spellcasters. Well, strong or not, I'm going to crush this guy. If that shield thing was a maneuver, I don't know his recovery method, but the tank certainly won't be able to do it 2 rounds in a row. Correct. Then I hit AC 32, so take... That's a miss. A miss? Just before Little One's blade connects, the old
D&D
man's
3.5
frail body
numbers.
transforms in a burst of expanding tentacles to become a large monster, and the transformation reveals his form to be further protected by a
Achievement is
shroud of
spirits of
bizarre
evil.
glowing
Get that
runes.
Thundercats
Yet
tech.
before Little One's follow-through is even finished, all the freakish tentacles snap back into his diminutive, wrinkled body. In all its... glory.
Glory.
He's naked?
That is not right.
His clothing burst into
I
shreds
like those
when he
little red
transformed.
line
He must
indicators.
be used to this happening.
I used them
because
for a
the fact
while
of
and
his
then I
nakedness
forgot about
seems
them for a
utterly
long time.
irrelevant to him. I don't care about his ancient wiener, but that is a really high armor class. This round, Angel was in range to kill a couple of the cloaked minions, but found
I don't care
they
about his
actually
ancient
have
wiener.
a
It feels very
respectable
Futurama to
25
me for some
AC,
reason.
meaning they weren't such easy kills after all. Well, let's see how he likes Orb of Force. I hit touch AC 21. Just before the orb hits, his instantaneous transformation happens again. The powerful deflection field generated by his runes is not quite enough to make you miss. Oh, good. Take 34 force damage. But he actually resists over half the damage. He resists force damage? And it sounds like his touch AC is around 20. You've never seen anything like those runes, but they are clearly some kind of old and powerful magic. And once again, his transformation lasts less than a second. The tentacles burst out, absorb the attack, then he reverts to normal.
I spent a lot of time explaining this,
On the plus
but
side, his
it's
clothes
just very
appear to
cool
be
in my
regenerating
head
themselves pretty
that
quickly.
he has this
On the
transformation,
downside, it looks
and
like they
I don't know
would
if it
take
like saves
20
energy or
seconds
something by
before
not
reform,
keeping it up,
and
but it's just
they
the
have to
transformation
start
is
over
only
with
used
each
during the
transformation,
split second
so
when it's
after every
needed,
attack
whether it's on
by
offense or
against
defense.
him.
So he's going to be naked the entire fight.
Effectively. Mahar full attacks with flurry of blows.
It is very anime.
Miss. He got lucky and hit once. He lands a devastating kick to the back of the tentacle form's knee, but the damage is completely negated. Damage reduction 2? Is this guy indestructible? He did take some damage from the Orb of Force, but he certainly has DR greater than 10, and you
not
don't yet know what
technically
beats it.
indestructible.
And then, a ways off to the side of you, a dimension door opens up. There's more? The female Rakshasa,
But wait,
Lady
there's more!
Katamura, steps out onto the plains. And she's arriving in person, not just her hologram, turning to face the repulsive little man.
You should not have entered our domain, Mordival.
You pussies consider all realms to be your domain.
I believe you have us confused with your own masters. You realize if they should win, they would erase your mind and make you a marionette, along with every other living thing.
But that's where you are wrong, Rakshasa. My reward will be an endless hallucination of my wildest dreams and fantasies.
Yeah, he's
What do I
just
care what this heap of meat
Cypher
does
right out
while
of the
I
Matrix.
live forever in my own personal paradise?
Your hallucination appears to have started early.
The Rakshasa begins some kind of very complex
no,
spellcasting.
the plan
something
was
with a
always for
full
Lady
round cast
Hazamura
time
to
or
show off
longer.
That's why his defenses were so bullshit.
Whatever
is because there was a counter to it.
But it appears to be a hybrid of psionics.
But it made the fight feel extra scary for the first couple rounds.
If you were to compare it to the arcane schools, Abjuration seems closest.
Are we okay with that?
You don't think we can trust her?
I don't know, I'm asking. She seems to be against this bastard.
Well, he's the one I'm after. Now that I'm out of the cloud, I'll double move over there.
Okay. Even with the plus 10 from your boots, your heavy armor speed is only 25, so you fall short by a fair bit.
I do. But as soon as I get there, I cast Knight's Move as a swift action.
Hey, Knight's Move!
Minor teleportation devised specifically by battle priests. Knight's Move only goes a short distance
special effect,
and
but I'll
can only move you into a flanking position, but being a swift action made it pretty awesome.
Then I activate my Belt of Battle at full attack.
You didn't use your belt at all during the goo fight?
Nope.
Alright, go ahead. So Black runs up, teleports behind Mortival, and starts wailing on him with his oversized mithril mace.
Definitely a weird
Unfortunately,
choice
the
of how to
toughness of
display
the old
Knight's
man's
Move.
tentacle form, combined with the potent deflection runes, stopped his headbutt and one of his swings. He did connect once, though.
Does any damage get through the DR?
Actually, it all does. Normally, in 3rd Ed D&D, there's no actual reason to make a mithril weapon. It's expensive and provides no bonuses other than being lighter and tougher than steel.
Welcome back, Will.
If you were spending that much cash, you'd either spend a little more for the adamantite, or put all the money into better enchantments. But Black had found his mace, and it just happened to be mithril. Thing is, it seems silly to me that mithril was so amazing for armor and so pointless for weapons, so, since it's so often described as silver-like, I decided it would count as silver for penetrating damage reduction in our game, without, of course, the -1 damage penalty from silvered weapons.
Doing all that stuff on camera was
I think it's time to teach y'all some respect.
This time, when he transforms to attack, the massive grotesque eye at the center of his tentacle form
I like
opens
that
wide and
even
spins around, swinging
transformed,
on a
his
thick chain
eye
of
has
tentacles
like
a
age
3-foot
spots under
diameter
it.
wrecking ball, and with the weight and consistency of iron. The whirlwind attack hits Little One, Black, and Mahar, and due to some nasty property of the eye, it also made a dispel check against each of them, negating Little One's deflection buff from Draven's spell. Nigh indestructible and with a dispelling whirlwind attack? That's
This
fabulous.
is fine.
Getting dispelled is bad, but I'm actually going to take out the tank. It hits just as hard as he does, and it doesn't have crazy defense runes. I'll flaming full attack it.
This is
What's
true.
the AC?
29.
It has AC that high? I only hit once then.
Wait, what were the other two attack rolls? 23 and 28. Here's the thing. 8 points of this guy's armor is from that giant bone shield. Any attack that misses, but still beats AC 21, gets to damage that bone plate, and it already took a big hit from your charge at the start. So those two misses together actually shatter the lopsided bone spur, permanently reducing the big zombie's armor class to 21, and
Hooray!
removing its ability to block attacks against his master. Overall, though, that shield had eaten at least 80 points of damage, greatly prolonging the tank's
he did his
survival.
job.
After losing it, the Hulk also became enraged, and without the shield slowing it down, it now gained a 3rd attack per round. On the plus side, Black
It's like,
was
yay,
spared
it
from
attacks
most
more
of the
now.
fireballs this turn, as the minions avoided hitting their own allies. But they did catch Mahar with the edge of some, and he finally failed a couple saves. Full damage, rather than evasion for 0, added up real fast, and he was hurting. Not that Black could have helped, even if he had the time, since his healing would only damage their undead ally. Angel was torn between dropping more of the minions and helping take down the hulking undead monster, but most of the minions' attacks did nothing, whereas she had seen how badly things went when the party's heavy melee crumbled against Beta, so she repositioned and started slashing at the huge zombie. Black also had a tough decision. He could take at most 1 or 2 more fireballs if the cloaked figures turned on him again, but if he focused on the Hulk instead of healing himself, he might be able to take it down before it could really unleash its rage. And Black did inflict more damage, but it wasn't enough. The thing was still standing. However, knowing the zombie's armor class had dropped to 21, Draven took advantage, hitting it with multiple crossbow bolts for the kill.
Nice. Kill stealing again.
You know it. It was at this moment that Mortival spasmed, and his head bolted in Lady Hazamura's direction as her magic took
Hazamura's
effect.
spellcasting effect is pretty impressive.
You impossible Burn her down!
I have made him vulnerable for now. I suggest you finish him before he comes over and stops me.
So he can't transform?
That's out of my way, you little shits.
He can still transform. This time, the brutal eyeball hit Angel, dispelled Little One's fire resistance, and crushed Mahar. Not that the skeleton had been able to contribute in any meaningful way against its enemy.
No.
Technically, and especially being undead, he should probably die when his HP hits 0.
Being a
Vikings
monk
an
and
important
slightly
enough
lower than the
NPC
party,
to warrant using
not
the more
very
favorable player character version of the dead or dying rules, allowing him to go into the negatives. Speaking of which,
guys,
Black went down hard. He'd been burned
Oh
by
yeah, the
too
life
many
bars. That's always a
fireballs,
good
and
sign.
The second whirlwind attack put him below 0. Well, that isn't good.
he can still transform.
But those runes are gone.
You're right.
I have made him vulnerable for now.
Good enough for me. Elder Mountain Hammer.
Little One's move would have ignored damage reduction anyway, but with the mysterious runes being suppressed, Mortival's AC had dropped by 10. It still took a respectable 25 to hit him, but that was very different from his nearly untouchable 35 with the runes. Little One hit him for like 40 damage, which got his attention so much that he revised his order, and the tentacle casters divided their attacks, hitting the half-dragon with the edge of several fireballs, which actually hurt now since that last eyeball hit knocked off his resist buff. Meanwhile, the Cloaked Wizard fired scorching rays at the Raj, who psionically dampened the spell with a mere hand wave, as she continued to concentrate most of her energy on suppressing the villain's runes. Angel resumed her attack on the minions, who had begun as a mere nuisance to most of the party, but as the fight progressed, the dispelling had turned their attacks into a devastating threat. And they were wearing her down too, because that acid burst when they died had no saving throw, meaning she couldn't use her evasion against it.
Hey, those things are nothing but tentacles, right?
Yep, Hentai City.
But they go away completely when they die?
They go all Obi-Wan when you cut them down.
But what if those things are just more of his tentacles? Like they stick through the ground and pop up, pretending to be separate creatures?
No, he's levitating half the time. He barely touches the ground.
Just watch. When we finish him, they'll all go away.
Speaking of which, if his bullshit force resistance is down, and all his touch AC came from those runes, then I can afford to spend a maximized orb of force. Take 60.
Look at y'all flying around up
he's got to
there.
hold his arm because he's hurt now.
Did he really just say that?
Taking
And the
DBZ
central eye
damage.
opens wide again, but rather than spin around and whirlwind attack, it focuses and fires a dispelling ray at Draven. Oh crap, don't get my fly spell, don't get my fly spell. Nope, failed on that one. Next, your fire resistance, and it's dispelled. Oh crap, I take it back, take the fight instead.
Oh no you don't, you bastard. I'm gonna... Never mind, I missed.
And Draven literally goes down in flames. At this point, half the party is down, even
He
counting
falls into
NPCs,
solid fog.
and Little One's
It's a
large pool of hit
slows
points
your
is
fall.
nearly drained. Angel hacks down the last couple minions, leaving only the wizard and the monster Mortival himself.
Y'all needs to learn your place. And your place is in the ground till my lord finds a use for your broken corpse.
Well, I'm out.
I guess
Remember
it's
it
all
verbatim.
up to you, Angel.
No pressure.
Before Angel, it was the wizard's turn. Last of the cloaked figures, the only non-minion, but it shocked everyone by fading into the ground. The fact is, while theoretically a more powerful caster, unlike the minions with their single at-will spell, the wizard had limited castings, and had devoted a few too many spell slots to defensive buffs. As a result, it had already used up all of its offensive
Theoretically, I
spells
could have
and
designed
had
the
nothing useful
wizards to
contribute
also
anymore.
have the
It's
at-will
unexpected
fireball that the
retreat
minions
Angel to
have,
take
but
on
it
the
just didn't
vile
seem
old man
fair.
one-on-one.
Seemed like
His
if he's going to be a
whirlwind
proper
attack had
wizard, he has to
50-foot
follow
reach,
proper
but the
wizard
rest
rules.
of the time, despite the size granted by his transformation, his reach was only 10 feet, the same as Angel's spiked chain. Even without the runes, Mortival had the better armor class between them, and his immunity to crits and his regular damage reduction of 5/silver cut down on her damage against him. But Angel had danced through the storm of fireballs, laughing all the way, and she had avoided most of his attacks, while her teammates had dealt over 100 damage to him. The acid explosions had worn her
That was a
down,
good
but she still
orb
might be able to
cast,
survive
actually. Like,
a
the
hit
charge up looked good.
What? Now the gnome, about the same size as the withered, decrepit man, positioned herself between him and Lady Hazamura, whose magic was still reducing Mortival from an invincible killing machine to a mere deadly threat.
Time is running out.
Yeah, thanks for the pep talk.
As Mordeval advanced, his slow bobbing through the air morphed into the lumbering mass of tendrils, a giant, vaguely humanoid form, the terrifying steely eye gazing out from his midsection. His arm coiled for a strike, and Angel lunged forward, whipping her flaming spike chain into a storm of blades as they clashed.
That still looks so good.
My fantasize.
Yeah, nobody feels any sympathy for you
Lady
at all,
Hasmura
Mordeval.
finally
Go to
stops her
hell.
channeling.
Better.
Angel's pretty hurt, but she scrambles to triage the injured party members, waking Draven first with a healing potion, because his use magic device skill let him use the wand of Cure Light Wounds more reliably than she could. But with Draven's help, Black was the one who needed healing most desperately. Black had eaten a fireball even after being knocked unconscious by Mordeval's Wrecking Ball swing. Fortunately for him, I never liked that the minus 10 hit point death threshold didn't scale with levels. When you're level 2 or 3, not dying until you hit negative 10 gives you a decent buffer. But at higher levels, when PCs have 100
Voice
plus hit points, and many spells or attacks can hit for 30, 40, even 50 damage, that razor-thin line between a fully capable action hero and a torn-up character sheet didn't make as much sense. It led to weird situations where healing an unconscious ally to get them back into action could dramatically increase their chance of death if, as often happens, the enemy concentrates on active threats first before finishing downed enemies. Because of this, we had declared long ago that we'd use the 4th edition version, which means a player doesn't die until they drop into the negatives by half their maximum HP. This meant that Black, who was down into the negative 30s,
this expedition takes so long. There's got to be a faster way to have delivered
this encounter revealed that our system had gone
Doing
too
it live
far
makes it a
in
lot
the
harder
other
to do that,
direction.
though.
50% into the negatives
not live,
was
but you know what I mean,
so
doing it
much in
in
3.5
camera.
edition that it seemed very unlikely a character could die without a full party wipe or a coup de grace. So from here on out, I changed the death threshold to negative 1/4 of a character's max HP, or minus 10, whichever is more beneficial. So anyone with 40 hit points or less would die if they fell below negative 9.
Nasdaq, kill stealing's not like a mechanic, it's just Draven would often spend the first part of a fight buffing everyone, right? So he's not attacking in the early rounds. And then he starts attacking in the later rounds once all the buffs are out.
But it also wasn't
and also
so
sometimes
hard
he's
to
using
do
the
that they
Force
could
Orbs,
totally
which
ignore
are
that
expensive
risk.
to use but
Of
pretty
course, a
powerful.
side effect of
So
this is that as
it
they
just
burn
means that a
pure
much
life
higher
charges
percentage
into
of his
him,
attacks
Black's return
are going to be
to
like
brink of
killing
death
blows
was
kind of de
almost
facto, and then it
miraculous.
randomly felt like more than that.
Black, are you back?
Huh? Yeah, I think Sirius is telling me I'm not done yet.
Did she sound a lot like a wand of Cure Light Wounds?
Maybe a little bit. Is everyone else okay?
Everyone but Dickhead. He's not getting up. I totally saved your butts.
Raven was able to use one of his last infusions for the day to simulate an arcane spell that deals negative energy damage, allowing him to revive their skeletal monk. And then there's her.
Your competence is appreciated.
You talk to her.
While we loot.
I take it you didn't show up just to rescue us.
Mordeval was a vassal of the self-styled king of Old House, Swain, but he served other masters.
Our enemies. Mordeval was shielded by their power.
And armed by a vampire king, it made him reasonably dangerous.
Swain? It was a different vampire king, Cornello, who'd been messing with us up till now.
The Woodbridge incident.
Also that worm guy. He was all about recruiting for Cornello in Castle.
That is unusual. The worm spirit normally belongs to Swain.
It's known lies well within his territory.
Tobin did say Castle was deep in that Swain guy's territory, didn't he?
That could mean Cornello's operation was trying to get into Swain's place. Or could the worm have been doing something for Swain and casting the blame on Cornello?
They're all monsters.
Wait a sec. Are you going to try to count this as helping us in battle for our bargain?
No. To interpret this as one battle of your choosing would be against the spirit of our agreement.
Regardless, it sounds as though our interests may coincide regarding the vampires. We may contact you again via the Central Stone.
Lady Hazamura was preparing to leave, but she addressed them very seriously, with a glance at the amulet Angel still clutched.
I came here to stop a dangerous enemy. I did not come for the artifact, and I will not ask for it. It is not a power that we want, nor that we can use. But I would take it, if you asked me to.
What? No. Why would we want to give away the amulet? The Hand of Sirius said they need it.
I didn't see you helping us fight the goo.
As you wish.
You should identify this dude's stuff, Draven. His clothes regenerate on their own. Also, I have a god's amulet.
Right. Draven uses his artificer skills to identify the amulet first. Because it is an
This
artifact,
is so much crap going on.
Beyond normal magic items, basic identify magic can only discern partial information. But from what he can tell, the Kalana Dialia contains great chaotic energy. It grants the wearer a +6 enhancement bonus to Charisma, +2 Constitution, and damage reduction 5 against all but lawful.
This would have been a lot more
weapons.
tempting for the party to
As
keep if they
evidenced by
had
the
like a
effect it had
charisma
on
caster.
Ooze, though, the amulet's greater powers were more likely variable, circumstantial, or at the very least would take a lot more research to explore.
Never helm. You think that this chaotic amulet could be contributing somehow to unrest in Vistria? I don't know. That's pretty far-fetched.
Specimen in other ways. They already knew the clothes could repair damage to themselves.
I'm sure they have totally good
regenerating
plans
from
for it.
shreds in about 20 seconds. But they also worked as a +2 vest of
From
resistance.
shreds,
and
you
it
say?
seemed they could even change their form in accordance to the wearer's desires. Except that no matter what form the outfit takes, its coloration remains about 2/3 brown, 1/3 black and white checkered. Weird. As you examine the vest, though, you do find something disturbing. You get Black to help you confirm.
Oh, now you
as
find something
suspected,
disturbing.
The outfit contains parts of 2 human souls. So it's evil. Well, it doesn't emanate evil like the Redcaps bowler did. The item was clearly created by sacrificing unwilling victims, an evil act by its creator. But the souls trapped within don't seem to have been evil. It was more of a cruel shortcut. Well, there's nothing we can do for those souls right now.
Get free XP
They
from
aren't, like,
other people's souls when
conscious or
crafting.
anything, are they? You think there's very little chance of that. The properties of the item probably bear some relation to who they were in life, but it's hard to imagine the soul fragments have any awareness. Then, if the item itself isn't evil, I suppose there's no reason not to use it.
Nah, it'll be fine.
Angel didn't have a +2 resistance bonus to saves, so she was willing to suffer the fashion hit. At least once she made sure she could make a cloak all drab brown on the outside for stealth,
Angel
keeping
redesign.
the high contrast checkered pattern hidden from sight when she needed to. That left Mortival's eye. When Little One had given the body a little
I
kick,
like that it
what
just
was left of
pops
his
out.
once human flesh crumbled into a pile of flaky dust. But in the process, Little One stubbed his toe on that 3-foot wrecking ball eye.
Why can't these guys just obey the conservation of mass?
In this house, we
That's a
obey
good
the
question.
laws of thermodynamics. Mortival's creature type was undead, an eternal life without eternal youth sort of deal. But due to whatever other powers were behind him, the incongruous eyeball did have the energy
No,
signature
Yumi
of
Goblin.
an
Angel is
abomination
not
and was
evil
easily
because she's
powerful
also
enough to
able
serve
to
as an
use holy
Eldritch Eye
items.
for a
She can
teleport
go either
spell.
way.
However, it was also an epic enough find to instead be used as an item of power, if they so chose.
It's
Such
so
a sacrifice
big.
is needed as a component to craft any magic item with a book value greater than 35,000 gold in our world. Of course, even after his death, the Strange Eye remained as hard as metal. It only weighed 60 pounds, but unlike most items of power, it could not be broken down, ground up, or otherwise infused into an item. Whatever you made with the eye would have to physically contain the whole eye, so it probably couldn't be used as any kind of wearable item or weapon. It seemed like the eye would be cumbersome to haul with them, but after quickly looking up the exact specifications of Heward's handy haversack, it actually fit just fine into the 8 cubic foot main compartment of one of their extra-dimensional backpacks.
Oh, that's convenient. It would have been a pain
That didn't leave
otherwise.
the matter of whether any of them should wear the Kalana Dialia, though. None of the party members had any significant abilities based on charisma, so that +6
+5
stat
ball of
bonus
bowling.
was not nearly as tempting as it would be for a bard or sorcerer. By this point, everyone had a Constitution amulet, some of which had other abilities built in, like the spell damage absorption charges on Little One's mother's pendant, or Angel's Heartseeker amulet, which let her bypass armor a couple times per day. Angel was pretty tempted to try it anyway, as that damage reduction
Yes, Zealous,
could really help her
a giant
survivability
anime
against
flail
physical
is
attacks,
one of the
and there had to
possible
be other
uses
hidden
for
benefits.
Mortafall's Eye.
But with that mystery came a lot of risk too, and for the most part, they agreed that the known benefits weren't worth the risk of turning their gnome assassin into an out-of-control chaotic artifact-fueled death machine. So Draven gathered up some of the tentacle caster's empty cloaks for research purposes, and they started back towards their planeshift portal.
Wait, Zahir cast that, didn't he? Can we use it without him? Will it even still be there?
It ought to be, and any of the creatures who traveled through it when it was first cast can open it just by touching it and concentrating for a minute.
Right, unless Zahir came back and used it already. Planeshift goes away a minute after being activated for the return trip.
I searched there for him yesterday and it was still there. Good, I guess. I mean, are you coming back with us? I couldn't find any trail, any sign of him in the forest yesterday. I don't think there's much more I can do stranded in the Feywild. At least if I go back with you, I can contact the shepherds and other people who might be able to help.
Assuming the portal didn't get eaten by those glowy things overnight, like our rope trick.
Oh god, that's right! We should hurry! They found their portal, hidden in the grove of giant carnations and invisible to all but the travelers, and it seemed some of the small pyramid-shaped lights had found it, and were revealing the contours of the plane shift, but it had not yet popped, and they were able to use it to return to the Fadelands safe and sound. Safe, except their missing friends here. Once back in Vistria, they made their way to Castle, rejoined Draven's wife and caravan, tied up some loose ends, and said farewell to Mahar, who set about doing whatever he could to locate his lost companion. It was still over a week's journey by wagon back to New Vanover.
Yeah, you missed the rest of it.
Powerful and potentially dangerous artifact to the Basilica, but nothing attacked them. They were welcomed with great praise by Fizwell, Jonason, and High Priest Matsomi. Praise, but no reward. Actually, although Draven and Black are members of the Hand of Sirius, and arguably just doing their duty, in practice, the leaders arranged for the artificers of the Basilica to provide significant assistance to Draven in his crafting and upgrading of equipment.
Yay, free crafting resources!
10 grand, plus the skilled manpower saved him about a week of lab work. Still, it seemed like hardly any time had passed when the Centra Stone given to them by the Rajas glowed. It was actually the first time they had ever called, and Draven answered with some hesitancy. Yes? In the wake of your encounter with Mortival, our analysis has uncovered an opportunity for you which may prove mutually beneficial. Next time on Tales from My D&D
campaign. Okay guys, so this has been 7.5 hours. You can only have up to 10 hours on a stream, and we've still got another 7.5 to go today-ish. So I'm, as soon as this ends, I'm gonna stop the stream and I'm gonna start a new one, and you might have to look at my YouTube channel or Twitter or something else to get the new link. We gotta watch this though. This was a hell of an episode.
Use the portal to return. It seems Mortival won't be joining you. Hold the shepherd at Heidelberg for now.
It will be my pleasure. What of the other bait?
He isn't going anywhere. What will it take to draw you out, hero?
Alright, see you in a couple minutes.
Look, role-playing games are about imagination. Imagine there's